Wait a minute. Have you heard the strange tales of the Whistler?
I'm the Whistler.
Nita, what is it? What's wrong with you?
I don't know. All of a sudden, I got a terrible feeling. A horrible feeling of foreboding. I'm frightened, Tom.
Another Sunday night, and again CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. And so I tell you tonight the unusual story of malice. Dr. Jacob Benton is the wealthiest citizen in a certain upstate county, as well as its most prominent physician and surgeon. Jacob Benton is a proud individual, proud of the fact that he comes from a long line of highly successful surgeons. And his greatest ambition is that his son, Tom, will follow in his footsteps and carry on the family tradition. Jacob has also a nephew, Harvey, son of Jacob's scapegoat brother, who married a girl from the wrong side of the town and finally disappeared, leaving Jacob to take care of his young son. After finishing high school, Tom and Harvey entered medical school. Harvey followed through and is to graduate next week. But Jacob's son, Tom, at the end of his third year, wandered over to the East Bottoms at the lower end of town and met a girl, lost interest in medicine, and refused to go back to school.
Tom.
Yes, Father?
Come into the library.
What do you want?
Where have you been? It's 2 a.m.
Why, I've been to a party.
Where?
A house party.
On the other side of town?
Yes. In the East Bottoms.
You've seen that girl, that Nita, again, haven't you?
Yes. What of it?
What of it? You're a disgrace to the name of Benton. I've told you time and again that you don't belong over there.
I like Nita because she's honest and genuine. She's not filled with a lot of silly ideas like Eloise.
Eloise is a fine girl. She belongs to an excellent family.
Oh, bosh. Eloise is a phony. Nita's a real fellow.
If you become serious about this girl, you'll be ostracized.
I know all about poor Uncle George. He went over to the East Bottoms and met a girl and went to the dogs. But it wasn't the girl. He was no good in the first place.
He was a stubborn fool, just like you.
I resent being told who and when and where.
Are you in love with this girl?
Yes.
I'm terribly disappointed in you, Tom. I'd prayed that you'd become a surgeon.
I don't like medicine.
You were wrapped up in your studies until you met this girl.
That's what you think.
I'm ashamed of you. Your cousin Harvey came from the lower end of town. I made him see the light. And then think of it. You about face and walk right into it. You quit school and he graduates next week.
All right, his name's Benton, too. Let him carry on. He likes medicine. It bores me.
This girl has made a fool of you. Oh, I could kill her.
I think I'd better go to bed. Good night.
Good night. Young idiot. He's going to finish school if I have to...
What's all the racket about down here?
Oh, come in, Harvey.
I heard voices.
Yes, it was Tom. He's been to a party across town. Been out with that cheap girl again, that Nita.
Are you sure?
He admitted it. Says he's in love with her. Tossing his career to the winds over a woman like that.
How long has he been seeing her?
Several months, I suppose. That's why he wouldn't go back to school. All she's after is his money. How he ever met up with her, I'll never know.
I'm afraid I'm the cause of that, Uncle Jacob.
You? What do you mean?
Well, when I was home last summer, I went over there one evening, several evenings, in fact. Tom insisted on going along. I wanted to see some of the kids. I went to school with Nita, and, well, I introduced them.
Well, of all things, you were born over there, and if you insisted on going back, it was your own business. But Tom is my son. You knew how I felt about it. You had no right to take him over there.
I realize that now.
Well, something's got to be done about it, at once.
Yes, but what?
I'll put an end to it. Believe me, I'll find a way, and I'll stop at nothing.
For the remainder of the night, Jacob sits in the library studying the problem of what to do about Tom. And upstairs, young Harvey paces to and fro, pondering over the same question. The next morning, Harvey goes to the lower end of town to visit Nita.
Hello, Nita.
Harvey. Why, I didn't know you were back in town.
You didn't? I came home last night. I'm going back in a few days for graduation exercises. Have you missed me, Nita?
Why, yes.
Why haven't you written me in the last month or so?
Well, I've been busy.
Been across town lately?
No, why should I?
Mm-hmm. You know, it's a strange thing about this section called the East Bottoms. It means more than just a place. It's a huge barrier, an insurmountable obstacle. I was born over here, same as you. But I got an idea that I could cross over, and in time I'd be accepted as one of them. But I finally realized that I would never be accepted. I'd only be tolerated. I'd never be able to practice medicine over there.
I think that's all imagination.
I told you I had definitely decided to come back here and settle down. That's why I asked you to marry me.
I'm not satisfied here.
Since when?
I've never been satisfied here.
You belong here, Nita. You'll never be able to cross over. You'd be miserable. I know.
Maybe.
And Tom would never last over here. He'd wash up, just as my father did.
What are you talking about?
I know what's happened. You're throwing me over for Tom.
What?
You're after Tom because you think he'll take you out of this. Set you up on the other side. Well, he won't. You'll have to come over here, and he won't have a dime. You're not really in love with Tom.
I am in love with him, and he loves
It
me.
won't last a month.
I'll make it last.
Oh, don't be a fool, Nita. Tom's father thinks you're a good-for-nothing, and he'll never change.
I don't care. I love Tom.
And when it came to a showdown, Tom would walk out on you.
I'm going to marry him. I've made up my mind.
Then there's nothing more I can say. Goodbye, Nita.
Goodbye.
That evening, Dr. Jacob comes to a decision, and he too crosses town and makes his way to Nita's apartment.
Well, what do you want to talk about, Dr. Benton?
About my son, Tom.
I see.
How long have you known him?
Oh, since last summer.
Have you seen him often?
Yes, several times a week for the last 2 months.
You think you're in love with him?
I don't think. I know I am.
I don't think he's in love with you. He's merely infatuated. You're interested in his position, his money.
You can think whatever you like.
I'm familiar with your type.
My type? What's the matter with me?
Are you aware of what you're doing to my son?
I've done nothing at all.
You've caused him to drop his career. Tom has a tradition to fulfill. He comes from a fine family. And I won't have him throw it all to the wind because of a silly infatuation.
It isn't an infatuation.
He must marry someone in his own class. Someone who'll inspire him to carry on his career.
I didn't talk him out of his career. He says he doesn't like medicine.
The right girl wouldn't allow him to stray. She would encourage him to follow through.
The right girl. Family. Tradition. It's all a lot of bosh. Everybody in this town has made up his mind that the East Bottoms mean the difference between somebody and nobody. Well, I haven't. I'm made of the same stuff as you or Tom or anybody else over there. I've a right to a decent existence.
If it's money you want, I'll give you money to let him alone. I'll give you a lot more than you'll ever get from Tom if you marry him.
Money? You'd pay me to give him up?
Yes. Here. Here's a check for $5,000.
$5,000? Is that all your son is worth to you? $5,000? If he were my son, and I thought I could buy his future, I'd give every cent I had.
What? You mean you want more than that?
Dr. Benton, you don't possess enough money to buy me off. I don't want money.
Well, what goes on here?
Hello, Tom. You came just in time.
What are you doing here, Father?
What do you suppose?
What's he been saying, Nita?
He just gave me this check for $5,000
For what?
to let you alone, so you can continue your career.
What?
He thinks I'm wrecking your life.
He is.
That settles it. We'll get married tonight.
You won't get married tonight, not in this state.
We'll fly over to the island. That's in another state. They don't have the 3-day law. Get your things, Nita.
If you marry this girl, I'll never give you another cent.
I'll get along. Come on, Nita.
Tom, I'll stop at nothing to break this up. I promise you will regret this moment so long as you live.
Let's go, Nita.
So Tom and Nita rush out of the house and drive to the airport just outside of town. A storm has come up, and the highway glistens in the beam of the headlights.
This rain is certainly like a cloudburst.
Maybe we shouldn't fly over tonight, Tom.
Why not?
I don't like to fly in a storm. How can you tell where to land?
Don't worry about that. I'm familiar with the field.
Who's on the island at this time of year?
Well, not many people. We've had this summer place there as long as I can remember. There's an old fellow and his wife who look after most of the places. He's also a justice of the peace. He can marry us, we'll spend the night at our place, and then we'll go someplace else tomorrow.
Tom, are you sure you want to go through with this?
Certainly. Why do you ask?
Your father meant what he said. Is it worth it? To give up everything?
You're worth a dozen family fortunes.
But now that I think about it, well, he sort of frightened me.
He didn't frighten me.
Oh, the way he said it made chills run up my spine.
Said what?
You'll regret this moment so long as you live.
Oh, he was just bluffing.
But somehow I don't think he was.
He can cut me off, but we'll get along.
Tom, why don't you finish your studies?
I told you, darling. I don't like medicine, and I never will. Why should I do something I dislike just because my father and my great-great-grandfathers liked it?
Well, what do you want to do?
Oh, I don't know. But I'll find something.
Tom?
Yes? What is it? Nita. What is it? What's wrong with you?
Oh, I don't know. All of a sudden, I got a terrible feeling. A feeling of foreboding.
Snap out of it, Nita. This isn't like you.
I know, but I can't help it. I'm frightened.
Of what?
I don't know, but I am. Oh, Tom, let's turn back. Let's wait, please.
Oh, no, you can't back out now. We're going through with this.
But he meant it. Your father meant what he said. I know he did. Please turn back.
I wouldn't turn back for all the money in the world.
Oh, Tom, I can't see a thing. No lights, nothing.
Now, don't worry. I don't need lights to land.
We should have come in a boat.
No, it's too choppy for a boat. This is the only way in weather like this.
Tom, there, I see a light. Just went on.
Yeah? Old Jenkins probably heard us.
The light is swinging.
Yeah, that's it. That's the field. It's a tiny one, but I can make it.
There's a light.
Yeah. We're all right now. Hang on. I'm going to set her down.
Tom, look out those trees! Pull up! Are they dead, Pa?
I don't know yet. Good thing it didn't catch fire.
Oh, who are they?
No, no. Hold the lantern down here.
It's a woman.
Don't recognize her. Hey, this is young Tom Benton.
Oh, the girl is hurt bad. Look at her legs. They must be broken.
Yeah. Come along. We'll get him over to the house. Phone Doc Benton. Hello? Hello? Is this Dr. Benton's home? This is Jenkins over on the island. Is Dr. Benton there? Oh, is that you, Harvey? Well, you better find Doc and get him over here right away. It's young Tom. He tried to land his plane and hit some trees. I don't think Tom is hurt so bad, but the girl has smashed up something terrible. I don't know who she is. Yeah. Goodbye. Well, it didn't take you long to get here, Harvey. We've got him over at our place.
in the world did Tom hit those trees? I had no trouble seeing the field.
The lights weren't on when Tom came in. Didn't even hear his motor until it was too late. He should have phoned me. He was coming. Hey, where's Doc Benton?
He was out on the case. He left his patient's house, so I left a message telling him I was going ahead and to come as quickly as possible. I brought some medical supplies.
Here we are. Tom's over there on the couch. They put the girl in the bedroom.
Few cuts on him. Don't think he has any broken bones. Oh, nasty bump on the head. Maybe a slight concussion. Well, I better have a look at the girl.
Looks to me like both her legs are broken.
Nita. Poor kid.
You know who she is?
Yes, I know who she is.
Was I right about her legs?
Yes. Both rather badly smashed up.
Where were they going on a night like this?
I imagine they came over here to get you to marry them.
Marry him? Well, I'll be darned. Wonder why he didn't phone me first.
They were in too much of a hurry, I suppose.
Too bad.
She's in a very critical condition. Extreme shock. Better get some hot water and plenty of blankets.
Yeah, right away.
Get the house as warm as possible and put more blankets on Tom.
I'll be right back. Martha?
Yes? How is she?
Harvey says she's in bad shape. Gather up all the bedclothes and coats you can. Got to cover 'em up good. Put on plenty of water to heat. I'll build up the fire.
Outside, the storm rages on. Harvey sits quietly beside Nita's bed, staring at her in a daze. Her breathing becomes shallow, irregular. A quarter of an hour passes. Then a plane motor is heard overhead. The ship sets down, and Dr. Jacob hurries to the house.
Tom's over there, Doc.
Tom.
He's been unconscious ever since we brought him in.
Can't find any fractures.
He's got an awful wallop on his head.
Yes. I see. No apparent concussion. He'll be all right in a short while. Get some pillows. Raise his feet. I want his head lower.
I'll get them.
You certainly got it hot in here.
Yeah. Harvey had us do that because of the girl. She's pretty bad.
Girl? Where is the girl?
Oh, in the bedroom there. Harvey's in there.
I'll have a look at her. Harvey.
Huh? Oh. Hello, Uncle.
What's the matter with you?
I just...
Are you crying?
No, I'm just... This is a miserable mess.
Fine example of a doctor you are. You have to learn to be completely impersonal about these things.
Oh, I know.
What do you say is wrong with her?
Both legs are broken. She's suffering from extreme shock.
Uh-huh. Better take your bag, go out there, and give Tom a shot of adrenaline. I'll attend to the girl.
Yes, sir.
Harvey gives Tom the adrenaline and proceeds to attend to the cuts and bruises. Then he moves to the fireplace and sits staring into the blaze. The storm rages on. The minutes drag slowly along. 10, 20, 30. Then Dr. Jacob steps out of the bedroom.
Harvey.
Yes, sir?
Has Tom come out of it yet?
Not yet. He shows improvement. He'll be all right in a little while.
I see. Jenkins.
Yes, Doc?
Get us something to make a pallet. We'll carry him down to the plane, take him over to the hospital.
Sure, right away. I'll get 4 poles and some rope. I'll have 2 made in a jiffy.
Never mind 2, just 1. The girl is dead.
Then on the following day, Tom has fully recovered. Gradually, the events of the preceding hours begin to pass before him. The argument, the island, The plane. Nita. Nita screaming, and then the crash. And then... Nita. Where is Nita? Tom sends for his father. But Jacob is already standing in the shadows of the room.
How do you feel, Tom?
Nita. Is Nita all right?
Now, take it easy, Tom. Don't get excited.
Where is Nita?
Forget about Nita for the moment. You've been pretty badly banged up. A little more, and you'd have had a real concussion.
What about Nita?
If you insisted on flying to the island, why didn't you phone Jenkins to turn on the lights?
He heard my motor. We were in a hurry. Besides, I saw the lights.
Jenkins said he didn't turn them on at all. Didn't hear you till just before you crashed.
That's ridiculous. Where have you got Nita?
Nita is at the undertaker's.
She... What?
She's dead.
Good Lord. Was she... Did it happen in the crash?
No, she died about half an hour after I got there.
Were you on the island?
Yes, Jenkins found you and called the house. I was out on a case and got to the island too late to save her.
What was the cause?
Her legs were broken. She died from extreme shock.
Was there nothing you could do?
Nothing.
Did you try?
I resent that inference. You should know better than that.
I'd rather have had anybody in the world there than you.
Do you know what you're talking about?
Yes, I do. You hated her. You didn't give her half a chance.
Will you shut up and stop yelling?
What did you give her?
I gave her adrenaline.
It was probably water.
I've heard enough out of you. When you come to your senses, I'll consider talking to you. Good day.
Now Tom, his mind filled with suspicion, his heart burning with hatred, throws on his clothes, dashes out of the hospital, and goes to the island. He reviews the whole situation with Jenkins. Each incident from the time he first heard the plane motor to the moment they took him to the hospital. Tom returns to town, arranges for an autopsy, and is now talking to the autopsy surgeon.
Well, Dr. Groberg, how about it? What's your report?
Well, both legs were fractured, but there was no compound fracture. There were several minor lacerations about the body and a head contusion.
Nothing there that would have caused death?
No, nothing.
What else did you find? Any evidence of poison?
No, none.
She was suffering from shock?
Oh, naturally, but not extreme shock.
Then she didn't die from shock.
Death from shock would have been prevented by the adrenaline administered.
Then you found adrenaline present?
Yes. That is what I can't understand.
What do you mean?
Well, one of the most difficult things to diagnose is the difference between extreme shock and internal hemorrhage.
There was internal hemorrhage?
Certainly. And this one was one of the easiest to diagnose I've ever seen. As you well know, adrenaline in internal hemorrhage is absolutely contraindicated.
In other words, you think her death was caused by the administration of adrenaline?
I do, definitely. But those things happen sometimes, regardless of how hard we try.
Yes. Well, thanks, Doctor. I'll see you later. Hello, Father.
Well, have you finally come to your senses?
Yes. Yes, I have. I'd like to have a little talk with you.
Very well. What about?
I've been doing a little investigating.
Investigating? Now, what are you talking about?
I'm talking about Nita.
Are you going to start on that again?
I am. And I'm going to follow it to a conclusion.
I don't want to have anything more to do with it.
But I do.
I've had a hard day, and I don't care to listen to any more of your idiotic babblings.
How would you like to have the grand old name of Benton? The untarnished reputation of your long line of surgeons blasted to 1,000 pieces.
What are you talking about?
How would you like to have it known that you, the eminent Dr. Benton, the trusted, the revered Dr. Jacob Benton, deliberately and with malice aforethought caused the death of a girl? How would you like that?
You're insane, positively mad.
Oh, no, I'm not. I've gone back over the whole thing. I know you hated Nita. You said I'd regret the day so long as I lived. You threatened to do something, and you did. At your first opportunity.
You are crazy.
You did everything to separate us. You tried to buy her off. When that didn't work, you killed her.
Get out of here. Leave this house.
You didn't just let her die. You killed her, murdered her.
Get out.
I know what I'm talking about. I had an autopsy performed.
You what?
An autopsy.
Go on.
She didn't die of shock.
What then?
She died of a very obvious internal hemorrhage. aggravated by adrenaline, which is contraindicated. You're a specialist in that line. You couldn't have made that mistake in 1,000 years.
But I was positive it was shock.
You knew what it was.
No, I must have been wrought up. I could have made that one wrong diagnosis that happens once in 1,000 times.
Oh, no, I saw the body. I could tell. With as little medical experience as I've had.
Tom, you mustn't say anything further about this.
Why not?
It would ruin my reputation.
Oh, now you're worried about your reputation. What's that compared to the girl I love?
Oh, but Tom, listen to me, please.
Good night.
Wait a minute. Wait, Tom.
Well, what do you want, Harvey?
I heard you. I heard every word.
So what?
I can't let it go on like this. I can't let you do this to your father.
What's it to you? You keep out of it.
No, Tom, now listen. You're wrong.
I know what I'm talking about. Nita was murdered, and I can prove it.
Your father had nothing to do with it.
Harvey, that's enough. Leave us alone.
I won't. I can't stand by quietly and see this happen to you. I won't.
Leave this room, Harvey. Don't say another word.
Now, wait a minute. What are you trying to say, Harvey?
I did it. Your father's trying to cover up for me.
What do you mean?
He wants to save my future reputation. If it got out, it would be a blot against me.
What would be?
When Jenkins called, your father was out. He told me what had happened. I left a note for your father, took an emergency bag, and flew to the island in hopes I could do something.
Go on.
I thought Nita was suffering from shock. I was terribly upset because I was in love with her. So I gave her adrenaline. I wasn't experienced enough to recognize symptoms of hemorrhage.
Is that the truth?
Yes, now that he's told it, there's nothing I can do. I knew in an instant it was hemorrhage. When I saw the adrenaline vial, I knew what a terrible mistake he'd made. He was emotionally upset over the girl, and I wanted to give him a chance. It was done. I tried my best to pull her through, but it was too late.
I'm sorry, Tom. Terribly sorry.
Harvey guiltily leaves the library and goes up the stairs to his room. Tom stands staring at Jacob, then drops into a chair and begins to sob softly. A few minutes pass, then a shot. Tom and his father leap to their feet, rush up the stairs and into Harvey's room. Harvey is sprawled dead over the desk, a gun in his hand, and on the desk a note addressed to Tom. Read it, Tom.
Dear Tom, I can't stand it any longer. It's been driving me crazy from the moment I did it. Nita's face is before me every second of the day and night. I was in love with her. But when she ran away with you, I lost my reason. I imagined she'd be better off dead. I was filled with hatred. I knew she was suffering from hemorrhage, but I gave her the adrenaline in a bit of revenge. Now it's driving me mad. Forgive me. Harvey.
Well, that's the end. Another case of jealousy. Another example of the futility of allowing oneself to become a victim of the green-eyed monster, jealousy.
CBS has presented The Whistler. Original music for this production was composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The Whistler is written and directed by J. Donald Wilson and originates from Columbia Square in Hollywood. Next Sunday, 9:15.
I, the Whistler, will return to tell you another unusual tale. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
I'm back in the saddle again, out where a friend is a friend, where the long heading back to Dixie, that's where I long to be. Where the cotton grows and the Swanee flows, that's home, sweet home to me. Where they meet you and they greet you with a great big how you all. Well, shut my mouth, I'm a-heading south on the Dixie Cannonball. On the Dixie Cannonball, on the Dixie Cannonball. Just listen to the whistle, it'll thrill you one and all. And I know there's someone waiting with a great big how you all. Well, shut my mouth, I'm a-heading south on the Dixie Cannonball. On the Dixie Cannonball, on the Dixie Cannonball. Just listen to the whistle, it'll thrill you one and all. And I know there's someone waiting with a great big how you all. Well, shut my mouth, I'm a-heading south on the Dixie Cannonball. Well, hello there, friends and neighbors. Thank you very, very much. Anytime you're feeling lonely, anytime you're feeling blue, anytime you feel downhearted, that will prove your love for me is true. Anytime you're thinking about me, that's the time I'll be thinking of you. So anytime you say you want me back again, that's the time I'll come back home to you.
Guess what?
Well, I haven't the slightest idea. What?
You know that there correspondence course that Buttram's been taking on how to become a millionaire?
Yeah.
He is now selling stocks and bonds.
Oh, no.
Hey, shh, quiet. Here he comes now. Well, howdy, boys. Anybody seen the Wall Street Journal around here this morning?
Look, J.P. Buttram, why don't you cut out all this nonsense?
Nonsense? What nonsense?
You know darn well what nonsense I mean.
Oh, come now, my good man. Do you consider it nonsense to allow your capital backwash in the form of common and preferred amalgamated to abscond at the oleo margin of 10% per annum? What in the world is annum? Will you tell me that, Buttram? Annum? Don't tell me you're so ignorant that you don't even know what an annum is. Huh. I not only don't know what it is, I don't even know when it is. Oh, fine thing. I can see right now I'm going to have to start with scratch from you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this I've got to hear. So start scratching, bud.
Now then, to begin with, according to the calendar, there is 5 seasons in the fisticudical year. There's summer, fall, winter, spring, and annum. Annum comes after spring, huh? Right. You see, Johnny, in the fall of the year, the leaves fall. In the winter, the snow falls. In the spring, the rain falls. And in the annum, dividends fall.
Any questions?
Never mind him, Johnny. No, he's just jealous. Now, all you got to do is, by the way, not that it matters, but how much money you got on you? Well, let's see. In the neighborhood of about $50, I'd say. That's a nice neighborhood. Yeah. Not hoity, you understand, but toity. Now, look, just sign this here partnership agreement right here. Then give me the $50. I'll give you the stock, and everything will be copacetic.
What you said, Bon?
Look, I ain't worried about it being copacetic. Is it legal? Of course it's legal. we both live in the same community, don't we?
Yeah, but...
Well, so this comes under the community property law.
Well, sounds reasonable. Give me a pen.
There you are. Go ahead.
You're making a big mistake, Bond.
Too late. Here's your receipt right here.
Good. Here's your $50.
Well, thank you. What do you know? This puts me in a higher income bracket than I ever been in before.
What bracket is that?
The $50 bracket.
My burden down by the riverside, down by the riverside, down by the riverside. Gonna lay down my burden down by the riverside. Gonna study war no more. I ain't gonna study war no more. 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 Gonna lay down my sword and shield down by the riverside, down by the riverside, down by the riverside. Gonna lay down my sword and shield down by the riverside. Gonna study war no more. I ain't gonna study war no more. 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 I ain't gonna study war no more. 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 Ain't gonna study war no more.
Thank you, Cass County Boys and Johnny Bond. That was really swell. Come sit by my side, little darling. Come lay your cool hand on my brow. Promise me that you will never be nobody's darling but mine. Nobody's darling but mine, love. Be honest, be faithful, be kind. Promise me that you will never be nobody's darling but mine. You're as sweet as the flowers of springtime. You're as pure as the dew from the rose. But I'd rather be somebody's darling than a poor boy that nobody knows. Goodbye, goodbye, little darling. I'm leaving this whole world behind. Promise me that you will never be nobody's darling but mine. Thank you, folks. Many, many thanks. You know, I was just thinking the other day, most of us take the necessities of life pretty much for granted. For instance, did you ever stop to imagine what we'd do if it weren't for just one little thing like, say, electricity? Why, the whole heart and nerve center of our nation would stop. Not only in our homes, but on our factories, mines, transportation systems as well. At any rate, it all reminded me of something that happened right here in our part of the country not too long ago. The year had started out hot and dry, and by summer the sun had baked the range into a hard gray crust of earth. The water holes and streams had all dried up one by one, and the few other sources we had were fast given out. Well, sir, what electricity is to a big city, water is to us out here in the range country. Without it, we're helpless. Anyway, that was the situation that faced every rancher within 200-mile radius of my place. One mid-July day that I'll never forget.
So, boys, that's it. Either we go on being stubborn and starve to death as well as losing our cattle, or we pay Steve Larkin, a guy none of us like, $1 a head to water our stock till we get some rain. Lord only knows when that'll be.
Mind if I say something, Jim?
Go right ahead, Jane. That's what this meeting's for.
Thank you. Look, I don't know how the rest of you boys stack up, but unless my cattle get water within the next 2 or 3 days, they'll start dropping off like flies. Okay. Then as I see it, there's only one thing we can do. No matter what we think of Steve Larkin personally, we can't commit murder. And, boys, that's just what it amounts to if we don't get our stock to water soon.
Well, men, what do you say? Shall we vote on it and let the majority rule? Okay. Those in favor say yes. Those that ain't in favor say no. Yeah, I guess that settles it. We start for Larkin's place at sunup tomorrow morning.
Steve Larkin's ranch was located at the far end of Eagle Canyon, about 20 miles distance from Melody Ranch. We got there shortly before sundown, and, just as Larkin had said, he had plenty of water. It was flowing through what I'd always thought was a dry fork in Green Creek. Anyway, as soon as the cattle smelled it, there was no holding them back. Matter of fact, it was almost a stampede. And that's when I got an idea. During the confusion, I sent Johnny Bond off to take a look around. He got back just as Larkin had finished counting Jim Thomas's herd.
Hey, Gene, guess what?
Oh, hi, Johnny. What'd you find out? Anything?
Just what you thought I'd find out. There's a dam across Green Creek just below the dry fork.
Wait a minute. Did you say a dam, Johnny?
The dam's the only thing it could be, Jim. Green Creek's never run dry before. And I know Larkin's never had this much water on his ranch before.
Well, in that case, why don't we call him over here? I'd like to ask him a couple of questions.
Okay with me. I'd like to hear what he has to say myself.
Hey, Larkin.
You're right with you, boys.
You know something? I wouldn't trust that guy as far as I
Quiet,
could...
Johnny, quiet. Here he comes.
Okay, men. What can I do for you?
Is it true you got a dam across Green Creek?
Suppose I have. What about it?
Son, you know darn well what about it. That's where every rancher in this section gets his water for his cattle.
So what? You still do. Only now you're paying for it.
But that's against the law.
I know it ain't, Thomas. It's all nice and legal. Green Creek runs through my property. I got a right to do what I want with it.
None of us has the right to do anything that interferes with the collective rights of others, Larkin.
Yeah, Autry? What'll you bet? In the meantime, if you want to use my water, you pay for it. What's more, I got plenty of men to back me up. Now, if you don't mind, I got work to do.
Why, that dirty double-crossing...
Now, take it easy, Jim. You can have your day with him later. Besides, there's more than one way to skin a skunk. Let's concentrate on finding that way for now. And concentrate I did. I knew there had to be a hole in Larkin's operation somewhere. But knowing it and proving it were two different things. In the meantime, though, the tension and resentment from the other men had grown to such a point that I was forced to call a meeting one night. If only to keep them from taking things in their own hands.
I still say we got guns. Why don't we use them?
Now, wait a minute, man. I just want to say one thing. If you so much as fire one single shot with the intent to kill or injure anyone, you're just as much outside the law as Larkin.
But, Gene, Larkin claims he ain't outside the law.
I know that's what he says, Charlie, but I also know something else.
Yeah, what?
Just this.
Yeah, what? What?
Well, if I'm not mistaken, I think we as property owners have the right to this water under the federal law of custom and use.
That all sounds good, Gene. But how are you going to prove it?
By checking with the State Water Control Commission, Jim, just as soon as I can.
Yeah, but what about the money we've paid him?
Oh, don't worry about that now, Charlie. If this dam's illegal, Larkin will have to refund every penny that we gave him.
Well, boys, what do you say? Gene's idea ain't foolproof, but it sure beats running the risk of having us all thrown in jail.
Okay, I'll second that. But on one condition. If his plan don't work within 48 hours, we start taking the law into our own hands. With guns.
It was then 3 p.m. Wednesday afternoon, which meant I had until the same time Friday to come up with the right answer. The trip to Center City took Champ and me all that night and the better part of Thursday morning, even though we used every shortcut in the book. When I got there, all I could do was hope that my hunch had been worth the trip. Howdy.
Yes, sir. Something I can do for you?
I sure hope so. Have you got a map showing the Starr County water rights?
Yes, sir. Right here in this book. What particular section you're concerned with?
Southeast corner. Eagle Canyon Pass.
Yeah, right. Let's see now. Eagle Canyon Pass. Yeah. Yes, here it is, section 46B.
Oh, good. Yeah, just as I thought. Tell me, how recent is this particular terrain survey?
Well, by law, it can't be over 6 months. Why?
Well, that's all I want to know. Who's in charge of this office?
Mr. Franklin. I'm afraid he's busy right at the moment.
Then unbusy him right away. Tell him I got to see him. Tell him it's a matter of life and death. 2 hours later, after talking to Mr. Franklin, I started the long trip back. In my pocket was all the proof I needed. Not only to get every rancher's money back, but to send Larkin to jail as well. There was just one thing I hadn't counted on. 10 miles from Eagle Canyon Pass, there'd been a landslide, and the trail was blocked solid, which meant going almost 8 miles out of my way. Well, sir, all I can say is this. Thank goodness I had Champ. No other horse in the world could have made it. And believe me, we just did with 15 minutes to spare. Oh, boy.
Hey, Gene.
Yeah?
Boy, am I glad you're back.
Why? What's the matter?
Jim Thomas and the rest of the boys all figured you wasn't coming, so they gone up to the dam to get Larkin, and they're all carrying guns.
Quick, Johnny. Get up here with me and start praying that we get there in time to stop them. Oh, jump up, boy. 10 minutes later, as we rode into Eagle Pass Canyon, we saw two groups of men facing each other. Larkin's gang on one side, Jim Thomas and the ranchers on the other. Both had their guns drawn, ready for action. There was only one thing I could do. Head for the middle and hope. Oh, boy. Oh.
Get out of here, Autry! Unless you want to get killed.
Quiet now, men. Now listen. Listen to me, all of you. Larkin, I'll give you just 10 minutes to blow up that dam. Or I'll call the state water control men to investigate this whole dirty, rotten mess.
That sounds good, Autry. But tell me, what are they going to investigate?
You, Larkin. When you built that dam, you diverted the water in Green Creek into another watershed. And that's against the law.
So what? I can do what I want with my own water.
Not in this state, you can't. Nobody can take all the surface water. And only a guy like you would try.
Well, you can't bluff me, Autry.
I'm not bluffing, Larkin. As you'll see right now. Hey, Johnny.
Yeah.
If your detonator's set, get ready to blow up my dam.
Hey, what is this? What do you mean, your dam?
Just what I said, Larkin. The state land office just leased me this land.
What are you talking about? They can't do that. This is my land.
Not anymore, it isn't. Your dam was just where I thought it was, below the fort. But you forgot one thing. Rivers sometimes change their course. During the flood this spring, Green Creek moved on to state land.
Why, you dirty...
Stop it, Larkin. Next time I won't miss. Okay, Johnny, let her go. Well, believe me, it was a wonderful sight to see the way that water rushed down into that creek bed again. In fact, it was almost as if the whole valley had been given a rebirth. Yes, sir? Just like I said before, we all take the necessities of life pretty much for granted. Matter of fact, when you stop to think about it, we take the beauties of life pretty much for granted, too. Like, for instance, the wonders of nature described in this song. When evening chores are over at our ranch house on the plain, and all I've got to do is lay around, I saddle up my pony and ride off down the trail to watch the desert sun go down. Riding down the canyon to watch the sun go down. A picture that no artist there could paint. White-faced cattle lowing on the mountainside. I hear a coyote whining for its mate. Cactus plants are blooming, sagebrush everywhere. Granite spires are standing all around. I tell you folks, it's heaven to be riding down the trail when the desert sun goes down. Cactus plants are blooming, sagebrush everywhere. Granite spires are standing all around. I tell you folks, it's heaven to be riding down the trail when the desert sun goes down. And that looks like that's just about the last of the gravy in the frying pan for this Melody Ranch steak fry. But along about this same time, and over these same radio stations, yours truly and all the gang will be right back again with a brand new batch of the same. And now this is Gene Autry asking you to keep thinking of us until we're back in the saddle again. Out where a friend is a friend, where the longhorn cattle feed on the lowly Jimson weed, I'm back in the saddle again.
Parquet presents The Great Gildersleeve. The makers of Parquet Margarine present each week at this time Harold Perry's The Great Gildersleeve, written by John Wheaton. We'll hear from the Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. But first, I want to give you some facts about a food that's becoming more important than ever these days. That food is nutritious Parquet Margarine, the delicious economical spread for bread made by Kraft. So here are a few simple facts that may explain why thousands of American families are using Parquet Margarine 3 times a day, at the table and for cooking, too. First, Parquet is a wholesome vegetable margarine, made from carefully selected American farm products. Second, Parquet Margarine is a highly nourishing food, one of the best energy foods you can serve, and a reliable year-round source of important vitamin A. Third, Parquet is the margarine that tastes so deliciously good. Its flavor is delicate and appetizing. It's entirely different from old-time margarines. One taste will prove that to you. So for all these reasons, get acquainted with economical Parquet Margarine now. Tomorrow, ask your food dealer for Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y. Parquet Margarine, made by Kraft. join our friend, the Great Gildersleeve. We find him in the land of Nod, sleeping the sleep of a man who has put his car up on blocks, bought his full quota of war bonds, and saved 4.5 pounds of bacon fat. While outdoors, Jack Frost has been preparing a little surprise for him.
Uncle Boy! Hey! Hey, Uncle.
What is it, Leroy?
Are you asleep?
Not now, I'm not. What do you want?
Do you see what I see?
I don't see anything. Go away.
But look outdoors. Look out the window.
Daylight. Take it away.
No, get up and look. Look at the trees. Look at the ground.
Daylight. It gets all over everything.
But I'm trying to tell you, Unc, it's been snowing.
Well, tell Bertie or somebody. Don't come by. Did you say snowing?
If you don't believe me, get up and look.
It can't be. 30 days, that's September, April, June, and...
Here's a handful of it on the windowsill. Look.
By George, it is snow. Snow in October. Why, it hasn't snowed in October since the blizzard of '88. And that was in January.
Look. You can see your breath, Unc.
It must be freezing.
You're darn right it's freezing. The thermometer's down to 25. And you know that hole that Mr. Clanahan dug in the front yard?
Yes.
The snow's filled it up. You wouldn't know it was there.
Oh, my goodness. The water pipes will freeze.
Yeah, they will.
That Clanahan's a fine water commissioner. I've been after him for 6 days to get that hole filled in. Oh, listen to that wind. Close that window, will you, Leroy?
Come on, Unc. The house won't get any warmer till you get up and start the furnace.
Leroy, I wish you wouldn't drag in these unpleasant truths so early in the morning.
Well, come on, get up.
Don't stand there staring at me. Go down and tell him I'll be right down. Tell Bertie to keep the coffee warm. Yes.
All right, go back to sleep if you want. But Bertie's making buckwheat cake.
Yeah, I don't... Buckwheat cake? Oh, buckwheat. One side. Gang away. The floor's cold. Where's my bathrobe? Where's my bathrobe? Bertie! Oh, I slept in it. Never mind, I found it, Bertie. Hold the buckwheat.
More coffee, Uncle Mort?
Thank you, my dear.
Pass your cup, will you? Hold it still.
I can't. I'm shivering.
I'll hold it, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Ooh, that's worse. Grab at somebody.
I'm sorry. I'm all over goose pimples.
Why don't you go put a sweater on, Bertie?
I got on so many sweaters now I can hardly bend at the elbow, and my teeth chattering like a pair of dice.
Yeah. Marjorie, take a look at that thermometer there, will you?
I can tell you from here, Uncle Mort. It's cold.
Yes, we'll have to do something about this. While you're up, my dear, hand me a cigar, will you?
What do we do, all sit around it and warm our hands?
No, Leroy. We go out to the garage and we bring in some firewood. And I do mean you.
Oh, me and my big mouth.
I'm going to call up Clanahan right now before those water pipes freeze.
Better put your rubbers on, Leroy. That snow's wet. Oh, I don't need any.
Put your rubbers on, young man. Hello. I want to speak to Commissioner Clanahan. He won't be in? A fine water commissioner he is. And you can tell him I said so. The commissioner is not expected in today. If anything happens to those pipes, it's on him. Oh, Leroy, close the door. As soon as Leroy comes back, I'll go down and see if I can start old Vesuvius. Bertie.
Yes, sir?
Bertie, have you ever had any acquaintance with a furnace?
Oh, I know how to work it. You just fiddle with that little doohickey out in the hall.
But that was last year. Last year we were burning oil. With coal, there's a little more to it.
Oh.
It's nothing difficult, you understand. I think you'd be very good at it.
Thank you.
Anybody who's as good as you are with a shovel.
Oh, the shoveling.
Well, that comes into it. But it's not all shoveling.
Well, I don't know about that. I know how to run that doohickey. I ran it last year.
That doohickey is called a thermostat, Bertie. I wanted to speak to you about that. As I remember it, you ran it last year at about 80.
You said 70.
Yes, and I used to set it at 70. But the minute I got out of the house, you sneaked it up to 80.
Well, sometimes it gets colder than others.
Now, this is serious, Bertie. This year we got to save fuel. The temperature is going to be set at 65 degrees, and that's where it's going to stay.
65? Maybe it's going to stay, but I ain't.
Oh, you wouldn't leave us, Bertie.
Yes, ma'am. I can't work in those 65 degrees. I'll go on away from here.
Oh, now, Bertie.
I'll go for some work for somebody else if I have to.
Calm yourself, Bertie, and just remember this. If anybody offers you more than 65 degrees this winter, they're traitors.
Huh?
You don't want to work for traitors, do you, Bertie?
No, sir, not me.
Well, remember that. The government says we've all got to help save fuel, Bertie. And the way to do it is to hold the temperature down to 65 degrees. Besides, 65 is warm enough for anybody.
65 won't hatch no eggs.
No, but it'll keep you on your toes. It'll keep you from falling asleep at the broom.
Well, if the government says so, I guess that's the way it's got to be. But if it's all the same to the government, I'm going to buy me some woolies and sew myself into them.
I'm going to start looking at fur coats.
Fur coats? Oh, brother, there we get into inflation.
Oh, that's Leroy.
Huh?
He's probably got his arms full.
Yeah.
I'll let him in.
Yeah. Oh, close it, Leroy, close it.
Here's the wood. Where'll I put it?
On the dining room table would be very nice.
Wise guy. Quick, move the fire screen, Bertie.
There.
Can I light the fire on?
Before we do that, young man, let's get down the cellar and start the furnace. I want to teach you how to take out the ashes.
Holy smokes, do I have to do all the work around here?
Oh, no.
I don't see what you had to go and change the furnace to coal for anyway. The oil was working all right. There wasn't any ashes. You didn't have to get up in the morning and shake it. It never went out. It was swell.
It was swell, all right. It was a comfort and a convenience. But we're going to have to give up our conveniences, Leroy. There isn't going to be enough oil to go around this winter. That's why we're burning coal. It doesn't have to come so far, so it's easier to get.
Well, it's no easier for me, I can tell you that.
Look here, young man. You want to help in this war, don't you?
Well, sure I do. I'd go right out and join the Navy. If they'd let me. Why, so would I.
Me too. Did I say that?
I think we all want to help. But I'm too old to join, Leroy, and you're too young. We've just got to help in the only way we can and here at home. So remember, every time you carry out a load of ashes, you're in the fight as much as the next man.
Well, how about you getting in it too, Unc?
Even me. I'll get up in the mornings and wrestle with the furnace if it kills me. And I don't have to tell you, young man, when Uncle Throckmorton gets up off his pants, this country is really all out.
Put it there, Unc.
Yeah.
Let's go down and shake the insides out of that furnace.
Very good. The heat's beginning to come up. I'll have it as warm as toast here in a jiffy, Marjorie.
Now remember, Uncle Mort, 65.
Yeah, that's as warm as most toast. The only trouble is, if this cold snap lasts 3 days, we'll be out of coal. I'd better call up and order some more.
Yes, you better.
Yeah. Oh, my goodness, I should have done this before, my dear. Hello? It's Summerfield Coal Company. I want a ton of coal delivered to my house this afternoon. In a week? That's a fine way to run a coal company. What's your name? Clanahan. Well, this is Gildersleeve. No wonder you're such a rotten water commissioner. You spend all your time peddling coal. Well, now you listen here, Clanahan. I want a ton of coal delivered to my house before the day is over, if you have to bring it yourself. And furthermore, I want that hole in my front yard filled in. Water commissioner. If my pipes freeze up, I'll sue you. I guess I told him. Hello? Why, you... He hung up.
What did he say, Uncle Mort?
Yes, nothing fit for ladies' ears, my dear. Wasn't even fit for mine. Where's Leroy?
Oh, he's over shoveling off Mrs. Ransom's walk.
Oh, Mrs. Ransom, eh? Maybe I ought to go help him.
He doesn't need any help, Uncle Mort. He's getting paid for it, you know.
Oh, say, I wonder if she's got any heat over there. I wonder what kind of a furnace she's got.
I really couldn't say, Uncle Mort.
I wonder if it's been converted. It'd be terrible if it hasn't.
Terrible.
Yeah. Maybe it's been converted and she hasn't got any coal. Oh, that would be just as bad.
Yes, it would.
Or maybe she's got coal and doesn't know how to start the furnace.
Uh-huh.
All alone there with no man in the house.
Yes.
You know what she ought to have?
Yes. A man.
No, some firewood. Maybe I ought to call up and order her some, huh?
Don't you think you ought to find out whether she's got any first?
Oh, that's a great idea, Marjorie. I'll go over there myself and find out. Thanks for the tip.
No, don't thank me. You were going anyway.
Where's my overcoat? Oh, here it is, right in the closet.
Button up tight now.
You know, I think I'll take her a few sticks of firewood just in case. I'll take these logs Leroy brought in.
There goes our fire.
Oh, my hat. Put it on my head, will you, my dear?
She likes you better in your air raid helmet.
I'll have the hat if you don't mind. You don't have to put it on at such a rakish angle. Put it on straight.
Oh, you look sweet that way. There you are. I'll open the door for you.
Thank you, my dear. Over the river and through the woods to Grandmother's house we go.
Hey, Unc!
The horse knows the way to carry the sleigh through the white and drifting snow.
Hey, Marge, where's he going?
He's going next door to warm up Mrs. Ransom.
The Great Gildersleeve will be with us again in a few seconds. Meantime, plenty of energy is mighty important these busy wartime days. For hard work, yes, and for hard play. Of course, energy comes from the foods you eat, so it's important that you know which foods provide the most energy. Now, one of the very best energy foods you can serve, and one that's economical too, is delicious Parquet margarine made by Kraft. That's a good thing because Parquet margarine is a 3 times a day source of important food energy. Parquet is a grand tasting spread for bread, rolls, or toast. At breakfast, lunch, or dinner. It's a real flavor shortening for baking better tasting pastries, cakes, and cookies. Parquet is grand for pan frying, too, because it doesn't spatter or stick to the pan. And besides furnishing energy, every pound of Parquet margarine provides 9,000 units of important vitamin A. So why not give delicious, economical Parquet margarine a try in your household? Remember, it's Parquet, Parkay. Parquet margarine made by Kraft. Now let's get back to the Great Gildersleeve. Like an angel of mercy with an armload of wood, he trudges up the walk to the Widow Ransom's door, where whom should he meet but
Hooker.
Gildersleeve, what mischief are you up to?
The same mischief you're up to, Horace.
I merely came over to make sure Mrs. Ransom has enough heat.
Yeah, so did I, and I've got some logs here to prove it.
I brought her a hot water bottle, so there.
Why don't you just go home, Judge? I'll take care of this.
Oh, no, you won't.
Why, Horace.
It's Horace.
Good morning.
And Throckmorton. Aren't you sweet to call? Come in, won't you?
After you, Throckmorton.
You said it.
Step inside so I can shut out that dreadful wind. Won't you let me take your things, gentlemen?
Allow me to hang them up.
Oh, thank you, Judge. Why, Throckmorton, what's this you brought me?
Wood for your fireplace.
For my fireplace, I declare you're the most thoughtful man.
I brought you something, too, Mrs. Ransom. It's in one of my pockets here.
Yeah, the judge brought a hot water bottle in case his gout gets bad.
Well.
Hot water bottle, nothing. Blackberry cordial.
Blackberry cordial. Oh, I just love it. It's my favorite.
You sneaky old...
How did you know it was my favorite?
You didn't say anything about that.
Why, I haven't had any blackberry cordial since I left home. Come in by the fireplace, won't you? I've been trying to start a poor little old fire here, but all I had was newspapers, and I don't know a thing about fire.
Don't you worry, Mrs. Ransom. We'll soon have it blazing for you. Let's have those logs, Gildy.
Wait a minute. They're my logs.
No, Horace gets to lay the fire because he brought the cordial.
Oh.
I declare I don't know what I'd do without you boys, because I'm just about frozen to death here. I haven't any furnace. I haven't any coal.
You haven't any coal?
No. I just never thought to order any, and I don't know what I'm going to do.
I'll tell you what you're going to do. You're going to come over to my house. You're going to have lunch and dinner with us and spend the night. If Margie will put you up.
Oh, Throckmorton, you're so masterful.
Oh, am I?
Well, I hope you have a good time, Leila.
Yes, she will.
It's been some time since I've enjoyed a sample of Bertie's cooking.
Yes.
She's a fine cook.
You're wasting your breath, Hooker.
Of course, I haven't got any heat in my house either. But I dare say I'll get along.
Yeah, I dare say you will.
Oh, you poor thing. Throckmorton, did you hear that? The judge hasn't any heat in his house either.
That's a shame.
I know. Let's make it a house party, shall we? Oh, how about it, Judge?
All right with me if it's all right with Gildy.
Oh, he'd love to have you. I know he would. Just the 3 of us. We can have more fun.
No fudge.
Fudge. We'll make fudge.
And full traffic.
Wonderful. Throckmorton, you think of the best party.
Yes, don't I? All right, Hooker, you can come to lunch, but that's all.
Snow. I declare I just love it to death. I've had the most glorious afternoon.
Yeah, me too.
You know, this is the first snow I've ever seen in my whole entire life.
By golly, I love it too. Makes me feel like a kid again.
Yeah. Oh, brother. Hop on the sled, Leela, and I'll pull you.
Oh, no, I'm too heavy. You couldn't pull me.
Yeah, I can pull you with one finger. Come on, hop on.
Well, don't strain yourself now.
Yeah, that's right. Now put up your little feet. Not you, Hooker. Come on, Hooker, get off of there.
Now, boys, I don't want you to get to fighting over me. And whatever you do, don't anybody try to wash my face with snow.
Huh?
I just couldn't stand it if you were to wash my face with snow.
By George, I've got half a notion to try.
Oh, no, you won't.
Oh, yes, I will.
Oh, no, you won't.
Oh, no. Come on, Judge. You hold her and I'll wash her face.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I'll hold her and you wash her face.
Oh, no, you won't.
Oh, yes, I will.
Oh, no.
You'll have to catch me first.
Yeah. Come on, Judge. Get after her.
Yes. Now, come on, chase her, Gildy. I'll have her off before she gets out of the yard.
Yeah. Look out, Judge. Hey, that hole. Oh, no.
What happened? Where's the judge?
He fell in Clanahan's hole.
Get me out of this. Get me out of this. I'm freezing today.
Give me your hand, Judge.
Tread water, Judge. Tread water.
He doesn't have to. He's standing in mud. Come on, Judge. Jump. There. Oh, it's cold.
Oh, Judge, you're just a mess. Now you better run right in the house before you catch your death.
Yes, come on in. Are you all right, Judge?
I'm not saying Gildersleeve till I see my lawyer.
Poor Judge fell in a hole.
Oh, stop your whining, you old goat.
Throckmorton. Now, Judge, you just lie in front of the fire till you get warm.
He's been lying there for hours. When's he going home?
Right now. Ooh, my ankle.
Huh?
Oh, I'm afraid I've done something to it.
Oh, so it's your ankle now, is it?
Yeah, I can't stand on it. Ooh.
Oh, you poor child.
Oh, the poor widow fellow.
Witchy.
Oh, maybe that's the drugstore with the camphor oil. I'll go.
Hooker, you're an old fake. There's nothing the matter with your ankle, and you know it.
What are you going to do about it, Gildy?
Good evening, Mrs. Ransom.
You brought the camphor oil?
Yes, I trust you're not feeling indisposed.
Oh, no, it's for Judge Hooker here. He fell in a hole.
I'm sorry to hear that, Judge. How did it happen?
I was chasing. Never mind.
Hello, Peavy.
Oh, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Peavy, now the judge thinks there's something wrong with his ankle. I'd like to have you take a look at it and give us your expert opinion.
Ankle, eh?
Yes, it has all the earmarks of a fracture.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
Oh, in other words, you think it's all right?
Well, no, I wouldn't say that either.
Well, what would you say? Would you say it's sprained?
Well, you put me in a difficult position, Mr. Gildersleeve. I'm not a physician, you know. I'm a pharmacist.
All right. You've got a license, haven't you?
Well, I'm a notary public.
That's better than nothing, isn't it?
Well, no, I wouldn't say that. You got me a little mixed up.
All right, then, forget the license. Just answer me yes or no. Is there anything wrong with the judge's ankle, or isn't there?
Well, if you want to know...
Remember, Mr. Peavy, anything you say may be used against you.
Well...
Come on, Peavy. I'm just asking for your frank opinion, man to man. You are a man, aren't you?
Well, no, I would...
Neither would I. Good night. All right, Hooker, you can stay to dinner, but that's all.
Oh, my goodness, gracious, 11 o'clock.
11? Oh, shank of the evening, Leela. Why, Marjorie isn't even in yet.
I must get my beauty sleep.
You couldn't be any more beautiful than you are, Leela.
That's true, Judge, but brother, is it corny?
Now, Throckmorton.
Huh?
But I really should be starting for my little old trundle bed.
Yeah, so should Hooker. Oh, I think I hear Marjorie outside. Shut the door, my dear.
Well, Marjorie, you have a good time?
Oh, wonderful. An old-fashioned sleigh ride in October. Certainly has put roses in your cheeks.
Yes, my dear. You look pretty enough to kiss. In fact, you look as if you had been.
Oh, well, the Lord, what sharp eyes you have.
Yeah?
Well, I've got an early day tomorrow, so if you don't mind, I'll say good night. Good night, Judge.
Good night, Marjorie.
Good night, Mrs. Ransom. Good night, honey child. Good night, Uncle Morris.
Good night, my dear. Sorry I can't drive you home, Judge, but I put my car up on blocks.
That's all right, Gildy. I'll get home somehow.
Oh, now you can't go home tonight with that ankle. Throckmorton, you'll have to let Judge Hooker sleep in your den or someplace.
What? Thanks, Gildy. Awfully sorry to put you out, old man.
Well, I should be starting to bed. Could you show me my room, Throckmorton?
Could I? Let me have your satchel.
Thank you. Good night, Judge. Don't get up. I do hope your ankle will be much better in the morning.
Oh, I hope it will.
You know darn well it will.
Good night, Leela.
Good night. My, seems strange walking up these stairs with you, Throckmorton.
Does it, Leela? Seems to me very natural.
Really, Throckmorton? What do you mean by that?
How else would we get up there? Here's my room, Leela. I mean, your room.
Oh, what a nice room.
Yes, I put the bath towels here, and here's an extra pillow, and here's a nice warm quilt, and then in case it really gets chilly,
What?
I put an electric heating pad in your bed.
Well, that's just the sweetest thing I ever heard of.
If there's anything else you need.
Oh, I've got everything in my little bag, thank you.
Oh, well, then, good night, Leela.
Good night, Throckmorton.
Sure you don't want me to tuck you in?
Why, Throckmorton, you devil, you.
Yeah, but I was only joking, of course. Good night, Leela. Oh, me. What an angel. I hope I dream about her tonight. All right, Hooker, let's get to bed. You take this couch, and I'll take the leather one. Is this enough blankets for you?
I suppose so.
Well, then, good night. And please do me a favor.
What's that?
Don't snore.
I never do. Don't you lock the house up, Gildy?
I have.
I always go over it before I go to bed to make sure.
Yeah? Well, you're a nervous old woman, you old goat.
I am not. But I know there's such a thing as burglars because I send half a dozen of them to jail every week.
Burglars? Yes, the idea. Can I turn the light out now?
Anytime.
Well, all right.
Oh, Gildy.
What is it?
Aren't you going to tuck me in?
Oh! I'll break your other ankle, Hooker. Now get to bed. The idea. Old goat. Oh, isn't that awful? Snoring already. Listen to that. What's that? Hooker's got me imagining things. Ooh, it's probably in the cellar. Oh, my goodness, there's nobody in the cellar. Come on, Gildy, you gotta be a hero. You gotta go down there and face it. Oh, by gosh, it is the burglar, all right. He's trying to get in that cellar window, right over there by the furnace. But I'm ready for him. When he comes through, I'll hit him with his poker. Aesop, quiet. Shh, quiet, cat. Aesop, go away. Shh. Oh, here he comes.
Oh! Landslide! Help, Burger! What's going on here? Oh! You wasn't cold, didn't you?
Clanahan!
You've been after me all day. You and the whole town. Well, here's your coal. You can dig yourself out in the morning.
There's something I'd like to say to all our listeners. We were lucky here in Summerfield. We had an early cold snap before the real winter set in to remind us to get ready for it while there's still time. Now, you've heard that there's going to be a shortage of fuel oil this winter, and you've probably also heard people say that there's nothing to it but a lot of talk. Well, I got the dope from the government, and this is it. 95% of the fuel oil consumed in the East used to be shipped by tanker. Now we have to ship our oil by rail. It takes 280 tank cars to carry as much oil as one ship, so you figure it out for yourself. We haven't got enough tank cars to carry all the oil where it's needed, or anywhere near all. There's no shortage of oil, it's a shortage of transportation. That's why the government is telling you to convert your furnace to coal if you can. They're just trying to keep us warm, folks. And if we got any sense, we'll get going right now and do what they're telling us. Have our heating plants checked, insulate our houses, put on weather strips, anything that'll save fuel. If you haven't got the cash for it, you can borrow it from the FHA. It's really an investment, not only in improving your house and keeping your family comfortable and healthy, but you'll get some of it back in savings on your fuel bill. And you'll know that you're doing something to help our Army and Navy win this war. If that doesn't give you enough of a glow to keep you warm throughout the winter, remember, it's going to be a heck of a lot colder in Russia. Good night, ladies and gentlemen.
Original music heard on this program was composed and conducted by Billy Mills. This is Frank Bingman speaking for the makers of Parquet Margarine and inviting you to tune in again next week for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
Some foods may be getting scarce these days, but good wholesome cheese and other dairy foods are plentiful. And just think of the tasty, satisfying main dinner dishes they'll help you make. Macaroni dishes, rarebits, soufflés, sandwiches, fish and egg dishes with cheese sauce. Yes, and dozens more. With cheese dishes becoming so important in your menus, you should know about Pabst-Step. Yes, Pabst-Step, the delicious golden cheese food of 100 different uses. Pabst-Step is a very special cheese food in many ways. Pabst-Step slices so neatly, spreads so easily, it's grand for sandwiches or snacks. Pabst-Step melts and blends so smoothly you'll prefer it for cheese sauces, all kinds of cooked cheese dishes. Pabst-Step is nourishing, too. It's a fine energy food rich in milk nutrients and easy to digest. So stock up on Pabst-Step now. Your food dealer has it in the distinctive round flat package. Remember, it's Pabst-Step, Pabst-ETT. Pabst-Step, the delicious golden cheese food of 100 uses. This program reached you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingstone.
No, Don, hold it. For heaven's sake, remember our new product.
Oh, yes. The Grape Nuts Flakes program.
That's Grape Nuts Flakes. Great.
The Grape Nuts Flakes program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis A. Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Coming to you from the Army Air Base at Santa Ana, California. Say, friends, did this ever happen to you? You dash out of bed, stub your toe on the alarm clock, nick your face while you're shaking, get the shirt missing a button, plump downstairs wearing your before-breakfast blitzkrieg look, and right there on the table sits a great, big, tempting bowl full of Grape Nuts Flakes. And what happens now? Well, you sample that outstanding Grape Nuts Flakes flavor. It's your same favorite Grape Nuts flavor in toasty brown flakes, salty, rich, and sweet as a nut. So you look at your wife and you actually beam, for there's plenty of satisfaction in that grand goodness, the flavor that's made Grape Nuts Flakes America's fastest-growing cereal. That's because Grape Nuts Flakes are made in a different way. They're a blend of two luscious grains, sun-ripened wheat and malted barley, toasted golden brown and crisp and delicate, tempting flakes. So for smooth-tasting, smooth-tempered breakfast that baby your budget, ask for delicious, thrifty Grape Nuts Flakes in the big 12-ounce package. the Army Air Corps March played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, since we're at the Army Air Base at Santa Ana, we would like to reenact the scene which took place last Thursday when 2 cadets from this very field paid a visit to Jack Benny at his home in Beverly Hills.
Oh, Don, who wants to hear about that?
Jack and Rochester were hard at work in the kitchen, as I understand it, little suspecting that anyone would drop in.
Oh, boy, that sure smells good. I got spurs that jingle, jangle, jingle as I go riding. See, what else? Tomatoes, vinegar, onions. Oh, Rochester, did you cut up those onions like I told you to? Rochester, did you cut up those onions?
I'm cutting them up now, boss.
Oh, pull yourself together. How many onions you got there?
About 5, boss. You want any more?
Yes, get busy. And stop crying.
I can't help it, boss.
Look, Rochester, if the onions make you cry while you're chopping them up, don't stand so close to them.
Close to them? I'm using a hole now.
All right, I'll do the onions. And you get these jars ready. Have you got the labels?
Here they are. Mother Benny's old-fashioned homemade chili sauce.
Hey, they're pretty fancy, aren't they?
Yeah, and I like our new slogan. Our chili is hot on rump roast or pot.
Yeah, that ought to get us plenty of customers. Well, I might as well finish these onions myself.
This sauce don't look just right. You know, boss, I don't think we got enough tomatoes in here. I said I don't think we got enough tomatoes in here. Shall I put some more tomatoes in, Mr. Benny?
There's plenty of tomatoes in there. All the recipe calls for. Well, the onions are ready. Dump them in, Rochester.
Okay.
I want to get all this stuff cooked and bottled before Miss Livingston gets here. I promised to take her shopping.
It's only 10:30, boss.
10:30? Oh, my goodness. Tune in the radio, Rochester. Tune it in.
What's the matter?
It's time for that program. Tune in the radio.
Oh, yes. Yeah, Sally Sutton.
I don't want to miss today's episode.
Here's the station, boss.
Thank heaven.
And so, chin up, but with tear-dimmed eyes, Sally Sutton has given up hope of a reconciliation with her husband Paul and decided on the most drastic of all steps, a divorce.
Now, her husband has been playing around, Rochester. That's all she can do.
Hasn't she got a razor?
No. Now listen.
As we fade in on the Sutton cottage, a cottage that was once a happy American home, we find Sally in conference with her friend and advisor, old Judge Hooper. Sally is speaking.
I can't go on, Judge Hooper. I can't go on like this. It's too much.
There now, Sally.
I've given Paul the best years of my life.
Yes, Sally, honey. And I have to admire the way you've gone through all this. Chin up, but with tear-dimmed eyes.
You said it.
Tell me, old Judge Hooper, what shall I do about Paul?
You might as well face it, Sally, honey. Paul's a drinking man. And if when there's one thing I can't stand, it's a drinking.
Well, what's that?
I think the old judge is loaded.
Oh, he couldn't be.
And your advice, Judge?
You just got to get a divorce, Sally, honey.
Open up, quick.
Oh, my goodness. Sally's house is on fire.
That's us, boss. The chili sauce just boiled over.
Well, turn off the gas and stir it.
Come in. Why, it's old Doc Thompson.
Hello, Sally. Hello, old Judge Hooper.
Hello, old Doc, honey.
He calls everybody honey.
I've got bad news for you, Sally. It's about your husband, Paul.
Paul? What about Paul?
The emergency hospital called just now and told me...
Yes?
That your husband...
Yes, yes?
That your husband, Paul...
Yes, yes, yes? There goes that golly darn radio again. Quick, Rochester, fix it.
Fix it?
Yes, hit it, kick it, shake it.
That's the way you fix an alarm clock.
Oh, wait a minute, let me do it.
all times for this thing to go haywire. I want to know what happened to Paul. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. You ready to take me shopping?
I can't take you now, Mary. Paul's in the emergency hospital.
Paul Whiteman?
No, Paul Sutton. The darn radio went on the blink.
Right in the middle of the heartaches of Sally Sutton. Fix it, boy.
There, good. Good, it's working again. Quiet now. Quiet, Rochester.
And so, don't forget to tune in tomorrow morning for another installment in the heartaches of Sally Sutton.
Well, I'll be...
Till then, this is Truman Clapsaddle. Saying au revoir.
Wait a minute, what happened to Paul?
Oh, shut up.
I'll just have to wait until tomorrow morning, I guess. Let's get back to our canning, Rochester.
What is that stuff, Jack?
Homemade chili sauce. Come on, Rochester, let's start pouring it in the bottle. You hold the funnel.
Oh, fine. Chili sauce and bromo seltzer bottles.
Well, I had a lot of them around. You know how I worry. Now, come on, Rochester. Let's get this stuff all bottled. I got spurs that jingle, jangle, jingle.
That jingle,
as I go riding merrily along. And they sing, oh, ain't you glad you're free? And that song is...
And now, ladies and gentlemen, let us continue with our story of what happened when the two cadets from Santa Ana visited Jack's home. As you remember, Jack, Mary, and Rochester were bottling chili sauce in the kitchen.
As I go riding merrily. There, that's that. Now, how many bottles did we get out of this batch, Rochester?
3 dozen, not counting the 2 that blew up.
Blew up? I didn't hear any of them blow up.
Look for yourself, boss. That ain't a sunset on the ceiling.
Well, wipe it off. Come on, Mary, I'll take you shopping. The car's out in the driveway.
Okay.
And incidentally, Mary, this will be your last ride in the Maxwell. I'm turning it in next week to the junk salvage drive.
Do you think they'll take it?
Yeah. Come on, grab a few of these bottles. I got a rush order from the farmer's market.
I am not walking through Beverly Hills with my arms full of chili sauce.
Oh, all right, I'll take it. There.
Uh-oh, here comes that crazy boy of ours, boss.
He's not crazy. Well, hello, Mr. Billingsley.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Taking some of your blood to the Red Cross, I
No, Mr. Billingsley. This is chili sauce. By the way, would you like to go to the farmer's market with us?
No, thank you. I must go out to my laboratory and work on my new parachute idea.
What's that?
I'm putting ripcords on mushrooms.
Mushrooms for ripcord? For parachutes? My goodness. My goodness, isn't that dangerous?
Oh, yes. You might get a toadstool. Well, goodbye, Mr. Benny.
Goodbye.
Why, Jove, you certainly are.
Now it's parachute. That Mr. Billingsley certainly is a genius when it comes to inventing things.
Oh, yeah? How about that wristwatch he made for me?
What's the matter with that watch?
Every time I go to wind it, the hands get fresh with me.
Oh, stop dreaming things up, will you? See who's at the door, Rochester.
Okay, Mother Bennett.
That's only for the label. Now see who's at the door.
Okay.
That Rochester is so lazy today.
Well, naturally, it's Thursday, his day off.
Not so loud. I didn't tear Wednesday off the calendar. Well, look who's here, Phil Harris.
And he's got his baby with him. Hello, Phil.
Hello, Jackson, Mary. You know, I had the kid out for a ride on my motorcycle, so I thought I'd drop in.
What?
You brought a 5-month-old baby all the way from Encino on a motorcycle?
We only made one stop, Jackson. Changed oil and diapers.
That kid's probably scared to death.
Ah, Jackson, she loved us.
Oh, what a baby. Always laughing.
Yeah. You know, Phil, I think he's going to have curly hair just like you.
Sure, them things are liable to be hereditary.
Hereditary?
He means it runs in the family.
I know what he means. Oh, there she goes giggling again.
Oh, let me hold the baby, Phil.
No, Mary, just let her sit on the table here and play with these bottles.
Careful now, darling. Careful now, sweetheart. Make a note of that, Rochester. 1 bottle of chili sauce to Mr. Harris, 15 cents. Sorry, Phil.
Wait a minute now. I ain't responsible for nothing my kid does. This baby's a minor.
I don't care if she's John L. Lewis. You're paying for that. Now, come on, fork over. Uh-oh.
Now see what you did. You made the baby cry.
Now, baby. Here's another bottle of chili sauce to play with. Your daddy can afford it. Here, take the bottle. There now.
Look out, Jack. Duck!
Ooh.
Holy smoke, she knocked him out.
Quick, Rochester, get some water. Mr. Benning's unconscious.
Let him lay there. He ain't been getting much sleep lately.
Oh, he's coming to. Jack, speak to me.
Oh, where am I?
Sorry, Jackson, but my baby conked you with a bottle.
Did the bottle break?
Absolutely not.
No sale, Jack.
Oh, my head. Listen, Phil. It's all right for you and your baby to come over and pay me a friendly visit. But when that kid of yours deliberately picks up a bottle of Mother Benny's old-fashioned homemade chili sauce and cocks her old Uncle Jack on the head with it, that's
A-B-C-D-E-F-G-H. I got a gal in Kalamazoo. I don't want to boast, but I know she's the toast of Kalamazoo. Years have gone by, my, how she grew. But I like her looks when I carried her books in Kalamazoo. I'm on the send the wire, hopping on a flyer, leaving today. Am I dreaming? I can hear screaming, hiya, Mr. Jackson, everything's okay. A-L-A-M-A-Z-O. What a gal, she's some Fibber. I'll make my bid for that freckle-faced kid I'm hurrying to. I'm going to Michigan to see the sweetest gal in Kalamazoo. Gonna send a wire, hopping on a flyer, leaving today. Am I dreaming? I can hear screaming, hiya, Jackson, everything's okay. A-L-A-M-A-Z-O. What a gal, she's some Fibber. I'll make my bid for that freckle-faced kid I'm hurrying to. I'm going to Michigan to see the sweetest gal in Kalamazoo. Kalamazoo.
I Got a Gal in Kalamazoo, played by Phil Harris and the orchestra. And speaking of Kalamazoo, ladies, whether you're a gal in Kalamazoo or Kankakoo...
Oh, Brother Roo.
Why not serve your husband a bang-up breakfast treat? Just try him on Grapes Nut Flakes.
There you go again. Don, that's great.
And now let us continue with our story of what happened when the two cadets from Santa Ana visited Jack in Beverly Hills. As we left Jack, he'd been knocked cold by a tap from a tiny pot.
Look at that lump on my head. I'm glad Phil took the baby home. Believe me, the next time that kid starts after me, I'm going to be set. I'm going to be ready.
Oh, put your fist down, killer.
Well, I'm mad. Come on, let's take these bottles over to the market. You take the bottles out, Rochester. I'll answer the door. Coming, coming. I got spurs that jingle, jangle, jingle. Oh, my head. As I go riding. Well, a couple of soldiers. Hello, fellas.
Hello. Say, we're cadets from Santa Ana, and we're visiting the movie stars' homes.
You are?
Yeah. Can you tell us where Miss Barbara Stanwyck lives?
Barbara Stanwyck?
Uh-huh.
Yes. She lives about 4 blocks down the street. But as long as you're visiting some of the big movie stars, this happens to be Jack Benny's house. I'm Benny.
Oh, is your son at home?
No, look, I'm Jack Benny. Me. Hello again. I mean, Great Place again. This is Jack Benny. Come on in, boys.
Say, what do you got that dress on for?
Oh, this is an apron. I've been making chili sauce. Come on in.
Oh, well, thanks just the same, but we're especially anxious to meet Barbara Stanwyck.
Oh, yes. Babs. She's a swell girl.
Babs? Who's Babs?
That's Barbara Stanwyck. You see, all her close friends call her Babs. I'll tell you what, fellas, it's only a short way. I'll walk you over there.
Come on, Jack, let's go shopping.
Oh, Mary, come here a minute. I want you fellas to meet Mary Livingston. She's a stooge on my program.
What was that?
Don't sneak up on me. Mary, these boys are cadets from Santa Ana.
Oh, hello, fellas.
Gee, Mary Livingston. Wow, a woman.
I didn't know we had so many people in our front yard. Say, Mary, I promised to take the boys over to Bab's house. Would you like to come along?
Who's Babs?
Babs Stanwyck, Barbara. Come on, fellas, let's go. Well, here we are. I hope Babs is home. I got spurs that jingle, jangle, jingle. Are you excited, boys?
Oh, we sure are.
Good afternoon.
I'm Jack Benny. These 2 cadets would like to meet Miss Stanwyck. Come on, fellas, let's go in.
Just a moment, please. Miss Stanwyck is taking a bath.
Oh, then I'll wait.
You certainly will.
Say, you'll love Babs, fellas. She's my favorite, too.
Who's that at the door down there?
Down there is the butler's name. It's me, Jack Benny. Hello, Barbara.
Oh, hello, Jack.
See a lot of people in her house, too. Say, Barbara, can you come down a minute? I've got something I want to see you about.
Jack, I told you yesterday. I've got enough chili sauce to last me 6 days.
Oh, it's not about chili sauce. I got a couple of cadets from Santa Ana with me. They want to meet you.
Oh, then I'll be right down.
Won't you step in and wait, folks?
Thank you.
By Jove, you certainly are.
He must be a friend of Mr. Billingsley's. Huh? Oh, here's Barbara now.
Hello, Mary. How are you, fellas? Hello, Barbara.
Gee, glad to meet you, Miss Stanwyck. We've sure been looking forward to this.
Hiya, Barbara.
Good heavens, Jack. What are you doing in that apron?
Oh, Mary, why didn't you remind me to take off this apron?
I didn't know if you had any pants on.
I've got pants on, but you can't see them. That Rochester got so patriotic, he cut my cuffs away up to the knees. Sit down, fellas.
Yes, please do.
You know, the boys were over at my house, but they were a little impatient. They were just dying to meet Babs.
Babs? Who's that?
You. All your close friends call you Babs.
Well, I'll be darned. Oh, by the way, would you boys care for a sandwich or something?
Oh, no, thank you, Miss Stanwyck. Just looking at you is enough.
Well, how about your buddy? Would you like a sandwich?
I'm looking at Miss Livingston.
Well, say, I'm hungry, Barbara. I can stand a sandwich.
Well, why don't you go out in the kitchen and make one? You're all dressed for it.
Good. Well, never mind. I'll just have some of these walnuts here. May I?
Go right ahead if I'm not too late.
Thanks.
So you boys are cadets from Santa Ana, huh?
Mm-hmm. My name is Bill Orr, and I'm going to be a bombardier. My buddy here, Peter Hayes, he's studying to be a navigator.
Well, that's wonderful. A bombardier and a navigator.
I'd like to be a pilot. That's for me. Oh, gee, these nuts are good.
Now, wait a minute, Jack.
Well, how many did I eat?
I don't mean that. I mean that the bombardier and the navigator are just as important as the pilot. Their jobs are equally as interesting and require just as much training.
All right. I can't be a pilot anyway. I'm over 26. Or did they raise the age limit to 36?
Till they put wings on rocking chairs, you don't have to worry.
I don't know about that. Boy, these are the best walnuts.
Gee, Miss Stanwyck, you sure got a beautiful home here.
Well, I'm certainly happy you dropped in. Oh, by the way, where are you boys from?
Oh, I'm from Scranton, Pennsylvania. I've only been out here about 2 months.
Scranton, Pennsylvania. And where are you from?
I'm from St. Joe, Missouri.
St. Joe, they love me there. Well, fellas, you've seen Babs. Come back to my house. I'll call up some girls, and the three of us will step out.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. The boys will have a better time right here. Besides, I've seen those girls you go out with.
Did you ever get a load of that one that floats around Beverly Hills on a broomstick?
Quiet.
Oh, I know. Say, Mary, why don't you and I take the boys to the Brown Derby? There's usually a lot of picture people there.
Oh, boy, the Brown Derby?
Now, we can't go to the Brown Derby. They don't use my chili sauce.
Oh, you and your chili sauce. I've tried it, and it's awful.
Oh, yeah? Have you ever tried it on lobster?
Yes, and the lobster thumbed his feelers at me.
Well, naturally, a lobster has to be boiled.
Boiled or sober. He didn't like it.
Well, then I guess I better tear up that testimonial I signed your name to. Say, I've got an idea. Why can't we all go over to Bob Murphy?
Now, look, Jack, you're not coming with us. Barbara and I are going to have lunch with the two boys alone.
Yes, and later this evening we'll go dancing at the McCombo.
I can't go dancing.
No, I asked you to go.
Oh, they didn't, eh? Well, let me tell you something. These boys came all the way to Beverly Hills to see me, and I'm going along.
If you do, you'll pay the check.
We'll see about that, sister. Let me tell you something else, you Brooklyn bombshell. When it comes. Let me tell you something else. When it comes to showing these cadets a good time, I know the hot spots too. I didn't get these bags under my eyes for nothing.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is what happened when two cadets from Santa Ana came to visit Barbara Stanwyck at her home in Beverly Hills.
They came to visit me, Playfield. Gee, these nuts are good.
You know, friends, when you stop to think of it, manpower and woman power are really the result of food power. That's why it's so very important for every man and woman in America to eat nourishing food in this war emergency, especially the vital protective foods, foods such as whole grain cereals. And that's why it's important to see the Great Nuts Flakes appear regularly at your breakfast table. For delicious toasty brown Great Nuts Flakes are a whole grain cereal. This means that Great Nuts Flakes supply important whole grain food values, including 3 essential nutritive elements, iron, niacin, and vitamin B1. In fact, Great Nuts Flakes contain more B1 than you'll find in the whole grain itself. So you see, you get a bowl full of real wartime nourishment when you sit down to a breakfast including malty, rich, sweet-as-a-nut Great Nuts Flakes. So for real breakfast enjoyment, plus real nourishment to start off the day, treat your family tomorrow morning to Great Nuts Flakes.
That was the last number in the second program of the new Great Nuts Flakes program. Great Nuts Flakes. And we're with you at the same time next Sunday. I want to thank Barbara Stanwyck for coming over here to Santa Ana with us. Thanks, Barbara.
Oh, you can call me Babs.
Well, you see, folks, and she loves my chili sauce, too. Good night, everybody.
The next Eddie program is written by Bill Maher and Eddie Beloit. Peter Lynn Hayes and Bill Orr, who appeared on our program, are cadets here at Santa Ana. The presentation of the broadcast from the Army Air Base at Santa Ana is for the enjoyment of the officers and personnel and does not constitute an endorsement of our product by the War Department.
National War Finance Committee invites you to hear one of the world's best-known war correspondents, Quentin Reynolds, in tonight's story of Nazi Eyes on Canada. In Canada, we remember the films that were titled Britain Can Take It, Christmas in London, and Atlantic Convoy. We remember them for the unforgettable voice that told those stories. We've heard that voice in broadcasts from Britain, broadcasts about our own Canadians in uniform over there. From week to week, we've read the reports of that same war correspondent in Collier's Weekly. Reports that have come from the battlefields and capitals of a world at war. In the films, on the air, in the written word, he's brought us stories so human, so sincere, that we felt we were there in Europe, Africa, or Asia with him. He's in Canada tonight to tell us a story about our own country. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Quentin Reynolds.
Thank you. I'm glad to be in Canada. I've met your soldiers in England and Scotland. I know your sons in Air Force Blue who fly over Germany and Libya and Burma. I've seen your Canadian Navy in action in the North Atlantic. I have an undying admiration for Canada. I have no admiration for the Nazi spy whose footsteps you've been retracing across Canada. No, I have no admiration for the renegade who chooses to call himself Colin Ross. I've seen some of the countries he spied out for his Nazi masters. France and Belgium and Holland and Norway, Russia and England. A man who has seen those countries since Hitler struck at them has pictures engraved on his soul that will torment him forever. That's why I remember that Colin Ross spied upon my own country and upon you in Canada. That's why I'm here tonight, to tell you a story about one of your own cities and of a family that lives there. It's a story of Fredericton, New Brunswick, down east in your lovely maritime provinces, and of Sandy Smith and his family. That's lovely music, isn't it? Summer over the Maritimes, the tune is called. Peaceful, quiet, homelike. Like Fredericton, there on the banks of the St. John River. I went salmon fishing up that way one time. There are 11,000 people in Fredericton. They tell me there isn't a better-liked family in the community than the Sandy Smith. No, it isn't a fictitious name. It's as real as the family that wears it, rather proudly. Let's look in on them.
Hello there.
Hi, Dad. Hi.
Hi, any mail today?
2 letters. Mom got one from Albert and Dad
good.
got one from Ed. Wonderful letters, Dad. Long ones.
You can read all of mine except the last 3.
So that guy still loves you. Maybe it's just because he knows we like you so much, eh? Come on, drag him out. You read Bert's, Mother. And,
all right, Dad.
Then, Gladys, you read Ed. All of it.
Yes, they're a real family. They're like most Canadian families. Healthy, happy, hard-working, and they've sent 2 sons overseas. Flight Sergeant Observer Albert Smith of the RCAF and Corporal Edward Smith of the 4th Forestry Company. You know, the Sawdust Fusiliers. I told you about them once in another broadcast. Like most Canadian families, the war has laid a powerful hand on them. 2 sons overseas and a changed economic situation at home. Sandy runs a service station. The gas and oil business isn't what it used to be.
Hold it, Olive.
Is my playing as bad as all that, Dad?
Oh, now, you know I love it. No, I want to hold a family conference.
Uh-oh. Sounds bad to me. What is it, Alec?
Oh, nothing serious. Just a discussion of the economic situation.
Dad, have you been reading those books again?
No. World economics will have to be left to the other fellow. We'll stick to that portion of it that applies to the H. Alex Smith family.
Things are pretty bad at the service station.
Well, gas rationing and the tire situation haven't exactly helped.
Oh, I'm sorry. Look, perhaps I should move out.
Now, hold on. No talk like that. When you married our boy, you didn't get to be just Mrs. Edward Smith. You're part of the family. We love you that way.
That's right, Gladys. You bet it
Don't you dare even think of leaving us.
Besides, you're doing more than your share right now.
Look, Dad, much as I hate the idea of teaching, I'll give up my secretarial course and get a school and then high school and get a job.
No, cut it out. You know, the way you kids leap at that bait makes me feel good. You're a pretty swell bunch. But the economic situation isn't that bad yet. And I don't intend to let it get that bad. What I'm talking about is an advance, not a retreat.
Oh, whatever do you mean?
Well, we've got some land around this house. Why not use it?
You mean farm?
Well, sort of. I want to raise silver foxes.
I think it's a swell idea.
Well, let's get some more chickens.
We've got room for a lot more. I know. Let's raise pigs, too. Gee, we can all help.
That's
Maybe we
the
could...
spirit.
The Smith family. Gas, oil, silver foxes, eggs, brothers, and all jobs on the roof. That's us. You can't beat the Smiths.
That's the Smith family, as real and human as your own family. The service station is still open, and they've got 31 silver foxes, 70 chickens, 30 hens, and 5 pigs to help the budget along. Sandy tells an uproarious tale about the night the pigs broke out of the pen, and with the whole family and most of the neighbors in pursuit, those pigs led them a merry chase over lawns and vegetable gardens, and even into a culvert. It was a rainy night. But we haven't time for that yarn. I'd rather tell you about the night Sandy and his wife were sitting up after all the rest had gone to bed.
What's the matter, Mother?
Nothing, Sandy.
Oh, yes, there is. What is it?
Oh, kind of lonesome around the house.
With 5 of us in it?
No, without a baby around.
Oh, I know. Raising 4 of them sort of gets you into the habit of having a young one around. Well, why don't you get on the telephone?
Telephone?
Call the orphanage at St. John's.
Why, Sandy Smith, what would people think of us adopting a baby at our age?
I don't give a darn what they think. If we want one, who in Sam Hill's going to keep us from it?
No, let's forget it. It's foolishness.
20 is 2. Thanks, Bill.
Sandy, telephone.
Okay, be right there. Better let me clean those spark plugs next time you're in, Bill. Waste a lot of gas if you don't keep them clean.
I'll do that. Thanks, Sandy. I'll be seeing you.
Right. Hello?
Sandy?
Oh, hello, Mom. Want me to get you something at the store?
No. Are you doing anything special tomorrow?
No, not that I know of. Why?
I'm going to St. John's, Sandy, to the orphanage, and you're going with me.
And so the 5 at home at the Smith house became 6. I told you they were pretty fine folks. Ronald Arthur Smith, they named the young fellow. He's 11 months old now. He's the kingpin around that house, but he means even more to everyone there since that day last May when Sandy was called to the phone at the service station.
Hello.
Sandy.
Oh, Mom, honey, what is it?
A telegram.
Which boy is it, Mom?
Bert. Missing in air operations over Germany, May the 15th.
Here, dear. I'll come right home. Bert.
Hello, Smith.
I'm sorry, mister. I'm in a hurry. My helper look after you.
No, I've got to see you alone.
Well, what is it?
Well, look, I need a couple of new tires.
Well,
I wasn't lucky enough to get into one of the essential categories.
What did you think?
Well, those things can always be fixed some way. You've got tires here. You can fix the papers, government forms. Look, I'll bring my car in tonight after dark.
And you can... dirty. Get out of here before I break every bone in your worthless body. Get out, I tell you, or I'll kill you.
They haven't heard from Albert yet. Flight Sergeant Observer Albert Smith, RCAF, missing over Germany. I know those lads. I've watched them take off for Germany. I know the job they do when they get there. I wish you knew, all of you in Canada. I wish you knew these lads as I've known them in England. You're proud. Of course you are. You've got reason to be proud. But you who haven't any sons over there, I wonder if you know what they're doing for all of us, those boys in the RCAF. That's why I'm going to look into the future, take a long leap ahead, and tell you what will happen to the Smith family of Fredericton and to your family and mine if we let those boys down. Those boys in the Air Force and the Army and the Navy. Maybe some of you better shut your radio off now. They told me some of you have these past few weeks while you've been hearing about Nazi Eyes on Canada. Better shut it off then, because this is truth you're going to hear, and the truth sometimes isn't easy to listen to. What I'm going to tell you has to do with a town not unlike Fredericton, but so that we can understand it, let's think of it as Fredericton and the family, the Sandy Smith. Suppose the things we have done, the things we do now and tomorrow should fail. Suppose we should fail as they failed in Europe to stop that army of Hitler. What then?
Any news, Sandy?
Well, Halifax and Sydney have fallen. There's a battle going on in the Bay of Fundy. St. John Falls will be straight in their path.
The children. Can we send them somewhere? Would they be safe in the woods, up north somewhere?
Oh, maybe for a while. Then what?
Are the trains running to Upper Canada? Could we get them to Ontario or the prairies?
No, Ontario is being attacked from the north through Hudson's Bay. They've already blasted every war industry in Toronto and Hamilton. The prairies, the Japs have already reached the Rocky Mountains from the Pacific coast.
Is it the same in the States?
No, it's worse.
Well, we've faced trouble before, and we can face it again. And in the same way.
Yeah. Really. The Smith family stick together.
The Germans closed the factory today, Dad. Told us to go home and stay home.
The Nazi took over my service station today. Told me to report to the lumber yards tomorrow morning. Or else.
Did you hear what they did to the men at the radio station? Mr. Neal and his staff tried to blow up the studio building and the transmitter down the river. They shot them all. Sandy, they were here today and ordered us to move out of the house by noon tomorrow.
Well, they won't get my home. I'll make them take it over my dead body.
That won't do any good, Sandy. Don't you see? What'll become of us if you're not here? We can live anywhere, just so we're together. I waited 5 hours in line, Mother, and just before I got to the door, they closed the store and said if the rest of us wanted any bread, we'd have to come back tomorrow. There's some soup left from yesterday, dear. Don't tell Dad we haven't eaten when he comes home. Let's all pretend we couldn't wait. Oh, they're killing him in that lumber mill. 14 hours yesterday. Dad, what is it? What have they done to you?
Just about beating the life out of me, I guess.
What happened? Why did they do it? Gladys, get the doctor.
Oh, never mind, Gladys. The doctor couldn't come if he wanted to.
Oh, Daddy! Get some hot water, quick, Jean. Olive, tear up a sheet, a pillowcase, anything for bandages.
I don't know if it matters, Mom. They'll have to take care of me from now on anyway. They're taking me away tomorrow.
Sandy! Where?
To work in the woods. Cut timber. That's what turned them loose on me. I said I wouldn't leave my family. They said I couldn't help myself. Well, I tried to help myself. You can't beat whips and bayonets and steel butts with your bare fists. Not when they're 20 to 1 against you.
Who is this man you have here, and what is he charged with?
His name is Schmidt. They call him Sandy Schmidt. He has been in the forest cutting timber for 3 months. When he returned, he found that his family had moved. He couldn't find them. It would seem he went quite mad.
Well, what have you to say, Smith?
Oh, he cannot speak, Herr Oberst. He is quite unconscious.
Well, I gave him an opportunity to speak in his own defense, anyway. Perhaps another 3 months in the woods would be good for him. It's so ordered.
I shall send him at once before he...
No, wait. Wait, I have a better idea. They need men in St. John at the wood pulp plant where they're making acid. The fumes there will perhaps clear his head,
Jane, what is it? Father's escaped from the Germans. He got out of the chemical plant. They tried to find him. He's out of their hands. Oh, thank God for that. They posted a reward for him, alive or dead. He'll try to get to us. He'll be here as fast as he can travel. Oh, we're a long way from St. John these days, Mother. He'll have to travel on foot. And at night, always watch. They'll be watching us. They'll put the Gestapo around all of us. They'll catch him as soon as he tries to reach his family. But what can we do? How can we stop him from coming? They're here, the Germans. Don't give away that we know, Daddy. I'll go.
Mrs. Smith?
Yes? What do you want?
Get out of my way. You're under arrest. You and everyone in this house.
What have we done? What do you want with us?
The man known as Sandy Smith has escaped from the plant in which she was working. And in the process of escaping, he killed a guard, a German guard. We have reason to believe he's hiding here with his family.
He isn't here.
Where is he?
I don't know.
You do know. He's not brought out at once. If you don't tell us where he's hiding.
I don't know where he is. And if I did, I wouldn't tell you.
No? I believe you do know. And I believe you will tell us.
She doesn't know. None of us know. We only heard just now, just before you came, that Daddy'd escaped.
So? You knew that he had escaped. Well, that's very interesting. Very interesting. And how could you here, in Fredericton, know what had happened in St. John, eh?
I tell you, we don't know where Daddy is.
Where are the other members of this household?
My daughter-in-law is at the food store, waiting in line for the food you condescend to let us have from our own land. My baby boy is playing in the backyard. My other daughter is...
The other daughter? Where is she?
She is working for you. You should know that. You picture yourself as a file clerk for your office.
So, that's the answer. Hey, you'll all come with me.
Where?
You can no longer ask questions like that and expect an answer. One of my men will bring your son from the yard where he's playing. Another will find your daughter-in-law. My file clerk will join us at my office. We'll have a family reunion, eh? I assure you, Mrs. Smith, if your husband is not turned over to us within 12 hours, if he's not apprehended so that he may be executed for his crime in taking the life of a German, you and the members of this family will be made to pay the penalty. But in that case, I can assure you, the penalty will not be the easy one of death. Do I need to make myself more plain?
No. You don't need to speak more plainly.
Then tell us where your husband is at this moment.
I don't know. And if your threat is true, I pray God I may never know.
Who is it? Sandy. Sandy Smith.
Quick. Get inside.
Yeah. Thanks.
Sandy. How did you get here? What happened to you? Where have you been?
One question at a time, Warren. And let me ask mine first. What's become of my family?
I don't know, Sandy. There have been rumors, but
don't try to shield me, Warren. We've been friends too long for that. I can take it. God knows I ought to be able to take anything after the last 6 months. Where's Mom and the girls and Ronnie?
Ronnie? Ronnie is back where you got him, Sandy, in the orphanage. It's filled to overflowing with children from families that stood out against the Germans.
And the girls?
I don't know, Sandy. I don't know.
And Mom? Warren?
Well?
Where is she? What happened to her? Warren, tell me. You must.
Well, unreal, impossible, fantastic. Such things could never happen here. That's what the people of Czechoslovakia and Poland thought a few years ago. That's what the people of Norway and Belgium and France and Holland thought only a few short years ago. But such things did happen. Such things are happening every day among 80 million people who are enslaved. Pretty grim, isn't it? Well, what would you do about it if you found yourself in that kind of a situation? I'll tell you how one man faced it, and it's the way Sandy Smith of Fredericton would face it, too.
Warren, do you think I could get across the river to my house?
Not a chance in the world. They've got Fredericton patrolled just about every 50 feet tonight. The big shot will be here tomorrow on an inspection trip. They're going to make sure nothing happens to disturb the peace. A German peace while he's here.
Big shot. Wait a minute. Who do you mean?
The Gauleiter of the North Atlantic region.
This Gauleiter. Is he the one that ordered the tanks to run down the women who tried to storm the food warehouse?
Yes.
Then you've got to help me get across the river. Tonight.
Sandy, you can't. You'll never make it. Wait a few days. No one knows you're here. But if you go out tonight with these special patrols all over, you won't have... Why not wait till the Gauleiter has left town?
That's just why I've got to get to my old house tonight. I buried a gun there when the Nazis first came.
They're coming around the bend from the old Parliament buildings now.
Then get away from here and leave me alone. You're not in this, Warren.
I'm in it as much as you are, Sandy.
One's enough, I tell you. I'll wait till I hear the cars just opposite. I'm getting closer now. Get out while you've got time.
No. And that's final.
You did enough last night helping me. I don't need help from here on. It's my show now, Warren.
There's the first car. And the second.
There he is.
By order of our Führer, for the assassination of the governor of the German North Atlantic provinces, it is decreed that every male Canadian citizen of Fredericton, men and boys, shall be executed and buried in graves that they shall dig themselves. That every female, women and girls shall be deported to German work camps for life. That this city shall be destroyed, every building torn down, not one stone left standing upon another.
This place, Herr Schultz? It's many years since I was here the last time. Yes, it would be a beautiful location for a city. It was a city once, you know. Schultz, look over there. You see that post with a sign on it? Yeah. Once there stood in that very spot the buildings of a provincial parliament. Those people didn't choose to accept our way. They killed an important official of our early colonial government in this country. It was used as a means to teach all these Canadian people who were their masters. Schultz, read what the sign says now.
Here once stood a city called Fredericton.
Impossible? I wonder. Do you remember a name in the headlines a few short months ago? A name spelled Lidice. Lidis, they called it. It was in Czechoslovakia, remember? Where once it stood, there is just such a sign today. The Germans boast of that fact, and they boast that they killed every man and boy who lived there. They boast that every woman and girl is now a nameless slave somewhere in Greater Germany. All because a Gestapo chief who had earned the nickname of the Hangman had been assassinated. Could it happen in Canada or in the United States? If I know the people of those two countries, it would happen again and again if the Nazis ever landed on our shores. We wouldn't take readily to their ways over here. But do we want to be remembered in history for that kind of heroism? Nameless graves, forgotten cities. Perhaps the real Sandy Smith, the man whose family we used as an illustration tonight, can answer that question for all of us. I'm going to ask him to speak to us now from his lovely city of Fredericton.
It is a strange feeling to hear your own life broadcast over the air. It's an even stranger feeling to hear what might happen to a man's own family if we lose this war. The only thing that matters to me in this world is my family, and so help me God, everything I have and everything I am are in this thing to the finish. We must not lose this war.
That's the answer, Canada. The answer that you're going to make into ships and tanks and planes and guns when you open your victory loan a week from tomorrow. Nothing matters now but victory.
The Honorable J.L. Ilsley, Minister of Finance, has asked me to express to you, Quentin Reynolds, the deep appreciation of every Canadian for your message tonight. Canada thanks you.
It's Texaco time with Fred Allen, Roland Young, Wee Bonnie Baker, Portland Hopper, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. This is Arthur Godfrey saying you're welcome for Texaco dealers from coast to coast. Welcome to the Texaco Star Theater and to Texaco dealers' wholehearted help in keeping that car of yours going for the transportation you've got to have. Your Texaco dealer has the skill and the Texaco quality products. They're yours for more miles for your car. His Marfac 40-point chassis lubrication protects every vital chassis part against excessive wear. And especially nowadays, when every mile counts, use his high-quality gasoline, Texaco Fire Chief, or premium Texaco Sky Chief. In short, make a Texaco dealer your car warden and see him regularly. It's his job to help you care for your car or your country. And now, ladies and gentlemen, there is only one comedian in radio you can tune in during a blackout who isn't bright enough to violate the law. And here he is, Fred Allen, in person.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, Arthur, how do you like your job?
This announcing's a new racket to me, Fred. I never realized an announcer had so much to do.
Oh, yes. You know, on a program like this, Arthur, the announcer is as busy as a short-tailed cow in fly time. But I should make it a short-arm traffic cop for the city, I guess. That's a long joke. You know, besides opening the program, the announcer has to read the commercials, he has to run down the aisle and tickle the audience, Arthur. He has to laugh at the jokes, sweep out the theater, and we're through. Do you think you're going to like it?
There's just one thing, Fred.
Yes, Arthur?
About my salary.
Well, that's all settled. I'll pay you the same as you got last week.
Wait a minute. Last week you said it was an audition and I worked for nothing.
Well, I know, but this week, don't forget, the president froze all salaries as of last week. So you are all set for the duration.
Gee, it's lucky I got a sideline. Peanuts, popcorn.
And while Brother Godfrey passes among us with his wares, let us turn in toto to the latest news of the week. The March of Trivia presents its weekly lowlight from the world of news. New York City, New York. In a sweeping effort to stamp out gambling in Manhattan, Mayor orders police to arrest bookmakers and tin horn horse players and to clean up all the city's gambling resorts. To check on the crusade's results, the March of Trivia questioned several victims of horse betting ban. First, Odds-on Oscar, a prominent bookmaker, says,
on behalf of New York's 16,000 bookmakers, I want to thank the mayor for showing us the error of our ways. We are through with bookmakers. We're going straight.
Well, what are you bookmakers doing now?
We're selling numbers.
Well, have you quit making book personally, Oscar?
Yeah. I experimented camouflaging me joint, but it was no go.
Well, how do you mean?
Well, I tried making book in a pet shop.
Making book in a pet shop, huh?
Yeah, I had a parrot hanging outside. You whispered your bet to the parrot would tell it to me.
Oh, I see. Well, the police finally caught up with you, huh?
Yeah, I got away lucky. The parrot got 20 years.
That was the end of the pet shop.
Yeah, then I opened up a delicatessen on 47th Street.
You were making book in a delicatessen?
Uh-huh. In the window, I had a big smoked tongue.
Oh, a smoked tongue in the window. And inside the store?
On the counter, I had 2 dill pickles and 17 telephones.
What happened with the delicatessen?
I got raided last night. I was lucky to get away. I got tipped off.
Well, who tipped you off?
When the cops come to the door,
yeah?
The tongue in the window yelled, "Cheese it!"
The man who built a better mousetrap knew how to cheese it, too. And thank you, odds-on Oscar. A plainclothes officer who led a gambling raid, a successful gambling raid, was Commando Detective Shimmick Ball.
Why, Tuesday alone I made 600 arrests. The axles on a patrol wagon was red hot.
What? What was your outstanding arrest, Detective Ball?
Well, in a vacant store on 8th Avenue, I seen 20 men kneeling down on a circle. Looked like a crap game.
And it wasn't?
When I got inside, there was no dice.
What did you do?
I says, look, if this ain't no dice game, what are you 20 guys doing down on your knees?
And?
They says, we're saying goodbye to a midget. He's been drafted.
What did you do?
I knelt down and shook hands with the midget. He rattled.
You mean?
The midget swallowed the dice.
He was nearer to them, perhaps. Well, no kidding.
Yeah, I had him x-rayed. The judge gave him 30 days.
Well, it won't hurt a midget to go up for a stretch, and thank you, Detective Shimmick Ball. A young lady who has some definite opinions on gambling is Miss Veronica Buxbaum. How do you feel about this new gaming crusade, Veronica?
Frankly, I would say the elimination of gambling should be done away with.
Are you unlucky?
Hitler should have mine luck.
Well, why are you so set against gambling?
Thanks to gambling, today Veronica Buxbaum is a spinster.
Tell me, what happened?
Well, for 7 years I am keeping company with a gambler.
A gambler, huh?
He's calling himself Lucky Feinschreiber.
Was he really lucky?
Lucky? At pinball, he is winning without tilting.
Why, that's uncanny.
He is asking me to marry. I'm saying yes. Always lucky is lucky.
Was the wedding date said?
Everything is hot-to-tatsa.
Hot-to-tatsa, huh?
Then Lucky is starting to gamble.
To gamble with whom?
First the jeweler. Lucky is matching for the ring. He is winning.
Yes?
Next, the license clerk Lucky is tossing for the $2, double or nothing. Again, he is winning.
Yeah?
As Klein, Lucky is tossing for my trousseau.
Really?
This he is winning. With 2 pounds rice.
With the trousseau. You are all set for the nuptials.
Not only this, the wedding is ready also.
Fine.
I am quitting Bloomingdale. I'm giving Lucky $200. This should be my dowry.
And your wedding day arrived?
That morning, Lucky is getting a notice from his draft board. Yeah.
Something happened?
He is gambling.
Well, how do you mean?
Lucky is betting the draft board, Mom, $200. 7 to 5, they're not catching him.
And?
Today at Bloomingdale's I am back.
Yeah.
At the draft board is Mom, $200. And at Fort Dix is Lucky Feinschreiber.
He's Private Feinschreiber, hey?
The next time I am seeing Private Feinschreiber, what I am telling him wouldn't be so private.
Looks like the private is in for some corporal punishment. And thank you, Miss Veronica Bucksbaum. Well, I guess that takes care
Harry, pray, old jackanapes. Falstaff's here with jibes and japes.
Openshaw, not again.
The Ogden Nash of Flash is at your service.
You have foaled some new odes, have you?
Have you heard, was it Malice, Alice, when you stomped upon my callus?
No, I haven't heard that.
It was strictly entre nous, so I showed her my tattoo.
No, I haven't heard that.
They wouldn't have taken Mother away in the scrap drive if she hadn't shown her metal.
Now, wait. Tonight, it so happens, we have been talking about the mayor's crusade on gambling.
Precisely why I am here. I have written a song.
Oh, fine.
I have brought the Mineola Mini Singers with me to render it.
Oh, these are the Mineola Mini Singers here?
Yes, the little man was formerly Charles of John, Charles, and Thomas.
Oh. And this other chap?
Oh, he is an nonentity by choice.
Well, it's all right with me. I won't pry. Tell me, can we have them sing this horse song of yours?
I'll feel them out.
I wish you would.
Are we in caroling mood, gentlemen?
Yes, Mr. Openshaw.
Very well. Let us have our horse lament.
East side, west side, all around the town. You can't bet a horse to win or place. All the bookies are closed down. The Tin Horn Sports and Brass Mouth have been told to take a walk. You can be pinked with a Charlie horse on the sidewalks of New York.
Thank you, boys. Thank you. Thank you. And from the Mineola Minisingers, ladies and gentlemen, we turn to our guest chanteuse this evening, wee Bonnie Baker. Well, how are you this evening, Miss Baker?
I'm fine, thank you, Mr. Allen.
I hear that you became engaged to Lieutenant Aaron Tucker today. Bonnie, may we be the first to congratulate you. You don't mind, do you?
Thank you very much, Mr. Allen.
Tell me, would you rather, on this festive evening, would you rather sing something for me, or would you like to have me sing something for you?
I think I would enjoy hearing you sing.
Well, you'd be the only one, Bonnie. I think I'll leave the chanting up to you. Now, what would you like to sing?
I get the neck of the chicken.
Oh, boy, you're lucky. You should see what I get from Lindy personally. Mr. Goodman, if you will.
I get the neck of a chicken. I get the rumbleseat ride. I get the leaky umbrella. Everyone shoves me aside. When I jump in my shower each morn, sure I say I'm too late. All the hot water is gone. I get the neck of the chicken. I get the hand-me-down shawl. And when there's company weekend, I get the couch in the hall. That's why I can't get over this dream that's come true. If I get the neck of a chicken, how did I ever get you? I get the neck of a chicken. I get the burnt piece of toast. I get the seat in the movie, smacko in back of a post. When morning papers come to the door, sure I say I'm too late, and they're mine long about 4. I get the guy with the glasses, wearing an awful toupee. Somebody else gets the victim a tour. Mine's always strictly 4A. That's why I can't get over this fine howdy-do. If I get the neck of the chicken, well, how did I ever get you?
Thank you, Mrs. Tucker. That was very nice. Mrs. Tucker to be.
No, let me go. Don't do that.
Come along, brother, right up to the mic
wait,
here.
Just a minute. What is this, Arthur? Who is this gentleman you're dragging up here by the scruff of the pantaloons there?
This character, Mr. Allen, is a rubber shrugger.
Well, what is a rubber shrugger?
A rubber shrugger?
Grapes, nuts, flakes is what I
A rubber shrugger is a guy that just shrugs when you tell him about wasting rubber.
And who was wasting rubber? I was only driving my car.
At 60 miles an hour you were driving. That's why I borrowed you from that cop. Look, brother, do you realize that when you drive at 60, you wear out your tires twice as fast as you do at 35?
Twice as fast? No kidding.
Not only no kidding, you keep it up and you'll have no tires.
So what? I see by the papers I can get new tires now.
Yeah, but you may also have noticed that to get new tires, you'll have to drive under 35 and give your tires proper care.
Oh.
And 60 per is not proper care.
No.
You've got to remember that your car and my car and everybody's car is a part of the stream of transportation that takes America to work and to school and to market.
Uh-huh.
If you let your tires go bluey, you're just not going to be allowed to buy new ones, and your car's going to be out of action. And if everybody does that, it's going to slow the whole country down.
I say, I never thought of that. I'll stay under 35 from now on.
Attaboy. And listen, you know when your car passed me with those squeaks, it sounded like breakfast time in a bird shop.
No kidding.
Now, if you pardon the plug, you permit the plug, you should drive into your Texaco dealer for his Marfac 40-point chassis lubrication service and get those squeaks out. That Marfac service really protects your car. And while you're there, remember, nowadays, when every mile counts, it's smarter than ever to use your Texaco dealer's high-quality gasoline, Texaco Fire Chief, or premium Texaco Sky Chief.
We interrupt Mr. Goodman's rendition of Kalamazoo at this time. It was sung earlier tonight by Mr. Phil Harris, who sounds like Skinny Ennis on key. Mr. Goodman didn't quite get the Kalamazoo. The song stopped 2 bars this side of Battle Creek.
Mr. Alice!
Well, Portland. Say, this is a fine time to show up, Portland. You know, we're only on for half an hour this year. Now, if you come any later than this, you know, you're going to start showing up in the middle of Phil Baker's Take It or Leave It program. How come you're so tardy?
Well, I was over taking Mama her lunch.
Lunch? Well, it's almost 10 o'clock.
I know. Mama's on the night shift.
The night shift where?
Mama's a welder in the Brooklyn Navy Yard. She's wearing goggles and slacks.
Well, your mother had better not bend over in those slacks. Somebody will hit her with a bottle and launch your mother for an invasion. How is your mother doing on the job over there?
The first day, Mama welded her foreman to the superintendent.
Well, that's good. They'll get paid double time from now on.
The shipyards are building boats faster every day.
Oh, I know that. You know, Henry Kaiser's building boats so fast that workers in the yard think they have astigmatism, and it's only portholes going by.
They're building all kinds of new boats, too.
Well, there isn't anything new in the way of boats, Portland. You know, all the boats you see today are mentioned in that book, Around the World in 80 Days. You know who wrote Around the World in 80 Days?
Wendell Willkie?
Wendell will do better than that if he doesn't stop to talk. You know, the way Wendell is, say, somebody's at the door. Come in. Yes?
Is this the Texaco canteen?
Why, it's Roland Young.
I hope I'm not too late, old boy.
Too late for what, Mr. Young?
Show isn't over, is it?
Looking at you, I would say yes, Mr. You have something in mind?
Yes, the sponsor sent me over. It's about your first show last week.
Oh, did you hear our opening program last Sunday?
Yes. Bit of the old PU. What?
You're not supposed to smell radio programs, Mr. Young. You're supposed to listen to them.
But a radio program coming out of a loudspeaker has to pass the nose to get to the ears.
So?
Your program last Sunday didn't quite make it.
You say our sponsor sent you over?
Yes, I'm here to whip things into shape, start the ball rolling, give the proceedings a bit of the old rooty toot.
Oh, you have some changes for the show in mind, have you?
Mm-hmm. First, we'll have to get rid of this orchestra.
Oh, now, wait a minute. You can't break up Mr. Goodman's band. Why, this is the only chance Mr. Goodman has to see his whole family together.
His music is icky. Strictly long hair. What this show needs is a jive combo. A band with some real swingaroo.
Swingaroo? You know of such a band?
Just got the man. Rodney Smith Bennington and his gut bucket gondoliers.
Rodney Smythe Beddington and his gut bucket gondoliers, you say?
They're playing in a little tea shop on 57th Street.
Well, look, Mr. Young, if they're happy in the tea shop...
No, Rodney wants to get away. People are always throwing wet tea bags into the French horn.
Well, he won't like it here with the French horn. Our audience chews tobacco, People are, well, if the band is the only change you have in mind, Mr. Young...
No, I have a few pointers for you, too, old boy.
Oh, about my comedy?
Yes, after all, let's face it, old man, you are the corny type, you know.
I am corny, you say?
Definitely, but stiff upper lip, old boy. With a little training, you can be a second Red Skelton.
Red Skelton? Well, what has Red Skelton got that I couldn't have lifted?
He doed it, old boy, you didn't.
Why, I have been a comedian for 30 years.
That's just it. Just the point. It's about time you were getting some new jokes.
New jokes in radio?
I'll rip off a screamer to give you an idea, right?
Oh, you have jokes? Well, what is this screamer you have?
You say to me, I speak 6 dead languages.
All right. I speak 6 dead languages.
It's too bad I'm not a corpse, old boy. I'd have a long talk with you.
Very clever.
That's what this program needs. More of that sort of thing.
Well, tell me, Mr. Young, how did you acquire your flair for the trite?
Oh, I come from a theatrical family.
Oh, yes. You know, I've seen your family crest. It's a ham rampant on a field of catcalls. I've seen it many times.
My grandfather was on the stage years ago.
Oh, your grandfather was an actor?
Yes, he died and left in the state of 1 bamboo cane, 40 Pullman towels, a book of bad press notices, and a piece of nose putty.
A bit of nose putty, huh? And that's why you, I'm looking ahead to next week's show, Mr. Young. That's why you went into the theater?
Yes, I got my first job in London.
Acting?
Not exactly. I was hired to beat the woodpeckers off the Herbert Beerbohm tree.
Oh, you beat the woodpeckers? You're really a self-made man.
Yes, but if I had to do it over again, I think I'd call in somebody.
I see your point. Well, tell me, Mr. Young, now that you've fixed up my program, are you going back to Hollywood?
No, I'm here in New York to do a play.
Oh, a drama?
No, it's a little romantic trifle. You know, Act 1, Esmeralda, I love you. Act 2, Malcolm, you can't do this to me. Act 3, he does. Quick curtain.
Sounds rather interesting. It's strange that you're coming here, Mr. Young. You know, I've been thinking of going to Hollywood. Charlie Lawton was here last week and told us that most of the glamour boys are in the Army and leading men are scarce.
That's true, Fred. At your age, you should get plenty of work out there.
Why, I hear that they're casting W.C. Fields in the next Andy Hardy picture. It's called Love Finds Andy Hardy, but it's too late. You know W.C. Fields, of course.
Yes, I saw Bill just before I left Hollywood.
Well, how is the old boy?
Bill's doctor made him give up drinking brandy. It was giving him the shakes.
Well, how does Bill look? Better?
Definitely worse.
He looks worse after giving up the brandy?
Yes, the shakes were the only exercise Bill ever got.
Well, I haven't seen Bill in a picture lately. What is he doing these days?
Bill's too busy to make pictures. He's in great demand at all the ship launchings.
Oh, you mean he christens the ships?
When they run out of champagne...
Yes.
As the ship slides down into the water...
Yes.
Bill breathes on the hull.
The last time I saw Bill out in Hollywood, he breathed on me and removed 4 spots from my vest.
I see he didn't get them all.
But tell me, are you enjoying your stay here in New York?
I've been having quite a bit of trouble, Fred. I can't get anything to eat here.
You can't eat? Why, all the restaurants have those dollar dinners.
My trouble. All those dollar dinners start with a shrimp cocktail. And if there's anything I can't stand, it is a shrimp cocktail.
Well, you don't have to eat the shrimp cocktail, Roland.
Oh, don't I? Come with me and I'll show you what happens.
All right. There's a little place around the corner here called Pierre's. Let's go.
Welcome to Pierre's. How many, please?
A table for 2.
Ah, here we are.
Thank you.
And here are your menus, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You'll find Pierre's dollar dinner very nice, gentlemen.
That's how it always starts, Fred.
Well, now what happens, Roland?
Well, the waitress generally shows up now.
Did you gents give your orders?
No, we're just looking over the menu, miss.
The dollar dinner's the speciality of Pierre's.
We'd rather order a la carte.
You can't order a la carte. It confuses the chef. What's yours, mister?
Well, I'm not eating. I just came in with my friend here.
Then give me back the napkin. What's yours, mister?
I'll have the dollar dinner.
It's delicious. Which appetizer will you have, herring or shrimp cocktail?
I don't like shrimp cocktail. I'll take this herring.
We're all out of herring. All we got is shrimp cocktail.
All right, I'll take the dollar dinner without the shrimp cocktail.
Without the shrimp cocktail, it ain't the dollar dinner.
Now, look, miss, please, just bring it in. I'll eat the shrimp cocktail.
That makes it a la carte. We don't serve a la carte. It confuses the chef.
Now, look. My friend here doesn't like shrimp cocktail.
No, shrimps give me vertigo.
Yes, I will eat the shrimp cocktail on his dollar dinner. Now, what's the difference?
There's a big difference. If you eat the shrimp cocktail, it ain't his dollar dinner no more.
Well, all I want...
If you want a shrimp cocktail, you gotta get your own dollar dinner.
Well, I don't want to eat.
Then what are you butting in for?
This is what happens every time, Fred.
Well, I'll straighten this thing out, Roland. Miss, call the head waiter, please.
Okay. Mater D!
Yes, Maisie?
These gentlemen.
Oh, yes, sir. What seems to be the trouble?
I'm ordering the dollar dinner.
Ah, you'll start with the shrimp cocktail, of course.
I don't want the shrimp cocktail.
All my friend here wants is the dollar dinner without the shrimp cocktail.
Oh, without the shrimp
Yes.
cocktail. Well, that'll be the 65-cent merchant special.
Yes, well, that sounds bully. Bring me the merchant special.
Very good, sir. We're having a surprise entree on the merchant special today. It comes with crevettes en glace.
What is that crevette en glace?
Shrimp cocktail.
But I can't eat the shrimp cocktail.
Well, what do you want with a 65-cent dinner? Goldfish?
Now, wait a minute, you tuxedo jerk. This man here is hungry. You have got more food on your dicky than he has had to eat in the last 3 days.
Now, wait a minute. Don't yell at me. I don't own the place. I only work here. I ain't got no authority. You'll have to see the chef.
Well, get the chef in here.
Yes, sir. Hey, chef! Que voulez-vous? Toujours les arguments. I am master the chef. What is the difficulty, you see?
No difficulty, old boy. I merely ordered the dollar dinner.
Oui.
Can he get the dollar dinner?
Oui.
Without the shrimp cocktail.
Without shrimp cocktail, no. It is impossible.
Well, why does he have to have the shrimp cocktail?
Look, I myself, the chef, am personally to prepare the shrimp cocktail. Who is not eating the shrimp cocktail is making insult to me.
But I can't eat shrimp.
They give him vertigo.
Who are you? I wouldn't cook for you. No, monsieur, not manger.
I should think I was Laval the way he went out of here.
Come on, Fred, let's go.
Now, wait a minute, Roland. I'll get the owner of this joint. Waitress, miss.
Yes, sir.
Get the Frenchman who owns this place out here.
Hey, Pierre!
Always a mismatch. Who is calling Pierre? What is cooking?
Nothing's cooking. That's the trouble.
Yes, my friend here wants something to eat.
So he'll eat. Who's stopping him? Pierre is taking the order.
My friend wants the dollar dinner.
So stop yelling. He'll get the dollar dinner. First is coming out shrimp cocktail.
But he wants the dollar dinner without the shrimp cocktail.
Yes, I couldn't do it. With the dollar dinner has got to come in shrimp cocktail.
But I can't eat the shrimp cocktail.
Listen. Listen, buddy, on the dollar dinner, my own brother has got to eat shrimp cocktail.
Pierre.
So what?
This man is faint.
He got hungry. I didn't send for him.
I'm starving.
You've got to give him something to eat.
If he wouldn't eat shrimp cocktail, he's breaking up our dinner. Then Pierre is closing up tonight. He will have one shrimp cocktail left over. My books wouldn't balance. I should go through life always with one shrimp cocktail left over.
You must have something in the kitchen you can give him.
Yes, I'll take anything, even raw meat.
Okay, raw meat I could give you.
At last, Roland, now you're all set.
Good. Give me an order of raw meat.
Coming up. One raw meat. Raw meat. Raw meat. Shrimp cocktail.
Thank you. Next Sunday night, ladies and gentlemen, our singing guest will be Benet Venuta from the Broadway hit by Jupiter, and our featured guest will be Mr. Orson Welles. And now, Arthur, have you anything to add?
Just a scrap, Fred. The scrap piles in every city are mounting higher and higher, but more and more is needed. You see, practically everything we need to win this war is made one half from scrap metal. Tanks, planes, aircraft carriers, everything. Throw your scrap into the fight.
Thank you, Arthur. This is Fred Allen speaking for Texaco dealers from coast to coast, reminding you to drive under 35 to save rubber and to drive into your Texaco dealer regularly to have your tires checked. Remember, you're welcome. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Bars Incorporated, makers of Milky Way candy bars, invite you to step right up to the Fountain of Fun.
John Cornell welcoming you to the Fountain of Fun, the Crossroads Soda Parlor, where we hear from Phil Brito, the Thrasher Sisters, and Phil Davis and his orchestra. And here's the drip of the fountain, the jerk of the joint, Bob Jellison.
I'll be with you just as soon as I wait on this customer. Now, you say you'd like to have this photograph retouched. Well, we can do a nice job for you. Any suggestions?
Well, it's my uncle, see? He's got his hat on, see? And we'd like to have it show him without his hat on, see?
Uh-huh. Well, we can remove the hat, all right. Now, which side did he part his hair on so we can retouch it properly?
What are you asking me for, stupid? You can see for yourself when you take his hat off.
Thank goodness, saved by the bell. Hello? Oh, it's you, Mrs. Updike. What's that? Do we carry dandruff removers? Oh, sure. I'll send something right out. Yes, it's a fine old Indian remedy for removing dandruff. A tomahawk.
Incorporated, makers of Milky Way candy bars, present Fountain of Fun. We hope you will enjoy this program today as much as you will always enjoy the taste of a Milky Way. At work or play, a tasty bar of Milky Way is a delightful treat. As a pick-me-up during the day, or as a wholesome, nourishing taste treat for the children after school, Milky Way candy bars have become an American institution. Every day, countless thousands of Milky Ways are placed in lunchboxes throughout America and are taken to busy factories. Then, at lunchtime, that Milky Way in the lunchbox becomes a luxurious dessert. Unusual as a dessert because of its extremely high nutritional value, and even more unusual because of its rare, delightful taste. With each bite, the pure milk chocolate coating, the layer of smooth, creamy caramel, and the luscious center of chocolate nougat flavored with real malted milk melt into that thrilling taste blend found only in a Milky Way. When you crave good candy, eat a Milky Way.
From the Fountain of Fun. And I do want to thank the thousands of people who wrote, especially the 4 people who mailed their letters. Of course, the autograph hounds were terrible after last week's show. I had to run as fast as I could. Even then, I couldn't catch any of them.
Well, I like the show, Bob.
Well, John, we do have a modern program. In fact, I'd say it's ahead of the times.
Ahead of the times? What do you mean?
Well, look at Phil Davis, our chubby little orchestra leader. He's had a second front for years.
And say, Bob, wasn't that a swell party our boss, old Dr. Fiddlefaddle, gave after the show?
Yeah, but that sure was a bumpy ride down to his house. Gosh, how his old Stanley steamer bounced and jerked. Stop, go. Stop, go. First time in my life I ever did the conga sitting down.
And wasn't that a sight watching Phil Brito dance with Veronica Lagoon?
Oh, yeah. Gosh, was she clumsy. You know, Phil said it was the worst dance he had all night.
Polka?
No, he just shoved her around a little. But say, I noticed you were having a little trouble with your gal, Johnny. What was the matter?
Oh, she's a graduate from Vassar, you know. And have you ever seen anything more stubborn than a Vassar grad?
Sure, a Stalingrad.
Well, you sure made a fool of yourself at the party, Bob. Acting and reciting all over the place.
Look, I'll have you know, Johnny, I was a famous performer once, and I got pictures to prove it.
You have?
Sure. Here's one right here. That fellow in back of me is my manager.
Well, what do you know? Frank Buck!
And they're really swell kids.
Howdy, Buster.
Well, hold that fiddle battle. Where you been, Doc?
Oh, I was down to Lady Blake's delivering some aspirin tablets. Gosh, she's my back sore.
Your back is sore from delivering aspirin tablets? How come?
Well, it's downhill to the winter, so I rolled them down. Say, Mary, did you see this new scale that just arrived today?
Gosh, just look at that scale. That's really fancy.
Sure is. Ain't nothing at all like them old-fashioned scales. You can put a penny in the slot and get a card telling your weight and fortune.
Oh, what's different about this scale, Doc?
Well, here, let me show you. I think I got a penny in my pocket. Yep. Now, I just stand on the scale here, see? And then I drop my penny in the slot.
Thank you very much.
Gosh, it's up.
Your weight is exactly 142 pounds, 7 5/8 ounces, including the bottle.
Gosh, lost 3 ounces. Better get that bottle filled again, I guess.
Next, please.
Silverito, you try it.
Sure, Mary.
Thank you very much.
Don't mention it.
Your weight is exactly 155 pounds.
Why, gosh, I weigh more than that. Look, I'm husky. I was a star athlete at college.
First string on the football team?
No, second string on the yo-yo team.
Next, please.
Go on, Bob. You get on the scale.
Okay.
Well, an Indian head penny.
Never mind the comment. How much do I weigh?
Just a moment until I untie this string. There now. Your weight is exactly 63 pounds, Shorty.
63 pounds. Say, what do you think I am? A skeleton?
No, and you're no Bob Hope either. Next, please.
Bill Davis. Come on, Phil, you're next.
Is it free if I guess my weight within a certain number of ounces?
Ounces, he says.
Oh, just step right on the scale there, Phil. That's the way.
Please, one at a time.
Drop your penny in the slot.
Bill.
Listen, I don't mind weighing people, see? I don't mind weighing them if they weigh 10 pounds, and I don't mind weighing them if they weigh 10 tons. But if you want to get weighed in here, mister, get out of that blimp.
Is there anyone around who cannot see? It's the well-known runaround you're giving me. I suppose you tell me I'm all wrong. It's a bitter pill to take coming from you. Oh, I've made a big mistake. What can I do? I don't know what makes me string along. I don't want you, but I hate to lose you. You've got me in between the devil and the deep blue sea. I forgive you, 'cause I can't forget you. You've got me in between the devil and the deep blue sea. I ought to cross you off my list, but when you come knocking at my door, fate seems to give my heart a twist, and I keep running back for more. I should hate you, but I guess I love you. You've got me in between the devil and the blue sea. Take it down. The devil and the deep blue sea. I ought to cross you off my list, but when you come knocking at my door, fate seems to give my heart a twist, and I keep running back for more. I should hate you, but I guess I love you. You've got me in between the devil and the deep blue sea. I'm bewildered, excited, I'm up a tree between the devil and the deep blue sea.
Veronica Lagoon. Oh, yeah. Oh, those lovely cheeks, Veronica. Did anyone ever tell you they have the color of a flower?
Have they, Bobby?
Yeah. Pillsbury best.
I guess you'd be pale, too, if you spent all day indoors over a hot welding torch.
Welding torch? You mean you're being taught welding at business school now?
Uh-huh. Well, I could have studied sewing instead, but I thought welding was more feminine.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Tell me, Veronica, do you find welding very interesting?
Oh, fascinating, Bobby. It's more fun working with the teacher.
Working. So you're probably carrying the torch for the welding teacher, huh?
Well, he's awfully nice, Bobby.
Good looking?
Well, no, but he's very strong.
I see. Plenty of power, but not enough Tyrone.
He took me to the football game yesterday.
Oh, the football game, huh? See, I was there, too. Did you have good seats?
Nah, you sat on the 40-yard line.
You sat on the 40-yard line? Well, what's wrong with that?
The players kept knocking us down all the time. Football, Bobby. You know, I used to go with a fellow who was a triple threat man.
Oh, a triple threat man. You mean he could kick, lug, and pitch, too?
No. Kick, hug, and pitch woo.
Get out of here, will ya?
Oh, Bobby, I want to buy a few things. Because this evening I'm going to be downtown selling tickets at the servicemen's dance.
Oh, so you're going to sell tickets at the servicemen's dance, huh?
Yeah. Now, I want a jar of cold cream, a box of powder, a lipstick, a box of rouge, a jar of eyeshadow, and a tube of mascara. Oh, yes, a bottle of stockings. Size 9.
Gosh, Veronica, do you think all that stuff is going to help you get the Navy's E?
Oh, no. The Marines are.
The Marines.
out brightly with Conchita, Marquita, Lolita, Pepita, Rosita, Juanita, Lopez. Nice going, fellas, nice going.
Yep, that was a right snappy jig, Bucky. Should have brought along the castanets. Hey, Bob, where's the pinball game? I don't see the pinball game.
No, they had to take it out to be repaired. But see that little man over there?
Yeah?
Pickpocket. They sent him over to take his place.
Well, that's a good idea. Should have thought of it long ago. Well, don't want to waste too much time, Bucky. Got a lot of things to do. Got to stop in at the hotel and check on the test run of the new roller towel. Want to go to the barber shop and see if the new police cadet's in yet. And I got to get to the firehouse. I'm scheduled for the swing shift in the pinochle game.
Oh, you sure are a busy man, Doc. I don't see how you manage it at your age.
My age, oh, fiddle-faddle, fiddle-faddle.
Well, after all, you know.
Hey, somebody call me? Thought I heard my name.
No, forget it.
Well, I've got to stop in the draft board, too, to see how things are coming.
Oh, Doc, quit kidding yourself. They're not interested in you.
Don't be too sure about that, Bucky. They're going to take just about everybody. When they give you your physical examination now...
If the body's warm, you're in.
Pretty good, Johnny, and just exactly the way I heard it.
Hey, by the way, Doc, I noticed you walked over here today. Where's your bicycle?
Getting it overhauled, Bucky. I had to do something. I pedaled and pumped till I was blue in the face, and I still couldn't make this new 35-mile speed limit.
Pardon me, Bobby. I hope I'm not interrupting anything.
Oh, it's all right, Mary. You're not interrupting anything. Believe me.
I just remembered. Tomorrow is my boyfriend's birthday, and I haven't gotten anything for him. What would you suggest?
Well, how about a cigarette lighter?
Oh, no. Bertie doesn't smoke.
Oh, maybe a bottle of wine?
That wouldn't do either. He never drinks.
Mm-hmm. We have an awfully nice set of poker chips.
No, Bertie would never do gambling.
Hey, I know just the thing for this fella.
You do, Doc?
Sure. Get him a little polish for his halo.
I'm tired of feeling blue. I want to know just how I stand with you. And now that you're in my embrace, this is the time, this is the place. As long as you're not in love with anyone else, why don't you fall in love with me? You're driving me crazy, baby, trying to guess. Will you tell me no, or will you tell me yes? You gotta go overboard for someone someday. Believe it or not, it's bound to be. As long as you're not in love with anyone else, why don't you fall in love with me? As long as you're not in love with anyone else, why don't you fall in love with me? You're driving me crazy, baby, trying to guess. Will you tell me no, or will you tell me yes? You gotta go overboard for someone someday. Believe it or not, it's bound to be. As long as you're not in love with anyone else, why don't you fall in love with me? Oh, why don't you fall in love with me? Why don't you fall in love with me?
You have a terrible hangover. Yeah, well, why don't you dissolve a couple of those seltzer tablets in a glass of water and... Oh, I see. You can't stand the noise. Say, Doc, come to think of it, you don't look quite as chipper as usual. How do you feel?
Oh, not so good, Bucky. I got a pain in my loge.
No, you mean leg.
No, I mean loge.
But a loge is a seat.
That's right, Bucky. A horse bit me when I was walking.
And that's not the dog that's wrong with you, Doc. You look how
working in that scrap metal drive.
From working in the scrap metal drive? What do you mean?
Well, you see, I went down to the waterfront to look for some scrap metal.
Uh-huh.
And sure enough, I found me a beauty. A big hunk of genuine steel. Well, I bent down to pick it up.
Yeah?
And before I could get up, Bucky, 4 fellas put a keel on me, 6 men give me a triple coat of paint, and the next thing I know, Henry Kaiser is nailing the flag on another Liberty ship.
Maybe he did take a little beating, but if you think he's got troubles, listen. I've got halitosis, psychosis, neurosis, thrombosis, cirrhosis, and A. Carditis, arthritis, neuritis, cystitis, but here is my principal plague. How can I live with this pug ugly mug? A mug that a thug or a pug wouldn't lug. I went to the racetrack to bury my woes. A nearsighted guy put $2 on my nose. No! How can I live with this facial disgrace? I'd hate to be caught face to face with my face. I stopped at a circus one Sunday to gape. A ring-tailed monkey cried, "Look at that ape!" The army, they say, is a wonderful place, but it's not the place for a guy with my face. Whenever the hour for eating drew near, the cook hollered, "Miss!" and my face answered, "Here." Oh, I have every fault you could possibly think. I'm tattletale gray, and my toothbrush is pink. Wherever I go, folks whisper, "Be old," and confidentially, I blink. Wait just a minute. A telegram's come to my base. At last there's a place for my face. It says, though you speak of your weakened physique, though your beak is unique and your technique may reek, though your poor eat-up face was your mother's disgrace, it now has escape and high steppin'. For your face is the ace in the armament race. Your face is our new secret weapon.
Fountain of Fun has brought you fun and entertainment this afternoon. In the coming week, try this pleasant experience. In the middle of the afternoon, when you begin to feel tired and run down, treat yourself to the luscious taste of a Milky Way bar. see how quickly your energy returns. For a Milky Way is a nutritional treat, as wholesome and nourishing as it is delicious. And what a pleasant experience. As you open the crisp wrapper, you will notice the scent of fresh milk chocolate. Then as your teeth sink through the thick milk chocolate coating, through the layer of smooth, creamy caramel, and the luscious center of chocolate nougat, richly flavored with real malted milk, you will thrill to the taste blend found only in a Milky Way. What's more, you will enjoy every bite, right down to the last delightful flavor that lingers in your mouth. When you crave good candy, eat a Milky Way.
Hey, Doc, you know tomorrow's Columbus Day, don't you?
Sure, that's why I'm wearing this here brand new Columbus suit.
Columbus suit? Why do you call it that?
Well, I discovered it on a 1492 sale.
The same time. So you'll be here too, won't you?
Yes, Mars Incorporated, makers of Milky Way candy bars, invite you to visit the Fountain of Fun again next Sunday evening at 5:30 Eastern Wartime. All the gang will be here. Phil Rito, the Thrasher Sisters, Phil Davis and his orchestra, Veronica Lagoon, Doc Fiddlefaddle, and Bob Jellison, who says for us all,
so long now.
Speaking. This is the Nation Station.
Direct from the United States Naval Academy at Annapolis, Maryland, Edgar Bergen and Charlie McCarthy, and your host, Don Amici. Ladies and gentlemen, and greetings from Annapolis, on the banks of the Severn, where Edgar Bergen and Ray Noble and Dale Evans and all of us have been spending a thrilling Sunday with the future officers of our Navy. As usual, we've been conducting ourselves strictly according to regulations, with one exception. And that exception, of course, is Charlie McCarthy.
Annapolis, my pretty Annapolis.
Hiya, sailor.
Well, greetings, mate. That's you swabs. Man the sails, muzzle the mate. Lower the sheet, change the bedspread.
Hello there, stowaway.
Oh. So you heard?
Yes, I heard. The Admiral told me everything.
He did?
Yes.
Tattletale.
So you come down here and you go on a warship without an invitation?
Yes, sir.
And you're thrown in the brig?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
I don't let any grass grow under my feet.
Yeah. What ship was it?
The Rena Mercedes.
Oh, yeah.
It's a mighty fast boat, fellas.
Is that a cruiser or a battleship?
Well, it's a sort of a 200-foot dinghy, I see. With a weasel engine,
Tell me, Charlie, how do you like the Navy?
That's the life for me, Mr. Mitchell.
Oh, that's fine, Charlie. What rating are you going out for?
Well, I don't know. I think I'm going to be a swatter on a mosquito boat.
You mean you're going to man the citronella gun, huh?
Yeah. Why, certainly.
Oh. Then cast off, men. It's heave-ho and anchors away with Don Amici and 8 stalwart Annapolis midshipmen.
Sail, Navy, down the bay, anchors away. We'll never change change our course. We're from the USA. We've got a job to do over the sea. Anchors away today as we go sailing on to victory. Everybody drink up while you may. Or you're going to sail at break of day. Drink away. Or you sail at break of day. Through all the 7 seas, God's great song. Let these our colors be till all of time be done. By never shore we learn, saving stern home. Victory service through it, honor over all.
That was very good, very good, very good.
Yeah.
What did you think of it, Charlie?
Well, I thought it was very nice. But did you notice something, huh?
What?
That Ray didn't seem to have his mind on his music.
Well, Charlie, yes, but don't say anything now. He's coming over.
Oh, pardon me for butting in, Edgar. Yes. I'm in a bit of a dilemma, old chap.
You're what?
I'm all a Twitter, you know.
Yes, you're all of that, all of it. Well, Ray, what's the trouble?
Well, you see, Edgar, I received this letter from someone who's simply mad about my music.
Oh, I see. Oh, well.
Well, who is it?
Well, Charles, it's a young lady admirer of mine.
Yeah.
Yes. Her name is rather charming, isn't it? Her name is Beryl T. Bagel Baker.
Oh, a girl admirer of yours?
Yes.
Not really.
It does seem fantastic, doesn't it?
Utterly.
Well, her handwriting is certainly unusual. And look, she put the stamp on upside down, didn't she?
Why, so she did, yes. That means love, doesn't it?
Well, either that or she was standing on her head when she stamped it.
I don't know that was likely somehow.
Oh?
I say, fellas, have you noticed the perfume?
Oh, yeah.
I guess she probably has scads of money on it.
Yes. I should
Probably just
say.
loaded with
Yeah,
it.
it smells like fleur de gold, doesn't it?
No, isn't that aroma, isn't that called enchantment?
Yes, I believe it.
No, I think it's called ecstasy in a glue factory.
Now, look, if you fellas are going to clown about this, I mean, I'd rather not discuss it.
I don't blame you at all.
Well, exactly. I mean, after all, the girl has paid me a very high compliment.
Yes, she has. Now, Ray, why don't you read the letter to her?
No,
Yeah?
I don't think I will.
Oh, come on, Ray.
Oh, we're old pals.
No, please, I very...
come on, mister.
No, but there are things one doesn't choose.
Oh, but this is different.
Scarcely cricket, I mean.
Oh, all right, then, never mind. Ray.
Well, all right, I will, then. Well, it says, Dear Mr. Noble. That's me.
Well, we suspected you.
Yes, well, it says, I want to tell you how much your music has meant to me. It has the beauty of a sunset and the sweetness of a morning rose. Your music intoxicates me.
Yeah, she probably had a snootful when she wrote it.
Charlie, please, now go ahead, Ray. That's beautiful.
Thank you, Edgar.
Beautiful.
Well, she says, to continue, my greatest joy in life is playing your music on my Edison gramophone. Oh. I have all your latest cylinders.
Uh-oh.
It's all nice, I thought.
Yes, that's very nice.
She really takes an interest.
Yeah, it gives you an idea of their age, too, doesn't it? She must be in her middle 30s.
Yeah,
well, really, that's good.
Never mind. What else does she say besides the fact that she loves your music, Ray? Is there...
Well, oh, yeah.
Is there...
Well, it gets a little personal here.
Yeah, good.
Yes, yeah. She says she wants to know if I'm the poetic and romantic type.
Yes.
Or if I'm athletic.
Yes.
And she wants to know how I look.
How you look?
Yes.
Well, of course you're not going to tell her.
Oh,
Well, I don't feel that I should tell her I'm handsome, and yet,
there you are. Well, and yet you don't want to tell the truth. I know what you mean.
Well, I don't know. I've never seen a mirror yet that did me justice.
Then you're convinced you're good looking, huh?
Well, Charlie, I may not be the handsomest man in the world.
You may not. You can be more positive than that.
Nevertheless, Charlie, I do have blue eyes.
Well, Oh, so you had blue eyes. So has a duck. So what?
Yes, but I don't have webbed feet. Oh, rather good. Blue eyes, webbed feet.
Yes. Yes, I think, Ray, you should tell her that you have a fine sense of humor, too.
Oh, yes. Yes. I suppose, Edgar, I really am dreadfully droll.
Yeah, just dreadful, that's all.
Yes.
Don't knock yourself out, though. All right.
This is rather good sport, seeking out my hidden talent.
Yes, I think so. Sort of a scavenger hunt, isn't it?
Well, scarcely the word for it, Charlie, but still. Nevertheless, you see, this young lady is definitely smitten, old boy.
Yes.
Oh, yes. You see, in her letter, she enclosed also, I ought to tell you that. I don't think I will.
Oh, come on, Ray. Oh, come on, lovely boy.
Oh, no, really.
Come on, Smoochie. What's in the letter?
A little personal,
It's all right.
Well, it's embarrassing.
Oh, come, by all means. Now, what is it?
Well, she enclosed a lock of her hair.
Oh, she did?
Yes. Would you like to see it?
Oh, by all means, yeah. Yeah, let's see it.
Well, here it is.
Oh, isn't that cute?
Isn't it?
Yeah.
Just imagine.
Yeah.
She clipped off a strand of her precious locks,
Oh.
For me. Actually, you can tell she has the touch of the romanticist.
Yes, it looks like she has a touch of fox terrier, too. Well, so that's a lock of hair. Yeah, that's the stuff I've been telling you about, Bergen.
Lovely Dale Evans. The band, Great Opals, of course. The song, The Sailor with the Navy Blue Eyes. And to be the sailor in a song like this.
From the shores of Montezuma to the wilds of Timbuktu, there's an ever-spreading rumor about a sailor with eyes of blue. He causes great commotion with his eyes that match the ocean. He's listed in the nautical who's who, yes. Who's got girls in every port hanging around like flies. The sailor with the navy blue eyes, who's the guy they love to buy dozens of stocks and ties. The sailor with the navy blue eyes, when the boat comes home after crossing the foam, he's still at sea, thinking, wondering who he's gonna take a rolling on the lake. Who's the gob, who's got a job, waving the most goodbye? The sailor with the navy blue eyes. His name is Davy, he's in the Navy. His hair is wavy, and he's got blue eyes. Who's the gob, who's got a job, waving the most goodbye? The sailor with navy blue
I say, Dale, old thing.
Yes, Ray.
Well, you see, there's a young lady, Miss Bagel Baker.
Oh, yes. I heard about her.
Oh, you have, huh?
Mm-hmm, yes, I
Well,
did.
I'm a little worried. I have a hunch she prefers the athletic type.
Oh, well, Ray, any girl admires an athlete, after all.
Well, I've read every physical culture magazine I can find, but it doesn't seem to do any good.
Well, look, Ray, maybe you don't exercise just exactly the way they tell you to.
Oh, do you have to exercise, too? What's the matter, Dale?
Don, would you call Ray the athletic type?
Ray, to tell you the truth, you're not. And I've been intending to talk to you about that, too. About what, old boy? Well, about the way you've been looking lately. You mean I don't look well? Well, no, you don't, Ray. Week after week, you look worse and worse, and right now you look like the week after next. I don't know what I can do about it, Don. Well, why don't you try exercise? I did, old chap. I used to put the shot. Never could remember where I put it. Ray, Say, wouldn't you like to have those mighty, massive, manly muscles, those heavy Herculean hips, those shapely Samsonian shoulders? Yes, I would. And I'm the man who can help you.
Where's this place located, Doc?
Ray, it is a beautiful spot, right up in the heart of the hypochondriacs. Why, just have you feeling like a new man in no time.
Well, I'll pack my portmanteau, boy, and do my...
Hello, McCarthy's Muscletorium. Is your body shutting? Is your torso even more so? It is? Well, see us. We'll send you home full of vim, vigor, and rigor mortis. Goodbye.
Oh, I beg your pardon, old chap. I'm really noble.
Oh. Well, what can we do for you, sir?
Well, tell me, confidentially, do I look seedy?
Oh, yes, indeedy. Where did you get that awful pallor?
Well, perhaps it's because I came here on a train and sat in the parlor car. I can so think pity time now.
Yes,
Wonderful.
yes. Well, we'll try and cure you. I can forgive you for being puny, but not for being punny. I'll turn you over to our head trainer, Biceps Amici. Oh, Biceps.
Yeah, what is it, Hyman?
Biceps.
Yeah.
This is the famous Mr. Novel. He just waddled in.
Oh, well, always pleased to meet a new clientele.
Yeah.
Glad to know you, Mr. Nerble. Pull up a ligament and sit down.
Thank you, Mr. Biceps. Thank you.
Biceps, do you think you can put Mr. Noble into punky condition?
Why, it's a cinch. When I get through with him, he'll be able to tear a phone book in half.
I think that should be awfully jolly. Then I'll be able to find my phone number in just about half the time.
He's a funny fella, ain't he? Funny fella. Just absorb my muscles, will you? Feel how formed they are.
I say, old boy, can you wrestle?
Oh, can I wrestle? Buddy, I can lick any guy half my size.
I know, but I
Now, the first thing you gotta learn, Mr. Noble, is perseverance. Let's start with the bending exercises.
All right, old chap, all right.
All right, now, bend. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 3.
Go on.
Let's see, 6. No, it's wrong. 8. That settles it. I'm going to learn to count.
That's right. How do you do? How do you do, madam? What can we do for you?
Is this the place where you build up men?
Yes, ma'am, Mr. Thames, yeah.
Well, build up 2 or 3 for me. I'll be back in half an hour.
All right, now, Mr. Nerble, face the wall. No, turn around. Let the wall face you.
You mean like this, old boy?
Yeah, that's perfect. That's perfect. Now I'm going to give you my breathing exercise. Make like a vacuum cleaner.
Pardon?
Make like an accordion. Inhale the climate.
Yeah, take a deep breath.
Oh, I see. Like this,
How do you do? Yes, how do you do? I am Ursel Twing, and I'm here today.
Are you?
Yes, I'm here today because I'm a dancer.
You're a dancer?
Oh, yes, I am. I certainly am, and I would like to polish up my ballet.
Oh, I see. You want a stomach rub?
No. If you step right over here, we'll put you in a special steam cabinet.
Oh, is this it?
Yes. Isn't it a beauty?
Well, how does it work?
Well, it gets up steam, see? And this little whistle starts to blow. I'll show you. Isn't that lovable?
Beautiful thing, ain't it?
Oh,
now step in and sit down, will you? That's right. Leave your head sticking out, though, will you?
Yeah, of course.
And we'll close the door there. Are you comfy, pal?
Well, yes and no.
Well, that's near enough.
Well, I know, but how much steam will you give me?
Well, we could spare enough to press your suit.
About 5 pounds ought to do it.
Maybe we ought to give him 10.
Let's give him 20. Looks like a nice fella.
All right, we'll make it 25.
Let's make it 30.
We compromise, 35.
Hey, you know, it seems such a waste of time just to sit here. I wish I'd brought a dozen clams with me.
Well, so long, Mr. Twing.
Say, is it perfectly safe to leave me here?
Why, yes. Well, you'll hear the whistle.
I say, old chap, I'm still waiting, you know.
Why, look at it, it's Mr. Nerble.
Oh, Mr. Nerble.
Yes, but I've been standing here breathing for 10 minutes.
Oh, what a shame. Well, you can stop breathing now.
Oh, thank you awfully. Thank you very much.
What? Now I'm going to give you my special rub down.
Oh, a rub down, huh? I have no experience in this sort of thing, so it'll be fun.
Oh, just lie down on the table. That's it now. Here we go. Ouch! Patty cake, you broken down man. I'll make you 1A just as fast as I can. Ouch! Deep in the heart of Texas. You know, Mr. Nerble, I teach singing too.
There goes the steam cabinet.
Oh.
Yeah, there goes Oisel.
Oh. Pardon me, pardon me, please.
Oh, you popped out of the steam cabinet, didn't you?
Oh, yes, I did.
Yeah, well, get on back in. You need some basting.
Yeah, or lambasting, yeah. Now, don't be afraid, Mr. Twing. Chin up, stout fella.
Yes, but that's just it. I'm not a stout fellow.
Oh.
No, I am not, and because if I were, I wouldn't keep popping out that little old hole in the top.
Oh. Right there. Put Ursel back in the cabinet. But don't point him at me.
Okay, here you go, Oisel.
Well, all right, I'll try it once more, but I don't think it's... Well, how do you do?
Well, how do you do too, madam?
Well, I just dropped in to say thank you.
What for?
Well, you know, you told my husband if he took your health course, he'd be strong as a horse.
Yes, and is he?
Is he? Tell him, Archibald.
There she blows, Old Faithful.
Oh, surprise. Here I am again.
What are you doing out here?
Yeah, get back in there, bud. You ain't done yet.
Oh, yes, I am. I certainly am. The very thought of going back in that steam cabinet makes my flesh creep. Well, in fact, I think my flesh has already crept.
Yeah, it has.
And I just hate being blown out of that thing, and now it's my turn to blow. And before I get myself into a tizzy, I think I'll say goodbye, so goodbye.
Oh, come now. You're not leaving now, Mr. Twig.
Well, I certainly am. I've never been up in the air so much in my life.
That's our motto. Keep 'em flying.
We'd like to present one of the favorite children's stories of all time, Little Red Riding Hood. However, with one slight variation. We've always heard Little Red Riding Hood's version. Tonight, Charlie McCarthy thinks we ought to hear the wolf's side of the story. According to Charlie, this is what really happened.
I am the wolf, and you know what happened to me. They operated on me to remove one grandmother, but I was innocent. Let me tell you how I got into this mess. It all began in Red Riding Hood's cottage.
I'm home, Father. Any messages for me?
Oh, yes, Red, my daughter. I want you to drop in on your poor ailing grandmother and give her this oxtail soup that I fixed for her.
Why, Father, I didn't think you knew how to make oxtail soup.
Oh, it's actually very simple. You just go as far back on the ox as you can and dunk.
Father, I'm off to Grandmother.
Yes, but do be careful, Red. There's a wicked wolf in the woods, and if he starts to run after you, shout.
Oh, I will. After he catches me.
After he catches you.
Well, if I'm going to shout, I want to have something to shout about.
Well, there was Little Red Riding Hood on her way to her grandmother's house, unless something more interesting turned up. Little did I know I was her target for tonight. There I was, lying under a tree, looking for butterflies. I was too bashful to look at the birds and bees. When she sashays up to me in a strapless, backless riding hood.
Hello, you great, big, gorgeous wolf.
Now, you stand back, lady. You're singeing my fur.
Do you mind if I sit down next to you on this log?
Well, I suppose that'll be... okay. You know, lady, you kind of smell kind of pretty.
Oh, thank you. It's a perfume I'm wearing called Nuit d'Amour.
Oh, as much as that, huh?
What's that you're wearing?
You noticed it, huh?
Yes.
That's gopher hole number 5.
Oh, Wolfie, I'm sitting on one end of this log, and you're sitting on the other end.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, doesn't it give you any ideas?
Well, I don't know. Oh, yeah. You want to play seesaw?
Oh, they're not making wolves the way they used to. Look, I'll explain it to you.
Yeah.
I'll move a little closer if you'll move a little closer.
Well, okay.
Now a little closer.
Okay. Oh, there.
You passed me.
I've played this game before, girl.
Oh, Wolfie, why are you so afraid of girls?
Well, now, you take my brother. He met a girl. He put his arms around her, and she screamed, and before he knew it...
Yes?
Skin dyed and passing for a mink.
Oh, I'm going to find myself a real date. Wolfie, honey, do me a favor and deliver this soup to my grandmother.
No.
Oh, please, Wolfie, pretty, please.
So, Little Red turned on to tears, and me, I got soft-hearted, and besides, I figured I was helping a sweet little old lady. When I got to that gray-haired grandma, the first thing she said to me when she saw me was, oh, goody, man. But I'm a wolf.
That's the best kind.
Holy smokes, it runs in the family. Calm down, Grandma. Act your age, will you?
Age? I may be a grandmother, but I'm still young. I'm just pushing 40.
Yeah, you must be pretty strong. You pushed it right into 70.
Oh, you're so cute.
Yeah.
Come on, lover boy. How about a game of spin the hot water bottle?
No, Granny, no. I just came here because Red Riding Hood sent me, and I brought you some oxtail soup.
Oxtail?
Yeah.
I'd rather have ox's foot.
What's the idea there?
Well, I want something with a kick in it. Nail down my wig, Sonny. I'm blowing my top tonight.
Somebody must have spiked her bran flakes.
You're right. I did.
Oh.
But it's so sweet of you to bring poor old Grandma that soup. Because I can't do any cooking. You see, I hurt my hand.
Oh, what a pity, what a pity. What did you do to it?
I scratched my knuckles trying to make 4 the hard way. I'm entered in the mambo contest.
Dancing the mambo at your age? Oh, Grandma, how are you going to wind up?
I'm wound up now. I'm ready to let go.
Come back, Grandma. Well, what do your granddaughter, Red Riding Hood, say if she finds that you're out?
She mustn't. Wolfie, you've got to cover for me.
Well?
Here, put on my lace cap and my bed jacket and hold down the fort for me. Ooh, there's going to be a hot time! A new time tonight!
How I get in some of the darndest messes. And that's the truth, so help me. There I was in the lace cap and the bed jacket doubling for Grandma. When all of a sudden...
Grandmama, it is I, Little Red Riding Hood.
Oh, now I'm in the spot. I got to be grabbing now.
Come in. Hello, Grandma. My, your feet are sticking out of the covers and they look so furry.
Yes, they do, don't they, darling? Those are woolen booties, dearie, I'm wearing.
Booties?
Yeah.
But, Grandmother, there are long claws on them.
No, so there are, yes. And those are the needles. I'm still knitting them.
Why, Grandmother, what a strange-looking nose you have.
Yes, well, I'll tell you, I broke it when I was an actress. I overshot the runway.
Wait a minute. You're not my Grandma. You're the wolf.
Okay, you've got me now.
This time you won't get away. Come on, give me a kiss.
No, I won't.
All right for you. I'm going to fix you.
No.
Help! No. Help! He ate my grandmother! The wolf ate my grandmother!
Well, now there's a new twist on the old badger game.
Help! Help!
Oh, shut up.
Grandmother
than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look! Up in the sky! It's a bird!
It's a plane!
It's Superman!
Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from another world who came to Earth with powers and abilities far beyond those of mortal men. Superman, who can change the course of mighty rivers, bend steel in his bare hands, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, fights a never-ending battle for truth, justice, and the American way. But before we join Superman, here is an important message.
Yes, fellows and girls, here is an important message for you. A message direct from our fighting Marines in the Solomon Islands, echoed by our blue jackets on the high seas, by the boys who wear our Army and Navy wings, our tank troops in Africa, our commandos in England. In fact, by every man in the American armed forces, no matter where he may be. And here's the message. We're going to win this war, they say. We're going to wipe Hitlerism and fascism off the face of the earth. We've taken on the job, and we're going to see it through, but we can't do it alone. We can't do it without the help of every boy and girl and every man and woman back home. Now, we know the one way we can help those boys fight this war to a victorious finish is to see that they get all the guns and tanks and ships and planes they need. But those things require a lot of money, and that's where you and I come in. We help our government to buy those war materials by lending them our money, by buying all the war stamps we possibly can as often as we can. Why, right at this moment, there may be a detachment of American commandos carrying through a raid on occupied France, and they're equipped with guns and tanks and protected by planes and ships that you helped to buy. That is, if you've been buying war-saving stamps regularly. So let's make a promise to ourselves right now. Let's promise to buy war-saving stamps as often as we can. Tell Mother and Dad about it. See if you can't get them to give you a dime a day for a war stamp, or even a dime every other day. Because remember that every dime is important, because 10 cents will buy 5 .45 caliber bullets. 5 dimes will buy enough fuel oil to take an American destroyer 1 full mile closer to its objective. And a dime a day from all the fellows and girls in the United States will buy enough fast pursuit planes to blast Hitler's Luftwaffe out of the sky. So do your share to help win this war. Every time that you've got a dime, buy a war-saving stamp.
And now, the adventures of Superman. Clark Kent, Lois Lane, and Jimmy Olsen are now in Arabia, involved in some strange and mysterious adventures. In our last episode, we heard how a certain Countess Wodjeska had been abducted by a band of Arab desperados, headed by a man known only as the Red Fez. We also heard how Sir Mycroft Bittersweet, a penniless Shakespearean actor, had disguised himself as a fortune-teller so that he might learn something of the Countess' whereabouts. As Kent, Jimmy, and Sir Mycroft returned to the hotel where the actor had left Lois, our friends saw Count Wodjeska, the Countess' husband, moving stealthily along the street. Kent decided to shadow him and accordingly left the others. When Jimmy and Sir Mycroft arrived at the hotel, they found that Lois had gone, leaving a message which said that she was on her way to an old Arab mosque, an abandoned temple. Now, as our story continues today, we find ourselves in a room outside the old mosque. Seated at a table is the man in the red fez. He is talking with one of his henchmen. Listen.
Soon, Abu, this business will be finished. With the money we shall receive, we shall then be able to retire from a mode of life which I assure you, to one of my delicate temperament, is highly distasteful.
You were always one for making high and mighty speeches, Master. You talk too much.
It has been in my mind, Abu, for many a moon to curb your tongue. You do not accord me the respect that is due my position as leader of our little band.
You will get from me all the respect you deserve, which is none at all.
Oh, you wound me deeply, Abu. Can it be that you dislike me?
Who can dislike what does not exist?
I understand you not.
I will explain. When first I joined your band, you were a good, clean, honest desperado. If someone wanted someone else put out of the way, we did the job quickly and efficiently in the best business-like manners. The job was done, the money paid, and there was an end to it.
Cut and dried business, no imagination.
That may be, but who wants imagination? I want money.
Oh, such a thing to say. Had I known you felt this way, I should never have permitted you to join my band.
Not have permitted me? You begged me to join. You literally came to me on your hands and knees. Join my band, Abu, you said. Please join my band. No one can cut throats like you can.
But that's true.
Well, I'm sick of you and your red fez and your theatrical productions. We're given the job of putting the Countess Majeska out of the way. Do we do a workman-like job of it? No. We have to hire a fortune teller and some long-haired flute player. For what, I ask you? For what?
To lend an air of mystery to the proceedings. To give the man who hired us a little something for the large sum of money he will pay.
All you were asked to do was to put the Countess out of the way. She is still, so far as I can see, in very good health.
We shall take care of that in good time.
There is no better time than the present. Come, I will go into the next room and take care of her at once.
You will do nothing of the sort. I've arranged a perfect finale for this little business, and
Someone is knocking at the door.
Obviously. Open it.
Open it yourself.
Careful, Abu. Remember who is master here. Open that door.
Open it yourself.
Abu, I prefer not to use force.
Come another step toward me, and I will give you this knife.
Really, Abu, I sometimes think...
By the beard of Allah, how long does it take you to open a door?
Now, CD.
Now, yourself. I bring with me a beautiful captive in the best traditions of our business, and I'm forced to rap until my knuckles are raw.
A beautiful captive? You say you bring a beautiful captive?
Yes, the truth. I caught her snooping around outside. Bring her in, men.
Take your hands off me. Did you hear what I said, you tin horn imitation of
Well, Miss Lane, we meet again.
Allah be merciful. It's the girl we mistook for the Countess. This means more trouble.
Trouble for Miss Lane, I'm afraid. All right, CD. Take your men and go.
Before we go, when do we get paid?
As soon as we get rid of the Countess.
All right, I go. Come, man.
Well, Miss Lane, I suppose you tell us what you were doing in this vicinity.
Does it really matter?
No, I don't suppose it does. Abu, would you be good enough to bind her hands behind her back?
Since you put it that way, not at all.
There's no need to tie me up.
There's every need, Miss Lane. We shall not only bind you, but gag you as well. I would rather you and the Countess Majeska did no talking while you are together.
You mean I'm to be placed in the same room with the Countess?
Of necessity. It is the only room left beside this one, since the mosque was practically torn down, stone by that amazing individual in the red cape.
And the Countess is still alive.
Yes, worse luck. We could have put her out of the way long ago. Now, hold still while I make these knots secure.
Abu, will you...
And I'd tie knots and answer doors as well.
I am the master here.
It is I again.
What is it this time, Zidi?
I have 2 more captives. Only this time they are not beautiful.
2 more?
So. One looks like a fortune teller, but talks like an Englishman until I gagged him. The other is a boy. He did not talk so much, but I gagged him anyway.
Jimmy, it must be Jimmy and Sir Mycroft.
Bring them in.
With pleasure. Bring them in, men.
Jimmy! Sir Mycroft, why did you follow me here? I should never have left that message.
They cannot answer you, I'm afraid, since they are well gagged, and we had best leave them that way.
That is right. There's too much talk around here as it is.
With this I agree. Too much talk and too little action. Already all of Mecca is beginning to descend upon us here. I say, let's stop talking and do our job. Let us put the Countess and the rest of these people out of the way.
No, let us not be rash. We must wait until our employer arrives. I've arranged a finale, the like of which...
Buck's on you and your finales. Was it in our agreement with our employer that we were to stage an entertainment for him as well? No. No, get rid of the Countess is what he said, and get rid of the Countess is what we should do. No more, no less.
Wait a minute. You mean that you were hired to do this job? You didn't kidnap the Countess to hold her for ransom?
Of course not, my child. You see...
Enough of this, master.
Yes, Abu.
Henceforth, you are no longer the master. What? I hereby call upon the members of this band to join me in rising up against you. If anything is to be done, it must be done now. Let us get rid of the Countess and these others at once.
We must wait until...
We wait for nothing. CD, you others, are you with me? Excellent. Stand back, master. We now take matters into our own hands.
You will regret this.
You will regret it more than us if you do not hold your tongue. Sidney, bring the Countess in here.
At once.
You mean that you're going to kill us? All of us?
I regret, but that is exactly what I mean.
You can't do that. You can't. Do you hear? You can't.
Benelli, gag her.
Stop it. I'm an American citizen.
Oh.
Here's the Countess, Abu.
Good. Now then, place them all against the wall. The Countess, Miss Lane, the boy, the old man. We shall make short work of them. Hark, listen. The temple bells strike the hour of midnight. Even the time is right.
As the Arab desperados prepare to put an end to Lois, Jimmy, the Countess, and Sir Mycroft, Clark Kent is shadowing Count Wojcicka through the narrow, windy streets of Mecca. Suddenly, Kent stops short, steps into a doorway, and in a moment emerges in the blue and red costume of Superman.
Now we'll take care of that, Count.
Who are you? Let go of me.
Not until we have a little talk, Count Wojcicka.
How do you know my name? Who are you?
Never mind that. What are you doing sneaking along this street?
What business is it of yours?
I'm going to make it my business. To begin with, where is your wife?
Stand back or I'll blow you to pieces.
With that little toy pistol, don't make me laugh.
Stand back, I said. Stand back!
Now, I'll relieve you of that ugly weapon.
Here, what? Give me back that gun.
No, you might hurt yourself. Guns are dangerous things. Now, suppose you tell me what you're up to.
Let me go. You're killing me.
Not quite yet, but I will, unless you start explaining a few things in a hurry.
Stop. I will tell you anything you want to know.
Talk fast. Who kidnapped your wife? Where is she? Who's holding her for ransom?
Nobody is holding her for ransom. She was kidnapped because I wanted her put out of the way.
Why?
I have been dependent on her for as long as I can remember for any money I ever had. To make more money, I tried gambling. Lost heavily. I have many debts which must be paid or I shall go to jail. Disgraced forever. I knew my wife would never give me the money if I asked for it. There was only one other way. Her money, all of it, comes to me when she dies. And so I hired this band.
Why, you...
Please don't hit me again.
Where's the Countess now? Quick, where is she?
There is an old and abandoned mosque on the edge of the town.
Yes, I know it. Is that where she is?
Yes. That is the headquarters of the Arab band.
Thanks for the information. And now, just so you won't see more than is good for you... Now then, I've got to get to that mosque, and fast. Up, and away!
Red cloak flying in the wind, Superman wings through the night on his way to the abandoned mosque, little realizing how precious is every second. Is he already too late? Be sure to hear tomorrow's thrill-packed episode. Tune in tomorrow and every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station, and follow the adventures of Superman.
Fellows and girls, don't ever get the idea there's nothing you can do to help win this war. Of course, we can't all be members of Uncle Sam's armed forces because some of us are too old or too young. But that doesn't mean we can't get into this fight. No, sir. Because there is one big important thing we can do. We've got to see that our fighters are supplied with all the bullets and guns and the tanks and ships and planes they need to wipe Hitlerism and fascism off the face of the earth. How? By buying all the war-saving stamps and bonds we possibly can. Because every time we buy a war-saving stamp or bond, we lend our government money with which to finance the fight. So remember, talk with Mother and Dad tonight about giving you an extra dime every day or every other day for war-saving stamps. Talk about it with all your friends. Get them to make a pledge with you to buy war-saving stamps regularly.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to reach tall buildings in a single bound. Look! Up in the sky! It's a bird!
It's a plane!
It's Superman!
Follow the adventures of Superman every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station. Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine.
This is Mutual.
The Columbia Workshop presents Rebirth in Barrows Inlet by Joseph Liss. Tonight we tell the story of an American town. Just what is an American town, and what are its roots that people cherish? To learn what they are, Archibald McLeish set up the Radio Research Division of the Library of Congress with Phil Cohen as its director. Mr. Liss was sent down to South Carolina to write in radio terms the story of an American town. This, then, is the story of Rebirth in Barrows Inlet.
This is the story of people who belong. People who belong to America, whom America belongs to. People in towns, tucked in big cities, living on the same block, living in single small places where most of America lives. Places to turn a plow, to plant a seed. Places where people's only deed is to live and hope for living.
Thank you. May the Lord bless thee and keep thee. May the Lord shine his countenance down upon thee and grant thee peace. Amen.
Amen. That was a nice sermon you preached, Father.
Thanks, Martha.
It's a pity more didn't come to hear it.
Too nice a day for church. Besides, I see the folks every day in the week. Guess we both need a rest from each other on Sunday.
That's the Sunday service on the spot on the map where people live. How big is the spot? Depends on how close you are. Take Barrows Inlet in the low country of Carolina. Barrows Inlet is the place the preacher practices 6 days a week and rests on Sunday. Barrows Inlet, like any other hamlet, is no bigger than the people in it. Spread along the salt marshes and inland over sandy, swirling roads are gray, weathered clapboard cabins, made majestic by avenues of moss-draped live oaks, monuments to remind you of more gracious living for some. 100 years before cotton was king, the Carolina coast was the gold coast of the nation. Rice, the seed that came from Madagascar, bursting the granaries of Charlestown. Rice and barrens out of a swamp, bartering the labor of black hands for the bright gold of Europe. Gold that brought gracious living for some in a kingdom by the sea. And just a farmer's mile or more from Barrows Inlet, in the marsh grass of Winyah Bay, Lafayette landed in America to conquer or perish. Greene fought there, and Marion fought. And Washington stayed at Alston's plantation when he was president. Tradition in Barrows Inlet, plenty. 2 wars, both designed for independence. Ask Willie Williams, ex-slave. He'll tell you.
I remember it was Sunday morning when General Johnson throwed up his hands and say done with war. After freedom, my mother, she washed for a family in Beaver Creek. And Father, he went to working on shares. Old Master Johnny called him and he told him, "You free, Asa, you free, Handy, and you free, Wash. Now you do as you please. You have to fast for yourself now."
Oh, freedom, oh, freedom over me. And before I'd be a slave, I'd be buried in my grave and go home to my Lord and be free.
You have to fadge for yourself, says Willie Williams. He's 101 come Christmas. He remembers that it wasn't easy to be free, but it felt good.
And that's the way most all of us, white and colored, live today in the inlet. Oh, the rice and the gold, did you say? The rice grows badly in a battlefield. What with the hurricane at harvest thrown in, let it go to weed and Louisiana competition. In place of splendor, well, people not exactly fedging about for themselves, but people together feeding their way along for something new. Now, if you think birth pangs are hard, try rebirth. Try Barrow's Inlet. There's a clean smell here. The smell of people and the sea and the sand. The sweetness of bacon frying. Road dust on weeds in the hot sun, the upturned earth. The sweat on the plow handle. The suds on the blue overalls and the iron washpot Monday morning. Like this Monday morning.
Here you are, Martha. I cut you some kindling for the stove. Enough to boil the wash.
Thanks, sir.
I'm riding up to Conway. You need something?
No, sir.
Sep.
Oh, except maybe some meal, a unclean out meal, and a sack of grits. You might buy a roast shad if you see George.
That all?
That's all. Oh, except maybe some coffee. The kind is special, 2 pounds for a quarter.
But you said you didn't need nothing.
But if you're going to Conway, when you reckon you'll be back?
Before dark, I hope. Got to see old Lucius at the tower.
Oh, you'll never get no farther if you see him first. He jabbers like a jaybird.
Guess I better not go so far as Conway. I'll get you things at the store. Give me a chance to see how people I ain't seen for a week is getting on. My age, surely I couldn't have much left in me. I give them little. It's them that is giving all the giving now. Every day I make the visits to the people I live a new life all over again. A new life every day. It's them that's giving to me.
But you're getting weak, Father.
No, Marthy. I'm getting strong.
Yes, he's getting strong. For people give strength, as the Reverend himself gives it to the people of Barrow's Inlet. He'd perish without the people, and they in turn would be poorer without him. He's their legislature and the Congress, their physician and their psychologist, and, oh yes, he's their preacher too. And yet, unlike a dictator, they're not dependent upon him. He only helps them govern themselves, helps them to help each other through the rebirth. And so, Reverend Robinson makes the rounds of the people of Barrow's Inlet. It's not brass ankles nor white trash, but people, citizens of a democracy, sure of death and taxes, plowing, mowing, fishing, loving, bearing kids, and dying, deciding their own destiny as far as their purse permits them. This is Miss Sally's house. Sally was setting the table for lunch when Reverend Robinson came by.
Nice to see you, Mr. Robinson.
It sure is.
You gonna eat with us? Good.
You get all that mud on your shoes in the schoolhouse, Tommy?
Oh, Tommy.
I guess it must have rained.
In the schoolhouse?
Must have. Know something about that schoolhouse roof? When it leaks outside, it rains inside.
Oh, you can lie to a preacher, Tommy, but you wouldn't lie to a friend, would you?
Didn't you go to school again?
Well,
Were you at Grandpa Lucius again?
he asked me to come. Well, he's all alone in that big house.
Oh, Tom.
He told me, what's the use of school? He never went to school, and look how rich he is and how poor we is.
He's an old man, Tommy. He ain't got nothing left to give to the world except his money.
He wouldn't give that.
Well, you've got to give more, Tommy. For you're young. You need learning to give something.
Yes, sir.
All right, go bathe your hands. I'm hungry.
Me too, sir. My belly thinks my throat's cut. Be right back.
You see what I mean, Mr. Robinson?
Yes.
He's always making up stories or staying absent from school, else he's picking up bad notions from Grandpa. He lies awful, Mr. Robinson. But they're nice lies. Dreamy lies.
Now, don't you start fussing yourself about Tommy. He's just growing up.
Let's have dinner.
Now, I'm taking you with me to Conway tomorrow, Sally. The high school basketball team's been asking for you.
Oh, boy.
That's mighty nice.
Now, will you say grace, Tommy?
Well, sir, I
Go
don't...
ahead, Tommy, for he don't ask you again.
Golly, me saying grace and a preacher right at the table, I don't reckon I know how.
Try, Tommy.
Well, we thank you, Lord, for this our daily bread. It's a very nice day today. Thanks for that, too. The biscuits smell good. Reckon they taste good, too. Nothing special today, but if anything comes up, I'll let you know at supper time.
The parson is on his way again with his weekday religion. He never drives over 30. Places between people are close in Barrows Inlet, and if you go by too fast, the people all seem the same, and they're not. Take Tommy's grandpa Lucius. Lucius is just an even 40. He's bought up an old antebellum house. Portico, moss-shadowed gardens, ghosts of crinoline-gowned young ladies, dusty murmurings in the evenings. Yes, missy, honey child, masses in the cold, cold ground. Well, Lucius is trying to beat the up east millionaires at their own game, and Lucius remembers. What else has he got to do?
I was born the day the war between the states broke out, and I'll never forget it.
I was driving by, Lucius. Thought I'd stop in to speak to you about something.
Oh, glad you come, Reverend. Come on in the sitting room. Yeah, come on, get out here. Doggone the chickens in the house. Come on. Tommy's got a fire going in there and got 2 chairs before the fire.
Ain't you fixed that door yet, Lucius?
Oh, that can't be fixed. The earthquake in 1933 did that. Closing that door? And nobody can ever open it. Come on around the other way. Yeah, glad you come, Parson. Hey, I got a letter I just writ to a widow lady up in Boston, telling her to come on down. Telling her if she don't come down, I'm going to marry me another widow who comes by the house every morning. 'Cause there ain't no another widow. I'm just giving her a scare to get her a move on. Sit down, Parson, sit down. Yeah, say, I'll read your poem I wrote her. Gonna send it as soon as I get me a stamp.
You got plenty of money to buy a bushel of stamps. That's what I come to see you about, Lucius.
Oh, now, just let me read the poem. Every night I dream of you, see your face in the sky so blue. Here neath the magnolia and the moss, you be the mistress and I'll be the boss.
Lucius, you happy in this here empty house?
Happy? Say, what are you talking about, preacher?
Now, if you're going to holler, I'm going to leave right now. You know what I'm talking about. Never told any man what to do in my life. I let him figure it out himself. But you stop figuring, Lucius. Take you living in this big house. Little or no furniture in it. Chickens all over that beautiful old stairway. Be nicer for you if chillins be on that stairway. House would be lived in.
Yeah, I'll spend my money any way I please.
You ain't spending it. You're throwing it away. Living alone like a cross old bear, eating out of cans, finding eggs in the corners of the sitting room. Your grandchildren living like they was on relief. Your daughter working when she could be looking after the young'un.
Well, let them make their own money. And those kids ain't gonna move in here and spend up this old lovely house. What we coming to when we're always depending on others? First this relief. Then the government stepping into a man's field and telling him what to plant. And unions. That's the trouble with this country, unions. I tell you, Jim, it ain't like it used to be.
No, it ain't. Guess I'll be going.
Oh, now don't worry none about me, preacher. I'll get into heaven all right. I got 4 keys. I don't drink. I don't cuss. Never committed an immoral act in my life, and I'm a good Democrat. See, I ain't voted in the last 10 years.
I think you need more than that, Lucius.
And Lucius lives alone, scratching about the big house as his chickens do, revealing scraps of the past. Now, but let him lie. He's too old for rebirth. Up yonder, away from the smell of the sea, live a new people. They've only come to the land 150 years ago. And some folks ain't used to them yet, but you'll see them around most of the important spots of Barrows Inlet, or for that matter, any place in the South. In a furrow behind a plow and a mule.
Get on that, Julia. Head for that great big grandfather pine tree. Get on, you're dreaming. You ain't working. Acts like you got rheumatiz. Get on, Julia.
We's gonna make a burning place for tobacco, corn, and taters. Get on, you crony-born black mule.
You'll find them huddled close like marsh grass along the beach, digging clams and oysters, seining shrimp, catching crabs for the market.
I got a she crab, Zeke.
I got me a good mess of sea crabs. Ought to bring 40 cents for this year bushel. I reckon I'll dig me some oysters, too. Maybe find me a pearl, maybe. The only way I know how to get rich enough for a 23 Chevrolet. Well, that is after I pay for the new baby we're expecting, me and the missus.
And you'll find the women plowing an old-fashioned 10-pound iron through a field of blue jeans and white cotton shirts.
Go to sleep, babe. Go to sleep, babe. Didn't take that young one long to fall asleep.
How long, Selma?
Oh, about so long it take to iron two of the Reverend's shirts and sing the song twice.
That sounds like the Reverend's car, Selma. He got his washing ready.
Got it.
I does hope that old car ain't gonna broke down here before us, though, this morning.
Well, what give you a notion thrill?
Ain't no, mine's always do. I hate to have somebody's car broke down to the very door. Hello there, Reverend.
Hello, Abraham. Hello, Selma.
Even.
You working, Abraham?
Not for money, sir. Money thinks I'm dead.
Fishing?
Fishing for bass and trout all night. Oystering and clamming on low tide. Scratching clam on the half tide. When it's too high to find oyster, I haul an oyster.
That's the truth, Reverend. Ain't had money work for a long time.
No, sir. Not since the relief go away and I worked in the WPA, clearing the parsonage ground. I sure remember that, Reverend. Had to work hard. I wasn't strong enough to work like that, kind of not eating good all winter. Remember your wife, God rest her soul.
Amen.
Bring us coffee and biscuit to the forest. Give us strength to hold our job. Bless her, Reverend. Yeah, sure do need job now. You see, sir.
Speak up, Abraham. Take your pipe out your mouth when you're talking to the Reverend. Handle your mouth more better.
I know, Abraham. I know you need a money job.
Yeah, there 8 mouths to feed, sir, now. Selma, she toting the family now, too. Ain't much feed in the spring. Ain't much for the cattle nor the children. The ground hungry, too. Hungry for seed. Need cash money for seed.
And that orphan child come by here last winter.
He still with you all, Selma?
Oh, yes. Well, he got to eat just like the rest. Can't go to school, though. No clothes. Well, here your laundry, Reverend. Sorry we take your time. Oh, just trouble. We know you got your own.
Abraham, I think I could help you a little.
Well, thank you, Reverend, but I'll find me something.
You come to the parsonage tomorrow, 8 o'clock. You can help me clear the grounds again.
Oh, thank you, Reverend. We wouldn't ask no odds. When we got plenty peas and corn, I say we beholden to nobody. I say, sister may have, brother may have, but blessed is the man that has his own. Sister say dip in, brother say dip in, but you got your own, you dip in twice a day if you want it.
Got your own? Dip in twice a day if you want it. John Doe's and Sam Small's primer for democracy, their Declaration of Independence. Selma and Abraham and Zeke never knew days of splendor, so they don't look back. For them, in Barrow's Inlet, rebirth comes a little easier. They always got their eye on tomorrow. Today is a good day to work together. There's only money enough for one mule. They all chipped in for it. They're people who speak in song, people who yearn and work and pray in song. It says much more than the mumbling word. They cry it out.
I've started to
make heaven my home. Sometimes I am tossed and driven, Lord. Sometimes I don't know where to roam.
Theirs is the blues, defined as the poor man's heart disease. Theirs is the spiritual they're singing now in Heaven's Gate Church, set in a clearing in the woods, surrounded by the sky and the scrub oak on Sandy King Road. The Reverend of Heaven's Gate preaches to his people the story of their church.
Children, in the beginning of freedom, they separate us from the white folks. In 61, the war begun, and in 64, the war was over. But Reverend Zacharias Duncan, he was the man. He was the one who built the Heaven Gate Church. He raised us and he taught us in the church. We used to have to steal off in slavery time just to have classes. The driver would come in and whoop, but the church go on just the same. Steal away.
And farther in the woods, the voices of children. A new whitewashed brick building. The new school. The pride of the people up King's Road. The new school to replace the old gray weathered clapboard with rafters washed clean by the rain. The new school and the new voices. The history lesson.
Now, today we will have a Lincoln program. No, I'm not going to read a paper or read a speech. We're going to have a contest for all the fourth grade children. Samuel, could you tell me who Abraham Lincoln was?
Huh? Well, that was,
Now, quiet, please. No prompting. Now, try, Samuel.
No, ma'am. I heard Abraham, but I never heard the name of that fella you say.
Sarah, do you know?
Once read a paper about him.
Well, tell us.
Abraham Lincoln? He built a log cabin in the woods.
That's good. Now, put your hands down, children. I'll call on you all. Sarah, could you add to that?
Yes'm. Lincoln tended a log cabin school, but 2 books he studied.
Yes?
There was a speller book and a Bible.
That's good. Ezekiel, who do you think Abraham Lincoln was?
Well, he'd fight and try, and at last he was the captain of the new United States.
Anything else?
Yes, ma'am. He freed the colored people.
The day is winding up now in Barrows Inlet. The sun is coming in slanty and setting itself back in the woods, tuckered out, too weak to burn the mist rising up from the swamps. The school has been swept clean and the blackboard washed. That was Tommy's contribution. Abraham plowed 2 acres today, one for himself and one for his neighbor, in turn for the use of the mule. Zeke's on his way to Georgetown with 3 bushel of oysters tied on the bumper of his Model T. And he's passing the Reverend now on the way to the store.
Oh, Zeke. Have a good day.
Yeah, just tolerable fair.
Hey, there's a new baby coming to your house tonight.
Yes, sir.
Who's midwife?
Aunt Bill, I think everything will turn out fine, though. Don't you, Reverend?
You don't sound so sure, Zeke. Anything wrong?
No, sir. Only I can't be there helping. I gotta get the oyster market for cash.
I reckon you be no help anyway, Zeke.
No man is, sir. But Aunt Bill is awful old for a midwife.
I'll get Martha to help, Zeke. Don't you worry. You get on the market before it closes. You'll be needing that cash.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Need gas?
No, you Reverend. I've got gas. I just need a new start.
Okay, I'll give you a push.
Thank you, Reverend. And I'll do the same for you sometime.
And I'll do the same for you sometime becomes law in Barrows Inlet. The law of necessity and preservation. The food for the plant to be reborn after a long winter. The parson, like most of the people of the inlet, makes his last daylight stop. the stop at the store in the neck of the woods. There's nothing different about this store, and yet it's the most vital spot in the inlet. The place to stop to get the news of the day at the end of the day. The forum of public opinion holds session here. It's the country cousin of the corner drugstore of the town. The smaller edition of the courthouse square, where people congregate to talk about the tangible facts. The weather, the crops, the price of shad, the soil, the baptizing, the poll tax.
Yeah, I don't care what you say. Now, don't make no difference. We give the women voting power. Do we see them voting? No.
Well, why is that? I'll tell you. They're too busy to vote. Ain't that the truth, Reverend?
Well, we're all busy. That don't keep us away from the polls. But if a man ain't got $1 at the proper time, and that keeps him away from the poll, well, you can see.
No, the poll tax won't be decided today, nor will the weather be decided. But decisions are not made at the store. Opinions are aired, voices of the people are heard. Decisions will come later. They're just feeding their way along together for something new, maybe better. Birth pangs are hard, yes, but rebirth is still harder. The first dark that's twilight has left. It's night now. The last pipeful is down to the ash. There's no field now, no moss nor sea. No, not even pines. Just quiet mist out of the old rice marsh and sky. The inlet sleeps. All but one who's just awakened. The new baby at Zeke's house.
The Columbia Workshop has presented Rebirth in Barrow's Inlet by Joseph Liss. The original music was composed and conducted by Charles Paul. Frank Gallup was the narrator. In the cast were Will Geer, Helen Clare, Ann Elstner, Amanda Randolph, Juan Hernandez, Gwen Davies, Arthur Anderson, Dolores Gillen, G. Swain Gordon, Artell Dixon, and the Delta Rhythm Boys. The director was Earl McGill. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, the cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger.
With his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. The stories of his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness have come down to us through the generations. And nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! There's danger on the trail ahead! Out, Silver!
A pitiless sun blazed down on the deserted plain. The withered grass seemed to shrivel in the sultry heat, and only 2 horsemen stirred in the prairie wastes. One of them wore a mask and sat astride a white stallion. The other was an Indian who rode a paint. Slowly, the Lone Ranger and Tonto guided their horses along the edge of a small stream. On their left rose a ledge 15 feet high. The Indian, constantly alert for signs, suddenly reached out and grasped the masked man.
Wait, rein up.
Oh, boy,
Someone on top of ledge. Me see dust slide.
In this deserted country?
Me take 'em.
Indians!
The Indians leaped down, landing on the shoulders of the Lone Ranger and Tonto, dragging them from their horses. Taken by surprise, the 2 were at a disadvantage.
Behind you, Tonto.
Me get 'em.
No, you don't, Redskin.
Get back against wall.
But that time...
Fighting a dozen bloodthirsty redskins, the Lone Ranger and Tonto fought with a spotted wall of rock against their backs. Their fists lashed out time after time, smashing at the painted faces. Where one savage fell, 2 leaped into the fight to replace him. Knives gleamed, tomahawks rose and fell.
We can't go on much longer. We may break. Look out!
Tomahawk was about to split the masked man's skull. Silver leaped into the fray. Whinnying with rage, he struck out with powerful hoofs. First one, then another of the painted savages felt the smashing impact of the silver-shod feet. Screaming with fear, they scattered before the stallion's fury.
To the saddle, Tonto! Here, Scout! I can smash that tomahawk. Let's go, Tonto. Come on, Silver. Get him up. Out.
Pull, Silver, pull, fella. Why Apache in this part of country?
I don't know, Tonto. They're not usually around here. Did they wound you?
Oh, only scrape with knife. It's not bad.
If there are a dozen of them, there are more. Tonto, we're going to get to the top of that hill and look at the valley beyond. Wait.
That gunfire.
Partway up that hill. Come on, Silver, get him up. Count.
Bruised and battered from the fight against odds, the Lone Ranger and Tonto raced uphill toward the gunfire. By the time they arrived, the shooting had stopped. They found 2 men sprawled on the ground, victims of Indian arrows.
Oh, Silver, oh, boy, oh, fella. Oh, take a look at that one. I'll examine this fella. Easy.
There's no chance.
No, I'm afraid not. This fellow's gone.
This one dead, too. These Apache arrows.
Yeah, those savage fiends.
Who are these fellas?
I don't know, Kemosabe. They haven't been in the West long. Those clothes came from the East.
Me see.
Tonto, these men look like advance scouts from a wagon train. Maybe the papers in this poor fellow's pocket will prove it.
Maybe Apache's still around.
Keep an eye out while I see what I can learn about these men.
Me watch. Maybe follow trail for a little way uphill.
Now, wait a minute. I'll go with you.
What you see on paper?
They're pioneers. Came from the East. I'll learn more when I read the rest of the papers. Easy, Silver. Let's look in the valley beyond the ridge. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
Many miles east of the scene of death, a long line of canvas-covered prairie schooners threaded across the seemingly endless desert. In the first wagon, Ezra Thorne squinted into the distance. His rifle lay in readiness across his knees, and his grizzled old face was creased with worry as he scanned the horizon for hostile signs.
Every so often, I seem to see a cloud of dust. Have you noticed it, Mary?
Yes, I have, Ezra. I wondered about it. It's coming nearer to us.
Think it might be Sam and Kit coming back?
I hope to goodness it is. They've been gone since early morning. They should be back by this time. It's nearly sunset.
Now, see it? The dust?
Yeah. But why do we see it, then not see it?
It's the way the ground rolls. When the riders are in a dip, we can't see them. Hey, Jake!
Yeah, what is it?
Right over here alongside my wagon. Want to ask you something. What is it, Thorne? You see a couple of riders heading toward us?
Yeah, me and the boys been watching them.
Are they our boys coming back?
Not unless they changed horses. One of those horses is white.
You sure?
Yep.
Sam and Kit rode red ones.
Hey, you can see now. They're on the rise off yonder, you see them?
Sure enough.
Neither of those is a red horse.
One's white and one's paint.
Oh, Ezra, do you think something has happened to Sam and Kit?
I don't know, Mary. I don't know.
My sakes, how those two are traveling.
Better call the train to a halt, Thorne. Want me to pass the word back?
Yeah, Jake, you do that.
Rain up there! Rain up! Pass the word!
Oh, Vance. Oh, Nellie.
Ezra, one of those is an Indian.
What's that, Mary? Oh, there.
Yeah, she's right. One's a redskin.
Pass my shooting iron over here, Mary.
Oh, Ezra,
Let me handle this. Boys, right up alongside of me.
What's it coming, Jake?
Hey, a redskin and a masked man.
Masked. Vince is right.
Keep your guns handy. Be ready, boys. I don't like redskins, and a man with a mask is likely to be on the prod. Rain up there! Keep your distance!
Hey, he can't hear you getting those hoofbeats.
Rain up! You hear me? Who are you? What do you want of us?
We found 2 members of your train.
Sakes alive, you hear that, Mary? Let me down from this wagon.
Where'd you find them?
They'd been attacked by Indians.
Was they riding reds? Chestnut horses?
The Indians took their horses. One of the men was named Kit. I brought the letters I found in his pocket.
He was killed?
Yes. He was dead when we got there. The Indians had ridden away.
That's a downright lie.
Are you the leader of this train?
Yes, I am.
Steady, big fella. Well, I'll turn these things over to you.
Thank you. You look as if you'd had trouble, too.
Yes. Tonto and I met some Apaches.
Hold on, Thorne. Let me deal with that hombre.
Apaches, you say?
There's a camp of about 50 of them.
I'll handle this. You're lying, stranger.
That's the second time you said that. Don't say it again.
Why shouldn't I?
Now, hold on, Jake. I'm the leader of this...
You hired me as your guide. Let me take care of this. I know this country and the breed of critter that lives here. Take a look at that hombre with his clothes torn, the redskin with a wound on the shoulder. Kit and Sam marked him that way.
1 minute.
I'll talk if I want. I say you and that greasy redskin attacked our scouts.
I said hold on.
You try and make me. Go on, start something. You start it and I'll finish it.
You're mighty anxious for trouble.
I'll show you how anxious I am.
Jake.
You missed that swing, Jake. Don't start another.
You ain't going to tell me what to do. I'll show you.
Yes?
Horseback lifted him right off his feet.
I'll show you.
Hold it, Jake. You sure invited what you got.
Yeah, but
Now, don't reach for hardware, Jake, or me and Vince will deal ourselves a hand. Good boy, Carrie. Now, what was that about Apaches?
They're waiting for you in the valley ahead. They killed your scouts and tried to kill us.
Likely story. Look here, Thorne. I know what this hombre's up to. He'll try to make us change our course.
I wasn't going to suggest that. You'll keep going through the night, you can attack them around sunrise.
Attack redskins? Apaches?
If you camp for the night, you give those savages time to increase their strength. More Indians are coming to join them.
So that's the game. You want us to go right ahead and attack them and be wiped out. And I suppose you'll split the loot with the Apaches.
Haven't you had enough?
That's his game, Thorne.
Very well. Use your own judgment. You've been warned.
Now, wait. Why wouldn't it be good sense to head south and go around those critters? What's the use of fighting them if you don't have to?
I'm afraid, Thorne, if you change your course, the Indians will know about it.
But how can they know?
Do whatever you think best. You're the leader. Easy, Silver. All right, Tonto. Come on, Silver. Hit him up. Count.
Well, I'll be hog-tied and thrown on my back.
See, Thorne? As soon as I called the turn on him, he was mighty anxious to get away. He didn't want you to change the course. He wanted us to attack right away.
Yeah, well, I don't see how the Apaches would know if he was to change your course. Do you, Vince?
No, they wouldn't know it.
Sure don't seem like a smart thing to ride right into a nest of savages. Some of us would be sure to get killed.
I tell you that masked man's working in cahoots with them.
Well, we'll be guided by the majority. Let's turn south.
Yeah, that's my vote.
Well, south it is, boys. I know a trail.
Jake, you sure made a fool of yourself.
I'd like to have thrown lead at that hombre. I know his kind. You Eastern men don't. I tell you, boys, he's bad.
We turn south then, that it?
South it is, as soon as we start out in the morning. We might as well pitch camp here. Then we can tell the others why we were changing the course.
You pass the word to break out the supplies and make camp.
We're making camp!
Haul the wagons to a circle! Make camp!
Lone Ranger and Tonto rode back to the mountain ridge where they could see the valley camp of the Apaches. It was well after dark when they arrived. The campfires of the Indians flickered like fireflies in the dusk as the masked man and his Indian friend crept stealthily to a place where they could watch.
We'll camp here, Kemosabe, and watch those savages.
More Apache join band.
Yes, and there'll be more by the time the wagons cross these hills.
You think wagon train come straight across?
Well, I don't know. I don't think so.
You leave wagon train plenty sudden.
There was no way to make the leader believe I told the truth.
That's right.
We'll camp here and take turns standing guard. The wagons travel through the night to attack before the Indians are ready. We'll help in the attack. The Indians start toward the wagons. We'll ride ahead and give what warning we can. Let's make camp.
As the night advanced, more and more Apache savages came into the valley and camped. Fires were kept low, practically invisible, and the camp of the Indians was quiet. When it came Tonto's turn to watch, he knew that there was a white criminal directing the plans.
Indian build big fire. Dance war dance. Sing war song. And give plenty warning. These fellas not do that.
Sometime after midnight, Tonto saw one of the small glowing fires suddenly black out, and then another and another. He saw more activity in the moonlight and finally wakened the masked man.
What is it, Kemosabe?
You come. You take look.
The Indians? Are they attacking? They're getting ready to attack.
Indian get ready to move.
To move?
You look over this ridge. You see?
Yes. They're leading their horses, packing their things.
Plenty quick all valley be empty.
They're not moving because they're afraid.
That's right.
There go the leaders, heading south. South, Tonto. Ezra Thorne may have decided to take the wagon south.
That's right.
But if that's the case, how could the Indians know it?
Me not know.
We'd have heard anyone who came from the wagons and went to the savages in their camp.
We hear if anyone come, but nobody come.
Those redskins can be beaten. If they're taken by surprise, we... That's Silver.
That arrow.
From over there.
Me see. They're savage.
Oh, no, don't shoot. Charge them. Come on, Tonto.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Continue our story. While the Lone Ranger and Tonto watched the Apache savages moving their camp toward the south, 4 redskins sneaked close in the darkness and missed their first shot with an arrow. The Lone Ranger and Tonto, instead of bringing their guns into play, charged for the shrubs, concealing the Indians, and battled with fists.
Keep them from calling for help if you can, Tonto.
Me try. Stop that yell.
There. Behind you.
Me get him.
The masked man's fist flailed thick and fast as the remaining Indians leaped to the attack. Knives and tomahawks were jarred loose from the savages' fingers as they reeled under the Lone Rangers and Tonto's smashing blows. Finally, the 4 savages lay prone upon the ground.
That does it, Tonto. Tie them.
Me fix them.
Gag them, too.
Me do it.
I'll fix these 2. You take care of those.
How they know we're here?
That's what I'd like to know.
How Injun get word? Why go south? Why come hunt for us?
This'll hold him. Now for the others. If we were as savage as the Apaches, we wouldn't have to bother with ropes.
What we do with Redskins?
Leave them here for the time being. We've got to keep an eye on the rest of the pack. We can ride south, keeping just this side of the ridge. We can look over the ridge from time to time and see if those Apaches make a new camp.
We do that. You ready to start now?
That's as soon as we saddle up.
Daybreak found the pioneers breaking camp, loading their wagons, checking their weapons and ammunition, and preparing to start toward the southwest. As far as the eye could see, the prairie was free of savages, and Ezra Thorne felt an increasing relief that the wagon train had voted to follow Jake's instead of the masked man's advice.
I'm glad we decided to head to the south.
So am I, Ezra. I don't think much of the idea of looking for trouble.
Me neither.
If we have to fight and there's no way to get around it, that's something different. But if a fight can be avoided, sakes alive, I say let's travel 100 miles the other way if need be.
Hey, how you coming, Thorne? You about ready?
We're ready when the rest are. How are the other folks doing? You been checking on them, Carrie?
Well, they're set to shove on whenever we get the word.
They know we're changing the course?
Oh, sure. We had that out last night.
Where's Jake?
Looking over the map we drew up. There he is, sitting over yonder.
Carrie, what do you think of him?
Nothing. Why?
What's Vince thinking?
Oh, we ain't a right to think, Ezra. He's different than we are, but, well, maybe that's just because he's been out here so long. I guess the life out here hardens a man. Makes him ready to suspect everyone and fight at the drop of a hat.
Well, I don't like him.
Oh, Mary.
Something about him. I don't know what it is.
Well, climb aboard and we'll start out.
Here, folks, here's that extra duffel of mine.
All right, Jake. Put it into the wagon.
It's mighty helpful of you to tote some of my stuff.
It's all right.
The birds would get downright jiggled to death if they had to be tied to my saddle.
Don't know why you lug them birds along.
Well, man gets lonesome living alone like I do most of the time when I don't have a job as guide. Well, I'll put the birds in the wagon.
It's not right.
Hmm?
Doggone it all, Ezra. That man ain't the type one would look to have a passel of birds as pets.
Well, maybe use them for fresh meat when the hunting ain't good. Well, get aboard now. We'll start. That'll boost you. All right, Mary?
I'm fine.
Is everyone ready?
Along there! Get up!
Far ahead on the ridge, the Lone Ranger and Tonto saw the savages making a new camp at daybreak. When they were sure the camp was to be settled, they turned their horses.
Steady, boy, steady. There. That's it, just had enough. Mount up, Tonto. We'll go back where we started from. Easy, big fella.
Why we go there?
We can't leave those Indians tied.
Why not?
Because if we left them to starve, we'd be as cruel as they are.
Oh.
We're the only ones who know where they are, Kimosabe. If in the fight that's coming we're killed...
No, Indians kill us.
I don't want the starvation of those prisoners on my mind. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
Returning to the spot where they had left the four savages bound and gagged, the Lone Ranger and Tonto worked over the ropes which tied the Apaches so that they could easily escape in the event the masked man and his Indian friend were unable to return and release them.
Ease the ropes just enough so the men can work themselves loose, Tonto.
Me fixin', me thick. Kimosabe. Look, down there.
More Indians.
Those fellas stay back when others go south.
Just 3 of them and their horses. Why were they left there?
Me not know.
They're looking this way. They know we're here?
No, them not know.
They wouldn't have been left to tell others where the band has gone. There's a trail that's easily followed.
Why Injun look this way?
They seem to be watching the sky.
Bird up there.
Yes. It looks like a pigeon.
Why Injun watch it?
Tonto, that bird has a message on its leg.
You sure?
We'll make sure. Use an arrow, Kimosabe.
Oh, that long shot.
We've got to get that bird.
Taking a long, sinewy bow and an arrow from a sheath at Scout's side, Tonto fitted the feathered notch into the thin leather thong and carefully drew a bead on the bird, which was now winging swiftly overhead. For a tense moment, the arrow was poised in a line with the bird's flight. Then with a twang, the Indian's lean fingers launched it into the air, and the pointed shaft found its mark, bringing the bird to earth. Then they quickly examined the note attached to the pigeon's leg.
This note explains everything. Mount up, Kimosabe. Easy, Silver. We're riding to cut off those wagons.
What note say?
Jake signed it. He already has told the savages where the wagons will head. This note says they'll camp just east of the ridge tonight. That's the news those Apaches are waiting for. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
Across the barren prairie toward the wagon train raced the powerful white stallion in the sturdy paint. Soon the familiar canvas covers of the prairie schooners were sighted, and the masked man signaled for Ezra to rein up. When the train had stopped, most of the men gathered around Ezra's wagon, and the Lone Ranger told them of the pigeon and its message to the Indians.
You sure someone with us is working in cahoots with the Redskins?
Yes. I'll show him to you.
You'd better do it right away, mister.
All right. There he is.
That's it down right.
Not so fast, Jake.
All right. This time you're asking for gunplay. You'll get it.
Look out! Stop him!
My hand's busted.
Look in his duffel. Back his bag, Tonto.
He do it.
He sent word to the Indians when you changed your course.
Sent word?
How could he? I'll show you.
He not find anything here.
And it's somewhere on the back trail.
He kept some of his stuff in our wagon.
He has?
Get it, Ezra.
He's crazy. He's loco. You're going to take the word of a man that covers his face with a mask?
We are, till we've got reason not to.
He's trying to lead you into a trap, that's all.
Here's the stuff he kept on the wagon.
Unpack it.
You've got no right to do that.
Keep your mouth shut about rights, Jake.
Why, look here in this cage.
That's just a pet of mine.
You know how many pets he had when he first brought that pigeon cage here?
Seems to me he had more than he's got now.
He's released a couple of them. Bring the one we got, Tonto.
He get it.
Haven't you heard of carrier pigeons?
He's making it up out of whole cloth.
Take a look at this.
A pigeon.
Look at the message on the leg.
Let me see that.
Here, you take a look.
We've already read the message. It's an Apache sign language.
On narration, I can't read this sort of thing.
Tells the Indians that you plan on camping just this side of the ridge tonight.
Well, that's what we did plan.
No such thing. I don't know a thing about it. Maybe Ezra Thorne let that pigeon loose.
Why, you...
Now, listen to me. If I hadn't read that message, how would I know what you planned?
Well, that's right.
The only way the masked men could know would be by reading the message.
Jake, it looks like you're proved a dirty, double-crossing, ornery crook.
And if you still doubt me, fasten that message to another pigeon and release the bird. You'll see it fly on a beeline for the Indians. You'll see Indians who were left behind waiting for it. They'll get the message and take it to their new camp.
Should we let a bird go, gents?
Why not?
Let the Indians think you're going to make camp. Let them attack.
Now, look here, stranger. I like your style. I'm for taking orders from you.
Can't we go back to the North Trail and avoid a fight?
You've got a chance to wipe out those savages and make this country safer for the pioneers who will come after you.
Let's do it.
But the masked man says to make camp and let the Redskins attack us.
But you'll be ready for them.
I'm all for it.
Yeah, me too.
Now, wait. Listen to me. He's
Don't
only...
shut your big trap, Jake. You're traveling the rest of the way with ropes on your hands. Come on, mister. Take over and give us the orders.
That night, as the message to the Indians explained, the wagons were drawn into a circle on the east slope of the hills just below the ridge. As darkness closed in, there were many small campfires. The horses were inside the circle of wagons, and it appeared that everyone slept. Then, quite late at night, the air was suddenly split by a single sharp cry from a savage throat. Other savages took up the cry. Fast ponies broke into a mad dash. The attack flooded down the hill. Ponies, painted savages, spears, bows and arrows, war cries and screams of eagerness for blood and scalp, for looted firearms. And before the Indians could form their circle about the wagons, a score of rifles spoke as one. A shattering volley dropped many of the savages in their tracks, sent the others reeling desperately in an effort to form a concentrated front. This was the beginning. Gunfire came from every rock and from behind every tree. It was a fire that nothing could withstand.
Load them and we'll fire them.
Hold it on hard!
I got one. Here's another.
The Redskins broke in wild disorder. They broke and started back uphill for the safety of the valley beyond. Then new guns spoke, guns at the crest. The retreat had been cut off by men who were carefully placed for the Lone Ranger. Finally, sooner than anyone had hoped, the savages threw down their weapons and raised naked bronze arms high above their heads in token of surrender.
Looks like your goose is cooked.
Yeah. You can't prove anything.
No?
You've got nothing but the word of that masked man against me. It's his word against mine.
His word, what we saw, and the word of 6 captured redskins. If that don't stand in court when we get to the next town, then you'll be turned loose. But I reckon we got a plenty. You can hang, you ornery skunk.
Hey, hold on, Ezra. There goes the masked man to his horse.
Oh, wait a minute. Come here, mister. We want to show you how we appreciate what you've done for us.
We'll meet again, Ezra. Good luck to you. Ready, Tonto? Come on, Silver. Get him up. Count. Hi-yo, Silver. Hi!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Starring Orson Welles in Admiral of the Ocean Sea on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont, maker of better things for better living through chemistry.
Good evening. This is Orson Welles. In an old book in a library in the city of Seville, this is written.
An age shall come after many years when the ocean will loose the chain of things, and a huge land lie revealed.
The quotation is from an ancient Roman play by Seneca. An age shall come after many years when the ocean will loose the chain of things, and a huge land lie revealed. In the old book in Seville, these lines are followed by this one.
My father fulfilled this prophecy on October 12th in the year of our Lord, 1492.
Today is October 12th, 1942. Hello, Americans. This is our birthday. This broadcast is part of the celebration. It comes to you in the principal American languages, and you're hearing it in every country of our hemisphere. Happy birthday, everybody. Happy birthday. Maybe you'd forgotten.
In 1492, Columbus sailed the ocean blue.
That's right. 4.5 centuries ago this morning, Columbus found a new world.
Mr. Wells, that's a rather dangerous statement.
Oh, why's that?
It isn't clearly established who first discovered America. I'm a full professor of probiology, entomology, and cretinics.
I'm glad to know you, but what about Columbus?
It is not precisely accurate to say that Columbus discovered America. You see, there's every historical evidence to show that the land masses of the Western Hemisphere were discovered many years, I might even say many centuries, before Columbus. To be exact, in the north and east by the Vikings under Leif the Lucky, and perhaps Eric the Red.
Oh, yes.
To the south and west by natives from the South Seas, traveling in canoes with cocoa nuts for sextants. In the west and north by certain Asiatic people.
Yes.
Bridging the Aleutian Islands, and perhaps I might
Professor,
even...
I agree with you. A lot of men besides Columbus discovered America, probably some before him and many after him. Great names like Magellan, Vasco da Gama, Balboa, the Cabots, Hudson.
Amerigo Vespucci?
That's right, Professor.
For whom this hemisphere is named.
That's right, Professor. Now, here's my point about America's other discoverers. The great and the anonymous. The conquistadors, the priests, the prospectors, the traders, the trappers, the banderantes, the leather stockings. Every man of them who moved forward valiantly into any part of the uncharted darkness of our new world is a discoverer of America. Every man of these is Columbus, and Columbus is all of them. He's the first man who's going to get to the moon. He's the fellow with the courage of his dreams.
I can fly like a bird. I can sail without a sail.
I can ride my carriage without a horse.
I can get to the east by sailing west.
The sound you've been hearing was laughter. We bring you now the sound of an aeroplane, a steamboat, an automobile. And by the way, it turns out you can get to the east by going west, because the world is round.
Of course it's round.
Then why did you laugh at Columbus?
Oh, me?
Yes, you. Remember the egg story?
The Egg Story. The scene is a castle in Spain. Columbus, who has just discovered America, is the guest of honor at a banquet.
With nobody can deny.
Why all this fuss about Columbus?
Yes, why?
After all,
You were discussing me, gentlemen?
Yes, I see you were.
Oh, well, we were merely saying...
And no doubt you were saying that too much is made of my achievement.
We were only remarking, my Lord Admiral.
Yes.
As the world goes, sooner or later, somebody else would have done it.
Sooner or later.
There's not much that I can say to that. But here, you see, I have a hard-boiled egg.
An egg? Egg?
Hard-boiled?
And hard-boiled egg?
Hard-boiled eggs in the 1490s?
Yes, the poached egg hadn't been introduced yet. It was to be discovered several years later in Mexico by Sister Juana de la Cruz.
He has an egg.
Yes. And I should like to ask you to make this egg stand on end.
Stand on end?
What a curious request. Here, give it to me.
It rolls over.
Well, of course it rolls over.
Here, let me try.
What's going on?
Wait now, Vic. This is obviously quite impossible.
Is it impossible?
Yes. Impossible.
Watch. I crack the shell gently on the bottom, and the egg stands.
No, stand. Of course. If you do it that way.
Yes, but nobody else thought of doing it that way.
I like that yarn, because it tells us something about the man himself. He had wit as well as courage, it would seem. Too bad we don't know more about Columbus.
Columbus is not necessarily the correct name. It is given severally as Colombo, Colon, Colum, Columb, and Colonius.
Thank you, Professor. Anyway, he came from Genoa, which makes him Italian.
Well, evidence has been brought forward that he was Corsican or possibly Maorican.
Oh, well.
Another theory would make him a Greek. There are also claims that he was English, Portuguese, German, French, Jewish, Spanish, and Armenian.
Probably Italian, though.
Indubitably.
Thank you, Professor. Also, everybody seems to agree that his red hair was prematurely gray and that he was freckled.
Well, as to the freckles...
Never mind about the freckles. What we care about is that 4½ centuries ago today, he arrived on our shores. Christopher Columbus, the Admiral of the Ocean Sea, with 3 ships in his command. Everybody knows their names. The Santa Maria, the Pinto...
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Wells.
Yes, little girl?
The name of the ship was the Pinta, not Pinto.
That's the Pinta. That's right. That's right, little girl. You know the name of the other boat?
The other ship is the Nina.
That's what I said.
Columbus set sail from the coast of Spain on August 3rd, 1492. It took him 34 days to cross the Atlantic, if you count from his last port of call, the Grand Canaries.
The Grand Canaries. There's the glamour of voyaging in that name. His last port of call, you said it was. That's the word, all right. Call. Call. Baghdad. There's a call to that name. Pango Pango. Timbuktu. The Grand Canaries. Not that the Grand Canaries can have sounded very special to Columbus. Other words quickened his blood and meant adventure. The Indies. Zipangu. The Islands of Spice. Cathay. The Empire of the Great Khan. Oriental places, the fabled East that he sailed west to find. And there were others. Names he'd never heard. Singing names for Europeans after him to learn. Cuzco, Chichen Itza, Orinoco, Saskatchewan, Mississippi. Some say that Columbus was only and merely practical. They say all he was after was a shortcut to India. Just that, a shortcut. Maybe. Maybe the unknown can only be explored by men of no imagination, but I think you need imagination to make the try. Can't have been pleasant, that first crossing. Somebody once said that adventure is an attitude taken toward discomfort. Imagine the first day of that first Atlantic adventure. September 8th, 1492. Here's Columbus ready to up anchor and away, his 3 caravels dancing in a sharp northeasterly off the Grand Canaries.
My lads, we head away now to the west. There it's still dark, but not quite dark. For look you, hanging low and so bright. See that westering star. I know that star. I know it well. Our course is set by the Star of the North, lads, but we sail toward that one. The Star in the West.
Walt Whitman wrote about that voyage. Passage to India, he called his poem. Passage to India. The medieval navigators rise before me. The world of 1492 with its awakened enterprise. Something swelling in humanity now, like the sap of the earth in spring. Passage to India. Struggles of many a captain. Tales of many a sailor dead. The plans, the voyages again. The expeditions. Dominating the rest I see. The Admiral himself. History's type of courage, action, faith. The knowledge gained, the mariner's compass, lands found and nations born. Thou born America, for purpose vast, man's long probation filled, thou rondure of the world at last accomplished. Passage. Immediate passage. The blood burns in my veins. Away, O soul. Hoist instantly the anchor. Cut the hawsers. Haul out. Shake out every sail. Have we not stood here like trees in the ground long enough? Have we not groveled here long enough, eating and drinking like mere brutes? Have we not darkened and dazed ourselves with books long enough? Sail forth. Steer for the deep waters only. For we are bound where mariner has not yet dared to go, and we will risk the ship, ourselves and all. Oh, my brave soul. Oh, farther, farther sail. Oh, farther, farther, farther sail.
Behind the gates of Hercules, before him not the ghost of shores, before him only shoreless seas. The good mate said, now must we pray, for lo, the very stars are gone. Brave Admiral, speak, what shall I say? Why say, sail on, and on.
No child grows up in America without hearing again and again the story of that brave first voyage.
My men grow mutinous day by day.
Mutiny.
My men...
Mutiny. None of us got through the 4th grade at school without learning that mutiny was the gravest peril Columbus faced. His men feared to go on, we were told, because they thought their ships would fall off the edge of the world. Perhaps we remember this so vividly because we learned it such a short time after we learned the world had no edge. The sailors believed in great monsters, sea dragons, fish that could swallow whole fleets. And their dread was real to us then because we'd just been told that dragons don't exist. And we stood with Columbus on these grave questions, on the side of light and logic, by the grace of a mere semester or two. Now, frankly, it isn't easy to reconstruct, to reenact a 15th century mutiny. I don't know how far the mutineers dared to go or got with that clear-eyed gentleman from Genoa. I don't know what they said exactly, but I can guess what it sounded like. Something like this, maybe.
The Nazi war machine is invincible.
Let's face it, he can't be beaten.
We can't hold out against the Nazis.
Now, of course, Columbus's men weren't talking about the Nazis back then. But it was the same kind of talk.
He'll be in Moscow in 2 weeks.
He'll take Russia by telephone. Hitler is invincible.
You've heard that kind of mutiny. Remember? Well, there were dragons in 1492, and you could slip off the rim of the earth. But we know now that we can beat Hitler just as sure as the world is round. "32 days out, and 2 days to go, and they nearly turned back. Then, on the 33rd day, Columbus made this entry in his log.
Today we saw a bird.
How can we understand a moment in time we never experienced? How can we anticipate something that has already happened? Well, let's try. No music, please. And I'm not going to say anything. We'll all just think about it. Try to imagine what it was like on that ship on that night.
Mr. Admiral. Do you see a light there straight ahead? I think I do. Yes. There it is. Like a little wax candle. It rises and falls. It's a light on land. Or a little boat. It's gone. Wait a moment. May return. There it is. I see it too. Yes, I see it too. But no. Alas, it's a false alarm. My western star, just ready to set, with a wisp of cloud or some low sea mist that gives it that strange, warm glow like a lamp, that makes it glimmer and then go out. Better luck next time, Master Christopher.
It's 450 years ago. This morning, 2 o'clock. The three ships speed straight on, their sails shining white in the moon that now has risen past full in the sky behind. Pinta leads. A brave trade wind now blows. The caravels roll and plunge and throw the spray as their bows cut down the last invisible barrier that lies between the old world and this new one of ours. A moment now. A moment. And an era that rose in remotest antiquity will conclude.
If this be the Indies, then I've done what I set out to do. But if this should not be, who is there now who is able to say this is not a land far greater still? To that land, and the men of that land, I say, and to them who follow them through ages to come, to the sons of this land we see here, stretching forth, I say, lock this night in your heart, for on it a man's dream came true.
Passage to more than India. O secret of the earth and sky, of you, O waters of the sea, O winding creeks and rivers, of you, O woods and fields, of you, strong mountains, of you, O pampas, of you, gray rocks, O morning red, O clouds, O rain and snows, O day and night, passage to you, O sun and moon, and all you stars. Passage to you. Columbus died without ever knowing what he'd found or how much there was of it. Took a long time to find that out. As a matter of fact, we don't know it all yet. There are big sections in our part of the Atlas still marked unexplored. But these things we do know. Our island stretches the length of the world. We have great rivers. The Amazon, the Mississippi, the Orinoco, the Columbia, the Yukon, the Paraguay. We have great mountains, the Andes, the Rockies, the Sierra Madres, the Appalachians. We have lakes, Titicaca, the Great Lakes, the Great Salt Lake. We have the brush of the Mato Grosso, the jungles of the Amazon, the swamps of the Everglades, the deserts of Chile and Arizona, the falls of Niagara and Iguazu. We have timber and quarries and iron. We can build a world. We have coal and oil and water. We can run a world. We have wheat and corn and cattle. We can feed a world. And ours is a tolerant land. Summer and winter live in it side by side. And we're so rich that we can change the tide of history with only a small part of our natural wealth. In the crew of Christopher Columbus was a man who is alive today. I will repeat that. A member of Columbus's crew is alive today. Happy to have him with us here in the studio, ladies and gentlemen. I want you to meet Jose. I'm terribly sorry. Forgotten your name?
I've forgotten the last one myself. Just call me Jose or Jose or Joe, whatever you like. Yes, sir, man and boy. I've been around for quite some time.
Well, how'd you happen to sign up with Columbus, Joe?
I just happened to be around. Didn't spend much time here at first. None of us did. Made several crossings. Ship with a lot of captains on all sorts of craft. The Mayflower, Half Moon. I've forgotten most of the names. Went all over. Fountain of Youth. Never found that. El Dorado. That never turned up. And those Amazon women. I never saw them. But that Pekin Darien.
Well, I suppose you saw a lot of things for the first time, Joe.
Well, a lot to see. Mountains, lakes, and rivers. They were always claiming them in the name of the king. I carried the flags. Different flags, of course, different kings. I don't remember their names either. Billy the Bald, Charlie the Flat, Peter the Evil, or whoever they were. It doesn't matter now.
What made you finally settle down?
I don't know. Got used to it. Didn't seem any sense going back after a while. Nice people around here. Nice country.
What'd you do?
Oh, a little bit of everything. Farmed, prospected, cut down a lot of trees. Sometimes didn't do any work at all. Just sat around and let somebody else do it for me.
Mm-hmm. Anything else?
Hunting, fishing, bell ringing.
What?
Bell ringing. There was a time we were always ringing bells.
What for?
Celebrating. You see, we claimed all these countries in the name of the kings. But the kings were all too far away to mean much, and after a while, they didn't mean anything at all. So we started doing things in the name of the people. That was a new idea. That's why we rang the bells.
The people? Well, that's something to ring a bell about. And, that was another new idea.
Speaking of the people, I'd like you to meet a friend of mine.
How do you do, sir? Your name?
You can call me Joe.
Indian Joe. He's been around a lot longer than I have. Built some beautiful cities back in the old days, didn't you, Joe?
Sure.
He's got something to say. Here it is. A lot of good things came over here from Europe, Africa, and Asia. But a lot of good things were here to begin with. Put them all together, you've got something new.
Sure. Brand new.
Well, that's part of what I was starting to say.
Yeah, I know. I heard Bolivar make a speech about it once. And Henry Clay.
Yeah, but right now, it's really beginning to come true. Americans all over the Americas are honestly anxious now to get to know each other better. To play together and fight together. Well, let's put it this way. America is being discovered again. This time by Americans. Joe, I think you can start ringing those bells again. Any concluding observations?
Nope. That's it.
Well, everybody in the American hemisphere knows that this new idea we've been talking about has no stauncher friend than Henry A. Wallace, the Vice President of the United States. I went to Washington last week to get his advice on this program, and I also asked him for a few words on its occasion, our American birthday. And he didn't promise me he'd prepare us something in a day or two and send it along. He simply picked up a pencil and wrote it out for us, there and then. Here it is. The New World in 450 years has transformed the Latin and Anglo-Saxon cultures into what might be called the new democracy. The new democracy looks to the future, not to the past. It looks to the rich soil and bright sunshine of America for strength. It does not exclude the old world, but it will develop its own strength to help the old world. May October 12th be the symbol of new world strength, of the new democracy, of abundance for all the peoples of the earth. Ladies and gentlemen, that about sums it up. Happy birthday again. Many happy returns of the day.
Thank you, Orson Welles. Explorers, those gallant men among our number who must always search out the unknown, who must always cross the misty line of the far horizon. Explorers make many kinds of voyages. There are many kinds of explorers. But the discoverers of 1492 and those of 1942 were and are dedicated to one and the same aspiration, to widen the boundaries of man's knowledge. Today, America has a war to win, and all of our efforts are pointed toward its winning. The very urgency we feel that this war must be won springs from our faith that this, our free civilization, free to explore and learn, to improve and progress, is worth fighting for, is humanity's best hope for the future. Our enemies would drag us back into the night of ignorance and fear and poverty. We fight for the freedom to go forward, our freedom of conscience, the freedom of philosophers and artists to bring us added wisdom and beauty, the freedom of scientists to continue the epic voyages of discovery they make within the four walls of their laboratories, enriching the lives of everyone. Not riches of gold and ivory, not the perfume and spice of the fabled Indies, but new standards of health for the youngsters born today. Fuels and metals and plastics to streamline our whole idea of transport. New and better automobiles and airplanes. Maybe transcontinental trains of airborne gliders. New and better houses, prefabricated, clean and glistening, of unprecedented beauty and convenience, costing less to build and far less to maintain. Not the rubber Columbus knew as a strange black vegetable gum that seemed to be alive, but instead hundreds of types of rubber. These are only a few of the promises we glimpse just over the horizon of tomorrow's world, thanks to scientific discovery. Not tomorrow's dreams, tomorrow's facts. They are on the way. We fight this bitter war in order to win the peace. We fight, as the president of the DuPont Company recently said, so that the war and the peace will both be victories. Today it is this thought that guides and inspires the men and women of DuPont, who in time of peace work to bring you better things for better living through chemistry. Next week, ladies and gentlemen, Cavalcade will present Madeline Carroll in a new radio play, That They Might Live. It is the story of a young immigrant who, a century ago, pioneered to emancipate women in the field of medicine, the results of which are being proven today by the gallant efforts of women doctors and nurses devoting their lives to the winning of the war. Next week, Madeline Carroll in That They Might Live. For tonight's program, Cavalcade is indebted to Little Brown and Company, publishers of Samuel Eliot Morrison's Admiral of the Ocean Sea, which was utilized in preparing tonight's play by Mr. Wells in collaboration with Robert Meltzer and Norris Houghton. The orchestra and musical score were under the direction of Don Voorhees. This is Clayton Collier sending best wishes from DuPont. This program came to you from New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Americans at Work. On the fighting fronts, America and the United Nations are on the march. Our gallant fighting men and the brave warriors of our allies are carrying the fight to the enemy. On the home front, too, comes encouraging reports on the battle of production. A great army of skilled workers, men and women, are working the clock around, turning out the implements of war that will erase the Axis. The three industrial concerns that have made tonight's program possible are proud to be able to do their full share. They invite you now to listen to the story of Americans at Work.
On the street, in the home, in a crowd or alone, just wherever you may be, I am an American. I am from the heart of me. Rich or poor, young and old, let this message be told, just wherever you may be. I am an American. I'm proud of my liberty. In the factory, in the mill, through each valley, from each hill, raise your voice and give America a thrill. On the farms, in the schools, show the world we're no fools, just wherever you may be. I am an American. So am I. I'm an American. Me too.
This is a war of scientific instruments. At the nerve center of every bomber, every tank, every ship of our Navy is a delicate, accurately made scientific instrument. Every time a great gun is fired, a precision instrument aims it. Today, the armed services are giving preferred position to those trained in the sciences. And after the war, when the battle of freedom is won, there will be an even greater demand for young men and women trained in the basic sciences. Be sure that your boys or girls are getting the advantages of this training in their school. The men and women who work at the Welch Scientific Company are proud of their assignment in supplying precision instruments to our armed forces, industrial, and educational laboratories.
They started something, but we're gonna end it right in their own backyard. We're proud of our country and proud to defend it, so Yankee Doodle hit 'em hard. Put our shoulders to the wheel, the whole darn world will get a brand new deal. Oh, they started something, but we're gonna end it right in their own backyard. gal and guy. Heart and soul in every bond we buy. Keep 'em rolling, keep 'em sailing, keep 'em flying. Over land and sea and sky. They started something, but we're gonna end it right in their own backyard. We're proud of our country and proud to defend it. So Yankee Doodle hit 'em hard. Put your shoulders to the wheel. The whole darn world will get a brand new deal. Oh, they started something, but we're gonna end it right in their own backyard. You'll see, we'll stop them in their own backyard.
Industry, large and small, has buckled down to the gigantic job of outproducing our common enemy, forging industry, and playing a conspicuous part in helping to forge the implements of war, ships and guns that will deal the knockout blow to Hitler and Hirohito, is the modern die and drop forge company. There are more than 25 standing them in good stead now as they give their all-out effort to build the tools of modern warfare. Men and management alike at Modern Forge Company are justly proud of their important assignments and are resolved to man their industrial battle stations to the limit of their skill and endurance till victory has been won.
I saw a peaceful old valley with a carpet of corn for a floor. A voice within me, this is worth fighting for. I saw a little old cabin and the river that flowed by the door. And I heard a voice whisper, this is worth fighting for. Didn't I build Didn't my folks before me fight for this country before I was born? I gathered my loved ones around me and I gave a sword. Then heard that voice within me thunder, this is worth fighting for. Around me, and I gazed at each face I adored. Then I heard that voice within me thunder, this is worth fighting for.
And now it is our great pleasure to welcome to our Americans at Work microphone Mr. Carl E. Payne, sales manager of the Oscar W. Hedstrom Corporation. Mr. Payne.
Thank you, Frank. Today, we honor a great man, Christopher Columbus. In 1492, 450 years ago, he first set foot on this soil, seeking and finding a new world. Since then, many wars have been fought. But today, October 12th, 1942, we are engaged in the greatest struggle that has ever entered the minds and imagination of men. Columbus was followed to the New World by a band of courageous, freedom-loving people. They were willing to fight for the same thing we are fighting for today: liberty, security, and justice. But let's stop and think of the things we are fighting against. In part, they are the despotic rule of the Axis with its enforced slave labor, its suppression of free enterprise, free speech, and freedom of religion, the high-handed tyrannical methods used to subjugate millions of people, the inhuman treatment at the hands of the Nazi gangsters of those who dare to oppose them. These tragedies represent only a part of the despised, barbaric men we are fighting against. That's why we at Oscar W. Hedstrom Corporation have made these words our slogan. Victory is everyone's job. Everyone at our 5 plants is resolved to make the winning of this war his job. For we all realize that war punches no time clock, nor does it wait for those who lag behind. We all of us, must stand ever united with a determination of purpose that knows no lagging. Yes, we must even fight as the great People's Army of Russia are fighting in their heroic defense of their homes. For we all are soldiers together and must continue to be so until the final peace has been won. And there's one more sure thing we must all do. That is to buy war bonds to the very limit of our financial ability. 10% of our wages. At least. More if at all possible. But certainly no less. When we have done all these things and know in our heart that we are doing them, then and only then can we feel that we are backing up the men on the far-flung battlefronts of the world who are giving their all that liberty, security, and justice for all may be secured. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you very much, Mr. Payne. Ladies and gentlemen, you've been listening to Mr. Carl E. Payne, sales manager of the Oscar W. Hedstrom Corporation, and we know that you enjoyed and appreciated his message.
And on the sea and in the air, we've got to be there. We've got to be there. America is sounding her alarms. We've got to have arms. We've got to have arms. Arms for the love of America. They speak in a foreign land with weapons in every hand. Whatever they cry, we've got to reply.
To make victory certain in this historic struggle, America is calling upon her industries to build more and forever more of the materials they know best how to build. Occupying a prominent position in the vital field of castings, patterns, precision instruments, and other essential production needs is the Oscar W. Hedstrom Corporation. Tuned to the tempo of war needs, their men and women, from newest workman to top executive, are extremely proud of their important assignments in the nation's war production. It is their pledge to continue to work and build with all their skill that our nation may have the world's mightiest war machine to help speed the day of victory and peace. Americans at work at Oscar W. Hedstrom Corporation salute their brothers in arms, soldiers, sailors, and Marines.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with
The three industrial concerns that have brought you the story of Americans at work close the broadcast with this solemn pledge. Employer and employee alike, living and working in constructive accord, resolve to maintain their faith in the American way under which this nation has prospered and pledge themselves to preserve by united effort our heritage of security, liberty, and justice. Be sure to listen again next Monday night at the same time for another Americans at Work program. This is WCFL, Chicago.
Presenting Hop Harrigan, America's ace of the airways. CX-4 calling control tower. CX-4 calling control tower. Standing by.
Control tower, back to CX-4. Wind, southeast. Ceiling, 1200. All clear.
Okay, this is Hop Harrigan. Coming in.
Fellas, doesn't the roar of that plane give you a thrill? Doesn't your heart beat a little faster every time you see one of Uncle Sam's giant birds flying high over the rooftops? I'll bet it does. And I'll bet you know how those planes are playing the biggest part of any single instrument in this quick-moving war. And those boys piloting our nimble-wing P-40s and our long-range flying fortresses, believe you me, they know how to fly. They know how because they've spent many hours in learning how to fly. Learning to fly well enough to be entrusted with a man-sized job of winning this war. The Army and the Navy Air Forces know you can't become a flyer overnight. It takes many, many months of preparation. Many months even before a cadet is allowed to touch a plane. That's why the Air Forces so heartily endorse the program of pre-flight training in high schools. These courses make it possible for you fellas in high school, even though you're only 16 to 18 years of age, to begin learning now, as part of your high school course, the things you would start learning if you enlisted in either the Army or Navy Air Forces. Pre-flight training in high schools includes courses in physical training, military drill, aerodynamics, meteorology, navigation, and other subjects that airmen must know. Fellows who take these courses in high schools save themselves and the Air Forces many valuable hours later on if they should enlist as air cadets. And you can do that too. Remember that even if you never fly one of Uncle Sam's bombers or fighter planes, the knowledge you gain from your high school aviation courses will fit you for the peacetime expansion of aviation in which America and American men are going to play a worldwide and leading part. Pre-flight training courses are now being formed in high schools all over the country. Find out if your school is offering them. If not, speak to your principal about it and ask him to include them in the curriculum for your next semester. If you want more information, write to the United States Office of Education in Washington, D.C. America needs flyers. And now to our story. Substituting as a British intelligence officer, Hop Harrigan is in occupied France on the trail of a new type German airplane cannon, which is being mounted on Messerschmitt 110s. However, Colonel Strauss of the German Gestapo tricked Hop into not only revealing his mission, but implicating a number of loyal Frenchmen who have aided Hop. Imprisoned in the Calais jail and freed only through the intervention of a young French girl, Lisa Collard, Hop is now in Paris with Lisa. At a little cafe in Montmartre, the hill section of Paris, owned by the huge and kindly Madame Dommage, Hop and Lisa, the latter disguised as a boy, are enjoying their first real food in days. Listen.
The potage, it is good, mes enfants, hein?
C'est délicieux, madame.
Monsieur, I hardly know how to say this, but these days in unfortunate France, it is customary to pay for the meal before one eats.
Oh, of course, Madame Dommage. Here's a wad of bills. You take it out of this.
Oh, not the money, monsieur. I trust you for that. But the food tickets. I must have a ticket for everything I sell.
But we have none, madame.
What? You have none? Sacre nom de chien. This is a monstrous crime. You're cheating me. I am robbed. Gendarme!
Oh, what's she yelling about?
She's calling the police.
What is it? What is it? What's going on here, madame? These two thieves. They eat my food and do not give me a ration ticket.
Oh, that is a serious crime in occupied France. In the name of the German Army of Occupation, you are arrested.
Arrested? Oh, what for?
For not giving this poor woman her food tickets. In 30 years in this district, I have never made an arrest. But this is a serious crime.
But monsieur, the tickets we left in Lyon, where they live.
Oh, that is bad. If the tickets are in Lyon, Madame Dommage, it is obvious that this man and this boy cannot give them to you.
And with what am I to get food to cook? With excuses?
Oh, Madame Dommage, these are hard times. Tickets or no tickets. Why should Frenchmen fight with Frenchmen, huh? What for? Are we not all unhappy?
Oui, that is true. But my tickets!
Oh, they are in Lyon, no? Madame Dommage will go to Lyon for them?
I should go to Lyon. Why?
Of course not. So I am sure that you would not ask me to make an arrest after 30 years. And what is a ticket more or less, Madame Dommage? Oh, thank you, monsieur.
This is what happens when an honest woman meets with thieves. She goes to the police, and the police, they are fools. Sacre.
No arrest, Madame Dommage, no arrest. And now, before I go, I must tack up on this wall this new German poster.
No ticket. Eh bien. What? Another poster? What do they want now, those Nazis?
An Englishman and a little girl. They came from Calais. They are in Paris, and the Gestapo is offering 50,000 francs for their arrest.
So my soup is no good, monsieur. Even without a ticket, eh?
Oh, no, Madame Dommage. It went down the wrong way. Well, that is finished. It is a lucky thing you came from Lyon, eh? If you had said Calais, I might have been suspicious. Eh bien, now I must go. Au revoir.
Merci, madame.
Do not thank me. Thank the gendarme, you old fool. Well, you are hungry, you have no ticket, you have cheated me of the ticket for the soup. You may just as well cheat me of the ticket for the cabbage. I will bring no ticket for the ration.
Oh, if once more we are frightened like that up, I will die.
Yeah, it was a close call, all right. Say, maybe we better get out of here in a hurry.
No, I do not think so. The best thing to do is what you call sit tight.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Uh-oh, here comes someone out of the kitchen. A young Frenchman.
Bonjour, monsieur.
Bonjour.
You mind if I sit down? Merci. I am Laroche, one-time student at the university, now the only waiter in Paris who can work for Dommage.
How do you do?
You said your name was...
We did not say, monsieur.
Oh, well, I will call you the unknown. Say, Madame Dommage.
What do you want, Dr. Mao?
You think maybe you will collect the 50,000 francs, huh?
I do not want blood money. Here is the cabbage.
That smells good.
Before you eat, I will have the money.
Okay. Here, take it out of this 100 francs.
Merci beaucoup.
Oh, 100 franc note. That is not bad.
It is any business that concerns you, perhaps?
No. Here. Catch this, my boy.
Stop playing your silly games, monsieur.
That is all I wanted to know. Madame Dommage.
Oui.
We have distinguished company.
What are you talking about?
The young boy, madame, the little one here, is not a boy, but a girl.
What? How do you know?
When I threw the rolled paper at you, Mademoiselle Collard...
What'd you call her?
Oh, I am not a stupid gendarme, Monsieur Harrigan. I am clever.
Sometimes it's not too good to be clever.
That's still Harrigan. I am your friend. I want to help. I knew Brigitte a long time ago.
Who are you?
You mean these two are the ones of that poster? The Nazis are looking for them? Oh, I do not believe it.
Of course. I knew it instantly. Harrigan is dressed as a French farmer and does not have even a single callus on his hands. I throw something at this so-called young boy's lap, and he throws his feet apart. Only girls do that. They make a lap with their skirts to catch the object. But a boy, no. He puts his legs together to prevent the object from falling between them to the floor. Voila, he is a girl.
Well, I guess we're unmasked, at least.
Tell me, Harrigan, is there any way we can help?
So these are the ones on that poster, eh? And I, big fool that I am, was going to turn them over to the gendarme. Why did you not say something?
Can we help, Harrigan?
You said we. Who are the rest?
Oh, we have a large group, Harrigan, of Frenchmen still loyal to the real France.
Listen, Laroche. You know I'm working for the British. And you must know I'm here on something important.
Yes. But what is it?
Gee, I don't know whether I ought to tell you this, but I'm here to get my hands on one of the new German Messerschmitts. The ones with the cannon.
I see. No, there I can do nothing. A small raid I can arrange, even murder. But to steal a plane, no. Now, let me think. No, I can do nothing. But someone... I think maybe if he would...
Who?
Joly, publisher of the Paris Gazette.
Joly? But he is a Nazi. He works for Hitler.
No, Mademoiselle Collard. He's one of us. He's our strongest link. I think it might be wise for you, Harrigan, to meet with Joly. And the sooner the better.
Oh, but he cannot go around Paris like this. Sooner or later they will catch him.
True, Dommage. So he will not appear on the streets until dark. And then only for a little while.
Well, where'll I meet Joly?
In one of our favorite meeting places, Harrigan. In the sewer, beneath Joly's house.
Oh, in the sewer.
Isn't that where they met during the French Revolution?
Oui. Only the Nazis have guards posted there after dark. We must be very careful.
Okay. How'll I get there?
I will take you. Madame Dommage will hide you until nightfall.
Oui.
Then I will take you through our underground sewers to the Jolet rendezvous. Now I must go to make the arrangements. Au revoir. It is now 6, so I will see you at 9 o'clock tonight.
Hop, it is 9 o'clock.
Yeah, I know. Jolet should be here.
Oh, I do not like the smell here, Hop. And I am a little afraid.
Oh, there's nothing to be afraid of, Elise. Except that of all the places in Paris, I think I like this least. This is as pretty a trap as could be planned. Well, look, there's no way out of here. This is a dead-end wall.
Oui. What we call a cul-de-sac.
Whatever that is.
Do you think maybe that Jolet will not come?
Well, La Roche told us he'd be here, didn't he?
Oui, but why did La Roche leave us here alone?
Hey, did you hear something?
No, only the water.
I hear it again. Listen.
I hear nothing.
I hear voices, Lise. Maybe it's Jolet.
Shall I call to them?
Oh, no, nothing to worry.
Here's all night and it's still secure. What's your hurry? What do you mean all night? We make one patrol and then we should wear drive. Already I've caught cold.
Nothing, soldier.
Maybe they'll pass by. Here, quick, stand against the wall.
Must we go to the valley in Rudolph? That's far. It's only a few feet. There's a boat that closed off the sewer or the house of the newspaper publisher. Shine your light, Rudolph. All is clear, we can turn back. Yeah, good idea. I'm anxious to get back. I hope we find no one.
Pressing back into the shadows, Hop and Lisa attempt to escape the searching white beam of the German soldier's flashlight. There's no place to run, no place to hide. If the Nazi patrol advances any further, discovery is inevitable. What can our friends do? Don't miss tomorrow's exciting episode, same time, same station. Tune in and fly with Hop Harrigan, America's ace of the airways. Hop Harrigan is a top-notch flyer, an expert. You fellows know what an expert is, but let me quote Webster's dictionary. An expert is one who is skilled. In other words, someone who does his job just a little bit better, the fellow who has that extra something. How did Hop get to be an expert in such a skilled and highly technical field as aviation? There's only one answer. He was thoroughly trained in the groundwork, the fundamentals, while he was still a youngster. You air-minded high school juniors and seniors, you boys who want to join the Army or Navy Air Forces when you're a little older, you boys and girls who are looking ahead to a career in aviation, all of you can get the necessary basic training by taking the pre-flight training courses now being established in high schools in the United States. If pre-flight training courses have not yet been started in your school, get your folks, your friends, your high school principal interested. If you want additional information, write the United States Office of Education, Washington, D.C. America needs flyers.
CX-4 to control tower. CX-4 to control tower. Standing by.
Control tower, CX-4. All clear.
Okay, this is Hop Harrigan taking off. See you tomorrow. Same time, same station.
Hop Harrigan is a copyrighted feature appearing in All American Comics magazine. Hop Harrigan has come to you from New York. This is the Blue Network.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look! Up in the sky! It's a bird!
It's a plane!
It's Superman!
Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from another world who came to Earth with powers and abilities far beyond those of mortal men. Superman, who can change the course of mighty rivers, bend steel in his bare hands, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, fights a never-ending battle for truth, justice, and the American way. But before we join Superman, here is an important message.
Fellows and girls, every day the city, state, and national offices of civilian defense organizations are swamped with letters from young people like yourselves. And most of these letters ask, what can I do, what part can I take in the national war effort? The writers of these letters are all too young to join the United States Armed Forces, too young to join any of the numerous home defense groups. And yet they ask, isn't there something we can do? Some of you listening now are no doubt among those who have written these letters. And I'll bet many of you who have not written have thought the same thing. Well, the answer is a very simple one, and here it is. You can do your part in civilian defense. You can help win this war by buying war-saving stamps regularly. How does that help, you ask? How can my dime, or 20, or 40, or 50 cents help win this war? That's easy, too. For instance, your dime, just 10 cents, will buy 5 .45 caliber bullets that can be used by our soldiers, sailors, or Marines to knock 5 Japs or 5 Nazis out of commission. And believe me, it's going to take a lot of those bullets to knock them all out and win the war. Another thing, 50 cents, which represents 5 10-cent or 2 25-cent war-saving stamps, will buy enough fuel oil to bring one of our destroyers a full mile closer to the Jap fleet. And you know what happens when our Navy gets close enough to turn on the heat. And here's one more thing for you to think over. If every fellow and girl in the United States bought at least 5 10-cent war-saving stamps every day, the amount of money they'd lend the government would buy enough fighter planes and bombers to blast Hitler's Luftwaffe right out of the air. So remember that each and every dime is important. That buying war-saving stamps is a very important way to win the war. So why not pledge today to buy war-saving stamps regularly? And keep in mind this slogan. Every time you've got a dime, buy a war-saving stamp.
And now, the adventures of Superman. Mystery surrounds the disappearance of Countess Wodjeska in Arabia. In our last episode, we heard how Lois Lane, Jimmy Olsen, Sir Mycroft Bittersweet, and the Countess herself were bound and gagged and lined up against a wall in a deserted mosque, threatened with death. As our last episode ended, Superman was on his way, though himself is actually unaware of what danger our friends are in. Abu, one of the members of the band of desperados responsible for the Countess Wodjeska's abduction, has taken matters into his own hands, much against the will of the man in the red fez, who, up to this point, has been master of the band. In the damp half-light of the sunken chamber, Red Fez speaks.
I have always been, and I will continue to be, master of this band, Abu. I warn you.
You have proved yourself a poor master. From here on, I, Abu, am the leader. Those 4 lined up against the wall are in the way. They must be removed. Then perhaps we shall be able to get our money from our employer, the Count.
Wodjeska is a count, a member of royalty. We must employ a certain delicacy, a certain
Delicacy, artistry. No. We eliminate these people and collect our fees. That will be the end of it. I, your new master, have spoken. Are you all agreed? Sidi Takan, Pabu. Is well. Now then, good people, I'm about to rid this world of your press. Ah, yes, I know it is a terrible thing, you will say. But, my friend, we have wives, and our children need sandals. Is that not so, Sidi?
It is so, truly.
It cannot be helped. Allah has so willed it. Blindfold them, Sidi.
Yes, master.
Already they call you master, eh, Abu?
You still challenge my right to be so called?
Certainty. When this is over, I will deal with you in my own way.
They are blindfolded, master.
Good. Now to dispatch these 4 as quickly as possible. What say you, Sidi? Gun or knife?
Bullets are expensive. Use the knife. It costs nothing.
Very well, the knife. Stand back.
May I come in, gentlemen?
By the beard of the prophet, who are you?
The name is Superman.
I've never heard the name before. Sidi, throw him out.
With pleasure, master. Sir, you in the fanciful red cape.
Yes?
You are interfering with important business.
Oh.
So out you... Wait! What are you doing? Put me down! Put me down!
The prophet, look how he holds Sidi at arm's length with one hand, as if he were a feather.
Who's the head of this band? Well, come on, speak up. Who's the leader here?
He is.
Stop pointing at one another. Which of you is the leader?
I swear to you, Effendi, he is, Abu.
And I swear to you that he is. He who is wearing the red fez.
All right, then, both of you. Untie those 4 people and be quick about it.
If we do that,
You will not harm us, Effendi?
You'll do it whether I intend to harm you or not. And after that, my friends, I'm going to take you to police headquarters.
Police headquarters? Woe is me. Woe is me.
And so ended Superman's Arabian adventure. Not another day was to pass, however, before Superman, as Clark Kent, Jimmy Olsen, and Lois Lane were in the thick of another baffling and dangerous mystery. It all began the following morning as Kent, in his hotel room, was finishing a cable dispatch to the Daily Planet. Listen.
Boy, you sure can pound that machine. Think I'll ever be able to type like that?
Oh, it takes years of experience and a special aptitude for typing to do as well as I'm doing.
Why, you're kidding me.
Of course I am. There, that's that. Well, you want to come on down to the telegraph office with me? I'd like to cable this to the chief as quickly as possible.
Sure thing. Oh, by the way, Mr. Kent, is Miss Lane up yet?
No, I haven't seen her. She's sleeping late this morning. I guess you could all use some rest after what you went through.
Oh, we certainly could. Golly, you're lucky you weren't there. Of course, we were saved in the nick of time by Superman. But up until he arrived, it sure looked like the end for all of us.
Well, it's amazing how Superman always manages to be on hand when he's needed most.
Well, I guess that's one of the things that makes him so super.
Well, we have a visitor. Come in.
Leaping mackerel, who's this?
What can I do for you?
You are Effendi Clark Kent.
That's right.
Permit this humble person, then, to cast his most low and despicable body at your gracious and benevolent feet.
Jumping Jiminy, look at him down on the floor.
Quiet, Jim. Arise and state your business.
I rise, only since you requested.
What can I do for you?
I bring you a message from his sacred presence, the Sheikh Hassan Mohammed.
What's the message?
That you present yourself at your convenience in the pavilion of the 100 Fountains. The Sheikh Hassan Mohammed would have words with you.
The Sheikh wants words with me? There might be a story in that, Jim.
Could be.
I can come immediately if you wish.
If you will follow me, I will lead you to the pavilion of the 100 Fountains.
Come on, Jim. This smells like adventure.
Boy, I've always wanted to meet a real honest-to-goodness sheik.
Kent and Jimmy were led by their guide through crooked, narrow bazaars, teeming with the colorful life of the ancient Arabian city. Finally, they reached what appeared to be a vast estate surrounded by a high stone wall. They entered, and in a short time found themselves in the pavilion of the 100 Fountains. Not only could be heard the soothing sound of the fountains, but the voices of many birds which roamed the spacious grounds at will. Seated on silken cushions near the edge of one of the fountains, Kent and Jimmy awaited the arrival of the sheik. Suddenly, a gong sounded.
The Sheikh Hussein Mohammed.
Here he comes, Jimmy. Get up.
Wow. Look at him.
Please to be seated, both.
Thank you, Excellency.
Thanks.
You are Clark Kent, the American newspaper reporter?
That's right.
I have heard much about you in the last week. Mr. Kent, as you can see, I am old, very old. There is little left to live for. Soon I shall die. Before I die, however, I have a heartfelt desire to look once again upon my son, whom I have not seen in many years. That is why I have called you here. I want you to find my son and bring him back to me.
Have you any idea where he is?
Yes, in Africa.
Africa? Golly.
I will explain. 15 years ago, my son, a young man of 25, was filled with the spirit of adventure. It was not enough that he should live here quietly and help me govern our people. No, he must go abroad seeking adventure. 15 years ago, he set forth in search of a lost tribe of pygmies somewhere in the Belgian Congo, in darkest Africa. I have had no word from him to this day.
It may be that he's
dead.
Yes.
No, he's not dead. I know that in my heart. My son lives, and I want him brought back to me. I have sent 6 expeditions in search of him. Not one man of all those who went, not one, has ever returned.
Golly.
When I learned of your presence in Mecca, hoped that I might see my son rose within me. Will you do as I ask? I will pay you handsomely.
Well, I don't know. You see, I'm not a free agent. I work for a newspaper, and I'm here in Arabia on a special assignment.
Cable your employer. He might say yes. Money is no object.
Yes, he might. A side trip to Africa wouldn't hurt as a story for the paper, either.
Should his answer be yes, you will leave as quickly as possible for the Belgian Congo by private plane. As to your reward, you may ask of me anything it lies within my power to give. As you can see, I am fabulously wealthy.
Well, thanks, but the money doesn't interest me. If my editor consents, I'll be happy to do all I can to locate your son.
If you can do it, if you can find him, you will make the last days of an old man worth living.
I'll do my best, Excellency. Perhaps we'd better get started immediately. I had intended to cable a story to America before your messenger arrived. I can do both of these things at the same time now.
Splendid. Would you return here then this evening?
Yes.
We shall have dinner together. We can go over the maps I have of the Belgian Congo.
All right.
They are the maps that once belonged to my sons and are complete in every detail.
Good.
I shall have you escorted back to your hotel.
No need of that. No, we can make it alone. We'll return here tonight, then. Oh, by the way, there's a young lady with us. May we bring her, too?
Of a certainty.
Very well, then. For the present, goodbye.
Till we meet this evening, Salam, Effendi.
Reaching the gate outside of the Sheik's estate, Kent and Jimmy make their way into the crowded streets and back to their hotel.
Mr. Kent, do you think Mr. White will let us go to Africa?
I think so, Jim. There's little point in remaining here. Hardly anything stirring. I'll say as much in my cable.
Golly, I certainly hope he comes through this time.
Oh, don't you worry about it. We'll send the cable.
Look out, Mr. Kent.
Oh, Jim, what?
Up there in that window, a man. What? He's got a knife. He's throwing it at you. Look out. Mr. Kent, that knife hit you, and you're all right.
Oh, the handle hit me, Jim.
But the blade, it shattered. Splintered into a dozen pieces.
Well, it's probably broke when it hit the ground. Come on, we've got to get inside that house. I want to find out who threw that knife and why. Come on, Jim.
Who did throw the knife, and why did he throw it? Has it anything to do with Clark Kent's proposed trip to Africa? Something's brewing, and you can be sure it's something exciting, so don't miss Monday's episode. Listen every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station. Tune in and follow the adventures of Superman.
Well, there goes Superman until Monday. Meanwhile, don't let the weekend go by without buying your share of war-saving stamps. And remember what I told you at the beginning of the program, you fellows and girls who are too young to join the armed forces or any of the national defense organizations. You can do your part. You can help win this war by buying war-saving stamps regularly. So talk it over tonight with Mother and Dad. Ask them to give you a dime every day or even every other day for war-saving stamps. And see if you can't get your friends to buy stamps regularly, too. Or better yet, why not organize a war-saving stamp club right in your neighborhood? Get all your members to talk with their parents and families and friends about the importance of buying war-saving stamps regularly. And make this your slogan. Every time you've got a dime, buy a war-saving stamp.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings in a single bound. Look! Up in the sky! It's a bird!
It's a plane!
It's Superman!
Follow the adventures of Superman every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station. Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine.
This is Mutual.
Hello, are you there? Well, we're here.
Swan, the soap that's pure and gentle. Come on, swing to Swan.
Lever Brothers, the makers of Swan, the new white floating soap, present the Burns and Allen Show with Paul Whiteman. Our singers, Jimmy Cash, yours truly, Bill Goodwin, the Six Hits and a Miss, and George Burns and Gracie Allen. Well, unknown to George, Gracie has sent away to the Successful Marriage Institute for their booklet on how to keep husbands happy. She is now on the telephone discussing it with her spinster girlfriend, Tootsie Sagwell. Let's listen in.
Yes, Tootsie. It's a course that tells wives how to keep their husbands completely fascinated. What? No. I had it mailed to your house because George mustn't know about it. You see, I want to fascinate him secretly. Huh? Uh-huh. So the minute you get it, bring it right over here and we'll... Here comes George. Goodbye.
Gracie, what were you talking to Tootsie about?
Who? Me?
Yeah, what were you and Tootsie talking about?
The weather?
Are you asking me or telling me?
No, I'm telling you. We were talking about the weather.
Well, you girls better be careful with those military secrets.
Oh, well, that's silly. How can they keep the weather a secret? You just look out the window and there it is.
Well, we don't want the Japs to know what kind of weather we're having in California.
Oh, well, they wouldn't care anyway. They only like very, very cold weather.
Japs only like very, very cold weather?
Sure. I read in the paper that they even left Alaska because it got too hot for them.
I think you got something there.
No, I'll answer it, dear.
I still don't believe you were talking to Tootsie about the weather.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Postman.
Good morning, Mrs. Burns. I only have a postcard for you today.
Oh, well, that's all right. I know you did your best. How are you feeling, Mr. Postman?
Oh, wonderful, Mrs. Burns. See, I get plenty of exercise. That's what keeps me in this marvelous shape.
I see.
Yes, you take my brother Jim now. He's a mailman back east, and he gets plenty of exercise, too. I'd say Jim's in even better health than I am, if such a thing is possible.
Well, I don't see how it could be.
You know what Jim did just recently? He walked all through Egypt, and then he hiked his way through China.
Oh, what was he doing over there?
Well, Jim's very conscientious. He was trying to deliver some mail to a fellow on his route. A fellow named Wilkie. Well, I'll see you tomorrow, Mrs. Burns.
Oh, goodbye, Mr. Postman.
Any mail, Gracie?
Just a postcard. Oh, my goodness. It's from my brother Willie, George. Guess what? He's enlisting.
Your brother Willie?
Yes.
Well, if everybody will just buckle down and kind of do their jobs, I think we can win the war anyway. What branch of service is he going into? The Navy?
Oh, no. He couldn't wear those sailor pants. Where they're wide, he's narrow, and where they're narrow, he's wide.
Well, what about the Army? For instance, the artillery?
Oh, no. Too much noise. His ears are very delicate.
What about the cavalry?
Oh, no. Willie's delicate all over.
Well, that's too bad.
Of course, he'd really like to be in a submarine, but he wouldn't be much good there.
Why not?
He can't open his eyes underwater.
Well, that would be bad. Why doesn't he get into the tank corps?
Tanks are too stuffy for him. When he rides, he likes to put the top down.
Well, I've got it. How about being an anti-aircraft gunner?
Oh, that would be wonderful.
Well, hooray.
Except for one thing.
I was afraid of that.
He couldn't be an anti-aircraft gunner because he's too stoop-shouldered to look up.
Well, can't he lie down on his back?
Yeah, but when he lies on his back, he's so round-shouldered he rocks himself to sleep.
Well, I give up. You know, Gracie, your brother is the... come in.
Gracie, darling! Tootsie! Sagwell!
Oh, no. Look, I'm going out for a walk.
Oh, well, how long will you be gone, dear?
How long will you be here, Tootsie?
15 minutes, George.
16 minutes, Gracie.
Isn't that strange, Gracie? Men don't like me, and neither does your husband.
Don't mind George, Tootsie. Did my successful marriage booklet arrive?
Yes, here it is. Oh, gee, I wish I had a husband to fascinate.
Well, at least you've still got your war work.
No, Gracie, I don't do that now, either.
You quit selling bonds in Hollywood Boulevard?
Yes. You see, I was sitting there in my booth yesterday with a lovely new uniform on, and the handsomest young man came along.
Yes?
He bought a bond, and then he said, "Gee, Mr. Don Levy, you certainly were swell in Wake Island."
Well, come on, Tootsie. Let's look at this book together. Maybe you'll get a few pointers. Let's hurry before George gets back.
All right.
Chapter 1. Don't let marriage break up your home. The Successful Marriage Institute believes...
Hi, girls. Where's George?
Oh, he just went out, Bill. You wait here. Tootsie and I are going into the library. We have to read something confidential. Come on, Tootsie.
Oh, Mr. Goodwin. Oh, you look just as handsome as ever.
Well, thanks, Tootsie. You haven't changed much either.
Oh, thank you.
Come on, Tootsie.
Bill, what are you doing Saturday night?
Saturday? Oh, well, Tootsie, that's the night I'm going to read my new encyclopedia. You know, the one the Swan people send you for a quarter in a Swan wrapper. It's a great book. Got more than 1 million words on over 15,000 subjects, so I'm going to read up on a little art, science, and history. So let's make it some other time. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Bill. Come on, Tootsie.
Bill, what about Sunday?
Sunday? Oh, well, I'll still be reading my encyclopedia. Has 832 pages, you know. Well, goodbye.
Goodbye. Come on, Tootsie.
How about Monday?
Oh. Well, Monday I look at the maps in my new Swan encyclopedia. It has 8 full pages of maps in color. Great book. Greatest 1-volume encyclopedia I ever saw. Well, goodbye.
Goodbye. Tuesday?
Oh, well, Tootsie, that's the night I want to study the special March of Events section in the encyclopedia. It covers world events right up to this September.
Bill, why don't you get me one of those encyclopedias and bring it over to my house Wednesday night? We can turn the lights down low and read it.
I'm awfully sorry, Tootsie. The only way to get one is to send a quarter and a Swan wrapper to Swan, Box 25, Racine, Wisconsin.
Yeah, come on, Tootsie.
Yes, you just send your 25 cents in the Swan wrapper to Swan, Box 25, Racine, Wisconsin, and you'll get your book.
Well, that only leaves Thursday, and I got a dinner date Thursday with a handsome...
Oh, gosh, Tootsie, that's too bad. You know, that's the one night I'm free.
Really?
Oh, yes, I always stay home and cook my own dinner on Thursdays because it's the maid's night out.
On second thought, I'll break my date.
On second thought, I'll go out with the maid.
Well, Tootsie, we better read this. George will be back any minute.
Well, all right.
It says, the Successful Marriage Institute believes that a wife must be all things to her husband. Not merely one woman, but many women combined.
Doesn't that sound a little difficult, Gracie?
No, not at all. My mother never even heard of this course, but my father always said that she was at least 3 women.
He did?
Uh-huh. Whenever he tried to sneak out at night, she was at the front door and at the back door and under the bedroom window.
Gracie, do you really think George will respond favorably to this treatment?
I hope so, Tootsie. But you never can tell about a husband. You know what I always say? You can make a lead to water, but you can't horse with a drink.
Yes, I've heard you say it. I always say that.
Paul White. Jimmy Cash and the boys and I have fixed up an arrangement of a song that means a lot to the boys going into the service and the gals they left behind. It's I Came Here to Talk for Joe. All right, Jimmy.
I came here to talk for Joe. He wants me to let you know he can't keep that date with you tonight. I came here to talk for Joe. He that kid who loves you so. And when he gets the chance, he said he'd ride. That boy has so much courage. I've seen the things he can do, but he never has the courage to tell you how he feels about you. He's got a perfect alibi. He can't be here and in the sky. So I came here to talk for
Chapter 2. The clever wife who wishes to keep her husband safe from the clutches of a siren must make herself more alluring than any siren could possibly be.
Oh, dear.
Tootsie, that's the one I'll try on George.
You're going to make yourself a siren?
Uh-huh, like that vampy Sally Brown.
Who's Sally Brown?
Oh, you see, it's a meat market whenever you're taking your strained kitchen fat. You know, the government needs to waste kitchen fats for explosives and munitions.
I know, but who's Sally Brown?
Well, she's the man who collects the kitchen fat rice.
Oh, but she goes... Wait, did I hear George come in?
Yeah, I think so. Now, you stay right in here in the library, Tootsie. I'm going to be a siren and make George the happiest man in the world.
Oh, dear.
Hello, great, big, strong, wonderful you.
Huh?
How's about a big kiss for your ever-loving little baby?
Kiddo?
I fascinate you, don't I?
What's this anyway? What's going on here?
Oh, that's the way I like them. Rough, tough, and raucous. Oh. Kiss me, kiddo.
Kiss me, kiddo? Say, what's come over you anyway?
Kiss me, kiddo.
Gracie, are you all right?
I'll say I am. Just try me.
Oh, stop it. You sound like Shanghai Lil or somebody.
Shanghai Lil. Oh, now there's an alluring name. That's what I need. From now on, I think I'll call myself Beverly Hills Grace.
Beverly Hills Grace?
Kiss me, kiddo.
Stop it.
Oh, you're not fascinating. Come on, let's fast.
Gracie, I don't know whether this is a game or not, but I want to stop right now. I don't like it.
But, Judge, don't you like alluring women?
Of course I like alluring women.
Kiss me, kiddo.
Stop it. I've had enough of this. I'm going out again.
Oh, no, wait a minute. Don't go away. You stay here and I'll be right back.
Did it work, Gracie?
Oh, no, it didn't, darn it. I don't know whether I over-allured him or I under-allured him.
Maybe a sweater would help.
Oh, no, Judge doesn't look good in a sweater.
Well, Gracie, why don't you try chapter 3, the motherly approach? It says, the successful wife knows when to mother her man, for every husband is a small boy at heart.
Well, I'll try to be his mother. I'll make believe George is young. No, it'll be easy to make believe I'm old. Well, here we go again. Oh, come away. It's time for Mama to give you a bath.
A bath? Oh, Gracie, this is too much. Let me tell you something.
Back already?
Yeah, motherhood didn't seem to mean a thing to him.
Maybe he was an incubator baby.
Oh, no, Tootsie, he must have had a mother. I don't think his father would have been happy with the things like that.
Listen to this. Chapter 4. There are times when your husband will desire the companionship of another man. It is then that you must be a chum to him, a pal. In short, be another man.
Well, it won't be easy. Gee, wonder what men talk about among themselves.
Oh, they laugh at each other's jokes, talk about baseball.
How do you know what men talk to about each other?
Well, because that's what they do when I'm with them, talk to each other.
Well, all right, I'll try it. Well, hiya, Burns, old man. Got a cigar?
A cigar?
Yep, I always say there's nothing like a good kimono.
Kimono? What's gotten into you today? What is this?
Say, how's about a cigarette, pal?
Gracie, you know you don't smoke. What's the matter with you? Why do you keep running into the library?
How's about a stick of gum?
Well, okay. Here's a stick of gum.
Thanks, buddy. Well, down the hatch.
Well, I give up. This is the limit.
Care to shoot a little crops?
Shoot a little crops?
Sure. It's a game, you know. Wham! Little Joe needs a new pair of snake eyes.
Look, Gracie, are you sure that you feel all right?
Sure, I'm sure. Got another stick of gum, Mac?
Oh, sure. Anything you say, dear. Here you are.
Thanks. Well, bottom
Time's up.
Well, this is murder.
Hey, have you heard any new stories lately?
Oh, no, I haven't.
Oh, come on. Let's have one, kid.
No, please, Gracie.
Okay. I'll tell one. Did you hear the one about the traveling salesman?
Never mind. Okay, I'll tell one.
Good.
A man went up to a conductor on a streetcar and he said, "Which end of the car do I get off?"
No, that's terrific, Bud. That's marvelous.
Wait a minute.
Oh, boy, what a sense of humor. Nobody can tell a joke the way you tell it, brother.
But I haven't finished.
You got more to tell?
Well, sure. The conductor said to the man, "You can get off at either end. Both ends stop."
Well, that's cute, but I like the first one much better.
4 or 5 months ago, we made a record of a tune we thought was going to be a big hit. And now we know it. It's Kalamazoo with 6 hits and a miss.
I got a gal in Kalamazoo. Don't want to boast, but I know she's a toast of Kalamazoo. Zoo, 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 zoo. Years have gone by. My, how she grew. I like her looks when I carry her books in Kalamazoo. Zoo, zoo, zoo. I'm going to send a wire, hopping on a flyer, leaving today. Am I dreaming? I can hear it screaming. Hi, you Mr. Jackson. Everything is still okay. Hey, hell, hey, him, hey, D, oh, what a gal. A real pipperoo. I'll make my bid for that freckle face too. I'm hurrying too. I'm going to Michigan to see the sweetest gal in Kalamazoo. I'm hurrying too. I'm going to Michigan to see the sweetest gal in Kalamazoo. Zoo, 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 zoo. Going to Kalamazoo.
You know, Tootsie, I'm beginning to get a little discouraged. George doesn't seem to be one bit happier since I started the successful marriage course.
Try chapter 5. It says here, the successful wife is deeply interested in her husband's business. She discusses it with him constantly.
Oh, I couldn't talk to George about his business, Tootsie. After all, he's a big radio star, and I wouldn't even be on his program if he wasn't giving me a break.
Boy, what a talker that guy must be.
Oh, I think George is very sweet to let me be on his show.
Gracie, do you know how much money George would be making this year if he hadn't met you?
No, how much?
Well, if they wanted to freeze his salary, they'd have to warm it up first.
Well, all right, I'll try chapter 5. I'll act interested in his business. Certainly hope this one works.
Gracie, once and for all, I would like to know why you keep running in and out of the library.
George?
Yes?
How's business?
How's business?
Yes, I understand you're in the radio game.
You understand I'm in the radio game?
Yes, it sounds like such an exciting business. I'll bet you're mighty tired when you come home from a hard day's work, all covered with static and kilocycles.
Yes, I'm worn out.
Tell me, do you get nervous when you start talking into the aerial?
Gracie, stop being silly. You know very well you're on the radio program with me.
Oh, we're not discussing my business, dear. We're talking about yours.
Oh, I see.
Have you a big program?
Yes, I have a very big program.
How many tubes?
Gracie, I don't know what's the matter with you today. You've been acting silly, and I'm worried about you, honestly.
Hello, people.
Hello, Bill. Honestly, Gracie, I think I ought to send for a doctor.
What's the matter? Something up?
Well, we've been having a silly discussion about the work I do.
Bill, does that sound like a silly discussion?
Well, no, but it sounds like a short one.
Well, it's very funny, Bill. Here I am worried to death about Gracie because she's asking me a lot of silly questions about my work, and you have...
You're worried because she asks questions about your work? Why, George, it must be wonderful to have a woman interested in your work.
Well, I'm interested in your work, Bill. What business are you in?
Gracie, are you kidding? I'm with Swan.
Swan? That's a soap, isn't it?
See what I mean, Bill?
Well, Gracie, you know it's a soap. And what a soap. Pure, mild, gentle.
Oh, well, tell me all about it.
Well, you know, it's the new white floating soap that gives you suds faster than you can say, well, anything. And you get those fast suds even in hard water.
Well, tell me more.
I better send for a doctor.
But, Gracie, you know, Swan's great for washing dishes or helping you get your housework done. Those long-lasting suds go after dirt like crazy. And when you use Swan, Gracie, you don't have to worry about your hands. Swan is so kind to your skin.
Well, tell me more.
Poor Gracie. Well, there goes my radio program.
Well, gee, Gracie, you know, Swan's the soap you can break in two with a flick of your wrist, so you get 2 cakes of soap. One for the kitchen to do dishes and cleaning, and the other for your bath, for your tub or shower.
More.
At my age, I got to break in a new girl.
Swan comes in a cool green wrapper.
More.
With a white swan on the front.
More.
It's a great soap.
More? Yes. I want to know every tiny little bit of a thing about it.
Well, Gracie, you wait right here. I'll tell you more when I come back.
You going?
Yes.
Where?
Nuts.
Gracie, tell me, what's the reason for all this?
I'll be right back.
Don't tell me, Gracie. I can see it for your face. That one didn't work either, huh?
Oh, that one didn't work the most. It didn't work on 2 people.
Oh. How about this one? Chapter 7. It is often effective for the wife to act the part of a helpless little child, protected by her strong, fierce, handsome brute of a husband.
Oh, you know, Tootsie, I wonder if this course applies to George.
I know what you mean. Listen, there's more. Men are like lions. They have a fierce desire to protect the helpless. Think of yourself as a little child, and your husband is the king of the jungle.
Well, Tootsie, I think this one will get him. I'm a helpless child, and he's a lion.
Uh-huh. Now, I'll stay right here by the door where I can hear what's going on.
All right. Georgie.
Yes?
Oh, Gracie's frightened when she's away from her big, strong mate.
I'm your big, strong mate?
Yeah. You are my lion husband.
Now, wait a minute. Maybe I fibbed once or twice.
George, I'm so helpless without you, so weak and helpless. Would you bring me a glass of water?
Oh, yes, of course. Here's some right here.
Will you hold it to my lips? I'm so weak and helpless. And you're so strong.
Yes, a glass of water is hard to lift. I'm a brute.
Georgie, growl at me.
Growl at you?
Like a lion.
Oh, no.
Oh, you magnificent beast.
I'm a magnificent beast.
Georgie.
What?
Would you defend me with your claws and fangs?
Oh, definitely.
Would you drag home a deer for me and our little cub?
Right away, I'll run out and get one.
Georgie.
Yes.
Ruffle up your mane and wag your tail.
Well, all right.
This I gotta see.
Gracie, what's she doing here?
Well, come on, Tootsie. Okay. I'll see you to the door.
Come on, Georgie.
I'll be right back, dear.
What's been going on in this library anyway? Well, everything looks the same. Well, wait a minute. What's this? The Successful Marriage Institute. Take an interest in your husband's work. Act like a helpless child. Why, that sweet kid. And I thought Gracie was nuts, and here she was trying to be the perfect wife.
Oh, George, you're not supposed to
Oh, that's all right, dear. I'm sorry for the way I acted. And, sweetheart, you know that compact you wanted? And I wouldn't let you spend the $10. Well, go out and get it.
Oh, no, George. I couldn't possibly spend $10. We've got to economize now.
Economize what?
Well, because I just paid $500 for this course.
Some economy,
George and Gracie will be right back. Meanwhile, I'd like to ask you if you've sent for your Swan Encyclopedia yet. Believe me, it's really swell. Your children especially will find it a great help in doing their school homework. And you'll find it a handy reference for thousands of things. It's a terrific bargain, too. All you do to get one is send your quarter and Swan wrapper to Swan, Box 25, Racine, Wisconsin. That's Swan, Box 25, Racine, R-A-C-I-N-E, Racine, Wisconsin. They'll send your encyclopedia along immediately. Act now, because this offer may have to be withdrawn at any time. Now, here's George and Gracie.
George, aren't you glad I took the Successful Marriage course?
Well, you really didn't need it, sweetheart. You don't have to be a siren with me. I love you just the way you are.
Oh, really?
Certainly.
Kiss me, kiddo.
The makers of Swan, the new white floating soap, join George and Gracie in inviting you to tune in again next week, same time. These programs are shortwave to our armed forces everywhere. Remember, Swan now brings you two of radio's top shows. George Burns and Gracie Allen every Tuesday night, and Tommy Riggs and Betty Lou every Friday night over another network. And now till next week, at the same time, this is Bill Goodwin saying, well, I, Swan, how about you? Good night.
Try Spry. You'll find the baking you turn out fluffy and light. Try Spry. You're sure to hear your family shout, what a delight. For cake, pies, donuts, the things you fry. Try Spry. What's that you say you're going to try today?
Why, sure.
Try Spry.
KNX, Columbia Square, Los Angeles. The following announcement is transcribed. KNX, Columbia Square, Los Angeles. The following announcement is transcribed.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, McGee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber, McGee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with Bojangles of Harlem. Number one reason for putting wax on your floors, furniture, and woodwork? It's for protection, to guard these surfaces against wear and dirt, make them last longer, save on costly refinishing. The rich, mellow beauty that Johnson's wax gives is really an extra dividend. And so are the many hours of work that you save when your things are wax protected. The next time you apply a coat of Johnson's wax to your floors or tabletop or leather goods, remember that you are only doing what nature has always done. Did you know that when you rub a red apple and it shines, you have merely buffed up a waxed surface? That's true. And man, throughout the ages, in protecting his things with wax, has merely imitated nature. Today, genuine Johnson's wax, paste or liquid, has a special role to play in helping you to take better care of your things, making them last longer, protecting their beauty. The Squire of 79 Wistful Vista is a man of instant decision. He decides important questions in a flash, just like that. Of course, he may not do anything about it right away, but he decides quickly. For instance, a problem has just come up that, but maybe you'd better hear about it from Fibber, McGee, and Molly.
So I says to myself, look, McGee, I says, the country's got plenty of fuel oil and coal, I says, but they got a problem of distribution, I says. Transportation. Well, I asked myself, what can I do about it personally? And that made me sore. Don't be so stupid, I says to myself.
You know, one of these days you'll get so mad at yourself you won't speak to you for days.
Well, I almost did this time. Well, I says, looking myself right in the eye, which was kind of hard to do because there's a wobbly place in that hall mirror. Well, you got to convert our furnace back to coal burner, I says, because coal is going to be easier to get in this locality than fuel oil. So that's what I'm going to do. Where's my pipe wrench?
You didn't have a pipe wrench.
Huh?
No, you borrowed it from Mr. Toops, and I gave it back to him. You never smoke a pipe anyway.
Oh, I see. I don't smoke a pipe, so you give away my pipe wrench. Well, will you permit me to keep my monkey wrench if I go out and buy a monkey?
Now, don't be ridiculous. Besides, I don't think you can change our furnace from oil to coal by yourself anyway.
Is that so? Why, it's a cinch, Mrs. McGee. Or it would be if you didn't play Mrs. Santa Claus with all my equipment. Well, I guess it serves me right for not putting a padlock on my tool chest, I guess.
You had one on us once, remember?
Huh?
And I could never get you to fix anything because you could never find the key to the padlock.
I didn't need a key. All I had to do was hit it a whack with a hammer and it'd fly open.
Well, then why didn't you do it?
I couldn't. The hammer was in the tool chest.
Look, dearie, why don't you call the Wistful Vista Furnace Company? They changed our furnace from coal to oil. They could change it back again very simply.
No, sir. I'm strictly a guy that likes to do things with his own hands. That's how I'm going to have to do it, too. Now you've given all my tools away.
No, I didn't give them away. I gave them back. Anyway, we're getting off the subject.
What subject?
Our furnace.
What's the matter with it?
You're going to change it back from oil to coal.
I am? Who said? Oh, yeah. Well, I better get started. Hand me a cigar in the morning paper, will you?
What for?
Well, I got to read what the weather's going to be.
The paper doesn't tell what the weather's going to be, McGee. In wartime, it just tells what the weather was yesterday.
That's all right. I intended to change the furnace yesterday. Anyway, I got to sit down a while and figure out exactly what to do. You see, the efficient way to do something... Who's that?
Oh, it's probably one of the neighbors come to get his hacksaw back.
That hacksaw is mine.
Are you sure?
Sure, I'm sure. The guy I borrowed that from moved away from here years ago.
That's different. Come in.
Hello there, daughter. Hello, Johnny.
Hello, Mr. Oldtimer.
Hi, short, dark, and weather-beaten. What's on your mind?
Heard the news, kid?
Yes, we heard. St. Louis won.
I don't mean that, daughter. Circus is coming to town next week. Thought maybe Johnny here would want to go down there with me and carry water for the elephants.
Who, me? No, thanks. Never again for me. I tried it a couple of years ago.
Didn't they give you a free ticket?
Yes, they did, Mr. Oldtimer, but McGee was so tired from carrying water he slept through the whole performance.
Besides, circuses don't thrill me anymore. I traveled with one once, you know.
You did, Johnny? What doing?
Remember that act where the guy rides the bicycle across the tight wire, 65 feet in the air, with a beautiful gal on each shoulder?
Bowie, was that you, Johnny?
No, but it was my bicycle. Rented it to him for $1 a day.
that's moderately amusing, Johnny. But I heard an interesting variation of it. Variation I heard, one feller says, t'other feller says, he says, Mrs. Roosevelt ain't traveling as much as she used to, is she? How can she? Queries t'other character. I hear Mr. Wilkie has borrowed her suitcase. So you don't want to go to the circus, eh, Johnny?
No, he doesn't, Mr. Oldtimer. He has work to do around the house.
I'm converting our furnace back to burning coal, old-timer.
That's so. Going back to coal for the duration, eh?
Yes, we are.
Good for you, daughter. You won't regret it. There's no fuel like an old fuel, is what I always say. So
see now, 43 across, 4-letter word meaning article attached to a heel. Hey, Molly.
Yes?
What's a 4-letter word meaning something attached to a heel?
Fur, that's fastened to a heel.
Oh, sure, spur. All I could think of was swastika. .72 vertical.
Hey, McGee, I thought you were going to work on the furnace.
I am. I'm just getting set for it.
Does working crossword puzzles put you in the mood for it or something?
Why, certainly. Sharpens the wits, steadies the nerves, stimulates the ingenuity. Whenever I have a big job of work to do, I always start with a few crossword puzzles. Got to develop my mind along with my muscles, you know.
Well, the way you sit around on your muscles all day, you'll wind up very broad-minded. I fixed that up.
Yes, sir.
Say, after you change the furnace so it'll burn coal again, you might weather strip the doors and windows, too, dearie. The tighter the house is, the less fuel we'll have to burn.
Ah, the windows fit tight enough.
No, they don't. Our dining room windows have a draft that would take married men with 7 children.
Okay, I'll take care of it. But I could do a better job if you didn't give away all my tools.
I didn't give them away. I merely returned them to their rightful owner.
Well, just the same.
Come in. Well, for goodness sakes, Abigail Uppington.
How do you do, my dear? And Mr. McGee.
And a warm wiggle of the pinky to you, Upsy. What do you see in the tea, kid?
I beg your pardon?
He means what goes, Abigail. What's cooking? What do you hear from the mob?
Sure. Tie a handle on the scandal. Give out what's fresh from the breast. What's the good word, Sue?
Do I gather, Mr. McGee, that you're asking me what I know that is new?
That's it, Abigail. She's Hep McGee.
Yeah?
She's no sticky little licky.
I'm afraid I don't know anything startling, my dear. But I am entering Fifi, my Pekingese, you know, in the dog show today. And I wondered if you'd care to go with me. It's for the benefit of the USO, you know.
Uppy, do you mean to stand there in the middle of your minks? Tell us that you're finally exposing little Fifi to a rude association with common canines?
I think it'll do Fifi good, McGee. She sees too much of people and not enough of other dogs.
That's exactly what I thought, my dear. It's bad enough for a person to lead a dog's life, but when a dog leads a person's life, oh, that's horrible.
I'm afraid Molly can't go with you, Uppy. I'm changing our furnace from an oil burner back to a coal burner. Fuel conservation, you know.
Well, can't you work without Mrs. McGee here?
He can, but he probably won't.
Are you changing the furnace all by yourself, Mr. McGee?
Yep, with my own little chubby hands, Uppy.
Oh, my. How clever of you. Well, Fifi will be tremendously disappointed, Mrs. McGee. I'm sorry you can't go with me.
Well, I am too, Abigail, and I do hope that Fifi wins the diamond-studded pork chop or whatever the prize is.
Oh, well, thank you. I'm sure she'll take a ribbon at least.
Oh, well, don't worry about that, Uppy. A funny-looking mutt like Fifi is bound to take a little ribbon.
Please, Mr. McGee, Fifi is definitely not a mutt. She is a direct descendant of champion Hook Sutton Fittle the Third of Baltimore. There you. And now, about your furnace, Mr. McGee.
Yeah?
Why, may I ask, do you squander your mechanical genius in converting a furnace from oil to coal when you personally have been so richly endowed by nature with a substitute for both?
What substitute?
Hot air. Oh, goodbye.
I've often wondered how you'd look with your ears pinned back, McGee. It's very becoming.
Boy, she was really peeved, wasn't she? Did you see her draw herself up to her full width?
Now, listen, it's about time you stopped talking about that furnace and began doing something about it. Better get into some old clothes.
You gave all my old clothes away to the Red Cross, remember? I'll put on my coveralls.
Say, I gave your coveralls away, too. You wore them fishing all summer, and they were adding no charm whatsoever to the atmosphere around here.
Well, I can't work around the furnace in my good clothes. I'll have to run downtown and get me a pair of coveralls. Got to get me a pipe wrench and some stuff anyway.
Now, don't buy all the tools in the hardware store. You don't need them. Heavenly days, I could do the job myself with a bobby pin and a stick of chewing gum.
What flavor?
Peppermint. What difference does it make? Now, hurry along so you'll be back in time for...
Hello, folks. Oh, hi, Harlow. Molly, you remember our Mr. Wilcox. He's the fellow that didn't used to have that mustache.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox. Don't mind McGee. He envied you that mustache.
I do not.
Yes, you do, you rascal. You've tried a dozen times to raise one like Ronald Coleman's, and it always wound up looking like a race between two caterpillars.
Well, he looks better with a bare face anyway, Molly. And I need mine in my work.
What do you mean, Junior?
Well, I'm sensitive. And it helps me keep a stiff upper lip when I see dusty, cracked, and neglected-looking linoleum that could be given a new lease on life with the treatment of Johnson's self-polishing glow coat.
I see what you mean.
Why don't you go all the way and raise a beard, too, Wilcox?
Why a beard, pal?
So when you meet a housewife who isn't familiar with how glow coat saves hours of housework and preserves her linoleum in these times when it's so important to conserve everything we have, when you meet a gal who doesn't know how easy it is to use Johnson's glow coat, how it shines as it dries in 20 minutes or less.
But why a beard, McGee?
Well, when he meets somebody that don't know about glow coat, his face is going to fall so far he's going to need a cushion under his chin.
Well, that's a great idea, Fibber, but it isn't necessary. I don't think there is anybody who hasn't heard about glow coat.
Oh, now you just say that. Say, by the way, Mr. Wilcox, have you got a suit of coveralls that McGee could borrow?
Something in a drape shape with a reed pleat and a stuff cuff?
No, I haven't any coveralls. Don't need them. Demonstrating glow coat is so clean and simple.
Yes, we know. McGee is converting our furnace from oil to coal, Mr. Wilcox. You know, fuel conservation.
Oh, yes. Did you check up to see which was best for this locality, Fibber?
Why, certainly I did. You think I'm that dumb?
Oh, at least. Well, I'll be running along now, folks. Nice to have seen you.
Him and his scraggly little mustache. I've drawn better mustaches than that on magazine covers. I drew one on Veronica Lake once.
Oh, McGee. You gotta get busy now. We'll have a cold snap any day now, and you've got to have the furnace ready.
Okay. I'll go down to the Bonton department store and get me some coveralls.
All right, but don't be gone long. I'll go upstairs and see which windows need weather strips.
Okay, now let's see. Put this down. Coveralls, pipe wrench, sledgehammer, acetylene torch, dinner bucket. In case I work late and need a midnight snack. Pair of cotton gloves. Oh, now what? Come in.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hello there, little girl. I can't stop and talk with you now. I gotta run downtown and buy me some coveralls. I says I gotta run downtown and buy me some coveralls.
Why?
Because I got a job to do and I don't want to get my clothes dirty. I'm going to convert our furnace from an oil burner to a coal burner.
Why?
Why? Is that all you can say?
No.
Well, then say something else.
Why?
Now, look, sis, I'm a busy man. I got work to do. You might almost say it's for the government.
Why?
And don't ask me why. I'll tell you why. Because the government wants people to conserve fuel.
Fuel what?
What do you mean, fuel what?
You mean if you'll do it, the government will be glad,
Sis, if there's any bad puns to be made around here, I'll make them.
What's a pun?
A pun is a play on words.
Oh, my baby brother does it all the time.
Don't give me that celery salt, sis. Your baby brother can't even talk. How could he make puns?
Well, gee, he plays on words, I bet you.
Now, how could your baby brother play?
We put a dictionary on his high chair and he sits there and plays patty cake.
Look, sis, you better run along. I gotta go downtown.
Why does the government want you to fix your furnace, mister?
Well, I'll break it down for you, sis. In wartime, the Army and Navy and factories need all the oil and coal they can get, see? So the ordinary citizen has to try and use a little less.
I bet you're an awful ordinary citizen, too, I bet.
Well, I certainly... Huh? Oh, then we got a transportation problem, sis.
Oh.
Trains and boats are needed for hauling soldiers and supplies. So we got to cooperate and use whatever fuel is handiest.
Oh.
And the supply of oil being a little shorter than coal, the government wants us to change over our oil burners to coal burners wherever possible.
Oh.
So I'm doing it. You understand?
Sure I do, I bet you.
Well, good for you, sis. That's a wonderful tribute to the logical way I explain things. Natural result of clear thinking.
I know it. My daddy says you're one of the most open-minded men he ever knew.
Oh, he did, huh?
Sure. And he says it's a good thing, too. Because if anybody's mind ever needed airing out, yours does.
The King's Men sing, I Got a Touch of Texas.
Heading for the depot, goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. Heading for the depot, and here's the reason why. Got a touch of Texas in my talk. I got too much of Texas in my talk. Oh, this place will be my ruin, Kayayippin' and Wahooin'. Take me back to New York. Got a touch of Texas in my hair. I got too much of Texas in my hair. Oh, the sand from Amarillo keeps a scratching on my pillow. Take me back to Times Square, for I've seen every part of just what I'm deep in the heart of. I got a touch of Texas in my walk. I got too much of Texas in my walk. Rode a Bronco down in Dallas, so be careful of my callus. Take me back to New York. I'm tired of hearing birds jingle, jangle, jingle. Tired of wearing boots. Tired of being single. I'm so weary of the saddle and the cattle and the hot sun cooking on the range. Ooh, pewter, I gotta make the northbound train. Oh, ticket. I got a touch of Texas on my face. Got too much of Texas on my face. Oh, that sunshine in Laredo made it like a ripe tomato. Take me out of that place. Yep, I've seen every part of just what I'm deep in the heart of. Got a touch of Texas on my brain. Got too much of Texas on my brain. But the funny part about it is I can't do without it. Pull that chain, stop that train, stop before it's too late. Take me back again, take me back to my Lord.
I'm home.
Well, for goodness sakes, McGee, what took you so long? You've been gone all afternoon.
Well, I had a lot to do. I had to buy my coveralls and some tools, and then I stopped in the Bijou Theater to see the newsreel of the World Series.
Well, even that shouldn't have taken all that time.
I know, but I stayed for 2 shows. I thought if the Yankees had one more chance, they might win. Now, here's my coveralls. See, they fit like a glove. And here's some canvas gloves.
I suppose they fit like a coverall. Now, look, McGee, while you were gone.
And look at the tools I bought. There.
The heavenly days. A one-man defense plant. But what I want...
Just heft this hammer one. Ain't that got a beautiful heft?
I'd like to heft your checkbook and see if that has. You don't need all those tools, dearie. Anybody would think that...
Come in. Thank goodness.
Hello, Mrs. McGee. Hello, Mr. McGee.
Hello, Mr. Wimple.
Hi, Wimp, old man. Well, you're looking good. Nice color in your cheeks. Been out for a walk?
No. I guess Sweetie Face is responsible for my cheeks being so pink. She's been teasing me.
Oh. It's because you've been blushing then, huh?
No. But all day long, Sweetie Face has been saying, "Oh, Wallace, you sweet little thing." And then she'd pinch my cheek.
With a coy little smile, eh?
No, with a big pair of pliers.
Why, Mr. Wimple, how could she do such a thing?
Oh, easily, Mrs. McGee. She takes me by the back of the neck with one hand, and with the pliers in the other.
No. My wife means, how could she have the heart to do it, Wimp? Or hasn't she got a heart?
Of course she has, Mr. McGee. Sweetie Face has a heart as big as all outdoors. I guess that's why she never brings it in the house.
Say, how'd your wife ever get so strong, Mr. Wimple?
In vaudeville, Mrs. McGee.
Vaudeville, eh?
Oh.
What was she, one of Power's elephants?
Oh, no. She had a wonderful act. She used to play the Carnival of Venice on the cornet with one hand and keep time on a punching bag with the other. That's where I first met her. I joined the act in Sioux City.
Oh, as a cornet player?
No, punching bag. Well, I've got to run along now, folks. Goodbye.
Now I know what killed vaudeville. It was Sweetie Face.
You know, I used to love vaudeville, McGee. I never missed a performance in Peoria.
Me either. I fell in love with Eva Tangway when I was 13.
That's nothing. I wanted to marry the Weaver brothers when I was 12. It would have been bigamy, but love conquers all.
Ain't the truth. I remember once when York and King... Oh, but hey, I got to get busy on the furnace.
Oh, yes, about the furnace, McGee.
Come in.
Oh, Mayor Latrivia. Hello, Mr. Mayor.
Hello, Mrs. McGee. Good evening, McGee.
Hi, Latrivia. How's all the committees in our gritty little city?
If you mean how are things going with our municipal government, McGee, they're going splendidly. Though my interest may be short-lived.
Oh, you're not resigning as mayor.
On the contrary, Mrs. McGee, I'm seriously considering running for governor. This is confidential, incidentally.
Oh, we can keep a secret, Latrivia. Personally, I buy 12 new hats a year just to keep things under. When are you going to renounce your nomination?
Possibly in the spring. Some of the most influential men in the state met at my house last evening to discuss the matter.
Yes, we heard them as we walked by, didn't we, dearie?
I'll say we did, Latrivia. Quite a raucous little caucus.
Really? Oh, I didn't realize we were being so obtrusive. I'm sorry. But my nomination was agreed upon nomine contra dissente.
Huh? What was that again, Mr. Mayor?
Nomine contra dissente, without a dissenting vote. It's a Latin phrase.
You mean you had to talk Latin to those guys?
Certainly not. I didn't have to.
Well, personally, if you have to consult a bunch of foreigners to see if you can run for governor, I think...
They weren't foreigners, Mrs. McGee. They were all American citizens.
Don't give us that stuff, Latrivia. If they were all Americans, you wouldn't have to talk Latin to them.
I didn't use Latin at the meeting. It would have been Greek to them.
And what's wrong with the Greeks?
Nothing. They're wonderful people.
Now, flattery won't get you any place, Latrivia. Now, what was it, Greek or Latin?
It was both. I mean, it was neither one. We only spoke English.
I think the FBI better be notified about this, Molly. When a gang of politicians have to meet secretly and talk things over in 3 different languages...
But I tell you, there weren't 3 different languages. Nobody spoke anything but English. If I'd used Latin, it would have been Greek. I mean, if anything but English had been spoken...
Never mind, Mr. Mayor. You did right by telling us about this. If a bunch of foreigners are trying to get control of our state politics...
But they're not foreigners. I'm one of them myself, I will know.
Oh, so you admit it.
Yes.
mean, no. I mean, yes. I mean, no. I mean, I'm not a foreigner. Just because I use one Latin phrase.
Do the Greeks understand Latin?
Of course. I mean, no. Oh, why do I ever try to explain things to you people? Why do I ever...
Oh, McGee.
Huh?
What's that on the floor in front of you?
Where? I don't see anything. Oh! Hey, what's the idea?
Oh, nothing. Just such a pleasure to see you. Stoop!
Why, that's dirty.
Did he kick you hard, McGee?
No, but he didn't have any business kicking me at all. We were just kidding him. Him and his Latin. Can't he take a joke?
He can take it and he can dish it out, too. Now put those tools in your coveralls away and get washed up for supper.
Oh, no, I gotta get started to work on that furnace.
No, you don't.
Huh? I don't?
No. I called the Wistful Vista Furnace Company while you were gone, and they did it in an hour.
You mean the furnace is
It's all taken care of.
It is? Well, Simeon Norum Avuncularis.
What does that mean?
That's another Latin phrase meaning I'll be a monkey's uncle.
In these days when all of us are called upon to put forth an extra effort, we certainly don't want to add unnecessary work in the home. And yet, it's imperative to take extra good care of the things we have. May I remind you of the many uses for Johnson's wax? For instance, just try wax polishing your tabletops, windowsills, Venetian blinds, leather goods with Johnson's wax, the same wax you use on your floors. Notice first how beautiful these waxed surfaces are. The coat of wax acts as a shield against dust, dirt, and wear. Fingerprints and smudges are quickly wiped away. Experts call the regular use of Johnson's wax protective housekeeping. It will pay you to adopt it in your home. Ask for the original, genuine Johnson's wax, available in paste, liquid, or cream wax form.
Gee, I wish you'd let me do that work on the furnace, Molly.
Why?
Oh, I love to do jobs like that. I was raring to go. Why, when I get a chance to do some handiwork, every nerve in my body quivers.
I know, dearie, and I've always admired it.
My handiwork?
No, your nerve.
Oh, good night.
Good night, all.
The characters of Wallace Wimple and the old-timer heard on this program were played by Bill Thompson. This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Finishes for home and industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This program reached you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
For the safety of your smile, use Pepsodent twice a day. See your dentist twice a year. From the Hollywood Canteen, the Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope and his guest star, Bette Davis.
Thank you so much. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob Hollywood Canteen Hope. Telling you soldiers to use Pepsodent whether your mouth has a lot or a few, and even though your toothbrush may be GI, your teeth will never be PU. Well, here we are back in Hollywood, and you should have seen the reception I got at the railroad station. What a crowd. One guy insisted on putting me on his shoulders and carrying me for blocks and blocks. I finally said, gee, you certainly are a fan without equal. And he said, no, I'm a cab driver without tires. And as soon as Skinny Ennis arrived in Hollywood, he went right over to the Red Cross Blood Bank to make a donation, but a terrible thing happened. On his way over, a mosquito bit him and drained him dry. Everything has changed in Hollywood, though. It's all dimmed out down here along the coast, and you can't have any lights shining toward the sky. In fact, in the drugstores, you have to play the pinball machines upside down. And they have a midget underneath to tell you what your score is. And they've certainly got an efficient way of moving the troops from one place to another down here. In San Francisco, they use trains. In Seattle, they use flying fortresses. Down here, they just send out a girl in slacks. But I'm really glad to be back in Hollywood, and here we are doing the first broadcast from the Hollywood Canteen. Boy, this is really a marvelous place. Any enlisted man can come in here, be entertained by the top Hollywood talent, and get free food served by Hollywood beauties. One soldier had a big turkey dinner here, then he danced with Dorothy Lamour and spent the rest of the evening sitting on Hedy Lamar's lap. He's been AWOL for 4 days now. They can't send him back to camp till he stops steaming. And it's so crowded that if a soldier wants to play the radio, he has to squeeze past Lana Turner, Hedy Lamarr, and Betty Grable just to put it on. In 5 minutes, I heard 148 different programs. But can you imagine all those beautiful hostesses and only servicemen are allowed? I know one guy who got dressed up in a uniform so that he could get into the canteen, but they knew he was a fake because the uniform fitted him. So they threw me out. And the soldiers, sailors, and Marines all get along very well together here. I saw a soldier dancing with a blonde, and a sailor cut in on him. Then a Marine cut in on the sailor, and it was all done in an orderly military manner. In fact, the bodies were dragged off the floor in a column of 3. One of the soldiers here danced with a fat girl the other night, and when he wanted her to stop dancing, he didn't smile at her and say, "Should we stop dancing, miss?" He just stood at attention and shouted, "Company, halt!" And everybody wanted to dance with Marlene Dietrich. A soldier who was a head taller tried to cut in on a sailor, and I won't say the sailor cut him down to his size, but that was the first guy I ever saw who parts his hair at the shoulder blades. And I want to tell you, there's certainly a lot of strong soldiers hanging around the canteen here. I walked in with a blonde on one arm and a brunette on the other. 2 minutes later, no blonde, no brunette, no arms. And Dorothy Lamour came down here to work last night, but she was almost had a disaster. She was standing in the kitchen in a sarong when a nearsighted soldier reached for a dish towel. And now, Wen Niles. Step in, Wen.
Say, Bob, doesn't it feel great to be back here in Hollywood?
Oh, it certainly does, Wen.
Say, I'll bet you got a great welcome when you went down to Paramount.
Oh, what a welcome. You've seen that big red carpet that they roll out for the stars?
Yeah? Did they roll it out for you?
Certainly. Then the producer turned to me and said, "I'm glad you're back, Hope. Now go get the vacuum." Say, Wen, I thought you were coming down to visit me at the studio.
Well, I did come, Bob, but I couldn't find your dressing room. Which one is it?
Well, you know where the number 1 dressing room is.
Yeah?
Well, you know where the number 2 dressing room is?
Yes.
Well, right between them, Paramount hung a doily over a gopher hole, and it's mine. Tell me, did you see Dorothy Lamour down there?
Oh, yeah, Dorothy Lamour. Dorothy Lamour. Now I got to talk about Pepsodent.
Oh, come, Wen. You're getting paid for it. Don't pout. Go.
Oh, that's right. I get paid to tell people about Pepsodent, but you folks who use it, you're the ones who really collect. Pepsodent gives you the big plus of Irium, that speedy super cleanser that loosens and flushes away filmy coating you can feel with your tongue. You see, you can have a bright smile and never know it. Maybe hidden under a dull coating that stains and makes your teeth look dingy. But once that film is whisked away, there's your natural smile. Your bright smile ready to shine.
I'll remember that. I'll keep my mouth shut during blackouts.
Why stop there, Bob?
Go, you Irium slave. Go.
But seriously, give Pepsodent a chance to show you how bright your smile can be. Give that cool, refreshing flavor of Pepsodent a chance to wake up your taste and let you know your teeth are clean, bright. And you'll know that they are just by the feel of them. So, tell you what to do. You know that empty metal tube you've been saving? Take it to your store tonight. Doesn't matter what kind of an old tube you take to the store. The important thing is to bring back a tube of Pepsodent toothpaste.
And here's Frances Langford, ladies and gentlemen. Here she is.
At last, my love has come along. My lonely days are over, and life is like a song. At last, the skies above are blue. My heart was wrapped in clover the night I looked at you. I found a dream that I can speak to, a dream that I can call my own. I found a thrill to press my cheek to, a thrill I've never known. You smiled, and then the spell was cast, and here we are in heaven, and you are mine at last. I found a dream that I can speak to, a dream that I can call my own. I found a thrill to press my cheek to, a thrill I've never known. You smiled, and then the spell was cast, and here we are in heaven, for you are mine at last.
Fine, Francis. That was Frances Langford singing at last. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I am proud to present one of the foremost actresses of our time and the president of the Hollywood Canteen, Miss Betty Davis.
Thank you. Thank you, Bob. That was the most flattering introduction. Are you sure I deserve it?
Well, you certainly do, Betty. You're all the things I said about you and more. Really, it's a pleasure to meet someone in my own class. But seriously, Betty, it's a thrill for me and those associated with me on the Pepsodent program to be here at the Hollywood Canteen tonight and to give what assistance we can to the wonderful work that's being done here.
Bob, we're certainly grateful to you for broadcasting from here.
Say, I guess this is the first radio show to be broadcast in the Hollywood Canteen, eh, Betty?
That's right, Bob, you are. Later on, there'll be others, but we thought we'd start in a small way.
Now, wait a minute. I'm a big name.
Yes, and I know what it is, but let's be friendly.
But, Betty, this is really a wonderful place here for the soldiers, sailors.
We're so glad you think so. Bob, there's a little matter I want to take up with you. You know, all the food and the entertainment at the canteen is free.
Of course, I know that.
Then why were you standing on the street yelling to the soldiers, "Hey, come on in, fellas, it's my treat"?
Well, I left the tips for all of them. And Pepsodent caps are hard to get now. But tell me, Betty, how did this Hollywood Canteen get started?
Well, actually, Bob, local number 47 of the Musicians' Union had an idea to have a canteen fashioned after the American Theater Wing stage door canteen in New York. They invited all the other guilds and unions of the entertainment industry in Hollywood to join forces. They did, and we formed this organization called the Hollywood Canteen.
Oh, it's swell. Now, I bet the enlisted men have a lot of fun here, Betty.
They seem to, Bob. One soldier who spent the evening here last week came up to me when it was all over and said he'd had such a good time he wished he could take this whole place back to camp with him.
Gee, that was certainly nice of him.
Yes, the MPs caught him half a block from here with 9 pieces of silverware and Lana Turner. By the way, Bob, I understand you've been doing some wonderful work selling bonds.
That's right, Betty. I've been offering to kiss every movie star who bought a $500 bond.
That's wonderful. How many have you sold?
One, and Boris Karloff wants his money back. Say, tell me. Is that you, Boris? Tell me, how How long has this canteen been open, Betty?
It's been open 10 days, and the wonderful thing about this building, Bob, is that the members of the different guilds and unions remodeled it themselves, and it didn't cost the canteen a nickel.
Really? Well, who waxed the floors? Fibber McGee?
Why, yes. How'd you know?
I can see Molly's footprints where she stood over him with a broom.
Everyone contributes. Yesterday, Bing Crosby brought some steaks over.
Yeah, I know. I saw them lose at Bay Meadows. Tell me, does my old girlfriend, Hetty Lamar, show up here much?
Oh, yes, Bob, but I always thought your girlfriend was Madeline Carroll.
Oh, yes, she's one of the mob. But, you know, in my last picture, I had about 25 love scenes with Madeline.
Yes, she told me. I know you'll be glad to hear she's feeling better now.
Oh, you must have your little joke.
What else can I get on this program?
Step out from behind the net and you'll find out. But say, how about going out with me tonight after the broadcast's over, Betty?
Well, I'm afraid I'm too busy, Bob. You know, these are busy days for all girls.
Yeah, women are doing a million things nowadays. They're riveting, welding, taking care of gas stations. See, who knows, maybe someday one of them will learn how to cook.
Every day, Bob, women are proving they can do anything men can do. They're even women driving taxis.
Yeah, I had a lot of trouble with one of those women taxi drivers last night.
What was the matter?
She wanted me to sit in the back. Even gas stations are putting on girl attendants now.
Yes, I'll bet they're very efficient, too, Bob.
Say, Betty, I have an idea. Let's do a little sketch for the folks. You be the girl attendant at the gas station, and I'll drive into my car.
All right, Bob, let's go.
In my merry Oldsmobile with no tires on each wheel. Gee, I'm running out of gas. Gosh, am I lucky. There's a gas station over there. Oh, boy, I made it. There's nobody here. Service! Hey, a little service, please.
What's your hurry, Beagle Nose?
Come on, fill her up. Hey, gee, you're a girl, huh?
Well, shall I check your water?
No, it's all right, even if I do drool a lot. By the way, kid, what do you think of this wagon I'm driving?
It's got a hopped-up motor and a driver to match. Come on, tell me, what's the trouble?
Well, one of my brake rods is busted. I burned out my bearings, and my crankcase is in terrible shape.
Oh, you poor boy. How do you manage to walk? Say, this left rear tire's kind of worn. Want me to examine it?
Okay.
I must remember to get my nails shortened.
Oh, that's all right. I can always pick up another tire. I've got a Tommy gun.
Just a minute. I'll spray your windshield.
What makes you think I got a windshield? And get me a towel.
Say, you didn't drive very much last night, did you?
How can you tell? Gas in the tank?
No, compact on the seat. Well, how much gas do you want me to put in that flamethrower?
Well, give me about 5 gallons.
Okay. I'm sorry, it'll only take 3 gallons.
3 gallons? Are you sure?
Of course. Just look, it's so full I can't get the radiator cap back on.
Oh, brother, you're really fixing me up fine. Say, what happened to the guy that used to work here?
You mean that guy with flat feet, fallen arches, asthma, rheumatism, and lumbago?
Yeah?
They drafted him as a commando. Say, I just noticed. Where'd you get that shiner?
Oh, I went driving with a girl who works at Douglas.
Swing shift?
Yeah, she swung before I could shift. Thanks, Wolf. Say, how about you going out with me tonight?
Okay. I don't mind going out with a swell dresser like you. You sure know how to do a zoot suit, Justice. That's a swell zoot suit.
Yeah, get a load of this jacket. It comes all the way down to my ankles.
What's the good of that?
I'm the only jitterbug in town who can go out dancing while he's having his pants pressed at the same time. Well, I gotta leave now. Say, how about a little kiss before I go?
That's not part of the service. Besides, I don't kiss strange men.
Wait a minute. I'm not strange.
I'd hate to put it to a vote.
Oh, come on, just to show there's no hard feelings.
Well, all right.
I'll give you a real kiss. There. How was it?
They're certainly freezing a lot of things these days.
Yeah. Thank you, Betty Davis. And I wish you all luck in the world, to you and the Hollywood Canteen. Keep up the grand job you're doing. And now, Skinny Ennis singing Kalamazoo.
A-B-C-D-E-F-G-H, I got a gal in Kalamazoo. Don't want to boast, but I know she's the toast of Kalamazoo. Years have gone by, my, how she grew. I like to look when I carried her books in Kalamazoo. I'm going to send a wire, hopping on a flyer, leaving today. Am I dreaming? I can hear her screaming. How you, Mr. Jackson? Everything's O-K-L-A-M-A-Z-O. What a gal, a real pipperoo. I'll make my bid for that freckle-faced kid I'm hurrying to. I'm going to Michigan to see the sweetest gal in Kalamazoo. Got a wire, hopping on a flyer, leaving today. Am I dreaming? I can hear her screaming. Hi, Miss Jackson. Everything is O-K-L-A-M-A-Z-O-O. What a gal, a real pipperoo. I'll make my bid for the freckle-faced kid I'm hurrying to. I'm going to Michigan to see the sweetest gal in Kalamazoo.
And now I have a message for all of our listeners. How many of you know... Oh, my gosh.
Hey, what's the matter, Win?
Hey, Skinny, something's wrong. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Skinny Ennis and his band will now play Jingle
Take it easy, Win. Slow down there. Tell me what's wrong.
Say, Skinny, what's a tube of Pepsodent?
Oh, you know, Win, that's the thing that's built like me.
Yeah, I mean, but it's a toothpaste, isn't it? Here's a script that was handed to me, and it talks about a toothbrush.
Well, shucks, Win. Didn't you ever hear about Pepsodent toothbrush? Didn't you know we sell toothbrushes, too?
Gosh, no. Gee, that Pepsodent company doesn't miss a bet, does it? I mean, not when it comes to making teeth brighter and better looking. Gosh, I didn't know about the Pepsodent toothbrush. But here it says the 50 Tough toothbrush is now a better toothbrush. Better because it has improved Fibrex, DuPont's newest and finest synthetic bristles. These new bristles are sturdier, heavier than before, and that means they'll last longer. But strong as they are, they're still gentle, kind to tender gums. And they feel good to your mouth the first time you use them. And did you know this new Pepsodent 50 Tough toothbrush carries the Good Housekeeping magazine seal of approval? Well, it does, and that means you can buy it with complete confidence. So tonight, folks, go out and get a new Pepsodent 50 Tough toothbrush. Gee, isn't it funny I didn't know about that toothbrush? I thought we were only selling toothpaste and tooth powder. Once again, we want you to meet the Navy. Representing the servicemen here tonight at the Hollywood Canteen is...
Yeoman Wilbur Johnson reporting, sir.
There you are. That's fine. How are you, Wilbur? Say, you just said you were a yeoman. What does that mean, a yeoman?
Oh, it's about the same as a private in the Army, only their pants, they can bend over.
Your pants do hug you, don't they, huh?
Hug me, Bob. When I bend over, the stitches in the seam start singing My Devotion. It sure ain't like those civilian clothes I used to wear back in Arkansas.
You Arkansas, really? Well, say, now that you're out here, what do you think of the girls in California?
Oh, I don't pay attention to them. I'm married. I got a wife in Little Rock.
Really? Well, this is the first time I've ever seen a sailor with a ship in the Pacific and an anchor in Arkansas. Well, how long you been married, Wilbur?
I got married a year ago.
I suppose it was a whirlwind courtship.
No, Bob. I went with my wife 12 years before I married her.
12 years? Say, what department are you in the Navy? Reconnaissance?
Nope, intelligence.
Just wait for my last before you throw your slingshot in there, old boy. Do you understand? Say... Don't say what last, or I'll fall over. Say, Wilbur, I hear you're a pretty good golfer.
Well, I certainly like the game, Bob. I understand you play a lot with Bing Crosby.
Not anymore. Boy, would you play with a guy who waits till nobody's looking, then picks his ball up and throws it toward the hole?
Of course not.
Neither will Crosby. That's you. Cut in. Right there.
You know, Bob, being at the Hollywood canteen like this, I wanted to meet a movie star.
A movie star? Well, you're lucky you ran into me.
Yeah, that's right. Know any?
Do I know any? Listen, just sit down here at this table and you'll be surprised who you'll meet.
Oh, yeah, Mr. Hope. Oh, hello, sailor boy. I understand you wanted to meet some of the other people on the show, and here I am.
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Colonna.
The idea of saying I look like Mr. Cologne, I won't stand for it.
Neither will I.
You don't understand. I'm Vera Vague.
Pleased to meet you. What outfit you with?
Mr. Hope, what's the name of this handsome hunk?
Why, Miss Vague, this is Will Johnson, yeoman, 3rd class.
Oh, listen, brother, he's a man. As far as I'm concerned, that makes him 1st class. Sailor, I think I could go for you.
You could?
Yes, I like tall, dark men.
I'm blonde.
Oh, then who cares? Kiss me.
Oh, I couldn't. You're old enough to be my mother.
You know, Mr. Hope, I'd poke you right in the mouth if you weren't old enough to be my father.
Well, tell me, Miss Vague, how are you getting along with the servicemen here at the canteen?
Oh, they're wild about me, simply wild about me. Imagine I just stole a soldier right from under Hetty Lamar's nose.
That's impossible.
Oh, is that so? That Hetty Lamar, I'm just as pretty and young and attractive as she is. I noticed right after I laid her out with a baseball bat.
Gee, I'd like to meet that Hetty Lamar.
Well, you know, Wilbur, all the big movie stars wait on the tables here at the canteen. I wonder who we'll get. Boy, last night Lana Turner waited on me. She came over to the table and kissed me. The night before that, Carol Landis waited on me and kissed me. Well, here goes. Waiter!
Mustache tickles, doesn't it?
Oh, so you're the waiter. Do we have to pay for our meal, Colonna?
No, we serve all soldiers free.
What about me?
Veterans of the last war serve free, too.
Oh, you dear man. How I'd like to get in your mustache with an egg beater.
Now, look, waiter, what's wrong with this chicken soup? There's more water in it than chicken.
Ah, yes. Hen was crying. Chicks got drafted.
Furthermore, Colonna, I have another complaint to make. This steak is as tough as shoe leather.
Well, that's ridiculous, Hope. That steak is not as tough as shoe leather. It's soft and tender and, well, maybe it is as tough as shoe leather.
Colonna, how come you suddenly changed your mind and agreed with me?
Well, I just looked down and I'm barefoot. Now, what do you have?
Oh, Professor, I don't know what to order. What would you suggest to keep my figure trim?
Meat cleaver. Well, I'll go back in the kitchen and get your order.
All right, and hurry it up, Colonna. Oh, look, Wilbur, here comes Skinny Ennis. Hiya, Skin.
Hello, Bob.
Skinny, I want you to meet Wilbur Johnson, yeoman, 3rd class. Wilbur, this is Skinny Ennis, human, 4th class.
Hiya, Muscles.
Boy, you should see these two guys standing side by side, folks. They look like a couple of strands of spaghetti in search of a meatball.
Well, shake hands, Bob. We found one.
Gee, I wonder what's keeping Colonna with our food. Hey, Colonna!
Be with you in a second, Hope. Having a tough time putting these panties on the lamb chops.
How come?
Won't fit over the girdles.
Kelowna, you'll drive me to distraction.
Okay, but no faster than 35 miles an hour.
Well, Kelowna, can you just bring me a glass of milk?
Milk? Easiest thing in the world. I have a cow out here, and I'll milk her. Only it's cold out here, so I'll put on my woolen mittens.
Kelowna, don't milk her with those fuzzy woolen mittens.
Why not? She doesn't mind. Watch.
Moo.
Very interesting. Very interesting. Care for a milkshake?
Say, guess we may as well forget about Kelowna for a while. Oh, here comes Frances Langford. Hello, Frances.
Hello, everybody. Hello, sailor.
Hello. Gee, you're beautiful, Miss Langford. Your eyes are like those of Hero, for whom Leander swam the Hellespont. Your smile's the smile of Cleopatra that made Mark Antony her slave.
Well, what do you know? An intellectual wolf.
Well, look, now that we're all here at the table, Skinny, Wilbur, Vera, Francis, and me, let's have some fun.
Gee, Skinny doesn't look as though he's having a good time, Bob.
Oh, Skinny never has a good time at these dinners, Francis.
Why not?
Well, the pimentos and the olives keep looking at him and saying, he's out there, why are we in here?
Oh, the music's starting.
Good, let's dance. Who wants to dance this dance with me?
I do.
Who wants to dance this dance with me?
I do.
Who wants to dance this dance with me?
I do.
I don't think she can't do it either. Say, you know, I don't think Kelowna will ever get... I'll get it. Hello?
This is long distance, Denver, Colorado, calling Bob Hope.
Oh, this is Bob Hope speaking.
I'll put your party on. Go ahead, please.
Hello, Hope.
Yes, Kelowna?
Which one of you ordered that Denver sandwich?
Why, Kelowna, you wouldn't be so stupid as to go to Denver for a Denver sandwich.
Why, of course not. That would be silly.
Well, where are you?
In Bermuda, getting the onions.
All thanks for the memory, Miss Betty Davis, Queen of Hollywood's canteen. Each soldier saying Flying Man and Leatherneck Marine. Do thank you so much, and thanks for the memory, you folks who never shirk to make this project work. For every dime and mite of time you've lent to make it perk, we thank you so much. Well, we've all had a great time tonight broadcasting here from the Hollywood Canteen, and really it's great seeing these boys of the service enjoying a little of the fun they deserve. Next week, we'll be back at the same time broadcasting for the boys down at Camp Elliott in San Diego. Good night, everybody, and greetings to the boys at the Harbinger Aerial Gunner School down there in the lower Rio Grande Valley, listening tonight over KRGV. Good night, everybody.
Broadcast came to you from the Hollywood Canteen in Hollywood, California. This is Wendell Niles speaking. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Raleigh Cigarette Program from Hollywood, starring Red Skelton, with Ozzie Nelson and his orchestra, Harriet Hilliard, Wonderful Smith, and yours truly, Truman Bradley. A simple but conclusive color test used by experts in judging tobacco quality proves beyond question the superiority of Raleigh cigarettes. Compare the open ends of a pack of Raleighs with any other brand. You'll see instantly the tobaccos in Raleighs are unmistakably more golden in color. These golden tobaccos, according to experts, are choicer, more expensive. And no less than 31 of these prime tobaccos are blended into Raleigh cigarettes, each contributing its own distinctive seasoning touch for unrivaled richness, smoothness, mildness. Raleighs give you valuable coupons, too, redeemable for luxury premiums, cash, or the equivalent in war stamps. Yes, it pays in many ways to smoke Raleighs. Raleigh cigarettes. That was Ozzie Nelson and his orchestra playing Jingle Jangle. And now we bring you Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's brilliant young comedian, the star of our show, Red Skelton.
Thank you very much, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. How are you, Truman?
Hello, Red. Say, Red, I hear Mr. Raleigh's back at your house for another visit.
Yes, he's back again. You know, I wouldn't mind him, but he's got such a temper.
Temper, Red?
Yeah, anytime anything goes wrong, he jumps up and down.
Well, lots of people do that.
Yeah, but I'm underneath.
So, Mr. Raleigh's back with us again, huh?
Yeah, you know, and a funny thing happened, too.
Yeah, what was that, Red?
Well, when he was here last year, he left a Raleigh cigarette burning in the ashtray, and this year when he came back, guess what?
Now, don't tell me that cigarette was still burning, Red.
It was, and he took a look at it and said, "Hey, who's been sneaking inhales off this thing? I just lit it."
Well, I suppose you and Mr. Raleigh have been talking business.
Yeah, I asked him to shorten the commercials.
You did?
Yeah.
What'd he say?
I don't know. The doctor says we can't have any visitors yet.
I suppose you've been taking him around and showing him the sights in Hollywood.
Yeah, I showed him a few sights, but he said he'd like to meet some of the younger girls. All kidding aside, I'm glad he came because he's just in time to help me with my salvage work. You know, when you look around, there sure is a lot of junk and useless things laying around.
Did somebody call me?
Hello, Ozzie. Say, what have you been doing on the salvage drive?
Oh, I've been collecting old keys.
Yeah, you know, you'd be surprised how many old keys are really laying around.
Yeah, I know it. I looked for keys myself, and I found one for the front door and 149 for my wine cellar.
I organized all the kids, and we collected about 500 pots and pans from the neighborhood.
Yeah, you know, I did the same thing, Harriet. As I was coming out of the house with a load of old pans and jokes that don't get laughed. As I came out of the house with an old pan, a gopher ran right between my legs.
What happened?
Well, I reached over and I whacked him with an old saucepan.
Skillet?
No, but I made him yell.
Upon a February morn, a tiny baby boy was born.
Abraham.
When he grew up, this tiny babe, the folks all called him Honest Abe.
Abraham. In 1860, he became our 16th president. And now he's in the Hall of Fame, a most respected gent.
And that is why we celebrate this blessed February date.
Abraham.
The USA's united thanks to one whose name was Nancy Hanks.
Abraham.
She gave this land the finest son who ever went to Washington.
Abraham. When someone told him General Grant was drinking every night, he answered, "Go see if you can't get all my generals tight."
And that is why we celebrate this blessed February date.
Abraham.
Ozzie and Harriet and the boys, and their song was Rojo Day. Say, Truman.
Yes, Red. Say, Red, what's on tap for tonight?
Well, I'll tell you. People are always finding funny places to hide things, so I thought that would be a good subject for tonight, hiding. So we'll look in on Deadeye and see where he hides his money way out west. Whoa! Whoa! Oh, come on, horse. Whoa! Oh, doggone it.
I wonder what time it is, Mr. Deadeye.
2 o'clock.
And here we is at the bank before banking hours.
Yeah, I'm going to make a withdrawal. Give me my key, will you?
Here it is, boss. Loaded.
Yeah.
Say, boss, don't your conscience hurt you when you rob these banks all the time?
No, I steal from the rich and give to the poor. Right now, I'm practically broke.
Well, my conscience is troubling me.
It is?
Yeah, a little voice keeps saying, my cut ain't enough. My cut ain't enough.
Yeah. Well, come on, let's crack open this safe. Now, you got that nitroglycerin?
Yeah, here it is.
Okay, I'll light the fuse. Anybody want to go get a drink of water while we're waiting? Look out, there she goes. Look, gold, gold, gold. Boy, I sound like Morgenthau, don't I?
Yeah, boss, let's get out of here.
Yeah, come on. Where's my horse?
Well, there he is, hiding up in that tree.
Get out from there, will you? Always stealing apples. Come on, now we'll ride away. Giddy up. Come on, horse. Giddy up now.
That horse sure is stubborn. Why don't you sell him?
Look, 10,000 wouldn't buy this horse.
Yeah, and I'm one of the 10,000.
You know, I think we better find a place to hide this money till the whole thing blows over.
I've got an idea.
Yeah?
You give me the money and
I'll tell you right off the bat, that plan ain't gonna work. I know just where we'll hide it. And we'll hide it here by the river. Boy, it sure is dark and lonesome here. Can't see my hands in front of my face.
How come?
I ain't holding it there.
Well, I'll just go ahead and dig a hole here.
Yeah, start digging that hole, will you?
Man, this ground sure is hard.
Oh, come on. Hurry up. Take bigger bites. Hey, how much we got buried so far?
$25,000.
That's enough. Throw the rest of it away. I don't want to get in bad with the government.
Okay, it's buried now. Now, I'm going to trust you not to come back here without me.
Now, he ought to know better than that.
Okay, goodbye.
Okay, goodbye. I'll pretend I'm leaving and sneak back.
Small world, ain't it?
Better look out. Here comes Buckshot Annie.
Hiya, did I? Hiya, wonderful. Say, did you hear about the big bank robbery?
No, we don't listen to rumors, you know. Say, Buckshot, I want to speak to you in private. Will you hide this valise of money for me and Wonderful?
Where'd you get all this cash?
Well, I dropped a nickel in my garden last week, and you know how that California soil is.
Okay, Deadeye, I'll put it in a safe place. I'll be right back.
Okay, I'll be in the bar. My, that's a pretty tune. I wonder what the name of it is. Say, piano player, play something else, will you? I'm kind of tired of that tune.
I can't. That's the only tune I know.
Yeah? Anybody around here play piano?
Hey, Deadeye.
Yeah?
Hey, Buckshot Annie just called up. Says your money's in a safe place now.
Good. Where did she put it? Oh, you better whisper to me. I don't want anybody around here to know.
Yeah, whisper it to you.
Okay. She didn't. Yeah. Hey, Wonderful, get your tools. We gotta go rob that bank again. Then we have Clem, the fellow from the country. He's looking for a place to hide from Daisy June because she's after him with a wedding ring. Well, here I am. Here comes the bride, all dressed in white. Do, 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 do. Boy, what a spot I'm in. I have to decide between getting married or finishing kindergarten. See, it looks like I'll never find out what comes after ABC. Oh, well, I'll just hide someplace she won't find me, that's all.
Hi, Clem.
Well, howdy, Mr. Dumville.
I notice you ain't wearing your shoes no more.
No, they wear out my socks too fast.
Socks? What's them?
That's them things you wear on your feet with holes in both ends.
Gosh almighty. Well, I always thought you was a dude. Where are you bound for?
To where Daisy June ain't, and brother, it's a mighty hard place to find, too.
Clem, why don't you marry the gal?
Not me, brother. Not me.
Marriage is a wonderful thing, Clem.
It is?
Maybe in a year or so you'll hear the pitter-patter of tiny feet around the house.
Yeah.
How would you like that?
Oh, fine. I love puppies.
I thought you give Daisy June an engagement ring,
Yeah,
Clem.
I did, and boy, what trouble I had. I had to buy 47 boxes of Cracker Jack before I found one that would fit. I never got so sick of eating Cracker Jack in all my life.
Well, I gotta be getting back to the stables. Come on down and see me sometime, will you, Clem?
Sure, I will, someday when the wind is right. Well, so long. Now where to hide, that's the place. I think I'll go up in the mountains and hunt bear. Or in my sunsuit. I know where I'll hide, right where she'd never think to look for me, right in her own house. And I'll sneak over. That reminds me, I gotta get that big toe oiled. Now, I'll just go down in the cellar here. Uh-oh, somebody's coming. I'll hide in the washing machine.
I hear the noise in this here cellar. Probably rats. No, I said rats.
Anybody know how a rat goes?
What's that noise over there in the washing machine? Anybody in there?
Nobody but us longies.
Well, I might as well wash Grandpa's socks and his windbreaker while I'm here, I guess.
Hey.
Yeah, that's enough. I'll take him out. Oh, dear, I put too much starch in this shirt. Oh, boy, it sure is heavy. Good heavens! Well, hello, Clem.
Well,
Clem, you look pale.
Pale nothing, I'm clean.
Well, what in the world was you doing in that washing machine?
Getting the tar beat out of me.
Goodness, Clem, I just noticed.
What?
That washing machine flattened out that point your head came to.
What? My head don't come to a point no more?
No?
Oh, gosh. Now I got no place to hang up my clothes at night. Ozzie Nelson and his orchestra playing a song that wasn't Rose Hote. Getting back to people hiding things, we have a fellow who sells insurance without a license. You know, the kind of a guy who'll guarantee to tell you where Wendell Wilkie will be tomorrow. Boy, that was a close call.
Hey, what's the big idea of bringing in my house like this? Who are you?
I ain't a commando, brother.
All right, what do you want?
Nothing. See, I was just trying to sell my insurance when the cops came along and they raided me.
Well, I can't hide you. Besides, aren't you ashamed of yourself selling insurance without a license?
Yeah. Hey, you want to buy some insurance, mister?
Sure, I'll buy some insurance.
You will? Honest? You mean you ain't going to argue?
Argue? Why, not me, Sonny. Why, it's like buying a pack of Raleigh cigarettes. In Raleigh's, you're assured of highest quality tobaccos because you can see the difference. Yes, you can actually see by comparison with any other brand that Raleigh's give you the more golden tobaccos. Tobaccos that experts agree are choicer, more expensive.
Now, wait a minute, Bob. I'm going to tell you about the benefits.
You're going to tell me? Well, I can tell you that Raleigh's are blended from 31 of these finer tobaccos. A superb blend that gives you these outstanding smoking benefits: richness, smoothness, extra mildness, full, mellow flavor.
Now, I think we better discuss the little matter about premium.
Premiums? Oh, of course. Raleigh cigarettes give you valuable coupons, redeemable for dozens of luxury premiums, cash, or the equivalent in war stamps. Yes, Raleigh's give you premium quality and quality premiums at one and the same time.
But this is the best policy.
Right, the best policy. Always ask for the pack with the coupon on the back. Raleigh cigarettes.
And then we have a lady and her little boy. He's always finding things that she hides from him and hides them from her. So, Harriet, you be my mother, and I'll be the mean little kid.
Junior, where are you?
Here I is. I'm hiding me butter bread.
Hiding your butter bread? Why?
Well, I ain't hungry now, so I thought I would bury it and then dig it up later like a dog.
You are a naughty boy, digging around like a little pig. Now go into the house and wash yourself.
Okay, will you take me handcuffs off so I can wash me widow elbows, too?
Well, yes, hold still.
Okay.
There.
Oh, boy, don't that feel good. Boy, oh, boy. I will wash me with a hand. I will wash me with a ears and wipe the dirt off on the towel.
Junior, stop that awful singing. Did you wash your ears?
Yes, I washed my ears.
Then what's all this stuff behind your ears?
That's where I washed it to. Hey, Mummy, how long is Gramp going to stay with us?
Why, I thought you liked Grandpa because he gives you a nickel for candy every day.
Yeah, but he always eats my candy. But he won't no more, though.
Why?
I hit his teeth.
Junior! Oh, you didn't.
Yes,
Where did you hide them?
In that big pile of junk out on the street.
Oh, why, that stuff is for the salvage drive.
It is? Well, you ever see a P-38 nip at a Jap plane, that's Gramp.
You're going to turn my hair white overnight.
That's nothing. I thought turn red overnight. Hey, Mummy, where's me widow drum?
I hid it.
Now, you gave it away. You said you were going to give it away. You gave it away.
I did not. It's on the shelf in the pantry.
You gave it. I knew I would find out where it was.
Now, Junior, look, you settle down.
Okay.
I have to go to the shipyard. I've been selected to christen a new boat today.
Oh, boy, quitting the boat. I remember when you christened me.
Yes. And I didn't know what to call you.
Yeah. I bet you know what to call me now, though. Hey, I want to go to the shipyard with you.
No, Junior.
Now, you let me go with you or I will tell.
You'll tell what?
I will tell everybody you got that bump on your head when you fell out of a patrol wagon.
Junior! I have never been in a patrol wagon.
Oh, no. Jeez, it's a cop.
Hurry, Junior, we won't get a seat. Go play with something else for a while. Mother wants to get dressed.
Okay. Well, here I is all alone. Oh, no, I ain't either. There's a pussycat. Come here, Lucky. Come here. Come here.
Meow! Are you pulling that cat's tail again?
No, I just hold her. He doing the pulling. Here, Kitty. Look, as long as you're here, I may as well break something that you will get blamed for. Now, let's see. What could I break around here? Windows? No, none left. Oh, there's Mummy's new bottle of her perfume. Oh, boy, and how she loved that perfume. If I do, I get a sniffing. I do it.
Junior, what did you break now?
Meow, meow.
Oh, that darn cat again.
It always works. It always works. Boy, don't it stink good around here now. Mel, come on, Mummy. Hide already.
Come on, we'll get in the car.
Okay. Hey, Mummy, can I steer?
No.
No, right then. I will bang me little head till I get silly.
Junior, don't bang your head against the car. You'll knock all the paint off. Now, you just get in here, young man. Come on.
Okay. Don't hit me. Come on. Boy, oh boy, I hope you got your driver's license with you. Poor Gallon don't last very long, does he? Well, look where we are, right in front of the shipyard. Oh, look, the launching had already started. Boy, that Kaiser's sure keeping his word, ain't he?
I do hope I'm on time.
Hey, Mummy, who's that man over there with a chicken sitting on top of his head?
Junior, that's the Admiral.
The Admiral? He's a chubby little wasco, ain't he? Boy, he looked like an NBC usher, don't he? Boy, if he had a rudder, we could launch him.
Good afternoon, madam. Are you the lady who's going to christen the ship?
Yes, I am.
And I is her little pride and joy.
Well. How are you, Sonny?
Huh?
How are you, Sonny?
Oh, fine, Fatso.
Pardon me. I'm the special police. What's that you have under your arm, lady?
Why, a bottle of champagne for the christening.
And what is that you have under your arm, Sonny?
A sponge? It's me pop's idea.
See, we must be careful of sabotage. We can't be too careful who we talk to and trust these days.
Hey, if you the special policeman, I look under the Admiral's coat, too. I see a big bulge there.
Shh, Junior, that's the Admiral.
All over it? Now I know what they mean by a second front.
Come along. Shall we go up to the speaker's platform?
Boy, oh boy, what a big boat.
Junior, get away from that boat.
Oh, he can't hurt it, madam. That's a battleship.
He don't know me very well, does he, Paul? Hey, Mummy, I want to get down. We're too high. I'm afraid I fall.
Officer, will you take care of this boy?
Yeah.
Sure. Yes, sir.
Now, Junior, you be a good boy. Do you hear me?
Okay.
Come on, son.
Okay.
I'll show you under the boat.
Would you really? Hey, don't walk so fast. Me little legs don't stretch very far, you know.
Is that you, Joseph? It's all set to... Wait, who's this with you?
Sorry, No-Nose. I had to bring him or the Admiral might suspect something.
Yeah. Did you get the time bomb?
Hey, what you two doing?
Out of the way. Set the clock for 12 noon. And when the lady hits the ship with the champagne, the bomb will blow this tub to smithereens. Heil Hitler.
I bet they is up to no good. Because they act like I do all the time. I wonder what they're hiding under the boat there. Look like a clock. I would duck behind this barrel and then get it. That's what I would do. I'd find out what's there.
It's all set. Say, where'd the kid go?
Who cares? Let's get back before we are suspected.
There it's going. Now's me time. I will go over and get the thing. Look at that funny-looking clock. I will get it. Boy, it's heavy. I almost drop it. Oh, isn't that pretty? Now I got a little clock for me room. I'll go show Mummy. Hey, Mummy, look what I got. A clock. I found it.
Don't bother Mummy, dear. Go put the clock in the car and hurry back.
Okay.
It's almost 12 o'clock, and I want you to see another Liberty ship launch.
Okay, Mummy, okay. I will throw it in the back seat. No, it might break it. I'll just let it. Okay, now I will get back to... Okay, let her go. I is here.
Oh, hello there, son. I've been looking for you.
Yeah, I bet you have. Hey, I'm sure glad I found that little clock you hid under the boat, boy. I've wanted one for my room for a long time.
What clock?
Well, this man here...
Stand back! I'll shoot the first man who tries to stop us.
Quickly, let's get into this car.
Here, get out of our car. Hey, Mummy, they're dealing you automobile. Hey, come back. Me widow clocked in. Oh, there goes the 12 o'clock whistle. And there goes our 1939 Buick. Boy, I knew them tires were bad, but I didn't think we'd all go at the same time.
Hey, fellas, you men who smoke pipes, here's a guy with a cool tip for you.
Pipe smokers, you'll get more pleasure out of your pipe if you put Sir Walter Raleigh into it. Sir Walter Raleigh is smooth and mild, blended to perfection from a combination of extra choice burleys. And flavor, Sir Walter Raleigh has a distinctive nut-like mellowness, a full tangy richness that can't be beat. It burns even and cool, never bites your tongue. And the pleasing aroma of Sir Walter Raleigh is something that everyone enjoys. Men, smoke the quality pipe tobacco of America. Tonight, try Sir Walter Raleigh.
Remember, we'll all be back again next Tuesday at the same time. Red Skelton, Oz and Elsie and his orchestra, Harriet Hilliard, Wonderful Smith, and yours truly, Truman Bradley. Meanwhile, listen to the Tommy Dorsey Show tomorrow night over these same stations. Until next Tuesday, then.
This is Red Skelton saying goodbye now, and thanks for listening. Good night.
Red Skelton is heard on this program through the courtesy of the Metro Golden Mayer Studios. This program has been broadcast to the armed forces overseas and has come to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Once again, we caution you, these lights-out stories are definitely not for the timid soul. So we tell you calmly and very sincerely, if you frighten easily, turn off your radio now. And now, if you haven't already done so, turn off your lights now. And listen to Revolt of the Worms. Why not? that I'll do what I please. I'll do what I please. But, Prentice, to me, suddenly like this, it doesn't make sense. Roses are fine in normal times, but a chemist of your ability, in times like these, certainly there's more productive work that you could do. I'm not interested in your opinion. I'll do what I please. You hear me? Do what I please. Do what I please. Yes, sir. Everything's ready, sir. Greenhouse. All ready for you, sir. 1 week ago, Wednesday.
Does the wind always blow up here, Charles? I said the wind. Does it always blow like that?
Why?
Frightening.
Mighty less frightening than the things that are happening back in the city.
I suppose so.
I know so. Where's that boy? Jackson. Yes, sir. The phosphates. Are they ready yet? Not quite, sir. We'll get them ready. Every one of the plants. We worked late tonight. Very late. Worked late and hard. That was the answer to everything. Chemist of your ability. In times like these, there certainly must be more important work than propagating roses that you could do. A chemist of your ability. In times like these, there certainly must be no... Oh, no, wouldn't think of that, I told myself. Wouldn't think of that. Roses. Yes, develop the greatest rose in the world. That would be my answer to them. While they bombed and burned, I'd develop the largest rose the world had ever known. And when the world settled down again, I'd come back and bring the rose to them, and they wouldn't care if I had run away. My plan. Why did it go wrong? Claire, why did it go wrong? Claire. Oh. Dead. You're dead. They killed you. Dead as I'll be dead. If I could only think, why did it go wrong? Well, I put the solution that's left over, Mr. Prentice. Yes, I do remember. That was it. Oh, gosh, Mr. Prentice, I'm trying to understand, but I'm so tired. You must keep working. The only salvation is to work. What's salvation got to do with roses? Don't be impertinent. Do your work. Yes, sir. 2 cc for each plant, and careful. Don't let any of it touch the stem. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You weren't very happy, were you, Jackson? Those were things you couldn't understand. It isn't that I don't want to work, Mr. Prentice. It's just that I'm all mixed up. These roses. Why do I have to pour this stuff on them every hour, on the hour? It doesn't make sense. Hormones? Sure, I know what they are. Secretions from the glands in the human body. Sure, I know what they're for. Make us grow and everything. I get it. That's what you try to do with the roses. You make them grow fast and big. But how do you know these hormones will work on plants, Mr. Prentice? And how do you know how much to give them? And how big will the roses grow, Mr. Prentice? Questions. Everlasting questions. But now I ask them, why did it go wrong? Thursday. What do I remember? Well, I throw the hormone mixture that's left over, Mr. Prentice. Mr. Prentice, I said, well, I throw the hormone. Go away. Can't you see that I'm working? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes. I remember. Friday. What a Friday. Friday night. Yes? Is that you? Yes, Charles. What are you doing walking out here in the dark? It's a lovely night. Romantic at your age. I just like the night. You, women, come back to the house. All right. Crazy, walking around in the dark. Oh, what's the matter with you? Can't you walk? If I hadn't caught you... Slippery. What are you talking about? It's all slippery around here. Don't talk foolishness. But it is. By George. You're right. But stand still. I'll light a match. I've had some... Yes. Now, we'll see what... Charles, stop grabbing. Worm. Can't you see? Just ordinary earthworms. Night crawlers. We just walked over a few of them. Now you women with your fears and your squeamishness. Walk on a few worms and you make more noise and more fuss. Yes, I remember. Friday night. The extra hormone solution. Where do I throw it, Mr. Prentice? Mr. Prentice, where do I throw the extra hormone solution? Saturday. And then the night. Jackson! Jackson, where are you? Jackson, I told you to stay in the house. Jackson, where are you? Time to feed the plant. Jackson, where are you? brains. Shut the door. Shut the door, I say.
But the boy...
If he hasn't the sense to come in out of the rain, it's just too bad. I've got enough to do with worrying about my roses without worrying about him. And don't you go out after him. He'll come back. He'll come back. Saturday night. And when it was day again.
Charles, wake up. Please wake up. Oh, where? You're on the couch. You're so asleep on the couch. Charles, get up right away.
What's the matter with you? Why should I get up? What difference does it make?
Listen to me, please. The boy, he isn't back yet.
Huh?
Jackson, he isn't back yet. Charles, where can he be? The storm, you slept.
Wait a minute. Have you looked in his room?
Just came from there. Charles, where could he have gone to? All through the storm.
Stop talking so much and let me get up. I'm so sleepy. Oh. Must you follow me? Why didn't you wake me up? Why did you let me sleep?
I must have fallen asleep, too. I opened my eyes, it was day. Oh, Charles.
Oh, stop Charlesing me. There's the young fool, so he spent the night outside. So what's the difference? Teach him a lesson. Well, no wonder he isn't back yet. Fog like this, it's as bad as night.
Charles.
All right. What am I supposed to do? Go wandering through fog like a bloodhound, like a fool? Don't worry, he'll be back. But he never did come back, did you, Jackson? When the sun came out and that everlasting wind came up and lifted the fog.
Charles, come here.
Where are you?
Back to the house, Charles. Come quick.
Oh, what is it? What do you want now? The boy isn't around. I looked everywhere. Now,
what happened back here?
Huh?
Look at the ground.
Who plowed this ground up?
Plowed?
Yes, certainly plowed. Can't you see? Some crazy drunken fool plowed up the ground.
But during the night? Charles, how could that
You believe what you see, don't you? It's that boy. Yes, that's Jackson. Went crazy. Found the plow, tore up the ground, and ran away. Went out of his mind, that's it. The boy's gone crazy. Tearing up the ground. Gone crazy. And then, that same night after I thought Jackson had gone crazy, run away, I went back to my work Sunday night.
Charles, can I speak to you? Charles, please stop your work and talk to me.
Haven't you lived with me enough years to know I don't like to be interrupted when I'm working?
But I'm frightened.
Are you? Really?
Charles, stop it.
Are you out of your mind?
Yes, maybe I am.
What did you say?
Maybe I am crazy. All right, maybe I am. That's the only way I could have lived with you all these years.
What?
Endured your selfishness, your unbelievable selfishness.
Well,
everything's for you. For 20 years, everything's for you.
Now that's
your words, your pleasures, what you think, what you want, everything for you, nothing for anyone else.
Will you
except little Mr. Prentice, the scientist, the good husband who never lifts his voice. Mother in heaven, I'd rather be married to a fool with a heart in him than you.
Hold on.
You haven't got a heart. You never had a heart. It's you and no one else, and that boy can be dead out there and you don't care, and I can be dead and you don't care as long as you're safe and doing what you want to do.
Will you go away and let me go on with my work?
Charles, I'm frightened. That boy. Now there are voices.
I'm asking you for the last time to go away and let me do my work.
But listen to me. You've been out here all night. I've been in the back of the house alone, and I've been listening, and I didn't want to come in here, but I had to. Charles, things I said, I meant them. For years I've meant them. All right, that doesn't matter. But I tell you this, there's something outside the house. Find out what it is, Charles.
20 years ago, I thought you were an irrational woman. I thought I'd trained you out of that irrationality. I was wrong. Now, hear me, you just this once, but never again. Where are these noises?
At the back of the house.
The lantern, hand it to me.
Yes.
Thank you. You're frightened. You don't have to go with me.
I want to know.
What? That you're a fool? Well? So what am I supposed to hear? There's nothing. Hello out there! Hello! Well, what now?
Listen.
To what?
Listen.
To what?
I thought...
You heard the wind whistling through the cracks in your brain. around the corner of the house. What's going on here?
Charles, something moving under the ground.
Yeah. So dark. Can't quite make out.
Charles, what is it?
I don't know. Animal of some sort?
Take me back to the house.
Oh, go yourself. Moon will come out of the clouds. See what this is.
Give me the lantern, Charles.
No, I want to see. The house is back there. Turn around and go back to it. Go ahead.
All right. All right.
Yes. It is something burrowing. In front of the moon come out, I'd see it there. Coming out. Now I'll see what... Holes in the ground all over. What are they? Bomb craters? But that isn't possible. No. Animal burrows. What animal could make a hole 4 feet across? What animal? Where are you? Where? So dark, I can't see you. Where are you? Where are you? Yes, Claire. I ran through the night looking for you. The echo of my voice is still in my ears. Looking for you, and the moon was under the clouds, and I couldn't see, and I couldn't find you. And then I did. You had fallen into one of those craters, into one of those holes in the ground. I couldn't see you, but I could hear you. Which one of the holes? They were all over the ground, pockmarked with them. I ran around in the dark. I could hear you, but couldn't find you. And then the moon, it was out again. Oh, blast the moon. Why did it come out? If it hadn't come out, I wouldn't have seen. And my head... Stop it, Claire. Stop it. I can still hear you. I can still see you. Your body down in that hole. As I ran toward you, suddenly I saw that something else was coming toward you. Something that glistened, wet in the moonlight. Something long and slimy. A great twisting snake. Yes, not a snake. Not a snake. And the fear in me made me crawl to the ground, and I saw, as I lay there, I saw. The thing moved toward the hole in the ground as if you weren't there. As if it was blind and couldn't see. Like a great blind worm. It was a worm. A worm, 10, 20, no, 30 feet long, crawling in sight to its home in the ground. And it moved toward you, Claire. Covered you. You're dead, Claire. You've been dead for 2 days. Why should I tear out of my memory all the horror of how you died? Of how young Jackson must have died? Well, I saw the extra hormone specialist first. Yes. It's very funny, isn't it, Jackson? I ran away and I was going to bring back to the world the greatest rose. But I brought back the greatest worms. The hormones you threw away soaked into the ground, and into them, hundreds of little worms burrowing under the ground, soaking into their flesh, into their life process, miraculously increasing the growth of them, until overnight they grew and grew without limit into those terrible horrors. And they are still growing. I can hear them. For the last 2 days, squirming around the house and over it, great monstrous pieces of slimy flesh, worming and writhing. Hundreds of them, thousands of them, to take us back again. The world for the worm. You're under the house. You're lifting it. The walls will fall and crush me, and I'll be dead, and I want to be dead. Yes, now I know why this is happening to me. I thought I could run away from the world and what is happening in the world. You hear that, you worms out there? I thought I could run away. A worm at the window. Head looking in. He's crawling in. And another following. And another. They're filling the room.
As you know, I have recently come back from a trip of inspection of camps and training stations and war factories. The main thing that I observed on this trip is not exactly news. It is the plain fact that the American people are united as never before in their determination to do a job and to do it well. This whole nation of 130 million free men and women and children is becoming one great fighting force. Some of us are soldiers or sailors, some of us are civilians. Some of us are fighting the war in airplanes 5 miles above the continent of Europe or the islands of the Pacific, and some of us are fighting it in mines deep down in the earth of Pennsylvania or Montana. A few of us are decorated with medals for heroic achievement, but all of us can have that deep and permanent inner satisfaction that comes from doing the best we know how, each of us playing an honorable part in the great struggle to save our democratic civilization. Whatever our individual circumstances or opportunities, we are all in it, and our spirit is good, and we Americans and our allies are going to win. And don't let anyone tell you anything different. That is the main thing that I saw on my trip around the country. Unbeatable spirit. If the leaders of Germany and Japan could have come along with me and had seen what I saw, they would agree with my conclusions. Unfortunately, they were unable to make the trip with me. And that is one reason why we are carrying our war effort overseas to them. With every passing week, the war increases in scope and intensity. That is true in Europe, in Africa, in Asia, and on all the seas. The strength of the United Nations is on the upgrade in this war. The Axis leaders, on the other hand, know by now that they have already reached their full strength and that their steadily mounting losses in men and material cannot be fully replaced. Germany and Japan are already realizing what the inevitable result will be when the total strength of the United Nations hits them at additional places on the Earth's surface. One of the principal weapons of our enemies in the past has been their use of what is called the war of nerves. They have spread falsehood and terror. They have started fifth columns everywhere. They have duped the innocent. They have fomented suspicion and hate between neighbors. They have aided and abetted those people in other nations, including our own, whose words and deeds are advertised from Berlin and Tokyo as proof of our disunity. The greatest defense against all such propaganda, of course, is the common sense of the common people, and that defense is prevailing. The war of nerves against the United Nations is now turning into a boomerang. For the first time, the Nazi propaganda machine is on the defensive. They begin to apologize to their own people for the repulse of their vast forces at Stalingrad and for the enormous casualties they are suffering. They are compelled to beg their overworked people to rally their weakened production. They even publicly admit for the first time that Germany can be fed only at the cost of stealing food from the rest of Europe. They are proclaiming that a second front is impossible, but at the same time, they are desperately rushing troops in all directions and stringing barbed wire all the way from the coasts of Finland and Norway to the islands of the eastern Mediterranean. And meanwhile, they are driven to increase the fury of their atrocities. The United Nations have decided to establish the identity of those Nazi leaders who are responsible for the innumerable acts of savagery. As each of these criminal deeds is committed, it is being carefully investigated, and the evidence is being relentlessly piled up for the future purposes of justice. We have made it entirely clear that the United Nations seek no mass reprisals against the populations of Germany or Italy or Japan, but the ringleaders and their brutal henchmen must be named and apprehended and tried in accordance with the judicial processes of criminal law. There are now millions of Americans in army camps, in naval stations, in factories, and in shipyards. Who are these millions upon whom the life of our country depends? What are they thinking? What are their doubts? What are their hopes? And how is the work progressing? The Commander-in-Chief cannot learn all of the answers to these questions in Washington, and that is why I made the trip I did. It is very easy to say, as some have said, that when the President travels through the country, he should go with a blare of trumpets, with crowds on the sidewalks, with batteries of reporters and photographers, talking and posing with all of the politicians of the land. But having had some experience in this war and in the last war, I can tell you very simply that the kind of trip I took permitted me to concentrate on the work I had to do without expending time meeting all the demands of publicity. And I might add, it was a particular pleasure to make a tour of the country without having to give a single thought to politics. I expect to make other trips for similar purposes, and I shall make them in the same way. In the last war, I had seen great factories, but until I saw some of the new present-day plants, I had not thoroughly visualized our American war effort. Of course, I saw only a small portion of all our plants, but that portion was a good cross-section, and it was deeply impressive. The United States has been at war for only 10 months and is engaged in the enormous task of multiplying its armed forces many times. We are by no means at full production level yet, but I could not help asking myself on the trip, where would we be today if the government of the United States had not begun to build many of its factories for this huge increase more than 2 years ago, more than a year before war was forced upon us at Pearl Harbor. We have also had to face the problem of shipping. Ships in every part of the world continue to be sunk by enemy action, but the total tonnage of ships coming out of American, Canadian, and British shipyards day by day has increased so fast that we're getting ahead of our enemies in the bitter battle of transportation. In expanding our shipping, we've had to enlist many thousands of men for our merchant marine. These men are serving magnificently. They're risking their lives every hour so that guns and tanks and planes and ammunition and food may be carried to the heroic defenders of Stalingrad and to all of the United Nations forces all over the world. A few days ago, I awarded the first Maritime Distinguished Service Medal to a young man, Edward F. Cheney of Yeadon, Pennsylvania, who had shown great gallantry in rescuing his comrades from the oily waters of the sea after their ship had been torpedoed. There will be many more such acts of bravery. In one sense, my recent trip was a hurried one, out through the Middle West, to the Northwest, down the length of the Pacific coast, and back through the Southwest and the South. In another sense, however, it was a leisurely trip, because I had the opportunity to talk to the people who are actually doing the work, management and labor alike, on their own home grounds. And it gave me a fine chance to do some thinking about the major problems of our war effort on the basis of first things first. As I told the 3 Press Association representatives who accompanied me, I was impressed by the large proportion of women employed, doing skilled manual labor, running machines. As time goes on and many more of our men enter the armed forces, this proportion of women will increase. Within less than a year from now, I think, there will probably be as many women as men working in our war production plants. I had some enlightening experiences relating to the old saying of us men that curiosity, inquisitiveness, is stronger among women. I noticed frequently that when we drove unannounced down the middle aisle of a great plant full of workers and machines, the first people to look up from their work were the men and not the women. It was chiefly the men who were arguing as to whether that fellow in the straw hat was really the president or not. So, having seen the quality of the work and of the workers on our production lines, and coupling these first-hand observations with the reports of actual performance of our weapons on the fighting fronts, I can say to you that we are getting ahead of our enemies in the battle of production. Of great importance to our future production was the effective and rapid manner in which the Congress met the serious problem of the rising cost of living. It was a splendid example of the operation of democratic processes in wartime. The machinery to carry out this act of the Congress was put into effect within 12 hours after the bill was signed. The legislation will help the cost of living problems of every worker in every factory and on every farm in the land. In order to keep stepping up our production, we have had to add millions of workers to the total labor force of the nation. And as new factories come into operation, we must find additional millions of workers. This presents a formidable problem in the mobilization of manpower. It is not that we do not have enough people in this country to do the job. The problem is to have the right numbers of the right people in the right places at the right time. We are learning to ration materials, and we must now learn to ration manpower. The major objectives of a sound manpower policy are, first, to select and train men of the highest fighting efficiency needed for our armed forces in the achievement of victory over our enemies in combat. Second, to man our war industries and farms with the workers needed to produce the arms and munitions and food required by ourselves and by our fighting allies to win this war. In order to do this, we shall be compelled to stop workers from moving from one war job to another as a matter of personal preference, to stop employers from stealing labor from each other, to use older men and handicapped people and more women and even grown boys and girls, wherever possible and reasonable, to replace men of military age and fitness, to train new personnel for essential war work, and to stop the wastage of labor in all non-essential activities. Train new personnel for essential war work, and to stop the wastage of labor in all non-essential activities. There are many other things that we can do, and do immediately, to help meet this manpower problem. The school authorities in all the states should work out plans to enable our high school students to take some time from their school year to use their summer vacations to help farmers raise and harvest their crops or to work somewhere in the war industry. This does not mean closing schools and stopping education. It does mean giving older students a better opportunity to contribute their bit to the war effort. Such work will do no harm to the students. People should do their work as near their homes as possible. We cannot afford to transport a single worker into an area where there's already a worker available to do the job. In some communities, employers dislike to employ women. In others, they are reluctant to hire Negroes. In still others, older men are not wanted. We can no longer afford to indulge such prejudices or practices. Every citizen wants to know what essential war work he can do the best. He can get the answer by applying to the nearest United States Employment Service office. And there are 4,500 of these offices throughout the nation. They form the corner grocery stores of our manpower system. This network of employment offices is prepared to advise every citizen where his skills and labors are needed most, and to refer him to an employer who can utilize them to the best advantage in the war effort. Perhaps the most difficult phase of the manpower problem is the scarcity of farm labor in many places. I have seen evidences of the fact, however, that the people are trying to meet it as well as possible. In one community that I have visited, a perishable crop was harvested by turning out the whole of the high school for 3 or 4 days. And in another community of fruit growers, the usual Japanese labor was not available. But when the fruit ripened, the banker, the butcher, the lawyer, the garage man, the druggist, the local editor, and in fact every able-bodied man and woman in town left their occupations, went out, gathered the fruit, and sent it to market. Every farmer in the land must realize fully that his production is part of war production, and that he is regarded by the nation as essential to victory. The American people expect him to keep his production up and even to increase it. We will use every effort to help him to get labor, but at the same time, he and the people of his community must use ingenuity and cooperative effort to produce crops and livestock and dairy products. It may be that all of our volunteer effort, however well-intentioned and well-administered, will not suffice wholly to solve this problem. In that case, we shall have to adopt new legislation. And if this is necessary, I do not believe that the American people will shrink from it. In a sense, every American, because of the privilege of his citizenship, is a part of the Selective Service. The nation owes a debt of gratitude to the Selective Service boards. The successful operation of the Selective Service system and the way it has been accepted by the great mass of our citizens give us confidence that, if necessary, the same principle could be used to solve any manpower problem. And I want to say also a word of praise and thanks to the more than 10 million people all over the country who have volunteered for the work of civilian defense and who are working hard at it. They are displaying unselfish devotion in the patient performance of their often tiresome and always anonymous tasks. In doing this important neighborly work, they are helping to fortify our national unity and our real understanding of the fact that we are all involved in this war. Naturally, on my trip, I was much interested in watching the training of our fighting forces. All of our combat units that go overseas must consist of young, strong men who have had thorough training. An Army division that has an average age of 23 or 24 is a better fighting unit than one which has an average age of 33 or 34. The more of such troops we have in the field, the sooner this war will be won, and the smaller will be the cost and casualties. Therefore, I believe that it will be necessary to lower the present minimum age limit for selective service from 20 years down to 18. We have learned how inevitable that is and how important to the speeding up of victory. I can very thoroughly understand the feelings of all parents whose sons have entered our armed forces. I have an appreciation of that feeling, and so has my wife. I want every father and every mother who has a son in the service to know, again from what I've seen with my own eyes, that the men in the Army, Navy, and Marine Corps are receiving today the best possible training, equipment, and medical care. And we will never fail to provide for the spiritual needs of our officers and men under the chaplains of our armed services. Good training will save many, many lives in battle. The highest rate of casualties is always suffered by units comprised of inadequately trained men. We can be sure that the combat units of our Army and Navy are well-manned, well-equipped, well-trained. Their effectiveness in action will depend upon the quality of their leadership and upon the wisdom of the strategic plans on which all military operations are based. I can say one thing about these plans of ours. They are not being decided by the typewriter strategists who expound their views in the press or on the radio. One of the greatest of American soldiers, Robert E. Lee, once remarked on the tragic fact that in the war of his day, all of the best generals were apparently working on newspapers instead of in the army. And that seems to be true in all wars. The trouble with the typewriter strategists is that while they may be full of bright ideas, they are not in possession of much information about the facts or the problems of military operations. We, therefore, will continue to leave the plans for this war to the military leaders. The military and naval plans of the United States are made by the Joint Staff of the Army and Navy, which is constantly in session in Washington. The chiefs of this staff are Admiral Lay, General Marshall, Admiral King, and General Arnold. They meet and confer regularly with representatives of the British Joint Staff and with representatives of Russia, China, the Netherlands, Poland, Norway, the British Dominions, and other nations working in the common cause. Since this unity of operations was put into effect last January, there has been a very substantial agreement between these planners, all of whom are trained in the profession of arms, air, sea, and land from their early years. As Commander-in-Chief, I have at all times also been in substantial agreement. As I have said before, many major decisions of strategy have been made. One of them, on which we have all agreed, relates to the necessity of diverting enemy forces from Russia and China to other theaters of war by new offensives against Germany and Japan. An announcement of how these offensives are to be launched and when and where cannot be broadcast over the radio at this time. We are celebrating today the exploit of a bold and adventurous Italian, Christopher Columbus, who with the aid of Spain opened up a new world where freedom and tolerance and respect for human rights and dignity provided an asylum for the oppressed of the old world. Today, the sons of the new world are fighting in lands far distant from their own America. They are fighting to save for all mankind, including ourselves, the principles which have flourished in this new world of freedom. We are mindful of the countless millions of people whose future liberty and whose very lives depend upon permanent victory for the United Nations. There are a few people in this country who, when the collapse of the Axis begins, will tell our people that we are safe once more, that we can tell the rest of the world to stew in its own juice, that never again will we help to pull the other fellow's chestnuts from the fire, that the future of civilization can jolly well take care of itself insofar as we are concerned. But it is useless to win battles if the cause for which we fight these battles is lost. It is useless to win a war unless it stays won. We therefore fight for the restoration and perpetuation of faith and hope and peace throughout the world. The objective of today is clear and realistic. It is to destroy completely the military power of Germany, Italy, and Japan to such good purpose that their threat against us and all the other United Nations cannot be revived a generation hence. We are united in seeking the kind of victory that will guarantee that our grandchildren can grow and under God may live their lives free from the constant threat of invasion, destruction, slavery, and violent death.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look! Up in the sky! It's a bird! It's a plane! It's Superman! Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from another world, who came to Earth with powers and abilities far beyond those of mortal men. Superman who can change the course of mighty rivers, bend steel in his bare hands, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, fights a never-ending battle for truth, justice, and the American way. But before we join Superman, here is an important message. Fellas and girls, have you ever seen a squadron of American bombers roaring through the air in formation? Have you seen newsreel pictures of Uncle Sam's destroyers cutting through the seas on patrol in search of enemy subs and surface raiders? I'm sure you have, and I bet you were thrilled. You probably felt terribly proud, too. Well, if you've been buying war-saving stamps regularly, you have a right to be proud. Not only because those planes and those ships represent the fighting spirit of America, but because you helped to build them. Yes, sir. Every time you bought a war-saving stamp, your money helped by the labor and materials that are used to make planes and ships and equipment to knock out the Nazis and the Japs. So next time you hear some boy or girl on your block say, "Oh, shucks, what difference does it make if I buy one stamp or not? What difference can one dime make?" You tell them that it does make a difference. It makes a big difference. Tell them, for instance, that 5 dimes will buy enough fuel oil to take an American destroyer 1 full mile closer to its objective, or that 1 dime will buy 5 45 caliber bullets. Tell them that if every boy and girl in the United States bought just one 10-cent war-saving stamp every day, it would add up to enough money to buy a lot of swift pursuit planes with which our Army and Navy forces could blast the Axis out of the air. And while you're at it, you might remind them that this is one way that all you fellows and girls can help win this war. Now, after all, everybody can't join Uncle Sam's armed forces, but all of us can buy war-saving stamps. So talk it over with Mother and Dad tonight. Tell them that you want to help Uncle Sam win this war by buying war-saving stamps regularly, every day if possible. And I'm sure that they'll be glad to cooperate. And now, the adventures of Superman. For some strange reason, a web of oriental mystery seems to be closing around Clark Kent, Lois Lane, and Jimmy Olsen, visitors to the city of Mecca in distant Arabia. To begin with, a knife was hurled at Kent as he and Jimmy were walking through a narrow street. Then Jimmy disappeared, and to cap the climax, a poisoned black narcissus was delivered to Kent's hotel room. In the meantime, Jimmy had called on the phone, saying he was unable to tell Kent and Lois where he was, but warning them that they all must leave Mecca immediately. In the face of all this, Kent decided to seek the help of the ruling potentate of Mecca, Sheikh Hussein Mohammed, who had, the day before, requested Kent to journey into the Belgian Congo in search of his son, missing for 15 years. In the midst of Kent's and Laura's conversation with the Sheikh, the aged Arabian ruler suffered a heart attack. Dying, he told Kent that his brother, Ben Ali Mohammed, was the leader of the deadly cult of the Black Narcissus, that it was he or his murderers who had made the attempts on Kent's life and probably abducted Jimmy Olsen in order to keep Kent from finding the Sheik's missing son. As our story continues today, Lois has returned to the hotel, while Kent, in his true role of Superman, has gone in search of the Sheik's brother. He has just leaped to the rear balcony of a house near the Temple of Allah. Listen. There's a light in the room off this balcony. 4 men are seated around a table. Great Scott, one of them is that messenger, Cater, the Arab who first summoned me to the Sheik's palace. Oh, he's in on this too, eh? Well, there's only one thing to do. Break in, round them up, and locate Jimmy. The chances are they've got him in this house. Well, here goes. Don't move, any of you. I have seen such a one in the marketplace. He has the strength of 10 men.
You are quite right, Cater.
You know my name?
I know a good deal more, too. Which one of you is Ben Ali Mohammed?
It is I who bear that name.
You are the brother of the Sheik? What have you done with the young American boy, Jimmy Olsen?
Of that I know not.
You're lying. Where is the American boy? Answer me before I lose my temper. Those lies won't do you any good. You might just as well put them away. Someone's going to get hurt, and it won't be yours truly.
You had better surrender, Effendi.
Surrender? To 4 Arab cutthroats with knives? Not on your life. Here we go. There. That takes care of 2 of you. Now then, Ben Ali, where is he? Where is Jimmy Olsen?
Effendi, I was freed ignorant, all-powerful, and plainly merciful.
Don't make me laugh. Neither of you knows what the word mercy means. You particularly, Ben Ali. I've heard all about you and the Black Narcissus cult. I know you've been waiting around for your brother the Sheik to die so you can inherit his title and his riches.
You're not all. You're not human.
You've got something there, but enough of this talk. Now lead me to where the American boy is hidden.
We do not know. By the prophet, we do not know.
I've heard enough of your lies.
This is the truth. Cantor speaks the truth. Of this crime we are not guilty.
You mean you haven't seen the boy? You didn't carry him away from in front of that house where the knife was thrown?
No. This we did not do, Effendi.
Strangely enough, I'm inclined to believe you. I'm going to search this house just to make sure. Now, don't either of you move from this room if you value your lives.
We will do as you say, Effendi.
Where does that door lead?
To the stairway going to the ground floor.
All right. Remember, don't move.
No.
Now is our chance, Vanilla. We can escape him.
Cater, where can we go?
What matter where we go? To escape him is enough. Come, we will climb over the balcony.
I do not think it is wise. If he is all-powerful, he will find us. And I shudder to think of what will happen. Look on the floor. A bored Hakan do not move a muscle. No, it is best that we do not attempt to flee. He is not human, that one.
What do you expect will happen if we remain? You will have us behind bars. Did I not throw the knife at that reporter? Did you not send him a poison narcissus?
A poison narcissus? Here it has.
It's a good thing you two didn't try to get away.
Such a thought was never in our minds, Effendi.
Right now, you two, listen to me. I'll give you a chance to save your hides. Jimmy Olsen is somewhere. He vanished late this afternoon. Now, I want you to find him and return him to Clark Kent at the Oriental Hotel.
There are many boys in Mecca, Effendi. How will we know this one?
He's about 5 feet tall, has blonde hair, freckles, and bluish-gray eyes. His name is Olsen. Jimmy Olsen.
What if we find him, Effendi? You will do us no harm.
I'm making no promises, but it'll pay you to find him. Otherwise, you may both find yourselves behind bars for a long time.
We will do our best, Effendi, this we promise.
All right, don't waste any time. I'm going now, but I'll be watching you. And remember, I never sleep. Up, and away!
Thanks, Victor. I
don't quite understand why you let them out of your sight. Certainly if they belong to the cult of the Black Narcissus, they're unscrupulous murderers.
Right now, they're scared to death.
Oh, you mean you frightened them?
Well, yes, of course. Well, that is, I mean...
Don't bother explaining. I'm sure they got down on their knees and begged for mercy the moment that you stepped into the room.
Well, as a matter of fact, Oh, what's the use? You never think I can do anything, but one of these days I'm going to become...
Become what?
Oh, never mind.
All right, let's forget it. In the meantime, it's dark and Jimmy isn't back. I'm going to call the police.
Now, don't do that, Lois. It'll just complicate matters.
I'm sorry. I waited too long at the inn.
Wait a minute, Lois. Wait a minute. Someone's at the door.
How do you know?
Never mind how I know. Shh.
Look. A note's being pushed under the door.
Don't move. I'll get whoever it is.
Look, he's running down the hall.
I'll get him.
Ow. Look, who is it?
You'll be surprised.
Ow. You hit me like a ton of bricks.
Yes, I'll hit you with more than a ton of bricks before I'm through.
Oh.
All right, come on, young man. Into the room.
Sweetheart. Good heavens, it's Jimmy.
Yes, Jimmy. Close the door.
Jimmy, what happened to you? Oh, my head.
Yes, my head. You stop moaning or I'll give you something to moan about.
Don't talk to him like that. Heaven alone knows what he's been through.
Surprised at you, Lois. Don't you realize he's responsible for all this? That nobody kidnapped him. He made those mysterious telephone calls and tried to slip that note under the door just to make us believe he was in great danger.
Why?
Yes, why? That's what I want to know. All right. Start talking, young man.
I didn't mean to do anything wrong.
Don't bother about excuses. Why did you do it?
To get to go to Africa with you. What's that?
Well, Mr. Kent said he didn't think he was going to take me to Africa. Well, I wanted to go. So I figured the best way was to make it look like we all had to get out of Mecca in a hurry.
Now, did you ever hear of anything like that in all your life?
Jimmy, you don't mean it. I guess it was silly. But I wanted to go to Africa.
You wanted to go to Africa, and so you worried Lois and myself for 3 hours because of that. Aren't you ashamed?
Yes, I am. A little.
Oh, only a little, eh?
Well, maybe a lot.
I'm really surprised at you, Jimmy. I thought you had more sense than that. Were you the one who left the Black Narcissus at the door?
Black Narcissus? I don't know what you mean.
I'm afraid that was legitimate, Lois. Just so happened that Jimmy's stupid hoax dovetailed with the other thing.
Mr. Kent, did you find the fellow who threw the knife at you?
Yes, I did. Well, that is, not exactly.
Then we are in danger. I was right. We better get out of Mecca in a hurry.
Yes, and go to Africa, I suppose.
Sure.
Right now, you're going to bed. You sleep here in my room tonight. Lois and I are going out to send a cable to Mr. White. Have you had anything to eat?
Oh, I bought some dates and some funny kind of cakes with seeds.
No, I guess you won't die of hunger. Now get right to bed. You're so tired you can't keep your eyes open. Come on, Lois.
Oh, what about Africa, Mr. Kent?
We'll talk about Africa tomorrow. Good night.
Good night, Jimmy. Good night.
Leaving the hotel, Kent and Lois walked toward the center of the city, where the cable office is located, unaware that their departure has been observed by the two members of the Black Narcissus cult, Ben Ali and Cantor. Informed by Superman that Kent is living at the Oriental Hotel, the two Arabians decide to eliminate him in order to prevent his going into the Belgian Congo to find the Sheik's missing son. Swiftly crossing the street, they enter the hotel lobby and converse in hushed tones with the Arabian clerk at the desk. Then, like shadows, they depart. Hours later, when the city of Mecca is shrouded in silence, Ben Ali and Cantor again enter the hotel, mount the carpeted steps to the second floor, and pause in the corridor.
You are sure, Ben Ali? There will be no mistake.
No mistake, I promise you. Did not ask him who is on duty at the desk tell us the room number of this reporter, Kent? Did we not see him return to the hotel long since?
That we did.
Then it is all simple. The room number is 19, there across the corridor. I have here a house key. I will open the door quietly. You will enter. In a moment, there will be an end to it. You are ready? Then come.
You are sure the key will fit?
We will see. Yes, the door is now unlocked. I will open it. There in that bed is the reporter. I see. Go, Cantor, and be swift.
Slipping into the room, Taylor approaches the bed, unaware that the figure huddled under the covers is not Clark Kent, but Jimmy Olsen, who is occupying Kent's room. Will he discover his mistake in time, or is Jimmy, blissfully asleep, doomed to suffer the fate planned for Kent? Don't miss tomorrow's thrill-packed episode, same time, same station. Tune in and follow The Adventures of Superman.
By all means, don't forget to tune in to Superman tomorrow for another thrilling and exciting episode. And don't forget to talk to Mother and Dad before you go to bed tonight about making arrangements to buy war-saving stamps regularly. Start the day off right tomorrow. Buy at least one 10-cent war-saving stamp first thing after breakfast. And remember what I told you at the beginning of this program. Every single dime is important because all our dimes put together can go a long way to help pay for the guns and tanks and the planes and ships we need to knock out the Nazis and the Japs. And say, here's an idea. Why don't you get together with your friends tomorrow and make a joint pledge to buy war-saving stamps every time you've got a dime? See which of you can buy the most war-saving stamps every week and every month. Do your share to win this war.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings in a single bound. Look! Up in the sky! It's a bird! It's Superman! Follow the adventures of Superman every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station. Superman is directed by George Lothar and is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. This is Mutual.
Horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. Faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains, led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. The stories of his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness have come down to us through the generations, and nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! There's trouble on the trail ahead! Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
Thunder Morgan was a giant of a man. He stood head and shoulders above any other man in town, and the stories of his tremendous strength put him in the same class with the legendary Paul Bunyan. Thunder lived under the constant fear of but one thing, and that was the wrath of Mrs. Pringle, who looked after the big fellow when he got in trouble, which he frequently did. For instance, tonight in the local cafe, Thunder was in a very ugly frame of mind.
Barkeep, would you mind repeating that last remark? Did I hear you say that you doubted my remarks about wiping out the Snake Bend gang single-handed?
Oh, no, Thunder. You wiped them out. I always said you did.
All 10 of them.
Sure, all 10 of them. Make it 20. I always said that Thunder Morgan was a fighting machine. My cousin always said...
Hold on there.
Huh?
What's the matter with the present company?
Why, nothing at all.
I've tore the walls clear out of stronger buildings than this one. I've busted the neck of bigger men than you by just squeezing them between my thumb and one finger.
Yeah.
But you don't like the present company. You gotta drag your cousin in. Why don't you speak out like a man and say you don't like old Thunder Morgan, huh?
Thunder, I never said anything about not liking you.
Oh, now you're calling me a liar.
Oh, my sakes alive.
I'm a liar, am I? Calling me a liar right to my face. Why, you mangy, low-living...
Listen to me, Thunder Morgan. Listen to
and
me.
And now, by the jumping, jingling juniper, he's giving me orders. Ordering me around like I was his slave.
Just a minute.
Eh? Well, now, who are you to butt your nose in?
Morgan, get out of here.
What's that?
I said get out of here. Mrs. Pringle doesn't want you here when you're in one of your proddy moods looking for a fight.
Boys, did you hear that? Telling me to get out. Well, cut off my ears. I've heard everything.
Look here, stranger. Don't commit suicide in here. Last time Thunder had a fight, the whole place was wrecked.
There'll be no fight.
He's like a wild
Stranger,
boar.
I'm calling on you to draw. Draw your gun or go back to the corner and sit down.
Oh, so you're yellow.
I'm what?
You have to depend on a gun.
Oh, like fun I do. I'll show you.
You missed.
I'll show you. I'll knock your teeth down your throat.
One for the stomach, one for the chin.
Never in all my born days. You knock him down.
All right. Get up, Morgan.
Oh, what'd you hit me with?
You want some more?
Oh, no, wait. Let me get up. I want to look at you. You're the first man that ever knocked me off my feet.
Now, Mrs. Pringle doesn't want you here when you're looking for a fight.
Let me buy you a drink.
All you've got to do is pay for the chair and table you smashed.
The chair and table I smashed?
You fell on them.
Well, doggone it, who made me fall on them? All right, I'll pay. Here, barkeep, take this. If there's any change, buy a drink for this hombre. I'm going home and think this over. I don't know what's the matter with me getting down, knocked around that way. Reckon it must be something I ate. I gotta think it over. Nothing like that ever happened before to me.
I'll buy a drink for the stranger. Drinks on the house. You, stranger, name your price. Step up, boys. Come on. Hey, wait, stranger. Come back here. We want to speak to you.
Which way did that big fella go, Tonto?
Him go down road, that way.
Yeah, that's the direction of his home.
Ah.
Mrs. Pringle was worried about him. She said he's one of the most harmless men in the world. But when he has a drink, well, he gets quarrelsome.
Ah.
He's always afraid he'll get in a shooting scrape.
Those gunshots.
Get up, come on, get up there.
Down that way. Get to the saddle.
You want mask?
No time. I'll put it on while I ride. He's a big fella. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, scout.
Right over that way, Tonto. See who was hit. I'll go after the rider. Come on, Silver.
Where's that shooting come from? I saw it that way. Come on. It's near Thunder Morgan's place.
Get your horse and we'll corral the critter that shot him.
Yeah, Sheriff is doggone strict about this sort of thing.
Someone's going to get jailed for that shooting.
Yeah,
come on, mount up there. Get up.
Men from the cafe reined up in front of Thunder Morgan's house. They saw the giant sprawled on the ground, hit by 2 bullets. Beside him knelt Tonto.
A redskin. An Indian shot Thunder.
Grab him. Lynch that redskin.
Let me through. Stand aside.
Sheriff, it's Thunder Morgan. The redskin shot him.
Loftus and Grant, stay here and help me. The rest of you clear out. Go on, Vamoose. Get him.
We'll help you. You heard what the sheriff said, boys.
Break it up. Go on away like the sheriff says.
All right, Redskin. Stand to one side. Let me take a look at the dead man.
Him not dead.
Why'd you shoot him?
Me not shoot him.
Land won't help you. Put a rope on him, boys.
I'll tie the critter.
You stand back. Me fix wound. I'll hit bad. Maybe
Take
die.
the Redskin away. You heard what I said. I'll stop the gunplay in this town or die trying.
Sheriff? Sheriff, what's happened?
Thunder Morgan hit. Whoa there. Whoa, boy, whoa.
Oh, now, Ma Pringle, this is none of your affair.
It is so my affair. Thunder's my friend. If anyone killed him, they'll deal with me.
Well, this redskin shot him, but he's still breathing.
Me not shoot him.
This redskin?
That's right.
Why, this is Tonto.
I don't care who he is.
This is the friend of the Lone Ranger.
Oh? Friend of the Lone Ranger?
None other.
Where is the Lone Ranger?
Him right after fellow who shoot him. He'll be back soon.
The Lone Ranger was in my place. I was telling him about Thunder Morgan, how the big galoot never means harm, but when he falls for a drink of liquor, he goes around asking for trouble.
You are going to tell us the Lone Ranger was the one that called him in your cafe?
Yes.
He wasn't masked.
He wore a disguise.
What's he doing here?
Well, hunting the critters that robbed the stage at Deadwood a few weeks ago. There was a lot of mail stolen, as well as a lot of folding money.
Yes, I heard about that.
The Lone Ranger heard that the crooks headed this way. He was talking to me. We'd met before, asking about newcomers to town.
I see.
How do you know it was the Lone Ranger?
Red Grant, you never saw anyone else that'd stand up to Thunder like that man did a few minutes ago?
I reckon that's right.
Injun, you've been working over Thunder while we've been talking. What about him? Will he pull through?
Him live if him get good care.
Then he'll get good care. Tote him into his house and I'll take care of him. I'll see that he gets the best care he can get.
You like the big galoot, don't you, Ma Pringle?
Well, yes, I do. Oh, if only he wouldn't forget and take a drink. One drink and he's out for trouble. I've always been afeard that someone would shoot him someday.
Here, Grant, you take one shoulder, I'll take the other. Lawfish, you and the redskin take his feet. Oh, you open the door. We'll get him inside.
All right.
Easy, boys.
They left a light going here.
Put him here in the bunk. Ma, can you find us something to wrap up his wound with?
Yes, I'll find something.
Tonto.
Me fix him.
Hold on, Mrs. Pringle. What are you trying to cover up?
Well, nothing.
You made a grab at something, Mrs. Pringle. What was it?
Now, see here,
Let
Grant.
me see, Mrs. Pringle.
It's a mistake. It's a mistake, I tell you. Thunder didn't do it. Oh, dearie me.
Look at this, Sheriff. Folding money in a sizable bundle of it.
Yes. Thunder never had this much cash at one time in his life.
Sheriff, that stage robbery.
Oh, well, let me see. I've got a handbill about it here in my pocket someplace. Wait till I see.
You said there was some folding money stolen.
Yes, but Thunder
Here's a
didn't.
handbill. $3,000 of folding money stolen.
He's getting conscious.
Miss Pringle.
Yes, Thunder, I'm here. I'm right here. You're asking for me.
I never busted my word.
What's that,
I
Thunder?
didn't drink liquor, honest, I didn't.
Now, don't fib to me, Thunder.
No, it's the truth.
You've got plenty more than taking a drink to answer for.
Oh, please, Sheriff, not
Now's
now.
as good a time as any. Where's the rest of the cash you stole from the stagecoach?
What?
I said, where's the stolen cash? You might as well speak up. The description says the thief was a mighty big man. At least one of the thieves was. We've got the goods on you, Morgan.
The chances are one of his gang shot him for not splitting the cash.
You better talk now, Morgan. Where's the rest of the money? And who is the rest of your gang?
I don't know what you're talking about. I never touched a drink of liquor, not after promising Mrs. Pringle.
Someone outside. See who it is, Loftus. Maybe it's a Lone Ranger.
Sheriff, come quick.
Tim, where'd you come from?
Never mind the questions. Come on with me and come fast. You Redskin. Are you named Tonto?
Me, Tonto.
Well, he wants you. He wants you right away. He's hurt. He may be dead.
Who?
Well, the masked man.
The
Lone Ranger. He was shot.
Me go.
Wait, I'll show you where he
Oh,
is.
great day. The Lone Ranger shot. Come on, friend. Come on, Loftus.
Oh, my sakes alive. What's going to happen next? First Thunder, and now the Lone Ranger.
Miss Pringle, I heard him.
Oh, Thunder, get back on that bunk. You're not able to walk around. Lie down now.
Wait. Lone Ranger. He's the one knocked me down.
Yes, but...
Finest man alive. I'll kill the mangy skunk that shot him.
Thunder, listen to me. You gotta listen to me. You're in trouble. The sheriff has evidence that you robbed the stage. Do you understand me?
I gotta sit down here. Give my strength back.
Did you rob the stage?
No more than I busted my word to you and drunk liquor.
But you did take a drink. Just a little one.
No, I didn't.
Oh, Thunder, you know that ain't true. You come into the cafe just to spoiling for a fight.
I don't know what happened. Don't know why I acted so. I know it only takes a swallow to make me get that way. That's why I never touch a single solitary drop. I can't figure it out.
Oh, Thunder. Don't say any more. There's no use trying to make you tell me the truth. No use.
In the open country, the moonlight fell on a tall masked man who lay on the ground near a big white stallion. Tonto was at the Lone Ranger's side, while the sheriff, Grant, and Loftus, and the man called Tim stood back.
I saw Thunder when the shot was fired. I thought I saw the critter running away. Disappeared into the valley, and I lit out after him. Then the Lone Ranger came up and caught me.
Where'd the shot come from?
A clump of cottonwoods, some distance from Thunder's home.
It'd take a good shot to go that far.
I was sure I saw the gun flash. 2 times at that. When the masked man was talking to me after catching me, there was another shot a long way off, and he fell.
How is he, Tonto?
Me not know yet.
Tim, if that masked man dies, you hang.
But, Sheriff...
Hang for the murder of the masked man and the shooting of Thunder Morgan. And maybe we'll tie you into a stage hold-up as Thunder Morgan's partner.
Well, I didn't have anything to do with those things, Sheriff. Honest, I didn't.
We'll see about that, Tim. Your story sounds mighty hard to believe.
We take masked man to house, carry him plenty careful.
Whatever you say. Whose house we taking him to?
Thunder Morgan.
Injun, will he live? Tell me he will. He's got to live.
We know by and by.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now to continue our story. The Lone Ranger, wounded, was taken from the plains to Thunder Morgan's house, where Tonto dressed his wound and covered him with a blanket. Thunder was by this time fully conscious and badly confused.
I tell you, Sheriff, I don't know what got into me. I didn't take a drink.
Never mind that. Where's those big boots you're wearing, Winter?
Boots?
You know what I'm talking about.
Oh, sure I do. They're right over here in this box.
Sit still, Thunder. I'll get 'em. The less you move around, the sooner you'll get well. Here they are. My sakes alive, they weigh a ton.
According to the description here, the stage robber that was in charge of the gang wore boots like those.
You can't pin that robbery on me.
According to the information I got, you were out of town at the time of that robbery. Ain't got an alibi, have you?
Oh, no, I couldn't give an alibi.
Looks like you're the one, Morgan. It is for you, Tim. I want more of your story. You say the shots that hit Morgan came from the cottonwoods over to the north.
I'm sure I saw gun flashes there.
Maybe you did.
I did so, Loftus. That's why I rode that way. The Lone Ranger saw me riding from the house and started after me. The same one that shot Thunder Morgan fired on the Lone Ranger.
Sheriff.
Praise be, he's conscious.
Oh, yes. How bad is the wound?
And the bullet was fired at long range. It was nearly spent.
Long range, huh?
The same as the shots that hit Morgan.
Well, that's just what Timmy said.
Sheriff, the cottonwoods. Take one of the men. Look for footprints there.
But it's dark.
Burn torches.
Right now?
You must go now. Tim will go with you, and one of the men.
All right, then.
I'd go, Sheriff, only I've got a game leg, and the night air is bad for it. I'll stay here on guard.
I'll go along, Sheriff.
All right, Grant. Loftus can stay here.
Tonto will help you look for the footprints.
Me go.
Well, come on, then. I reckon the Lone Ranger knows what he's asking us to do.
He must have some reason for wanting the footprints found right away.
I can show right about where I saw the gunfire.
Well, Mrs. Pringle, I don't suppose there's much use of you waiting around any longer. Neither of these two are hurt as serious as they seem to be.
Well, I wanted to... All right, then. I'll go. If you want anything, Thunder, get word to me. Poor critter. I can't believe you ever did anything wrong.
There's Mrs. Pringle. Where you going, ma'am?
Sheriff, the Lone Ranger has some plans.
Sure he has.
Well, I mean he wants to be in the house alone. He just signaled me to leave.
Him fine stage robber, fine killer. Plenty soon.
Thunder Morgan is a robber.
Him not robber. You come, we hunt footmark. Get him up, spout!
Loftus watched the men riding away in the distance. And when they had disappeared over the horizon, he walked back into the room where the Lone Ranger and Thunder Morgan were left because of their wounds. Neither of the two men was seriously injured, but Loftus had been left to guard Morgan, who was suspected of a stage robbery. Making a tour of the room, Loftus barred the windows and doors, paused for a moment beside the table where Thunder's medicine was kept, and then walked over to the Lone Ranger.
I suppose you've got a pretty definite idea about this stage robbery, huh?
Yes, Loftus. A pretty definite idea.
That's good. I'd hate to think poor old Thunder was a real crook.
He isn't.
But the facts are sure stacked against him.
Perhaps not as high as you think.
How's that?
The guard on the stage described the robbers.
Yeah?
He told how one of them was a giant of a man, but he didn't remember that the giant wore high boots.
What's that to do with it?
Might have a lot to do with it. You see, there were other footprints found at the scene of the crime.
What?
We'll wait. It's important that the sheriff find the footprints.
Thunder, I sure would like to see you go free. I sure would.
Where are you going?
Your medicine. It's time to take it again.
Oh, that doggone stuff.
Now, you know what you promised Mrs. Pringle.
I know, but I'm going to do without it now.
Promised her that you'd never touch another drop of red-eye. That medicine has helped you to keep your promise.
I don't take no stock in that sort of thing.
Just the same, you better take a dose. Here, I'll pour it out for you.
Oh, I don't want it.
Let me give it to him.
Well, if you want to.
Now, see here, that stuff is no good.
Ask Loftus for a cup of water.
Hey, Loftus, I gotta have water to drink after that stuff to take the taste away.
Keno, I'll get you water.
Now, listen to me, Morgan. Make believe you drink it, and act as if you're starting a fight.
For what?
Do what I say.
Here's your water.
Hurry up, give it.
Oh, took it already, huh? Good for you.
Oh, stuff sure tastes awful.
Yeah, it's doing you good, though, Thunder. You keep on with it. Maybe if it's proved you didn't have a hand in the stage robbery, you'll win with a Pringle.
Huh.
What's the matter, Thunder?
Why are you looking at me?
Why not?
You're the one that knocked me down.
Yes, of course I did.
Made me pay for a table that I busted when you knocked me down.
That was fair enough.
It's a good thing he hasn't got his gun on, Thunder.
That's right, he don't have his gun, does he?
Sit down, Morgan.
We started something that wasn't finished. You remember that?
Go ahead and finish it.
Why, Juniper, I got a notion to lay you across my knee and bust you in two. I got a notion to tie you into a knot and wear you around my neck.
Oh, careful, Thunder. That man's a fighter. Don't forget that he knocked you down.
I ain't forgetting. I'm remembering. Where's my shooting iron?
Right there on the shelf.
Then I'm going to finish what was started a while ago.
Meanwhile, the sheriff, Tonto, and the rest of the men had followed Tim back to the spot where he said he had seen Thunder fire the shot that wounded the Lone Ranger. They spent some time searching around the cottonwood grove where Tim had seen the gun flash, but to no avail. Tonto seemed to join in the search only half-heartedly. For most of the time, his attention was focused on the house where Thunder and the masked man had been left. Then suddenly...
That wasn't a gunshot. I'm crazy.
And from the house. It was over there.
Never mind the footmarks. Come on, back to the house.
Wait.
Injun, we gotta
Wait. There's another shot.
Oh, we've got to get there.
Wait. Watch for signal. There was only 3 of them there. If there's one more shot, there'll be none to give a signal.
What kind of signal?
Wait. Watch window.
For how long?
Now we go there. You come.
Then let's travel. Come on.
Quickly, the men mounted their horses and rode at top speed back toward the house. There were 2 things that none of them could understand. Who had been firing the shots that interrupted their search? And why was Tonto so interested in some signal from the window? When they reached the house, the sheriff was the first to open the door. He stood speechless for a moment when he saw the prone figures of 2 men stretched on the floor. Then...
Loftus!
Sheriff, thank goodness you got back.
Great guns. What's happened here?
Him shot.
It was awful. Look at this bottle of medicine. It's stuff that Thunder Morgan was drinking.
Who shot these 2?
Thunder Morgan shot the masked man. He was going to shoot me, and I fired in self-defense. I don't think he's dead. Maybe just winged. I tried to wound him, not kill.
Oh, doggone. What happened?
Look at this stuff. This medicine that Thunder was drinking.
I know about that. Something Mrs. Pringle fixed so he wouldn't hanker for red-eye.
But this is red-eye.
What?
Look, smell of it. Taste it. There's no mistaking it. The big bluffer kept liquor in his bottle. Why, he took a drink right under our noses, and he got ugly. You can see for yourself that he was drinking.
Thunder, you doggone old fool. It's fine you got into trouble. And the murder you done was about the worst you could have done.
You maybe get Mrs. Pringle now.
Me? Yeah, sure. Sure, I'll go get her right away. I won't be long.
See here.
Wait.
Let me watch him.
It's all right, Tonto. I'm watching him.
He's alive.
After I was brought here, I made the most of the fact that some of you thought I was unconscious.
Go ahead. I knew when I saw you, you weren't shot.
I put blanks in both guns.
Yippee!
Oh, Dad ran it all. Let me in on things.
You'll know all about it in a minute, Thunder. There's something else that must be done.
Thunder, if you shot at the Lone
He
Ranger...
didn't shoot at me, Sheriff. He just made believe he was drunk. Loftus fired at me after he tried to make Thunder do it. And Loftus shot at Thunder. Thunder had been told to make believe he was killed.
What all that talk about the boots, my high boots?
Now, Grant, Sheriff, and Tonto, come with me. Thunder and Tim will stay here.
In the cottonwood grove, Loftus hurriedly scraped the ground at the base of a tree with sticks. Then, walking backwards, he scraped out his marks that his own feet made.
That's enough, Loftus. What? This isn't the way to Mrs. Pringle's home.
You!
Get your hands up.
Loftus, you're scraping out footprints.
Wait, I had an idea. I thought...
You thought you were trapped.
It's the masked man. Now, wait. There's something I've got to explain.
There's a lot for you to explain. Get back to the house.
Oh, see, get your hands up.
Go ahead and fire.
I won't be taken alive, savvy that? Stand where you are, I'll shoot. I swear I'll shoot.
Go on and shoot. You killer. Now carry him to the house. Put him there on the floor.
Yeah. There's still blanks in his gun.
Of course.
Get up, Loftus.
Throw some water on him.
Me get water.
I hope it's good and cold.
Here. Let's bring him to and hurry.
Look at him floundering like a hooked fish.
Let me out of this.
Loftus, when you thought your footprints would betray you, you tried to kill us. Then you tried to rub out the prints you made when you fired at Thunder.
Now, wait.
You were one of the stage robbers. You tried to frame Thunder by putting liquor in his medicine bottle. You thought people would suspect him and they'd found he'd been drinking again. You planned every step trying to frame Thunder Morgan.
Now, listen. Let me talk.
There's nothing you can say.
I admit it. The Lone Ranger's got it right.
You gave yourself away when you planted the stolen money here in Thunder Morgan's home.
How'd you know?
Otto saw you. His back was to you, but he faced that mirror on the wall.
That doggone mirror. I'll confess it.
Confess? We got you without a confession.
I didn't intend to shoot Thunder. He came back sooner than I thought. I had to plant the cash, but I didn't have the chance.
You were in the cottonwoods?
Yes.
And you used a rifle for long-range shooting.
Yes, I did.
Well, there's one hope for you, Loftus. You can name the men who helped you and tell where the cash is hidden. Then a jury might show mercy.
Now, wait. I got a better way than that. Now I'm fighting mad without no red eye. Why, you dirty, mangy, sawed-off skunk.
Hold him. Keep him back.
Wild horses couldn't keep me back. You squeal or I'll tie you into a knot and wear you around my neck.
I'll talk. Wait. This is how it happened.
Well, we're finished here, Tonto.
Well, Sheriff, take over now.
It was Lefty in the redhead. We fixed it to look like Lefty was real tall by patting him out and standing him on stilts.
Oh, that accounts for it, Tonto. They stood a man on stilts and had him padded to be as big as Thunder Morgan. Easy, big fella. Well, that's one frame-up that backfired. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout. How wound now?
It'll be all right when we get to camp where we can rest. Come on, boy. I'll Silver! Away!
story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
There's assembly for the Fighting Sons of Freedom. The Coca-Cola Company presents the Victory Parade of Spotlight Band. Tonight, tomorrow night, every night, Monday through Saturday, the Coca-Cola Company sends the greatest bands in the land to entertain the soldiers, the sailors, the Marines, and war workers. Tonight, we're at Tompkinsville on Staten Island, New York, playing for the officers and men of the United States Naval Section Base. Presenting in person and in the spotlight, Sammy Kaye.
Thank you, and hello, everybody. This is Sammy Kaye, and tonight we're tied up at Pier 6 here at the Naval Section Base, Tompkinsville, Staten Island.
And just about ready to cast off by bringing the swing and sway cast on to the tune of a song dedicated to the boys of the Navy all over the world.
Gobs of love.
And for all the sailors, these words by cute Nancy Norman.
'Cause I've got gobs of love for the Navy. Gobs and gobs and gobs. So my heart skips a beat when a soldier I meet. What it won't do when I see a boy in blue. And I've got loads of hugs and some kisses. That's exactly what a sailor misses. 'Cause every time the fleet comes in, I start burning up within with gobs and gobs of love.
Well, sir, tonight we're playing for the men of the United States Navy stationed here at the Naval Section Base, Tompkinsville, Staten Island. The scene, a long, narrow building on Pier 6. The walls of this room we're in are lined with bunks, and in the other end of the building, men off duty are now sleeping, resting up to take over in a few hours and keep up their end of the activity that's going on here 24 hours a day. And perhaps we can help sweeten their dreams a bit by having Sammy Kaye swing and sway with one of his sweetest songs.
When you're a long, long way from home,
To bring us the thought in these words, we'd like to present a boy from down in Avery, Texas, Billy Williams.
When you're a long, long way from home, it makes you feel like you're alone. It's hard to find a pal that's true, that you can tell your troubles to. And when you send a letter home, your mother's voice rings in your ear, and then you cross the T's with kisses. What a strange world this is. Then you dot the I's with tears, and all the sunshine turns to gloom when you're a long, long way from home.
And when the spotlight's on refreshment, it's Coca-Cola, tingling, delicious, with a taste all its own. All the difference between something really refreshing and just something to drink. To remind you every time you enjoy refreshing yourself that the only thing like Coca-Cola is Coca-Cola itself.
I came here to talk for Joe.
Bring us the story in these words, we'd like to present to you Don Cornell.
I came here to talk for Joe. He wants me to let you know he can keep that date with you tonight. I came here to talk for Joe. Gee, that kid sure loves you so. And when he gets the chance, he said he'd ride. That boy has so much courage. I've seen the things he can do, but he never had the courage to tell you how he feels about you. He's got a perfect alibi. He can't be here and in the sky. So I came here to talk for Joe.
From Hollywood, California, we bring you another prize Dr. Christian play called Black Magic, starring Gene Hersholt, and presented for your pleasure by the Cheesebro Manufacturing Company, owners of the trademark Vaseline, and producers of Vaseline Petroleum Jelly, Vaseline Hair Tonic, and other Vaseline specialties. Men, let's take a magic carpet trip around the world in the interest of well-groomed hair. Now, off to the desert. Here we find the sheik with his slicked down hair. That plastered down look is enough to scare a harem. Next, to the jungles of Africa. We find the Zulu with his hair standing on end. Fuzzy-wuzzy hair is considered good grooming, but only deep in the heart of the jungle. Back home again, we find many a man who starts the day looking like a sheik and ends up looking like a Zulu. The trouble is, these men douse their hair. That slicks it down. Later, the dousing evaporates and the hair becomes wild and messy again. But if you'll use Vaseline Hair Tonic, you can avoid both these unpleasant results and have good-looking, natural-looking hair instead. Vaseline Hair Tonic is one preparation you don't have to douse on. Just shake a few drops on your comb and run it through your hair a couple of times. Or sometimes rub a little directly on the scalp. What a difference Vaseline Hair Tonic makes. Your hair looks lithe and natural. It has an attractive, healthy look and stays neatly in place all day. You don't end up with a wild, bushy effect because Vaseline Hair Tonic won't dry out your hair. Instead, it supplements the natural scalp oils, gives double care, both scalp and hair. Get Vaseline Hair Tonic tonight. Only 40 or 70 cents. Tonight's prize play, Black Magic, is the contribution of Dr. William F. Bose of Boston, Massachusetts. Dr. Bose was born in Boston. After graduating from Harvard College, he studied in Europe and received the degree of Doctor of Philosophy in Chemistry from Heidelberg. While there, he became interested in the chemistry of drugs and poisons and their effect on human beings. He taught chemistry at Harvard College for 1 year, but his desire to learn more about poisons caused him to enroll as a student at the Harvard Medical School. Thereafter, Harvard granted him the Parker Traveling Fellowship for further study in Europe. With such a background, it was natural that the government and lawyers should call on Dr. Bose as a witness to tell courts and juries how chemicals and poisons work on human beings. Many of his cases have been famous trials in our state and federal courts. Tonight's play, Black Magic, is based on a recent trial in which Dr. Bose testified. The cast tonight includes Gene Hersholt in his popular role of Dr. Christian and Lurene Tuttle as his secretary, Judy Price. Janet Russell plays the part of Molly,
Jack Edwards Jr. plays the part of Joe Cronin, her boyfriend. Eric Rolfe is heard as Bob Hunt, lawyer. Harry Lang as George Polos. Howard McNear as Dr. J. Frank Martin as Roy Davis, the druggist. Earl Ross as Judge Fabian. And Joe Latham as Mr. Jernigan, lawyer. And so the curtain rises. The scene is Dr. Christian's familiar office. A cheerful wood fire burns in the old brick fireplace, and a softly shaded light shines down on the worn leather armchair where the good doctor sits reading, out loud as it happens, from what appears to be a handwritten manuscript.
The first person who noticed anything wrong was Joe Cronin, who called for her at her room. It was like magic, he said later. Like black magic.
Black magic? My goodness, what are you reading?
Oh, Judy, I didn't hear you come in.
No wonder all the attention you're paying that story. What is it?
My speech, Judy. I've been invited to speak at a reunion banquet of my class in medical school.
And you're going to talk about black magic to a lot of doctors?
Well, I wanted something different. Something unusual. Something all those physicians and surgeons hadn't heard before. And I finally thought of something that would fill the bill exactly. The black magic case I had about a year ago.
Oh, Molly Welch and the trial, of course.
Black magic.
Oh, what a wonderful title. Read it to me, won't you?
Oh, Judy.
Oh, please. Besides, it'll be good practice for you.
All right.
Now, wait till I get comfortable. There.
Well, I started my story the night that Joe Cronin and Molly Welch were going to the movie. You remember?
Mm-hmm, that's right.
George just called for Molly at her rooming house and was surprised to find her answering the doorbell herself. All dressed and ready to go. She opened the door and spoke first.
Well, good evening, Mr. Cronin.
Well, great guns, Molly. Don't tell me you're all ready for a change.
As soon as I finish putting on this lipstick.
Well, hurry it. We want to get in for the first show.
There, I guess that's good enough.
Mm-hmm. Come on. Oh, boy, what a night. Indian summer, Molly.
I'll bet I look like an Indian slapping this makeup on in that dark hallway.
Here's my car. Hop in.
Wait a minute, under this street light. I'll bet my lipstick's smeared.
Now, let's see.
Well, how is it?
Lift your face up a little more toward mine, huh?
Joe, not here under the light.
Hey. Molly. Molly, what on earth?
What's the matter?
Molly, your lips are all black.
Oh, Joe, stop kidding.
I'm not. Hey, wait, let me see. Open your mouth again.
Joe, are you serious?
Your tongue, Molly, it's turning black, too. Here, give me a mirror. Here, now, look.
Joe, the whole inside of my mouth is black, too.
Black as ink.
Oh, simply awful. What do you suppose it is?
Oh, something's poisoned you.
Poisoned? You think I've been poisoned? Joe, I may be dying. Help me. You've got to help me.
Now, listen, get hold of yourself. Don't go to pieces now.
But I've been poisoned, Joe. You said so yourself. Oh, Joe, I've been poisoned.
Get in that car.
I can't move.
Well, I'll put you in then. Come on. There.
Oh, hurry. Get me to the doctor before it's too late.
Who is your doctor?
Dr. J in Northport. You know him, Joe. Oh, hurry, darling. Hurry, Joe. Hurry before it's too late. What is it, Dr. J? What's the matter with me?
I'm afraid you've been poisoned, Miss Welch.
Oh, Doctor.
When did you first notice this blackness of the mouth?
About half an hour ago. Joe and I were just starting for River's End for the movie.
Mm-hmm. When did you eat and last?
Just a short time before.
Well, she just finished supper. You see, we wanted to get an early start.
What did you eat for supper tonight?
Well, I didn't bother with much. I cooked some asparagus. That's all I ate.
How did you prepare this asparagus, Miss Welch?
Well, I just boiled it in the usual way. I have a little hot plate in my room. Then I drained it and had it on toast.
Did you use any sauce?
Yes, some drawn butter. But, Doctor, I've eaten asparagus before, and...
How did the asparagus look and taste?
All right. It looked like any asparagus, and it tasted all right. It couldn't have caused my mouth and lips to turn black, could it?
I'm afraid this bunch of asparagus could, Miss Welch. I believe that you have ptomaine poisoning.
No. Oh, don't say that.
I'm afraid it's true. I'll watch closely for any new symptoms. Meanwhile, you must have complete rest and quiet for about 10 days.
But my work...
Oh, that's out of the question for the time being. I'm going to fix something for you to take. And I want you to go right home to bed.
Oh, Joe. Joe, darling, I'm so afraid.
Where did you get that asparagus?
At George Polo's fruit store in River's End.
So George Polo sold it to you. He's the cause of this.
Joe, What's the matter?
Now, don't worry, darling. We'll get right after him. We'll sue him, that's what. We'll make him pay plenty for selling you poisoned food.
Dr. Christian.
Yes, Judy?
2 gentlemen to see you. Mr. Hunt, your lawyer friend, and Mr. Polos, who has a fruit store on State Street.
Oh, that's a strange combination. I wonder what...
They seem very anxious to see you.
Oh, show them in, Judy.
Right away. Come right in, gentlemen.
Oh, nice of you to see us so promptly, Paul.
Oh, come on in, Bob.
You know George Polos?
Yes, of course. Come in.
Good morning, Dr. Christian.
Well, sit down. I hope neither of you is sick.
Oh, no, we're both all right, Paul. I came along with George because he was, well, he had some legal trouble.
Yeah. Well, I don't see how I can be of any help there.
Oh, but you can, Paul. You see, a few days ago, a young woman named Molly Welch bought a bunch of asparagus at George's store.
I was offering it as a special, on sale that day.
And about 10 days later, George received a lawyer's letter from Jernigan's office.
Jernigan?
Yes, he just started practicing in Northport recently.
Oh.
Anyway, he claimed that Miss Welch was made ill by the asparagus and was bringing suit.
Well, what was wrong with the asparagus?
The letter said it was bad and contained a poison.
I see. But, why have you come to me, Bob?
We think the girl's mistaken, that the asparagus was all right, and that if she were really ill, there was some other reason.
That's right, Dr. Christian. And to show this is true, Mr. Hunt says we need a medical witness.
No, but, Bob, you know I couldn't possibly qualify as an expert on food poisoning.
We both feel that you can give us all the medical help we need.
Well, I'll be glad to do what I can. That is, if the case isn't beyond my scope.
I brought some papers to leave with you that'll explain everything.
Oh, I see.
You'll see there, she went to her doctor, Dr. J. in Northport. He'd been treating her regularly.
Mm-hmm.
He told her she had ptomaine poisoning and that the asparagus must have been bad. Gave her some medicine, called on her 3 times, and after 10 days let her go back to work.
It says here her mouth turned black.
It's black as ink.
Does she say anything about having aches or pains or being nauseated?
Well, she states that she had considerable nausea, felt faint for days, and had practically a nervous breakdown.
Mm-hmm. You say she'd been going to Dr. J regularly. Had she been ill before?
No, not actually ill. She'd been feeling tired and run down, and Dr. J had prescribed a mild tonic.
I see. Well, I'll have to read the whole history of the case.
Oh, then you will help us, Dr. Christian?
I'll try. How much time can you give me?
Well, the case is scheduled to come up in court Wednesday of next week.
Oh, that gives me nearly a week. Maybe I can help you after all. This girl had something queer the matter with her, but it certainly was not ptomaine poisoning because there isn't any such thing. Well, I'll see what I can do.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Christian.
That's swell of you, Paul.
Oh, there's one more thing before you leave, Mr. Polos.
Yes, Doctor? Have you any nice fresh asparagus in your store today?
Why, yes. I guess we got a few bunches left, but not on special sale today.
Well, that's all right. Save me a nice bunch.
Of asparagus?
Yes, I'll stop by and pick it up later this morning.
Hello, Roy.
Hi, hello, Dr. Christian. What brings you down to the drugstore so early this morning?
Business, Roy. I want to look through your prescription book, if I may.
Why, sure. Sure, I'll get it. Anything wrong?
No, I just want to check back on some old prescriptions of mine.
Here you are.
Thank you, Roy.
Want to sit down here?
No, thanks. I don't think it'll take me very long.
Well, here are your prescriptions here, and these others, the green ones, are the ones I filled for Dr. J. He sends them over from Northport.
Oh, yes, that's right. They don't have a registered pharmacist over there, do they?
No, there's no one qualified to fill prescriptions. All his patients come to me.
Did you ever fill any prescription for Miss Welch?
Molly Welch?
Yes.
Oh, sure. Let's see the book a minute.
I understand that she's been going to Dr. J for some time now. Said she felt nervous and run down.
Yeah, here's some prescriptions I filled for about a month ago.
Oh, let me see that a minute, will you, Roy?
Here.
Oh, yes. I see.
Say, you're not getting mixed up in this trial business, are you? I understand this Welsh girl is suing George Polos.
Yes, she is.
Dr. Christian turning detective?
Maybe. I've tried my hand at most everything else.
Well, are those the prescriptions you wanted to see?
Yes, they're exactly what I wanted to see. Thank you, Roy.
Welcome. Anything else I can do?
Yes, there is. I want you to fill a prescription for me.
And what'll that be?
Exactly the same thing Dr. J prescribed for Miss Welch a month ago. This prescription here.
This one? Here?
That's the one.
Oh, but you don't look run down, Doctor.
No, I'm not, but you see, I want to try a little experiment. There's something I've got to find out before the trial begins, and I think that prescription is going to give me a clue. I'll have to try it anyway. Hello? Dr. Christian speaking. Oh, yes, Bob. Yes. I've been thinking about the case, and I think I may be able to help you. Yes. I'm afraid of one thing, though. I think Mr. Jernigan will try to stop my testifying in some way. Yes. But wait, Bob. I have an idea. No, I can't tell you now. Come on over here after you close the office this evening. Oh, by the way, Bob, what judge is sitting now? Oh, Judge Fabian presiding? Oh, that's good. He's a fine judge with a lot of horse sense. Well, all right. See you later, Bob.
Hi, Judy. Goodness, I thought you'd never get here. I wonder where Dr. Christian is. He hasn't come yet. I'm worried about him.
What for?
Oh, the way he's acting lately. So strangely. He's scared to death he might poison himself trying to find out what was wrong with this Welch girl.
I wouldn't worry about that if I were you. Say, did I miss much of the trial?
No, not much. Jernigan just finished with Molly Welch, and Bob Hunt's going to cross-examine her now.
Oh, that should be good. Come on, let's sit down back here.
All right.
You may cross-examine, Mr. Hunt.
Miss Welch. Miss Welch, had you ever seen Dr. J before your, recent illness?
Why, yes, I went to see him the week before.
Just why did you pay him this visit?
Well, I'd been working nights, and I was feeling run down and tired.
Did he give you some medicine?
He gave me a tonic.
You remember what it was?
Yes. It was a liquid medicine called beef, iron, and wine. The doctor said all three were in it and that it was fine tonic.
Did the doctor tell you how to take it?
I was to take a teaspoonful 3 times a day.
At any particular times of the day?
Yes, after meals.
Are you taking it now?
Yes.
That's all, thank you.
Mr. Jernigan, no more questions, Your Honor. I rest my case.
Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Hunt.
May I ask Mr. Jernigan why he hasn't brought Dr. J into this courtroom to testify?
Well, you see, Your Honor, as a matter of fact, Dr. J is, he's sick in bed with the flu.
Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Hunt?
Mr. Paulus admits the sale of the asparagus. It will not be necessary to put him on the stand. I have, therefore, only one witness to call. Dr. Christian. Dr. Christian!
Oh, Roy, where do you suppose he is?
I don't know.
Oh, there he is, coming in the courtroom now.
I'm sorry I'm late, Bob.
Will you please take the stand, Dr. Christian?
Certainly, Bob. Good morning, Judge Fabian.
Good morning, Doctor.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, to help you God? I do.
Sit down, Dr. Christian.
Thank you. Oh, I must be out of breath.
Will you kindly tell the court all about your training and experience as a physician, Dr. Christian?
Well, I guess almost everybody here knows everything there is to know about my work. There's hardly a person here, from River's End especially, I haven't had as a patient at one time or another. Well, as a matter of fact, they could probably tell you more about my work, Your Honor, than I can.
Quiet, please. Proceed, Dr. Christian.
Must I really go through all that, Your Honor?
Well, I guess in your case, Doctor. Why, Doctor, what's the matter with you? Are you sick?
Oh, no, I'm all right, Your Honor.
But your lips and your tongue are as black as if you'd been lapping an inkwell.
Oh, that? Oh. That's because I had some asparagus for breakfast, Your Honor, and took a teaspoon of beef, iron, and wine tonic right after it.
Now, Doctor, has this anything to do with the case?
Yes, Your Honor, it has.
I object. Well, Mr. Jernigan, just what is the ground for your objection?
The fact that Dr. Christian had asparagus for breakfast is entirely immaterial and has nothing to do with the case.
Oh, I see. Well, since I asked Dr. Christian myself about his tongue, I think I shall hear his answer. I'll note your exception. Proceed with your questions, Mr. Hunt.
Dr. Christian, how did you happen to eat asparagus for breakfast and then take some beef iron and wine tonic right after it?
I object. Overruled. Exception noted.
Well, do you want me to tell the whole story?
Please do, Dr. Christian.
I object, Your Honor. Overruled. Exception noted. Continue, Doctor.
Mr. Hunt and Mr. Polos came to my office and told me about the suit, and Mr. Hunt let me read Miss Welch's statement. Well, at first I was completely mystified. Then, when I began thinking about it later, one remark kept coming back to me time after time.
What was that remark, Dr. Christian?
A statement by Mr. Cronin in the record. He said to Miss Welch that her tongue was black as ink. Ink? Ink, I kept thinking, and then, well, why not? I knew that asparagus contains tannic acid, and that if tannic acid comes into contact with a solution of iron, well, you get ink.
I object. What has ink got to do with this case?
I was just going to explain that, Your Honor.
Objection overruled. Proceed.
Well, I had the tannic acid in the asparagus, but where did the iron come from? Then it occurred to me that perhaps the young lady was taking a tonic containing iron. So I went down to Roy Davis' drugstore and told him I wanted to look over some recent prescriptions he had filled.
I object.
Well, Roy didn't. He let me see the book at once.
Proceed with your witness, Mr. Hunt.
What did you discover in that prescription book, Dr. Christian?
Well, I found not only my own recent prescriptions, but Dr. J's as well. You see, Your Honor, Roy handles all the work from Northport, too.
Continue.
Well, that's how I learned that Dr. J had prescribed beef iron and wine for Molly Wells, and that she was taking it 3 times a day after meals. When I got home, I ate some asparagus and followed it with a teaspoon of beef iron and wine. And the result was like magic. My tongue had turned black like Miss Welch's. This morning, I repeated the experiment to show the result to this court.
One more question, Dr. Christian. Is the black on your tongue in any way harmful?
Not in the least.
Thank you, Dr. Christian. Do you wish to cross-examine Mr. Jernigan? Mr. Jernigan. Where's Mr. Jernigan?
I think Mr. Jernigan has just disappeared, Your Honor, into the hallway through the anteroom, taking all of his books and papers with him.
Well, that settles that. The District Court of Rivers End finds for the defendant, George Polis.
Oh, Dr. Christian, you were wonderful. No wonder you've been going around these last 2 days looking like the cat who just swallowed the canary.
Oh, not the canary, Judy. The asparagus and the beef iron and wine.
You know, your mouth really is as black as ink.
Black magic, Judy. Black magic. Did you see how it made Mr. Jernigan in his case against Mr. Polis disappear right into thin air?
And the curtain comes down on another Dr. Christian prize play. Our popular star, Gene Hersholt, is waiting to greet you and tell you about next week's prize winner, so I'll be brief. The summer is over, but dry scalp lingers on. Do you find your hair is dull, lifeless, and hard to manage, and your scalp tight, itchy, and dry? Any one of these signs of dry scalp should warn you to get Vaseline Hair Tonic. Vaseline Hair Tonic is your best bet for checking dry scalp because it actually supplements the natural scalp oils, so important for good-looking hair. Different from most preparations, it contains absolutely no drying ingredient. Before every shampoo, massage the scalp briskly with plenty of Vaseline Hair Tonic. This stimulates the circulation and loosens dandruff scales. Your hair is left soft and easy to comb. Between shampoos, use Vaseline Hair Tonic for good grooming. It keeps the hair really healthy-looking and natural-looking. Get Vaseline Hair Tonic tonight. And now, here is Gene Hersholt. What kind of a play has been selected for next week, Mr. Hersholt?
Next week, our prize play is from Richmond, Virginia. The author is Gene Scott Anderson. The play is a delightful comedy called Miss Lizzie's Burglar. I know you'll love it. So be sure to join us again next week, same time, same station. And until then, I'll say good night.
Your first aid kit, to be really complete, should certainly contain Vaseline jelly. In 9 out of 10 American homes, Vaseline jelly is the first thought in first aid for everyday burns, scalds, and other minor emergencies. Get soothing, healing Vaseline jelly tonight. It costs only 10 cents. Art Gilmore speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Presentation of the following program from the Naval Air Station, Terminal Island, California, is for the entertainment of the personnel stationed here and does not constitute an endorsement of its products by the Navy Department or its personnel, as they do not endorse any product.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bristol Myers, the makers of Ipana for the smile of beauty and Sal Hepatica for the smile of health, present It's Time to Smile with Eddie Cantor.
You better not roll those blue eyes at somebody else. You better not take that hey ride with somebody else. If someone new should fall for you, I'll know you're not to blame. Your heart is true, you love me too, but darling, just the same, you better not share your front porch with somebody else. You better not watch that big moon with somebody else. Don't let me find I've slipped your mind before I count to 3. You better not roll those blue eyes at anybody else but me. Oh, you better not use those hot charms on somebody else. You better not twine those arms round somebody else. If some young man pops up some night to pay a social call, make sure the lights are burning bright. Don't linger in the hall. Oh, you better not get that lipstick on somebody else. Let none of your kisses give that kick to somebody else. 'Cause you're my steady and I'm your Eddie, your one and only he. You better not roll those blue eyes at anybody else but me. Thank you. You know, it's very appropriate singing that song to all you sailors and Coast Guardsmen here in the audience. To see you staring up at me with those beautiful blue eyes. A few black ones here and there, but all staring.
Well, Eddie, you've been looking forward to this visit to Terminal Island, haven't you?
Harry Von Zell, I simply couldn't wait to come here and enlist.
What?
Really? For 3 months, I've been exercising to build up my physique, learning to swim like a sailor, boxing, wrestling. I even acquired a sailor's lingo. Finally, this afternoon, I ran into the recruiting office, stuck out my chest, slapped the commander's desk, and said, "Blow me down."
Well, what happened?
He did.
Well, look, did he give you a test?
Oh, and what a test, Harry. You don't know what I've been through this afternoon. He took me up in a plane, and we did left banks and right banks, rollovers, loopovers. Then we went straight down.
Tail spin?
No, but my hips wiggled a little.
Well, now, wait a minute. How about your test, Eddie? How did it turn out?
Wonderful. Simply wonderful,
Really?
Harry. I am now stationed in the lower deck as the commander's lookout.
Well, what's that?
When the commander comes downstairs during a crap game, I holler, "Look out."
Now, wait just a minute, Eddie. Please, sailors don't care anything about crap games.
No. Harry, when they get home from a long cruise, that's the second thing they look for. Don't be silly.
Well, I don't quite understand that. What is the first thing?
A big plate of home-cooked baked beans. Oh, how they love them, Harry.
Eddie, you couldn't have passed your Navy test.
Yeah, but I did. They even gave me a sailor suit. Such a tight thing. Now I know why they always have 12 sailors bunking together. Each sailor needs 11 other guys to help him put his pants on.
I wonder, how do they make them so tight?
Oh, it's very simple. If a guy like Don Wilson wants a pair of sailor pants, they make his skinny Ennis. That's what they do.
Well, don't...
I felt this was a little weak this morning.
Well, don't throw... Don't the boys complain about these nice
Not these boys. They never complain, Harry. They're so good-natured, so kind-hearted. You know, every time a girl walks down the street, you'll see 80 sailors following her just to protect her.
Oh.
Just to protect her. Really. To protect her from soldiers and Marines.
Well, Eddie, this town is certainly full of Marines, sailors, and Coast Guardsmen, and they all wear blue uniforms. How do you tell them apart?
Oh, that's easy. You see, a Marine always has a girl with him.
Oh.
See?
Well, I can understand that. How about the sailor?
A sailor always has two girls.
Oh, yeah, well, what about the Coast Guardsman?
He's always chasing those three girls with the sailor and the Marine.
Yes, this certainly is a Navy town.
Well, why not? Remember, this is a shipbuilding center, Harry.
Yes.
And what a system they have for christening warships. For a big battleship, they use a bottle of champagne.
Mm-hmm.
For a destroyer, they use a bottle of scotch.
Yeah, well, how about one of those little mosquito boats?
They just hit the captain over the head with a short beer.
Well,
don't let that put ideas in your head, you guys.
Eddie, I really have a great respect for Navy men. As a matter of fact, I'd like to meet one of them.
Well, I have already arranged it. Ladies and gentlemen, here he is, a great entertainer, one of the pioneers in radio, recently enlisted in the United States Coast Guard, Chief Petty Officer Rudy Valley. You know, Rudy, I didn't expect to see you in uniform so soon.
Eddie, our government works fast. 1 hour after I enlisted, I received a telegram from Washington signed Uncle Sam.
What did the telegram say?
Your time is my time.
Well, I must say, Rudy, you certainly look wonderful in uniform. Slim, broad-shouldered. Gosh, you really look like a man.
Yes. Next week, Daddy says I can start going out with the girls.
No, I'm serious, Rudy. You really have a handsome head. Look at those gorgeous blonde locks. Such big waves. I understand that next week the Navy is going to launch a battleship in your hair, Rudy. Rudy, I heard that Victor Mature. I heard that Victor Mature is in the Coast Guard, too. Do you see much of him?
We're on sentry duty together, and it's very boring. We have to stand there all day just looking at each other.
Serves the both of you right. Tell me, Rudy, what was your first official act when you joined the Navy?
I had a picture tattooed on my chest.
Really? I'd love to see it.
I'd rather not.
Oh, Rudy, what? We're all friends. Let me see it, will you, Rudy? Let me see it.
All right, I'll unbutton my shirt. Here, it's a picture of the one I love most.
Very pretty, Rudy. But they left out your dimples. Tell me, why did you let them leave out your dimples?
The needle tickled.
Did it really tickle?
Yeah.
Some sailor. We're such good friends, Rudy. I'd like to do something for you. I mean this as a friend. I was just thinking, now that you're...
Now, strange that you bring that up.
Now that you're in the service, look, Rudy, you have no use for an automobile, and I'd like to do you the favor of buying your car.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up, Eddie. I would like to sell a beautiful 1941 sedan. It's worth about $800.
How much do you want for it?
$1,000.
I'll give you 100.
I'll take it.
So fast? Are you sure there's nothing wrong with this car, Rudy?
Certainly not. It's perfect, except that there's a couple of holes in the spare tire. Nothing important.
Oh. Do I have to worry about the other tires?
Nope. All it has is a spare.
You mean I have to get tires for all four wheels?
2 wheels.
2 wheels? What are you selling me, a bike? What are you
Now,
doing?
don't get excited, Eddie. You can pick up 2 extra wheels at the junk shop.
I could pick up the whole car at the junk shop, couldn't I?
Well, everything else is perfect.
Are you sure?
Positive.
Okay, how is the motor?
What motor?
No motor?
What do you expect for $100? Eddie, if you think I'm trying to cheat you...
Cheat me simply because you sell me a car with no motor, no tires, and only 2 wheels? Don't be ridiculous.
You act as though I should give you a Rolls Royce, a 16-cylinder limousine.
Not 16, Rudy. Just give me 1 cylinder, a carburetor. Give me a spark plug and let me build a motor around it. At least give me something that'll help use up my 4 gallons of gas.
You don't have to worry about that.
Why not?
No gas tank.
Well, with a car like that, no wonder you wanted to be on a boat. But tell me, Rudy, what was the reason for your joining the Coast Guard?
Well, in the last war, I tried the Navy. This time, I thought it should be the Coast Guard.
Come, Rudy, what was the real reason?
I wanted to meet a brunette at the Hollywood canteen.
A brunette, he says. Rudy, you'd go out with a girl if she had blue hair, green hair, or a plaid toupee. I know you. I saw you there at the Hollywood canteen last night, serenading about 15 women.
That's right, Eddie. I made a big hit with them when I sang, I left my heart at the stage door canteen.
You'd have sung better if you left your nose at the stage door canteen. You know, you don't belong in the Coast Guard, Rudy. You belong at a naval base. Hey! Yeah, but it was awfully nice of you to help out at the canteen, Rudy.
Pardon me, Mr. Cantor.
Well, it's Dinah Shaw. Come in, Dinah. Oh, Dinah, honey, I want you to meet a great friend of mine, Rudy Valley.
Oh, Mr. Valley, you're so handsome, so attractive, and so romantic. Mr. Valley,
Yes?
is it true that you're a wolf?
Well,
Wait a minute. Don't believe that, Dinah. Rudy is a charming fellow. Why, this afternoon he was all alone with Ann Sheridan. He was a perfect gentleman. He sat at a distance, didn't move, and when she left, they untied him.
Eddie, I resent that. And Dinah, to prove to you that I am a gentleman, I'd like to take you to dinner tomorrow night.
Oh, Rudy, you've got to wait until Friday.
Why Friday?
Well, that's the day I get paid.
Sing, Dinah.
I don't care what he does, 'cause he's my guy. I guess we always want to tell him about me. I don't think he's right, but once in a while he'll hug me and smile. I can see me in his eyes. He's my guy. I know he'll always be, and I will try to keep him loving me. However he wants to, I'm here until I die. For nobody knows better than I that he's my guy.
Dinah, that was grand. You really put your heart in that song as though you meant every word of it, didn't you, Eddie?
Yes. And that's what worries me. Dinah, honey, listen. You're not serious about that fella, are you? You're not going to get mixed up with a guy like that, are you?
Oh, Mr. Cantor.
You're too nice a girl to throw yourself away on that good-for-nothing guy. I won't let you, Dinah.
Wait a minute, Eddie.
She couldn't be happy with him, Harry. Why, she said herself he's careless. He's probably mean and selfish,
Oh,
too.
but Mr. Cantor, you don't understand.
I do understand. You're carrying the torch for a man who doesn't deserve you, who doesn't appreciate you. Don't do it, Dinah. Don't
Eddie,
do it.
look, wait, it's only a song.
But, Harry, the guy's a cad. You heard Dinah sing, once in a while, he'll hug me and smile. He'll smile yet. That proves how selfish he is.
But-
He won't let Dinah smile. Oh, no. If he'd only stop grinning, he might learn something. Does he know anything about Dinah's lovely smile? Does he know anything about any smile, Harry? If that lowlife is listening, tell him about a lovely smile. That's the least we can do for Dinah, will you?
Certainly, Eddie. After all, Eddie, it's the least we can do for ourselves. There are two very important facts about an attractive smile that everyone should remember. One,
for a smile of real beauty, gums need care as well as teeth.
And two,
a toothpaste recommended by so many dentists because when used with massage, it does help gums as well as teeth, is Ipana toothpaste.
a recent national survey among thousands of dentists revealed an overwhelming preference for Ipana, 2-to-1 over any other toothpaste for their own personal use. And it's easy to understand that preference because Ipana toothpaste not only cleans teeth thoroughly, but when used with massage, it is especially designed to help give gums the stimulation they need to help keep them from becoming susceptible to gum trouble. So why don't you adopt this easy, healthful way to a smile you can be proud of?
Regularly brush your teeth with Ipana toothpaste. And every time you do, put a little extra Ipana on your brush or fingertips and massage it on your gums.
Stop in your drugstore tomorrow and get a tube of Ipana toothpaste. And since the government has ruled that we can't buy toothpaste of any kind unless we take an empty tube to the store in exchange, be sure to turn in an empty metal tube of some kind when you ask for your Ipana toothpaste.
Oh, say, Rudy Valley.
Yes, Eddie?
I've been thinking you could save a little money if you took Dinah to dinner at my house. You see, my cook, Hattie McDaniel, serves a wonderful meal, sets a beautiful table.
Yes, and she never forgets to punch the meal ticket.
Yeah, shut up. Rudy, tonight I'll give you a rate. I've already made arrangements with Hattie, and I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Cantor?
Well, Hattie McDaniel. Well, Hattie, what's cooking?
I am. I just backed into the stove.
Yep. Stove?
Now I got nothing left to cook with.
Well, what do you mean? In that kitchen, you've got a mix master, a toast master, a coffee master, and a salad master. What else do you want?
I've been here 2 weeks. Where's the paymaster?
I don't know. It sounds awfully familiar here. Hattie, are you insinuating that I'm holding back your pay?
Shall we discuss it?
Never mind. Look, furthermore, you have an electric washer, an electric vacuum, an air conditioner.
What was that?
Air conditioner. Air conditioner. It's a kind of an electric fan, you know.
Fan? I thought that was an egg beater.
Egg beater. Good gracious, Hattie, what have you done?
Nothing, Mr. Cantor. But you know the color of your kitchen?
Yes? Eggshell and white?
Quite a bit of yolk, too.
Hattie, look, Mr. Valley is coming to dinner. I hope that everything is going to be all right.
I hope so, too. Mr. Cantor,
Yeah?
what is that big blue thing?
Oh, that's an electric ironer. That's a wonderful invention, Hattie. All you do is put the clothes in, press a button, and bingo, it presses things in a minute.
Did you say ironer?
I don't like the way you said that, Hattie. What happened?
Oh, nothing. Only tonight you was having lamb chops with starched panties.
Well, Eddie, I guess the dinner's off tonight.
Well, not necessarily. We can always have dinner at the Hollywood Canteen.
I mean, I can. But, Eddie, you can't get in without a uniform.
Oh, yes. I guess not. Wait a minute, Rudy, I've got an idea. Say, Rudy.
Yes?
Would you mind very much if I went as your girlfriend?
My girlfriend?
Yeah.
Where'd you find a dress?
In my house? Where'll I find a dress? I have trouble finding a pair of pants.
No, Eddie, I don't think it'll work out. During a dance, you're liable to forget yourself and start smoking a cigar.
Listen, I've seen some of the girls those sailors go out with, and they'd never know the difference.
No.
Believe me.
No, Eddie, you could never pose as a woman with your deep voice.
Who's got a deep voice? Me? My voice shakes. I don't know about you. I'm kidding. Look, Rudy. Rudy, we'll be like all the other couples at the Hollywood canteen. Exactly. Can't you just picture us sitting in the garden under the moonlight? Oh, Rudy. Rudy, listen to me. You mustn't, Rudy.
I mustn't what?
It's all right to smoke, but don't stop scratching those matches on my beard. Would have been good if I read it. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Hetty. I'm so upset. Would you mind if I ran my fingers through your hair?
No, but why?
The waiter forgot to give me a napkin.
Oh, Rudy. Rudy, you act like you don't love me anymore. Tell me, Rudy, is there someone else?
Yes, I should have told you long ago. I don't know how to say it, but
But what?
I got a gal in Kalamazoo.
No, Rudy, you can't do this to me. No, Rudy, no! Rudy, no! No, Rudy!
Hetty, don't start crying again. That's what made me decide to leave you in the first place. When you cry, that mascara runs all over your face.
My mascara? What's that got to do with it?
Twice during the dance tonight, Rochester tried to cut in on me.
Say, Rudy.
Yes, Harry?
Ask him if she's got a girlfriend for me.
You see, Eddie, you won't be able to get into the Hollywood canteen.
Well, maybe not tonight, but I will next Wednesday when we actually broadcast from there. By the way, Rudy, why don't you bring the Coast Guard band along?
I'd like to, Eddie, but I understand the canteen has hired another bandmaster.
Another bandmaster?
Yes, I don't know who he is, but he must be a great conductor. I'm told he studied under the music masters of Europe. He's given concerts before royalty.
Who can it be? Who?
How do you do?
Bert Gordon, the Mad Russian. Russian?
Yes.
Russian, we have a great entertainer with us. Surely you've heard of our guest. I'll give you a hint. The name begins with a V.
A V?
Yeah.
My. I should have recognized the hair. Veronica, darling.
Russian, will you stop hugging him?
Yeah.
He is not Veronica Lake.
What's the difference as long as he's beautiful?
Oh, will you stop it? This Russian is Rudy Valley. And he's not going to let you have anything to do with the Coast Guard band.
That's right, Russian. You're no musician.
How you talk. I got more music in my little finger than you got in your whole nose.
That Russian is ridiculous. Mr. Valley studied music all through college. You know, he's a Yale grad.
A Yale grad?
Of course.
Shake hands with a Stalingrad.
Russian, tell me something. Did you ever study music?
Why, from infancy. I studied in the kindergarten. Then I went to grammar school. And from there...
Yes?
Back to the kindergarten.
Say, Russian, tell me, did
Yes.
you really study music in kindergarten?
Why, of course. I, sir, was a child prodigy. At the age of 9...
Yes?
Papa bought me a violin. Every day I'm practicing on the violin. And you may not believe this, but at the age of 3...
Yes?
I hocked it.
Hocked it? When you were 3 years old? Why did you need the money?
Alimony.
What are you talking about? Did you alimony?
Russian, When you were 3 years of age, you married a woman? A woman? A woman?
How do you like this guy? Mention a woman, he goes crazy.
Oh, stop this nonsense, Russian, and forget about leading the Coast Guard band. Rudy Valley knows you've had no experience as a musical conductor.
But mine, dear Mr. Wally, I'll have you know I am the leader of the greatest all-girl orchestra in the world. 300 girls.
Really? What instruments do they play?
They gotta have instruments.
Will you stop that? Will you stop that? Stop fooling. If your girls are really good musicians,
yes,
why don't you bring them here to entertain these boys?
I accept the challenge. Yes. Tonight, I will have my 300 girls play on this stage, and I will lead them with a machine gun.
You mean a baton. Why do you want a machine gun?
How else can I keep these guys from climbing on the stage? That's very funny, very funny.
Look, if you need a good soloist for your band, Russian, maybe Mr. Valley will consent to play the clarinet.
The what?
The clarinet. Look, Russian, what is it that's full of holes?
A Nazi that tried to get into Stalingrad.
No. Ah, quit stalling, Russian. You know that you're no orchestra leader, and you know absolutely nothing about music.
That is very true. I am an imposter. Ever since I was a little kiddie, a little bitty kiddie, I have been telling lies, nothing but lies. I can't break the habit of lying.
Oh, but you can, Russian. You can if you only try.
Thank you. As a Cantor, yes, you're the best boss the man ever had.
Yes.
You're big-hearted. You pay me a wonderful salary. A raise every way.
Go on, Russian.
It's no use. I'm still a liar.
Oh, get out, will you Oh, Rudy and Harry, come here. I want to tell you about something.
Yes, Eddie?
I want to tell you about the time. What are you doing over there with that pencil and paper, Harry? Come here, will you?
Joe, Eddie, just a minute. And please don't call me Harry. Call me Fred, will you?
Wait a minute. Call you what?
Fred. Call me Fred.
Why? Bill collector?
No. Numerology. You see, there are 11 letters in Fred Von Zell, and names with 11 letters do good on this show.
Oh, hooey.
No, look, Eddie. Eddie Cantor has 11 letters, and you're doing good.
Oh, I see what you mean.
The name of the program, Time to Smile, has 11 letters, and the program's doing good.
Say, you're right, Harry. You're absolutely
Yeah,
right.
you betcha. And what's more, there's another 11-letter word on this program that's doing good. Doing a lot of good for thousands and thousands of people. And that's Sal Hepatica. Because, ladies and gentlemen, whenever you wake up in the morning feeling headachy and out of sorts due to the need of a laxative, Sal Hepatica helps you feel better faster. Because then Sal Hepatica brings speedy, gentle relief, usually within an hour. So when you know about Sal Hepatica, you don't have to put off till night taking the laxative you need in the morning. You don't have to risk feeling miserable all day. And here's another thing to remember about Sal Hepatica.
Sparkling Sal Hepatica also helps sweeten an upset stomach by helping to reduce excess gastric acidity.
So get a bottle of Sal Hepatica from your druggist tonight, or first thing in the morning. And anytime you need a laxative, morning, noon, or night, see how much faster you feel better when you take gentle, speedy Sal Hepatica.
Oh, Rudy.
Yes, Eddie?
Now that you're with the Coast Guard, you may be seeing many strange lands, strange people, and there's one race I want to tell you about.
Which one?
Across the sea in Germany, I am sure that there must be little folk like you and me fed up with the Nazi ways.
So please stand by while we begin to tune our shortwaves to Berlin. Listen now.
What women have always wanted in hand lotion is here at last.
How many times have you wished you could protect your skin before plunging your hands into hot, soapy water? Now you can, with Touche Beauty Discovery of Bristol-Myers, makers of Ipana and Sal Hepatica. Touche is the before hand lotion. Just smooth a few drops on your hands before you wash your stockings and underthings.
This program came to you from Terminal Island, California. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI Los Angeles.